In the year 1453, Turks from the Ottoman Empire captured the city of Constantinople, bringing an official end to the Byzantine Empire. However, as we're about to learn, it was more than Turkish guns that brought an end to this grand empire. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, had enjoyed prosperity. Situated along profitable trade routes and protected by the Black Sea, the empire thrived. For centuries, it seemed that the Roman Empire of the East would eclipse the grandeur once found in Rome. However, like Rome, the Byzantine Empire would face a gradual decline, aided by internal instability and external invasion. For this lesson, we'll start with internal instability. In doing so, we'll blame the nobility for the empire's woes. To explain, early in the empire's history, most of its population was made up of free men who were given land in turn for military service. Fortunately for the empire, these men also paid taxes. With this, the Byzantine Empire not only had a large tax base, but it also had a large military at its disposal. However, this all changed as members of the nobility began claiming large areas of land as their own. Not only did they begin swallowing up land, they also began placing the poorer class into a state of bondage in which they were tied to the land and owed their allegiance to the noble landowner rather than the empire. This has come to be known as serfdom. As the peasant class was swallowed up by the nobility, the tax base and the military of the Byzantine Empire began to evaporate. As if this wasn't bad enough, the empire was then forced to depend on mercenary armies and cities from the west for protection. This was especially troublesome because mercenaries were rather expensive. Making matters worse, the Byzantine Empire and the cities of the west were not on the best of terms. So, not only did this deplete the empire's treasury, but it also allowed Western merchants, specifically those from Venice, free access to the markets of Constantinople. When the Venetians began selling goods at a cheaper price, the coffers of the empire were dealt another blow. While struggling with internal issues, the empire was also threatened by outside invasion. In 1071, the beginning of the end began when Turks marched on the empire and handed it a devastating defeat at the Battle of Manzikert. At the battle's end, the empire saw the loss of much of Asia Minor and the Balkans. Oddly enough for the Byzantine Empire, not only did they have to deal with the Turks, they also faced some serious grief from the Christians of the West. Remember those cities they didn't really get along with but had to rely on for protection? This came in the form of the Fourth Crusade, or Christendom's quest to free the Holy Lands from Muslim control. To explain this odd twist, at the very beginning of the 13th century, Christians again marched toward the Holy Lands. However, this time, they decided to make a pit stop of sorts at the city of Constantinople, Byzantium's capital. Upon entering the city, the Western soldiers ransacked the city, claiming it as their own. Although the Byzantines would eventually recover from this attack, it further drained their already depleting resources. This leads us to the final death blow of the Byzantine Empire, the 1453 fall of Constantinople. Facing internal issues and outside invasion, the empire was breathing its last. By the start of the 15th century, Turkish forces had clawed their way through a large part of Eastern Europe. With strategic wins throughout the empire, the Turks had chiseled away much of lands once held by the Byzantines. In fact, by 1453, Constantinople was really the only place left under the empire's control. Secure behind the city walls, the empire waited out the attack. However, when the Turks descended on the city with gunpowder and cannons, the city was vanquished. Shortly after this loss, Constantinople was renamed Istanbul, and the world said its final goodbye to the power of the Byzantine Empire. For centuries, the Byzantine Empire, also known as the Eastern Roman Empire, had enjoyed prosperity. However, like Rome before it, the Byzantines would face a gradual decline that would culminate with the 1453 conquering of Constantinople. Although this marks the official end of the empire, its decline can be linked to internal corruption and external invasion. The internal corruption had to do with the nobility forcing the tax-paying peasantry into lives of forced labor, eliminating a tax base and eventually forcing the empire to rely on foreign mercenaries for defense. The external invasion of the empire came from invading Turkish armies and Christian armies from the west. In the year 1453, unable to withstand the cannons and gunpowder of the enemy Turks, the Byzantine Empire finally fell.
Between the years 1050 and 1300, Europe underwent an agricultural revolution. Crop yields multiplied by at least threefold. Europe's population followed suit, tripling in less than 3 centuries. The average European lifespan increased by as much as 2 decades. Towns and cities re-emerged, and with them came new crafts and a revival of trade. New classes of merchants and craftsmen attained some degree of social mobility. Soon the Renaissance would reawaken Europe to its glorious past, setting off a tide of technological progress from the Enlightenment to the Industrial Revolution that would eventually drag Europe from the Dark Ages and launch it into the world we live in today. None of this progress would have been possible without the surpluses created by Europe's medieval agricultural revolution. So, what brought this revolution about? Well, there were several factors at work. A shift in climate made Northern Europe much warmer than it had been before. A shift in political climate and the end of Viking raids brought stability to Northern Europe. Most importantly, a host of new agricultural technologies and techniques spread across Europe. When combined, these factors allowed Europeans to produce unprecedented surpluses of food. Around 950, Europe entered the medieval warm period. Climatologists speculate that Earth's temperature might have increased by as much as 1 degree centigrade. That's about 2 degrees Fahrenheit for us Americans. For about 300 years, Europe became a much warmer and drier place. This was bad news for the Mediterranean, where the temperatures were already high and the soil was dry and shallow. But it was great news for Northern Europe, where the temperatures were much lower and the soil was wet and deep. Americans often forget that Europe is at a similar latitude to Canada. Though surrounding oceans and seas keep Europe warm and wet, it can still get very cold in the north. The medieval warm period allowed the farms of Northern Europe to outproduce their Mediterranean counterparts. This, in turn, resulted in a shift of power and importance away from the Mediterranean basin, which no longer enjoyed its old surpluses, and to the untapped fertile lands of Northern Europe. Thus, it was not just the natural climate of Europe that was changing, the political climate was changing as well. Since the time of Charlemagne, Europe had been pummeled by centuries of Viking invasions. As the weather warmed, Viking invasions started to step down. Perhaps the Vikings were finally able to produce their own agricultural surpluses, and no longer felt the need to raid their neighbors in the south so often. At the same time, centralized governments in Europe were becoming stronger, and a real sense of stability was returning to Europe for the first time since the collapse of the Roman Empire. In this period of relative peace, Europeans no longer needed to cluster around local fortifications of their lords. They were finally able to disperse and settle new lands. Aristocrats gave up their hunting grounds in the interest of generating profit from agricultural surpluses. Forests retreated as isolated pockets of agriculture spread until they at last met. The untamed woods of Northern Europe gave way to field after field, as far as the eye could see. Yet none of this expansion would have been possible without the spread of some very important agricultural technologies and techniques: the heavy plow, the harrow, and the hoe, the horse collar, the tandem harness and horseshoes, and the 3-field crop rotation system. The farmers of Northern Europe had to face challenges that their Mediterranean counterparts never had to deal with. The very features that made Northern Europe prosper in the medieval warm period, deep, rich, wet alluvial soil, also made that land incredibly difficult to plow. Now the Romans had plows, but they were light things that only scratched the surface. These plows were no good for the deep, damp soils of northern Europe. Farmers needed a way to tear up deep soil and drain their waterlogged fields. The solution was the heavy plow. The heavy plow is, essentially, an iron wedge that you drag behind an animal to cut deep furrows into a field. By creating such deep furrows, the heavy plow mixed up the ground, bringing oxygen back into the soil. It also helped create a drainage system, preventing crops from drowning, for northern Europe normally suffers from too much water rather than the lack of it. Finally, the heavy plow opened a deep trench into which one could drop a seed with a fair degree of confidence that it would stay underground. And if you really wanted to be sure that those seeds got buried, you could also follow your sowing by running a harrow over the field. Harrows take many forms, but they're basically a tool designed to level out the deep furrows of plowing, to provide a comfy bed for seeds and ensure that they get buried. And once your crops began to grow, you could use a hoe to keep down the weeds. The impact of these technologies cannot be overstated. Without the heavy plow to break up the alluvial soils, intensive agriculture in northern Europe would have been all but impossible. Without the harrow, burying seeds would take days instead of hours. Without the hoe, each weed would have to be picked by hand. Together, these technologies made the surpluses of the agricultural revolution possible. Of course, the heavy plow is just a chunk of metal until you find a way to pull it. And, as the name implies, the heavy plow was heavy. Now, an ox could pull a heavy plow easily. Oxen have big shoulders, making them easy to yoke, and they're strong enough to pull almost anything. However, oxen are heavy, they're slow, they tire easily, and they're notoriously difficult to turn around. All of these features made oxen ill-suited to plowing fields. Oh, if only we could get a horse to pull our heavy plow! Horses are light, they're quick, they have great endurance, and you can steer them with a bit. Unfortunately, horses don't have the shoulders oxen have. They tend to strangle themselves if they try to pull anything too heavy. For literally thousands of years, this delicacy had protected horses from ever doing an honest day's work. Horses were reserved for warfare, for hunting, for travel. They were the mark of nobility. Yet in the 9th century, some clever fellow found a way to put the horse to work. The invention was the horse collar. A relatively simple idea. It's just a padded collar that directs the burden onto the horse's shoulders without choking it. Yet the implications for the horse were grave, as the pampered pet of aristocracy was turned into a true beast of burden. Soon enough, humans were nailing iron shoes to horses' feet and hitching them to tandem harnesses to pull even heavier plows. Yet there was another reason horses had been reserved for the nobility, beyond their delicate tendency to choke themselves. Horses are dreadfully expensive to feed. Unlike cattle, which can subsist on grazing alone, horses need a steady diet of oats to remain healthy. To support a horse, a farmer would need to grow oats. This is, perhaps, how the three-field crop rotation system began. A farmer would use one field to grow wheat for himself, and he'd use another field to grow oats for his horse. At first, the farmer would probably have divided his fields, as people always had. He would grow crops on half of his land, while he let the other half lie fallow. Lying fallow means that you don't try to grow anything on the land, but instead let it recover naturally. This sort of rotation is essential because crops pull nutrients from the soil, and the soil needs time to recover them. Otherwise, the soil gets degraded rather quickly and will not support crops. Somewhere along the line, our farmer must have accidentally planted oats after a crop of wheat, and lo and behold, the oats flourished, and after letting the field lie fallow for a year, the wheat came back bigger than ever. You see, the oats had replaced the nitrogen that the wheat had drawn from the soil. Though the farmers of Europe had no idea what nitrogen was, they knew that planting oats after the wheat somehow kept the soil healthy. Soon they found other plants that had a similar effect, like barley and beans, and a new three-field form of crop rotation was established. The first field grows cereals, which deplete the nitrogen. The second field grows oats, barley, or beans, which restore the nitrogen, and the third field lies fallow to recover. This meant that Europeans were now using 2/3 of their land to grow food, instead of half. The importance of this shift cannot be overstated. The difference between 2/3 and 1/2 may not seem like much. It's what, 16%? Negligible, you might say. Wrong. Imagine you have 3 acres. Each acre can produce 50 bushels of wheat or 50 bushels of beans. In the old system, you're only using half your acres, which means that you're getting 75 bushels of wheat. In the new system, you're using 2/3 of your acres. So while you only may be getting 50 bushels of wheat, you're also getting 50 bushels of beans. Not only are you getting more food out of the land, you're also getting a wider variety of food. The 3-field crop rotation system changed the world of farming forever, creating unprecedented surpluses and a greater variety of food for Europe. This great surplus and wider variety of foodstuffs contributed greatly to the health of your average European, whose life expectancy leaped from an all-time low of about 30 to as high as 50. Populations exploded, and the number of Europeans tripled in less than 3 centuries. Technical innovation in Europe did not stop with the heavy plow. Europeans did not ride on the laurels of their novel 3-field crop rotation system. On the contrary, these technologies served as the springboard for still greater advances. The massive surpluses of this agricultural revolution led to the development of labor-saving inventions, like water mills and windmills to process grains. Those same surpluses fed Europe's growing urban centers, as villages grew into towns, which in turn grew into cities, bustling with merchants and craftsmen. And from those cities sprang the great minds of art, science, industry, and philosophy, who built the world we know today.
I have a pastor friend who served at a church that actually split over the color of carpet. One group wanted blue, the other brown, and unable to compromise, they actually went their separate ways. Although splitting over carpet might be a bit uncommon and rather ridiculous, church splits aren't. They've been happening for generations and generations, beginning with the Great Schism. The Great Schism of 1054, also known as the East-West Schism, divided Christianity, creating Western Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy. Although 1054 is the official date of this divide, tensions between the East and the West had been brewing for years. To understand what caused the final split, we're going to take a look at the political upheaval and cultural differences of the East and the West. We'll then tackle the straw that broke the camel's back, papal authority, or in other words, the power of the Pope. For the medieval church, this was their color of the carpet issue, the one thing they just couldn't compromise on, and the one thing that led to the official split. In around the year 330, Constantine moved the political capital of the Roman Empire from Rome to Constantinople. From there he managed to rule the entire empire. However, this was no easy task, and soon the empire broke down into Western and Eastern empires, each with their own emperors. In fact, Theodosius, who died in 395 CE, was the last emperor to rule over both halves. Although the two halves seemed to be separated politically, the Christian church still tried to maintain its power, a task which was extremely difficult at best. With their own emperors and being separated by geography, the two halves grew further and further apart. Making matters worse, the Western Empire, Rome and its surrounding areas, were continually invaded by the barbarians from the north, while the Eastern Empire, now known as the Byzantine Empire, thrived. Adding to the disunity, the church cultures of the East and West had become vastly different. While the Western Empire clung to Latin, the Eastern Church adopted Greek. Before long, even the Eastern bishops no longer spoke Latin, and the Western Church had never used Greek in its ceremony. As the language barrier grew, so did the differences in church practices. For instance, the two couldn't agree on which type of bread to use in communion. The Eastern Church also vehemently disagreed with the addition of the Filioque clause, which dealt with the authority of the Trinity, God the Father, God the Son, and God the Spirit into the Nicene Creed, or the Church's statement of faith. Although it was eventually added, the East refused to accept it. Although this issue wasn't as big of a deal as the power of the papacy, it caused some real tensions and was a precursor of things to come. This leads us to the biggest point of contention, the power of the papacy. To explain, from the beginning of the Church, 3 bishops were recognized as the head guys in charge. They were the bishops of Rome, Alexandria, and Antioch. Although these 3 were all very powerful, everyone knew and accepted that the Bishop of Rome, aka the Pope, was the main man, being known as the first among equals. Now, in around 451, these 3 were joined by the bishops of Constantinople and Jerusalem. This made sense as the political capital of the empire had been moved from Rome to Constantinople over 100 years before. After all, if the East claimed political power, they should also have a few bishops. However, the religious power was still considered to be in the West, and the Pope was still considered to be the head honcho. Unfortunately, the Eastern bishops didn't quite see it this way. When the Pope tried to fold them into his robes of authority, the Eastern bishops gave a stern no thank you. Instead, they told the Pope they'd respect his position as the honorary head of the Church, but when it came to real decision-making, they would take it from here. The East even went as far as calling their Bishop of Constantinople the Ecumenical Patriarch, meaning universal patriarch. As you can guess, the Pope and his Western cronies were highly insulted and ready for a fight. With no compromise in sight, things went from bad to worse. Divided by language and entrenched in separate cultures, the frustration of who was in charge was too much. In 1054, the power struggle bubbled over when the Patriarch of Constantinople, Michael Carelius, dared to condemn some of the religious practices of the Western Church. He even went as far as to close down Eastern churches that followed the same practices. Now these were fighting actions, and soon the office of Pope Leo IX and the Patriarch of Constantinople excommunicated each other. In other words, they said to each other, "I'm in charge, and to prove it, I'm going to kick you out of the church." Unwilling to compromise and definitely unwilling to step aside, the two parties took their proverbial toys, their proverbial carpets, and went home. Thus, the Great Schism officially occurred, forming 2 distinct churches within Christianity, Western Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy. The Great Schism, also known as the East-West Schism, was the official split of the Christian Church into Eastern Orthodoxy and Western Catholicism. Although 1054 is the official date of this occurrence, tensions between the two parties had been brewing for centuries. Separated by geography, language, and culture, the Eastern and Western Roman empires grew more and more distant from one another. Making it even harder to remain unified, the Western Empire was under constant barbaric invasion, while the Eastern Empire flourished. This only added to the divide. When arguments arose over the power of the papacy, the tenuous relationship between the East and the West could stand no more. In 1054, the office of the Pope and the Patriarch of Constantinople went head-to-head, each excommunicating each other and bringing about the Great Schism, forever giving the world 2 distinct churches, Western Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy. Let a man consider that God is always looking at him from heaven, that his actions are everywhere visible to the divine eyes, and are constantly being reported to God by the angels, in order that he may be careful about his wrongful thoughts. Therefore, let the faithful brother say constantly in his heart, "Then shall I be spotless before him, if I have kept myself from my iniquity." This statement from the Rule of St. Benedict encapsulates the very essence of Christian monasticism. Seeking to live within structure and severe self-discipline, monks have fervently pursued a continual awareness of the presence of God. Not only have they pursued this for themselves, they have often been responsible for reforming the Christian church, seeking to free it from the corruption power can bring. To grasp an understanding of monasticism, we're going to focus primarily on the Benedictine order of monasticism, tracing it from its inception to the Cluniac reforms. We'll then take a look at the influence monasticism has had on our modern world. Before we dive into Benedictine monasticism, let's nail down some history. Monasticism has its roots in the very life of Christ. Seeing the manner in which Christ lived, some early Christians sought to mimic his self-sacrifice and purity. They began abstaining from earthly pleasures, even refusing to marry, giving themselves wholly to a life of prayer and sacrifice. However, they usually did this while still living in and amongst their families. Many historians consider these men and women the precursors of monasticism. It wasn't until around the middle of the 3rd century that the monasticism most of us think of when we hear the word monk began to take shape. During this time, Egyptian Christians began pulling away from secular life, cutting themselves off from all and any human interaction. Perhaps one of the most famous of these hermit monks was St. Anthony. Tradition tells us he actually spent years in the land of Egypt, during which time he never once came in contact with another human being. For these hermits, a life of complete detachment from the secular world was of extreme importance. Some even went as far as to abuse their bodies in an effort to rid themselves of this sinful nature. With this we come to Benedict of Nuceria, the man considered to be the father of Western monasticism, and from whom came the Benedictine order of monasticism, arguably the most well-known of all the monastic movements. Born in the year 480 CE, Benedict of Nuceria began his religious journey much like St. Anthony. He too chose to remove himself from the world in an effort to rid himself of the sinful nature. In other words, he also spent time as a hermit, living in the hills near Rome. However, unlike many hermits, Benedict made the decision to re-enter society. Ironically, instead of living in solitude, he began attracting followers, who within time became a community of Christians who desired to live free from earthly and fleshly desire. At their earthly helm was Benedict of Nuceria, with a code of conduct of sorts, which came to be known as the Benedictine rule. This rule, which came to be the guide for most monastic practices, held 3 things at its core. First, monks were to live a life of poverty. Second, monks were to live a life of chastity and celibacy. Third, monks were to submit to the authority of the monastic community. In order to maintain this life, Benedictine monks followed and still follow a strict life of scheduled prayer. Although different orders of medieval monks, such as the Dominican or Franciscans, had their own rules and schedules of order, they still held and hold to the 3 tenets of the Benedictine rule. Like any institution created by humans, the monasteries and their monks were not free from the corruption of power. In fact, the history of monasticism is very much like the history of the Catholic Church. What began out of a desire to live as God's obedient people on earth was often corrupted by the power such positions could bring. Unfortunately, the monasteries, who were often supported and even controlled by kings and feudal lords, were not immune to such corruption. However, just like the Church, someone, somewhere, always seemed to step away and say no to the corruption, calling for reform and a return to the tenets of poverty, chastity, and obedience. One such example of this call for church reform is the Benedictine monastery of Cluny, located in modern-day France. The Cluniac reform was a Benedictine movement founded by William the Pious, Duke of Aquitaine, around the year 910. This call for reform sought to rid the church of the influence of secular rulers and authorities. Under their influence, the church had begun practicing simony, or the selling of church positions to the highest bidder. Just as distressing, members of the clergy had begun keeping concubines as their own. Obviously, both of these didn't fit with the Benedictine rule. Seeing this corruption, William the Pious and the monastery of Cluny refused to submit themselves to the authority of local lords. Instead, they would report directly to the Pope, while also demanding religious devotion from its members. Obviously, this didn't sit so well with the local lords on whose land the monastery sat, nor did the feudal lords like being told their actions were, shall we say, less than godly. However, with the support of powerful popes and church officials, the beliefs of Cluny spread. In fact, by the 12th century, over 1,000 monasteries were members of the Cluny congregation. While these monasteries sought to bring Christian morals to society, they brought much, much more. While the chaos of medieval times waged, monasteries and their monks continued to educate the people. Being devoted to study, they were also responsible for the advancement of medicine, agriculture, art, and even law. Christian monasticism is built on the desire to live within structure and severe self-discipline in order to gain a continual awareness of the presence of God. Moving from hermit monks to monks in community, perhaps the most famous of monastic orders is the Benedictine order. Founded by Benedict of Nurseria, this order is governed by a commitment to poverty, chastity, and obedience. From it, most other monastic orders, including the Dominican and Franciscan, form their base. The influence of the Benedictine rule can easily be seen in many reform movements of the Church, including the famous Cluniac reforms of the Middle Ages. While monasteries sought to bring Christian morals and virtues to the forefront, they also brought cultural and technological advancements in the areas of art, education, medicine, and so many more. Although their presence is not nearly as obvious as it was in the Middle Ages, their influence lives on today. The term Dark Ages is usually used to define Europe after the 5th century fall of the Roman Empire. Due to the upheaval of the era, historical records are scarce. However, there are several people from this era who made their mark on the history books. Today we'll be discussing one of the most famous, William the Conqueror. In order to understand his importance, let's take a look at the topsy-turvy political structure of the Dark Ages. The political structure of the Dark Ages is known as manorialism. Within this system, the wealthy, usually called lords, owned land known as a manor. The peasant class worked on these manors and in turn were given food, shelter, and protection. Since wars were usually waging, outside trading opportunities were very scarce. To provide for themselves, manors were self-sustaining, producing what was needed for survival. This is the Europe in which William the Conqueror came on the scene and made his mark. Born in Normandy of modern-day France, William became Duke of Normandy at a very early age. As Duke, he set his sights on a unified Normandy under his power, and accomplished this great task by about 1060 CE. Now remember, he did this during the Dark Ages, so obviously this guy had some smarts and some military might. With all this going for him, he set his sights beyond Normandy. This leads us to his dealings with England. When Edward the Confessor, King of England, died in the year 1066, he left no heir to take the throne. However, William of Normandy was a relative of Edward, and you better believe he was more than willing to wear England's crown. Unfortunately for William, there were several other English noblemen who felt they deserved the crown. The most popular and most powerful of whom was Harold Godwinson. Making matters worse, the King of Norway, not Normandy, but Norway, also threw his hat in the running. When the people of England chose Harold Godwinson as their king, the King of Norway invaded England. Seeing this, William the Conqueror devised a plan that gave history one of its most famous battles, the Battle of Hastings. Realizing the new King Harold of England had his hands full trying to ward off the King of Norway, William crossed the English Channel and made camp near the city of Hastings. Harold was able to fight off the King of Norway, but tired and worn, he then had to face William. William, on the other hand, was fresh and ready for battle. He had had time to set up archers and a well-oiled cavalry of armed knights. When they finally met, Harold's tired foot soldiers were no match for William's fighting arsenal. Poor King Harold was killed in battle, and William conquered Harold's remaining forces at the Battle of Hastings. He was crowned King of England on December 25, 1066. Perhaps in one of the most famous pieces of art from the era, the Battle of Hastings was captured by William's wife and her royal ladies in what has become known as the Bayeux Tapestry. In this famous work, they wove dozens of scenes depicting William's victory at the Battle of Hastings. Taking a decade to complete, the artful tapestry became a massive, and by massive, I mean approximately 20 inches high and about 230-some feet long, narrative of the famous battle. These women gave all of history an artful record of one of the most famous men and battles of European history. Unfortunately for William and England, his rule didn't knit together as nicely as the tapestry. He spent the beginning of his English reign trying to suppress revolts. The revolts were so numerous, he ordered what has come to be known as the Harrying of the North, in which he ordered the burning of farms, killing of livestock, and murder of many across the English countryside. It's estimated this action saw the deaths of over 100,000 people. Adding to this atrocity, William also ordered a census of sorts that included all of England. This census recorded all the landholding of England, who owned what land, what they owned on the land, what livestock lived on the land, and even the equipment owned was recorded. All of this was then compiled in what is known as the Domesday Book. Ironically, the man who gained so much in war actually lost his life on the battlefield. William the Conqueror died in 1087 while waging war in northern France. With this, his eldest son became Duke of Normandy, and his second son, also William, became King of England. After the 5th century fall of the Roman Empire, Europe descended into chaos. Facing Germanic invasions from the north, local lords warring for power, and even kings trying but failing to establish strong empires, the cultural and political lights went out, and Europe entered the Dark Ages. During this time, Europeans turned to manorialism for some semblance of order and structure. Within this system, wealthy lords owned manors, and the peasant class worked these manors in turn for food, shelter, and protection. Amidst this chaos, William the Conqueror became Duke of Normandy. Then he set his sights on the English crown. After defeating King Harold of England at the Battle of Hastings, an event which is recorded in the uber-famous Bayeux Tapestry, William ruthlessly subdued England in the horrible Harrying of the North. Not content with merely subduing the lands, William also conducted a large census, recorded for history in the famous Domesday Book. With all this in mind, it's pretty easy to see why he's been given the title William the Conqueror. Although it may sound mind-numbingly boring to most, there is a lively debate among some historians concerning the role feudalism played in European history. On one side of the fence are those who see feudalism as an evil system of warmongering and oppression. On the other side are those who see it in a more positive light, labeling it a stabilizing force in an unstable time. Regardless of which side these historians find themselves on, most agree feudalism played a large role in European history. Today, we'll take a look at this role and explore what some call its positive effects. To begin, feudalism is a system of government in which power is based on land ownership. In this system, all land is officially owned by the sovereign, but divided among the nobility. Feudalism in Europe is traced back to the 5th century fall of Rome. Without the stabilizing force of the Roman political machine, the people groups of Europe, or tribes, began fighting for domination. To say the least, it was a violent and dangerous time. Although the leaders of these tribes were usually referred to as kings or lords, their power was not absolute, and they were always in danger of being overthrown by a challenger. To gain some semblance of control, these kings or lords began giving fiefs or portions of land to the nobility. Those given the land came to be known as vassals. In return for the gift of land, the vassals would offer the lord their allegiance. Yes, they would raise armies to protect their own lands, but their first official duty was to fight for the king should challengers arise. In this manner, a system of lords and lesser lords grew to dominate most of Europe. In order to make their lands productive and profitable, vassals would offer protection to the peasantry who farmed the land, often referred to as manors. These peasants gained the name serfs. Obviously, the life of the serf was far from glamorous, and abuses abounded in the lives of the poor. However, some argue that there were some advantages to being under feudalism's yoke, the biggest being protection and sustainment amid chaos. First and foremost, feudalism offered protection to the poor of Europe. Remember, Rome had fallen, and with it so had its laws. No longer was there a central power to uphold the rights of everyday citizens. It was a time when might made right, and since might was associated with land ownership, the poor could have been left out in the cold. Feudalism in some ways offered a remedy for this by giving the poor a protector in the form of the wealthy landowner. Yes, life under the control of the Lord was at many times bleak, but his armies and his walls offered stability and the chance of survival in a chaotic world. Not only did feudalism offer protection from invasion, it also offered protection from starvation. Again, we must keep in mind how the fall of Rome created chaos, affecting the availability of food and resources for the common man. Trade routes were no longer safe, and the movement of goods between areas halted. Feudalism's answer to this was the manor. The manor, which was made up of the feudal lord's landholdings, was not just tracts of farming fields and hunting lands. Due to the unrest of the time period, manors produced everything they needed for daily life. Since trade amongst people groups was seldom an option, the feudal manor offered a self-sufficient community, complete usually with a castle, a church, and a village in which the serfs resided. The life of the serfs may have been one of hardship and drudgery, but feudalism offered food and resources to eke out a survival. Along with offering sustainment, the manor allowed for the specialization of trade to occur. In other words, as serfs took on different roles, occupations of sorts developed. This would be extremely important in European history as it set the groundwork for the birth of tradesmen and the eventual growth of the middle class. Feudalism's roots in Europe are traced back to the 5th century fall of Rome. Without the stabilizing force of the Roman political machine, the people groups of Europe began fighting for domination. It is amidst this backdrop that the system of feudalism came to dominate most of Europe. Feudalism is a system of government in which power is based on land ownership. In this system, all land is officially owned by the sovereign, but divided among the nobility. Although the feudal time period was one of warmongering and abuse of power, many historians believe it offered protection and sustainment to the common people of Europe. As for protection, without the laws of Rome to protect the common citizenry, the poor of Europe were left to fend for themselves. Feudalism offered a remedy to this as the wealthy landowner and his armies supplied a blanket of protection to the serfs who farmed the land. Although the life of a serf was not to be envied, it was protected from outside invaders. Feudalism also offered sustainment in a time when trade and movement of goods was scarce. Due to the danger of travel and trade, feudal manors saved the day, acting as self-sufficient, stable communities amidst a world of instability. It's been said that every society needs structure in order to survive. In other words, someone's got to be in charge. If not, chaos ensues. After the 5th century fall of Rome, Europe found itself in just that, chaos. To fill the power void, the medieval church stepped up to give society order. In this lesson, we're going to explore this order-giving institution by discussing the hierarchy of power within the church itself. Starting at the bottom and working our way to the top, we'll discuss the role of the church's clergy, or those who held religious responsibilities and duties. Although there are many sets and subsets within this group, we'll stick with these main categories: priests, bishops, archbishops, cardinals, and popes. In other words, we'll go from the village priest to the pope himself. First, there were the priests. Priests were in charge of the individual parishes or a small church area or district. These guys, and I do mean guys, there were no women priests, were the ones who had face-to-face interaction with the community. They provided sacraments, or religious ceremonies and rites, to the common people of the day. Dressed very plainly in unadorned robes, they held Mass, kept church records, and visited the sick. Adding to their duties, they collected church taxes and used them to feed the poor. In short, they were the church's hands and feet to the people, the workhorses of the day. Moving up the clergy ladder were the bishops. Unlike the priests, bishops usually came from some money and some power. Overseeing several parishes, which made up a diocese, bishops usually dressed rather lavishly, often looking more like feudal lords than clergymen. Many even ruled from their very own castles and compounds. While the priests were visiting the sick and the poor, bishops were often found socializing at royal courts and trying their hand in politics. In fact, during the Middle Ages, all courts were mandated to have a bishop with whom the king was forced to consult. Not all fun and games, bishops also settled conflicts pertaining to serious issues such as church discipline, marriage, and annulments, while also levying taxes on the people. On an official level, they were also supposed to see to the needs of the priests, sort of acting like a support system and advisor. Next were the archbishops. The archbishop is the chief bishop with power over several dioceses combined to create an archdiocese. In other words, these guys were the top bishops of a designated area or country. Their job description was very much the same as a bishop, but their word held more force and power. To put it in modern terms, we could kind of call them the captains of the bishop squad. Yes, they were all players, but the archbishops had bigger megaphones. After archbishops, we come to cardinals. Cardinals were the most important senior archbishops. Numbering no more than 24 during the medieval period, cardinals were originally the senior clergy within the Diocese of Rome. However, during the Middle Ages, senior bishops outside of Rome could also become cardinals. As the word cardinal actually means hinge, the cardinals supported the pope. When a pope died, the cardinals took over the administration of the church. Even more important, the cardinals held the power of choosing the next pope, a responsibility they still carry today. And this finally brings us to the pope. The pope is also known as the Bishop of Rome. Believed to be the successor of St. Peter himself, the Pope was and is the earthly head of the Roman Catholic Church. As the head of the medieval church, the Pope made the final decision on the teachings of the church. The Pope also got to decide who were the friends and enemies of the church. Furthermore, it was within his prerogative to excommunicate anyone he felt was not living in accordance with church laws. Since it was believed that excommunication led to eternal damnation, this power gave the Pope a stronghold over the church and its people. Along with his religious duties, the Pope also held secular power. Medieval popes governed Rome. Even more powerful than the kings of the day, popes even had armies of their own, wielding military might to crush their enemies, while also holding the power to make economic and political alliances. Perhaps more than any other institution, the Roman Catholic Church gave stability within the chaos of the medieval period. Its clergy and their well-defined roles added support to European society. At the bottom of the church hierarchy were the priests. This position had hands-on interaction with the people within a parish. Next were the bishops, who oversaw several parishes known as dioceses. Above the bishops were the archbishops, who oversaw the workings of several dioceses combined together to be called an archdiocese. Next were the cardinals, senior bishops who held the power to elect the highest member of the church, the Pope himself. The investiture conflict of the 11th and 12th centuries is one of the most important controversies ever to arise between church and state. Ironically, it's hardly known among the masses. In order to help it stick, and to give you a frame of reference, I'm going to use a ridiculous teenage drama. During my cousin's senior year of high school, the captain of the cheerleaders fell and broke her ankle. Unable to fulfill her duties, protocol was followed and the cheerleading coach picked her replacement. This all sounds kosher until I tell you this. The coach was also one of the cheerleaders' moms. Making matters worse, she bestowed the pom-pom of power to her daughter, who wasn't even a senior. Instantly, 12th grade pigtails and pouts flooded the principal's office, demanding the removal of the coach and the right to choose their own senior captain. In reaction to this, and to prove her power, the cheerleading coach decided to kick the rebelling seniors off the squad. Although this silly power struggle eventually resulted in nothing more than some hurt feelings and tear-stained saddle shoes, it oddly bears a resemblance to the investiture conflict. To begin, the investiture conflict was a nasty conflict between the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor over who held power to appoint or invest church officials. With this definition in mind, let's take a look at how things got rolling. Traditionally, the power to appoint church officials was held by secular authorities whose rulers were not clergy and whose power was not derived from a spiritual basis. In other words, kings and emperors, not the Pope or bishops, handed out places of power within the church. The problem? Just like the cheerleading coach, the secular rulers usually gave these power seats to family members or political cronies who would follow their rules and play puppet whenever asked. Now, this isn't that big of a deal at the lower levels of church hierarchy. However, when we realize the emperor had the right to appoint the pope, it's pretty plain to see how much power accompanied the ceremony of investiture. Making things even more convoluted, the Pope then got to turn around and choose the next Holy Roman Emperor. In essence, the process became a giant political game of you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. In the 11th century, a group of Gregorian reformers who believed the Pope should be under the authority of no human and who were tired of outside forces telling them who their leaders were to be, decided it was time for the Church to take back its power. When the very young Henry IV, King of Germany, was crowned Holy Roman Emperor, they saw it as their chance. After all, why should a little boy get to choose the next pope simply because he wore a secular crown? Like the indignant cheerleaders who flooded the principal's office, the church officials gathered in Rome in the year 1059. At this meeting, they issued a statement known as In Nomine Domini, meaning in the name of the Lord. In it, they stated secular rulers would no longer have any part in the selection of the Pope. Instead, a college of cardinals would choose who holds the papacy or office of the Pope. Obviously, this college stuck, as it is still the modern-day vehicle for choosing a pope. In the year 1075, Pope Gregory VII took things a step further. In the church statement known as the Dictatus Papiae, the Church completely eliminated the practice of secular investiture. In other words, when it came to picking church officials, the emperor was off the squad. This bold move didn't sit so well with Henry IV, who was a young boy at the time of the earlier In Nomine Domini statement, but who had now grown up. To put it mildly, he had no intention of giving up his power to choose bishops. Yes, as a boy he'd lost the power to pick the church's captain, but as a man, he sure wasn't going to give up the right to choose its co-captains. Wasting no time, Henry IV penned a letter to Gregory VII, telling him in no uncertain terms he was no longer pope, and he wasn't messing around. Listen to this translated excerpt from the letter he sent to Gregory VII. I, Henry, king by the grace of God, with all my bishops say unto you, come down, and be accursed throughout the ages. Sadly for Henry IV, Pope Gregory VII was not in the mood to back down. Rather than tucking his tail and running, the Pope responded by kicking the king out of the church and deposing him as King of Germany and the Holy Roman Emperor. Of course, since neither party recognized the other's authority, both their declarations were almost impossible to enforce. However, the Pope got lucky on this one. When the power-hungry nobles of Germany realized the kingship was at stake, they saw it as an opportunity to gain more land and power. Not wasting any time, they rebelled against their king in a revolt known as the Great Saxon Revolt. The rebels even went as far as to elect a guy named Rudolph to be their new king. With his country in chaos, Henry IV waved the white flag to the Pope in the year 1077. In a dramatic scene known as the Walk to Canossa, tradition tells us the bedraggled king actually stood barefoot in the snow to apologize to Pope Gregory VII. However, this apology was short-lived. In 1081, King Henry IV came back with a vengeance. He captured and killed the rebel King Rudolph and set his sights on removing Gregory VII once and for all. When Henry IV invaded Rome, Pope Gregory VII made a fatal error. In order to protect himself, he called on the Normans, or Vikings from modern-day France, for help. Although these Vikings from the north did manage to ward off Henry IV's forces, they also decided to rape and pillage Rome and its people, making the Pope, the guy who invited them in, rather unpopular. With this, Pope Gregory VII was forced to flee Rome, in essence beating himself. After all the fighting for power, Pope Gregory VII died as an exile in Norman lands. Sadly, neither his death nor the death of King Henry IV ended the investiture conflict. Each of their successors picked up where their predecessors had left off. Finally, in 1122, a compromise known as the Concordat of Worms was reached. As a rather flimsy statement, it removed the secular right of investiture, but gave secular leaders the right to have an unofficial say in the appointment of church officials. Sadly, this didn't really end the controversy. Disputes still arose, weakening the German lands and disrupting the empire for years and years to come. The investiture conflict was a long, drawn-out struggle for power which waged across the 11th and 12th centuries. Pitting the Pope against the secular authority of the Emperor, it was a conflict over who had the right to appoint church officials. Although the conflict spanned over the reigns of many popes and emperors, its two main characters were Pope Gregory VII and Henry IV, King of Germany and Holy Roman Emperor. With each man's refusal to give up any power, the battle waged well beyond their lifetimes. Finally, in 1122, the Concordat of Worms was offered as a flimsy compromise. Although it eliminated the right of investiture, it gave secular authorities unofficial say in the appointment of church officials. My sister works for a huge company that spans the nation. In order to keep everyone abreast of all the business dealings and happenings, they have a yearly conference, sort of like a powwow for all the higher-ups. This year, it was in Hawaii. Poor thing. Although not all organizations can afford to send everyone to paradise, the idea of conferences is not a new thing. In fact, the church has been holding conferences of sorts for centuries. They just call them councils. Today we're going to discuss some of the church's most famous get-together powwows, or councils, if you will. They are known in history as the Lateran Councils. Their names are derived from the place in which they were held, the Lateran Palace in Rome. In order to cement the discussions and decisions of each of these councils, we're going to use the acronym RACE, or RACE. In using this, we'll hope to make it easier to remember why the leaders of the medieval church raced to each of these four councils. Let's start with the First Lateran Council and the letter R. Held in the year 1123, this council was pretty much a review of the church's laws and principles. Since it was really just a big review session, it doesn't get much play or time in the history books. However, we do know things like the handling of church property, the condemnation of simony, which was the selling of church's positions, and the fact that high-ranking clergy were forbidden to marry were all discussed. Hence, we give it the letter R. It was a review of church canons, or laws and principles. Next, we have the Second Lateran Council. This one was held in the year 1139. It was called by Pope Innocent II in order to accuse and then condemn a guy named Arnold of Brescia. This is where we get our letter A. The Second Lateran Council was called to accuse Arnold of Brescia. In short, Arnold of Brescia dared to question the power of the Pope, and obviously the Pope wasn't going to put up with it. Therefore, the Second Lateran Council was called to put a stop to Arnold and his troublesome ideas. This brings us to the Third Lateran Council and the letter C. Held in the year 1179, this council was called into being by Pope Alexander III. This council condemned what they considered a radical group of Christians living in modern-day France known as the Albigenses and Waldenses. The reason for this condemnation is that these radicals actually had the nerve to say the church had become corrupt and that the Bible should be the rule of law for all Christians. Along with the condemnation of these radicals, the Third Council also stated the Pope could only be Pope if he was elected by a two-thirds majority of the College of Cardinals. How fortuitous! This last point gives us more C's by which to remember the Third Lateran Council. It condemned some radicals and discussed the voting practices of the College of Cardinals. With this, we come to the last of the Lateran Councils, the Fourth Lateran Council. Now this one was quite the occasion. In fact, taking place in the year 1215, it's considered one of the most important councils of the Catholic Church. Called to order during the reign of Pope Innocent III, this council was extremely important, extremely well attended, and extreme in the number of decrees it put forth. Hence the reason we're giving it the letter E. As for attendance, the Fourth Lateran Council was attended by over 800 abbots and 400 bishops. Adding to this, it also saw the attendance of several European kings. As for the decrees it put forth, history tells us there were 70, dealing from the way Jews were supposed to dress to requiring all Catholics to practice confession on a yearly basis. It also called for Catholics to partake of communion during the Easter holiday. Not only was the Fourth Lateran Council extreme in its attendance and extreme in its reforms, it also discussed the expulsion of non-Christians from the Holy Lands. In other words, it discussed a renewed passion for the Crusades. Yet again, a reason to remember it with the letter E. It was extremely important, it was extremely well attended, and it called for the expulsion of non-Christians from the Holy Lands. All in all, it was the epitome of a church council and still considered one of the most important in all of church history. The four Lateran councils are an important part of church history. Being held between 1123 and 1215, these councils helped to define church tradition and law. The First Lateran Council reviewed church laws and traditions. The Second Lateran Council accused Arnold of Brescia of teaching against the church. The Third Lateran Council condemned the radical believers known as the Albigenses and Waldenses, while also clarifying the importance of the College of Cardinals. Lastly, the Fourth Lateran Council was extremely important, publishing 70 church laws and decrees. It was also extremely well attended by not just church officials, but also the royalty of Europe. Adding to this, it also reaffirmed the Church's desire to expel non-Christians from the Holy Lands. All in all, it was what we could call the epitome of an important church council. Throughout history, England and France have gone head-to-head in a fight for land and power. Ironically, these two countries have always been closely linked through blood, marriage, and some downright chaos. Today we're going to explore some of these monarchs by studying the famous Angevin kings of England's Plantagenet dynasty and their dealings with France's King Philippe Augustus. Let's start with England. However, by doing so, we'll also be starting with France. Don't worry, I'll explain. Your job is just to keep in mind that England and France have a very intertwined history. Henry II is the first Angevin king and also the first king of England's Plantagenet dynasty. We get the term Angevin from the fact that he came from a ruling family of Anjou, France. Yes, I did say France, not England. The term Plantagenet comes from the yellow flower his family held as its emblem. Known to history as one of England's strongest kings, Henry II ruled from 1154 CE to 1189 CE. Not only did this powerhouse rule England, he married the ex-wife of the King of France. Her name was Eleanor of Aquitaine, and when they married, Henry II neatly folded her French lands under his royal control. Not only did Henry II rule England, he also controlled Wales, Anjou, Normandy, and Gascony, basically a massive part of France. As I said, England and France have been seriously intertwined. Ironically, Henry II ruled a huge amount of Europe's lands, but he couldn't keep his sons under control. They spent much of their time fighting over who got to govern what portion of their father's land, and even allying with the royal house of France to try to rob their father of his holdings. When Henry II finally died in 1189, his son Richard, known as the Lionheart, became Richard I. Although Richard's rule spanned over a decade, he spent very little time in England. Instead, he occupied himself with the Crusades, or Europe's attempt to free the Holy Lands from Muslim control. When not off crusading or being held prisoner, he was often found in, yes, you guessed it, France. In fact, some sources even go as far as to say that he, the King of England, spoke very little English. Since Richard died without an heir, his brother John took the throne in the year 1199. Most of us know John without even knowing we know him. How? Well, he's the ruthless prince depicted in the famous tales of Robin Hood. Besides being Robin Hood's bad guy, John is most famous for the 1215 signing of the Magna Carta. In this uber-famous document, which the nobles of England pretty much forced King John to sign, the first steps toward limiting the power of England's kings and protecting the rights of the nobility were taken. Not only did King John begin giving away some of the power of the English monarchy, his reign signaled the end of the reign of the Angevin kings. Perhaps even more devastating to England's future monarchies, as king he also lost most of England's French holdings, including all of Normandy, to the French King Philippe II. This is a great place to turn our attention fully to France and its King Philippe II, the very guy who robbed the Plantagenets of much of their lands. Philippe II, also known as Philippe Augustus, had what could only be called an on-again, off-again relationship with the kings of England. He made an alliance with King Henry II, the first Plantagenet king, only to betray him by supporting Henry's rebellious son Richard later on. He and Richard then joined forces to fight the Crusades, even going as far as to swear to protect each other's lands. Not surprising, this friendship broke down only a few years later. Philippe betrayed Richard, who at the time was imprisoned, by allying with John, Richard's power-hungry younger brother. All stayed well and good, sort of, with these two until John finally became king. When King John took a French lady as his bride who just so happened to own some French lands, Philippe pretty much said, "I don't think so." He attacked John's forces and in the end claimed rule over much of England's landholdings in France. For all these reasons, history gives Philippe Augustus credit for stripping the Plantagenet Angevin kings of much of their wealth and power. The Angevin kings of England began the Plantagenet dynasty of England. These three kings, Henry II, Richard I, and John, are some of the most well-known of England's monarchs. However, they all shared one thorn in the flesh, King Philippe Augustus of France. Henry II was a powerful monarch, married to Eleanor of Aquitaine. He also owned much of France. However, he had very rebellious sons who, with the help of Francis Philippe Augustus, wreaked chaos and havoc during Henry's rule. Next there was Richard the Lionheart. Famous for fighting the Crusades, Richard was perhaps more French than English. He allied himself with Philippe of France to try to rob his father of his lands. The two of them then pledged their loyalty to one another as they fought in the Crusades. Unfortunately for Richard, Philippe eventually found his younger brother John to be a much more advantageous ally. However, when King John, who also signed the Magna Carta, went from being Richard's younger brother to official King of England, Philippe changed his tune. When King John married a French lady with some land, Philippe gave a giant "I don't think so." In the end, the mighty Angevin kings of England's Plantagenet dynasty lost their French lands to King Philippe Augustus of France.
The Romanesque style of art and architecture began in the 11th century, the same time the early Middle Ages transformed into the High Middle Ages. This timing is not coincidental. The social and economic changes that marked this transition are the same forces that allowed the Romanesque style to develop. If you lived in a Roman city at the height of the Roman Empire in the 1st and 2nd centuries, you would find yourself surrounded by large stone buildings decorated with rich murals and mosaics. Life-size and greater-than-life-size statues stand as decoration. Impressively engineered aqueducts bring in fresh water. Goods are traded throughout Europe. If you lived in Rome itself, you would be sharing it with more than 1 million other people. Fast forward to the 5th century, when the Western Roman Empire falls and the early Middle Ages begin. Many different Germanic tribes which originate in Central Europe have moved into the area. Instead of everything being ruled by a single organization, Europe is now divided among many different leaders who are warring with one another, pillaging each other's lands and constantly pushing borders. Travel becomes dangerous, collapsing trade networks. Centers of wealth, the cities, become targets and are abandoned. Now you're living in a small community with structures built of wood. The statues are gone. Instead, art has become small and personal in the form of rings, belt buckles, ceremonial goods, purse covers, and so forth. Certain individuals had the wealth to afford such luxuries, but communities as a whole came nowhere close. Also, with so many people moving around, it made sense for artwork to be portable rather than monumental. The look of the artwork is also different. Germanic art is very abstract and stylized in comparison to the realism of Rome. That stylization will continue in medieval artwork for centuries. By the 11th century, things had settled down. Relatively large territories, such as England and France, had stable borders. Cities began to form again and trade increased, both of which improved the economy. Stability also helped grow the population, which meant more people to farm. It also meant more people to come up with new farming technologies. The result was more food, which meant even more people, and those extra people had time to be artists, engineers, and other professions. The High Middle Ages saw more stability, larger populations, improved economy, and free time allowing for division of labor, and all of this encouraged developments in art and architecture. When the Roman Empire fell, most of Europe was pagan, that is, they were not Christian. Throughout the early Middle Ages, however, Christianity spread across Europe, and paganism was almost completely extinct by the time of the High Middle Ages. This gave the church a lot of money and influence. They started building larger and larger churches. To do this, they needed new engineering techniques. More specifically, they relearned the techniques of the Romans. Thus, the evolving style became known as Romanesque, or Roman-like. In fact, the Romanesque style is a fusion of ancient Roman ideas with the more abstract and stylized Germanic ones. Roman styles became an increasingly important influence going forward, and much of the emphasis comes from the church. Manuscript illumination is the art of decorating written documents, whether they be single sheets or entire books. During the early Middle Ages, very few people could read or write. Those who could were almost entirely within the church. Even kings were generally illiterate. As such, nearly all illumination was done by the church. In the High Middle Ages, more and more people saw value in being able to read. However, nearly all books continued to be produced by the church, generally in the form of Bibles, Gospels, and Psalters. The Bible is the holy book of Christianity. A gospel book contains 4 books from the Bible, the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. These are often considered the most important books of the Bible because they relate to the life of Jesus Christ. Psalters are copies of the book of Psalms, another book of the Bible. The Romanesque style emerged in the 11th century at the same time that Europe was transitioning from the early Middle Ages to the High Middle Ages. There were many changes at this time, and these helped make the Romanesque style possible. This included more political stability, larger populations to provide labor, and growing economies to provide necessary resources. The Church was particularly important in encouraging the development of the Romanesque style. In previous centuries, most of Europe was pagan, but by the 11th century, Christianity had almost completely replaced it. The Church's wealth encouraged the development of new technology and the desire for more expensive art. Its near monopoly on learning meant that nearly all books were religious in nature in the form of Bibles, gospel books, and psalters. The illuminations within these books was the primary form of Romanesque two-dimensional art. The style of Romanesque art was influenced both by the Romans, as encouraged by the Church, and by the culture of the Germanic tribes which invaded Europe during the early Middle Ages.
The First Crusade had accomplished a miracle of sorts. A few thousand knights had taken the Holy Land by storm and established a series of crusader states. These were the county of Edessa, the county of Tripoli, the principality of Antioch, and the kingdom of Jerusalem. Yet, if the Crusaders believed their miraculous success during the First Crusade would set the tone of all future crusades, they were sadly mistaken. Every subsequent crusade would prove a dismal failure. Those counted as successes by Western kings and popes achieved little more than a maintenance of the status quo. One by one, the Crusader states would fall back into the hands of the Muslim, and the hard-won city of Jerusalem was in constant need of rescue. As Christian crusaders grew ever more frustrated with their failure against their Muslim foe, they began to turn the crusading spirit against their fellow Christians. In the Fourth Crusade, they conquered the Orthodox Christian city of Constantinople. And by the turn of the 13th century, popes were sending Christian kings on crusade against other Christian kings. So, how do we explain the failure of the later crusades? Well, to begin, we must remember that the success of the First Crusade was something of a fortuitous fluke. It was not won by the superior arms and tactics of the Crusaders, but rather by the disorganization of the Arabs. The once united Arab nations had recently been shattered by invading Turks and internal strife. The Crusaders were able to take advantage of this chaos in the First Crusade. In the later Crusades, the Holy Land was prepared for the Crusaders, and the many failings of the crusading movement led to a series of unmitigated disasters. The gross ignorance of the Crusaders, combined with their lack of clear leadership and failure to commit, all combined to doom the later Crusades. The Crusaders had no real notion of the geography, climate, or political structure of the Near East. Crusaders often failed to even make it to the Holy Land. Northern Europeans, in their full armor, sweltered in the heat of Mediterranean summers. The shifting political power of the Middle East meant that a crusader would sign a peace treaty with one leader, only to have that peace treaty violated by another. The Crusaders also had no clear leadership. Lords and kings squabbled among themselves, and popes struggled to keep the crusading armies pointed in the right direction. The Crusaders never seemed to have made a real commitment to retaking the Holy Land. The kings of Europe had more important matters to deal with, like expanding their territory and maintaining their dynasties at home. Had Europe turned its full power on the Middle East, they very well might have held on to the Holy Land. Instead, the efforts of Western kings in the Holy Land became ever more half-hearted. Going on crusade became something of a moral obligation. It was just something one was expected to do. Many leaders simply went through the motions, bringing a small fraction of their armies on a sort of armed pilgrimage to the Holy Land. They'd engage in some minor skirmishes, and then head back to Europe to bask in unearned praise for their piety and bravery. So, let us take a look at the tales of incompetence and treachery that made up the later Crusades. The Second Crusade seemed off to a good start. Unlike the First Crusade, which was led by a few lords, this crusade was led by two kings, Louis VII of France and Conrad III of Germany, who led their armies east to rescue Jerusalem. Though neither of these kings were particularly great leaders, and though neither had very large armies at their disposal, they must have set out with a fair expectation of success. Louis even brought his wife, Eleanor of Aquitaine, with him. Louis and Conrad never even made it to Jerusalem. Their armies were cut to pieces in Asia Minor. With what remained, they attempted a failed siege of Damascus, before finally heading home with their tails between their legs. By the end of this crusade, the county of Edessa had fallen from Christian hands, never to be reclaimed. Thinking that perhaps 3 kings would succeed where 2 kings had failed, 3 monarchs led the Third Crusade: Barbarossa of Germany, Philip Augustus of France, and Richard the Lion-Hearted of England. This was an uneasy alliance of old rivals. Nevertheless, these 3 kings might have enjoyed some degree of success if the Middle East had not been united under the rule of the powerful Sultan of Egypt, Saladin the Great. Though Barbarossa could not even stay on his horse and died early in the crusade, and Philip Augustus seemed simply to be going through the motions, Richard the Lion-Hearted was fully committed to the crusading spirit. However, this crusading spirit was not enough to accomplish much. After a few skirmishes and some inconclusive battles, the Third Crusade ended with no real progress made. Richard's strange combination of bloodthirst and piety made him unpopular among his fellow rulers. The 3 kings squabbled almost the entire trip, and Richard managed to antagonize his allies to such a degree that he found his return trip to Europe blocked by hostile Germans, who captured Richard and held him for ransom. The Fourth Crusade marked Europe's first real victory since the First Crusade. However, it was a victory over Christians rather than Muslims. Though Pope Innocent III had called this crusade to rescue Jerusalem, the Venetian traders who provided the funding and ships for this crusade had a different idea. Hoping to undermine one of their greatest trading rivals, the Venetians persuaded the Crusaders to attack Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. In 1204, Constantinople, which had stood up to countless Eastern invaders and served as Europe's shield in the East, was betrayed and sacked by misguided Crusaders. The Crusaders would hold Constantinople for about 60 years before the Greeks finally took their kingdom back. Nevertheless, the death blow had been dealt to the Byzantine Empire, though it would take the massive Byzantine bureaucracy another 2 centuries to realize it. As if the Byzantine betrayal were not bad enough, the next crusade, or Children's Crusade, was a truly shameful affair. Thousands of young people from across Europe tried to make their way to the Holy Land, thinking that their youthful innocence would succeed where their elders had failed. Many died trying to cross the Alps, but most never made it further than Marseille, where they were sold as slaves. Realizing that this abuse of crusading was beginning to make Christianity look really bad, Innocent III called the Fourth Lateran Council and redirected the Crusaders toward Egypt, which he considered to be the heart of Muslim resistance. Though the Crusaders were able to take a town or 2, they were forced to surrender their gains after a devastating defeat at the hands of Sultan Al-Kamil, who had succeeded Saladin as Sultan of Egypt. The last crusade to end with something vaguely resembling a victory was the Sixth Crusade. Yet it was a victory of diplomacy rather than a victory of warfare. Unlike previous crusading kings, Frederick II of Germany actually bothered to learn Arabic. This allowed him to negotiate the return of Jerusalem with the Egyptian Sultan Al-Kamil. Unfortunately, this peace was short-lived, and by 1244, Jerusalem was once again in the hands of Muslims. The 7th, 8th, and 9th Crusades barely deserve mention. They were unmitigated failures. For the 7th and 8th Crusade, Louis IX of France led his armies on a suicidal attack on Africa. His soldiers sweltered in the African heat, and were neatly defeated at every turn. For the Ninth Crusade, Prince Edward of England, who was supposed to join Louis on the Eighth Crusade to Africa, instead led his armies on a failed invasion of Syria. Meanwhile, back in Europe, various popes had called for more crusades, not against the Muslim in the East, but against their Christian enemies at home. At first, these crusades were called against heretics. In 1208, Pope Innocent III led a crusade against the heretical Cathars of France. In 1232, Pope Gregory IX declared a crusade against Dutch peasants who refused to pay their tithes to the church. And no fewer than 5 crusades were declared against the heretical followers of Jan Hus. As the Crusader movement grew, soon popes were declaring crusades against Christian kings. A crusade was called against King Peter III of Aragon. 2 crusades were called against Henry III of England. And no less than 3 popes would call for crusades against Frederick II of Germany and his successors. Though these domestic crusades were couched in religious terms, in truth they were just a case of the Pope declaring a crusade against his political enemies. Why did the papacy, which had struggled for centuries to keep Christians from killing one another, reverse its position? We're not sure. Perhaps the morality of the papacy had slipped. Perhaps the popes hoped to play a larger political role in Europe. Whatever the reason, the misuse of crusades at home, combined with their failure abroad, led to a steady decline in the power and authority of the papacy. This decline would come to a head at the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century. To review, despite the success of the First Crusade, the later Crusades were marked by incompetence and treachery. The Crusaders were grossly ignorant of the geography, climate, and politics of the Middle East. Though, at their height, the Crusades drew several great kings to their cause, a lack of clear leadership and an unwillingness to commit fully doomed each of the Crusades to failure. Of the 8 Crusades that followed the first, only the 4th and 6th met with anything even resembling success, though the 4th was success over Greek Orthodox Christians, and the 6th was a success of diplomacy rather than warfare. Back at home, popes declared crusades against heretics and their political enemies. This abuse of crusading at home, combined with the utter failure of crusading abroad, undermined the authority of the Pope and would play a key role in the advent of the Protestant Reformation. The Crusades had a profound impact on Western civilization. Western society had to come to terms with its clear inferiority to the advanced cultures of the East, even as it wrestled with the implications of religiously sanctioned violence. Western Europe's economy exploded as the Venetians expanded their trade networks, and Europe's monarchs spent lavish sums on campaigns, castles, and luxuries. Medieval politics were transformed under the pressure of shifting alliances and a politically active papacy. The social repercussions of the Crusades began with the very first crusade. Perhaps the most obvious of these repercussions involved the role of violence in Christianity. Christianity was, at its inception, an intensely pacifistic religion. Christianity did not come to dominate the Roman Empire through strength in arms, but through the strength of their example. It was Christians' willingness to suffer horrible violence in the name of their God that inspired so many to convert to Christianity. Once Christianity became the state religion of Rome, it adapted to allow for the violence necessary to build and maintain an empire. Though church fathers like St. Augustine had laid groundwork justifying violence in the name of faith, their attitudes towards violence seem more like an apology for a necessary sin, rather than an endorsement of holy warfare. This concept of violence as, at best, a necessary evil seems to have been the attitude of medieval Christians before the Crusades. Indeed, Pope Urban II may well have called the First Crusade in an attempt to reduce violence among Christians, by redirecting that violence toward Muslims. Unfortunately for the Pope, his plan backfired. Whatever his intentions, Urban had not only justified violence, he'd commanded it. Holy warfare became the will of God, the duty of every Christian. Did the Pope actually make the kings of Europe violent? No. No, they were plenty violent to start with. Pope Urban was clearly playing to the violent tendencies of his audience when he called for the First Crusade. However, by promoting divinely sanctioned violence, the Pope had removed whatever restraint Christianity had held over the warlike kings of Europe. If Urban had hoped to bring about peace in Europe by promoting xenophobia, or the fear and hatred of foreigners, he must have been sorely disappointed. For in the years that followed, Europe became an ever more violent place, while at the same time it became much more cosmopolitan. Compared to the ancient and advanced civilizations of Constantinople and the Middle East, Western Europeans must have felt rather primitive. That's certainly how the Greeks and Arabs saw them: illiterate, degenerate, unwashed, uncivilized barbarians. Western Europe's literacy rate was dismal compared to the highly literate Greeks. Western European culture was primitive and violent compared with the refined civilizations of the East. Arabs and Greeks could relax in heated baths or shower beneath running water, while Western Europeans rarely bathed at all. Constantinople was one of the largest cities on earth. Its population was greater than Paris, London, and Rome combined. Though the Westerners berated the Easterners as decadent and soft, it's clear that the Westerners wanted what those Eastern cultures had. They wanted running water. They wanted massive wealth. They wanted to command huge armies. They wanted to wear silks, eat spiced foods, and smell perfume. Europeans returned from the Crusades full of new desires and ambitions. Western aristocrats developed a taste for Eastern luxuries, and Western scholars began to embrace a philosophical tradition which had begun with the Greeks and had flourished under Islam. These impressions from the East would be instrumental in shaping the civilization of the West. The trade of ideas and luxuries with the East had already been underway for a century or two before the Crusades even began. Italian city-states like Venice and Florence were making a killing bringing Eastern goods to the Western market. With the Crusades, the West's appetite for these luxuries grew exponentially. To meet this demand, the Italian city-states had to overcome several obstacles. The first was the Arab dominance of the Mediterranean. Yet the Arabs were not a great naval power, and by the end of the First Crusade, they had been essentially driven from the seas, and the Italians had established trading outposts along the coast of the eastern Mediterranean. Yet between Italy and their new eastern marketplaces lay the ancient and powerful Byzantine Empire. The Byzantines had an excellent navy, and for centuries they had thwarted the efforts of the Italians to gain a stranglehold on Mediterranean trade. The Venetians solved this problem by leading the Crusaders to sack Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, in the Fourth Crusade. With the Byzantines out of the way, the Italians, and especially the Venetians, enjoyed unchallenged power over the Mediterranean Sea. As if the lucrative trade in luxuries were not enough, the Italian city-states enjoyed another huge windfall from the Crusades. European monarchs did not just want to bring Eastern luxuries to the West, they wanted to bring Western armies to the East. They wanted to establish colonies in the Holy Land. They needed to build huge castles to defend their colonies, and they needed to keep their forces supplied with arms and provisions. Wealth began moving across the Mediterranean at a dizzying rate, and at the heart of all this exchange were the Italian city-states, making money hand over fist. The massive wealth amassed by the Italian city-states would eventually give rise to the Italian Renaissance. These massive expenditures on the part of European monarchs had a profound effect on European politics. As kings struggled to deal with the logistics of moving thousands of soldiers across thousands of miles, and the incredible expense of maintaining military outposts like Acre in the Holy Land, systems of bureaucracy and taxation were perfected, and Western Europe's first nation-states began to emerge. Europe's kings began to wield ever greater power. Yet the concentration of power into so few personalities led to growing international tensions, as family grudges came to determine the courses of entire nations. The shifting alliances, emotional strain, and crippling expense of the Crusades served only to exacerbate these problems. Louis VII divorced his wife, Eleanor of Aquitaine, after the Second Crusade. She got her revenge by marrying Henry II of England. This gave England, which already had a foothold in Normandy, power over some of the richest lands in southern France. This, in turn, laid the groundwork for the 100 Years' War. The conflict between European monarchs was made even worse by the Third Crusade, in which Henry's son, Richard the Lion-Hearted, antagonized the nobility of France and Germany to such a degree that he was held hostage for an incredible sum. This ransom, combined with the already massive expenses of the crusade, crippled the English crown for many years, and forced Richard's successor, his brother, King John, to sign the Magna Carta to keep his lords from rebellion. While Europe's monarchies were growing stronger, the papacy grew ever weaker. Though Pope Urban II greatly increased the power and prestige of the papacy with the stunning success of the First Crusade, his successors had far less luck in the crusading game. Their failure results from a couple factors. At the simplest level, the constant devastating failure of each subsequent crusade led to a steady decrease in papal prestige. Yet the real death blow to the papacy came from the abuse of crusading by popes. Once popes began using crusades against their political enemies, the papacy began to lose the moral high ground it had held for centuries. And the fact that the popes were offering indulgences in exchange for killing off their political rivals, or even just for charitable donations to armies killing off their political rivals, further eroded the papacy's credibility. The plummeting power and prestige of the papacy would eventually result in the Protestant Reformation. To review, the impact of the Crusades on Western civilization cannot be overstated. On the social front, religious violence became a holy duty, and the West raced to catch up with the far more advanced cultures of the East. On the economic front, the Italian city-states, especially Venice, had cornered Mediterranean trade, just as Westerners were acquiring a taste for Eastern luxuries and ideas. European kings spent massive amounts of wealth and resources sending armies on crusade. The immense wealth that poured into Italy during the Crusades would fuel the Italian Renaissance. On the political front, the monarchs of Europe had to reorganize their kingdoms to pay for these expensive crusades, and even more expensive colonies in the Holy Land. The funneling of resources and energy toward these massive projects greatly increased the power and prestige of Europe's monarchs. As Western monarchy became ever more powerful, the papacy grew ever weaker. The Pope's prestige was tarnished by repeated failures of crusades, while the practice of declaring crusades against political rivals eroded the papacy's moral high ground. The trends that began in the Crusades would eventually give rise to the Renaissance and the Reformation. With the collapse of the Roman Empire, trade in Europe ground to a halt. Cities were abandoned. Craftsmen and merchants all but disappeared from the European landscape. Money fell out of use, and trade was conducted by means of barter. Serfs struggled to feed themselves, and their lords enjoyed none of the luxuries we associate with aristocrats these days. For 3 centuries, Europe languished in an economic slump. Then, around 1050, the European economy started turning again. Slowly at first, but quickly accelerating, trade began to flow across Europe's roads and waterways. Urban centers that had been all but abandoned began to grow again. Old trades re-emerged and new trades were invented. The change was nothing short of an urban revolution. In the course of a couple centuries, Europe went from a continent of farmers, an economic dead end, a cultural backwater, to a land of merchants and craftsmen, living in bustling cities, generating culture at an unprecedented level. The scope and speed of Europe's urban revolution is rather startling, considering its stagnation during the Dark Ages. The old Roman cities, which had never been more than fortified outposts to start with, became the centers of growing urban sprawls. Paris, London, and Cologne doubled in population between 1100 and 1200, and doubled again between 1200 and 1300. Outside the old empire, new towns were established. 12th century Germany witnessed the founding of such prominent cities as Freiburg, Lübeck, Munich, and Berlin. The height of this urban explosion was Italy. Venice, Genoa, and Milan already had populations of over 100,000 in the 12th century. These populations would triple in less than 200 years. Several factors made this urban revolution possible. New lands were being opened up for agricultural development. A decline in Viking raids, combined with the development of stable central governments, at last allowed Europeans to stop huddling around feudal manors and start taming the great wilderness of the north. New agricultural technologies and techniques were producing unprecedented surpluses in European farms. The heavy plow was breaking up the rich soils of northern Europe. The three-field crop rotation system was allowing farmers to wring the most from each acre. These agricultural surpluses would be essential to feed Europe's growing urban population. Meanwhile, labor-saving technologies were freeing up human beings from many time-consuming tasks. By the 12th century, Europeans had harnessed horses, the wind, and rivers to do work that people used to do. This meant that it took far fewer people to run a farm. Instead of digging in the dirt with sticks or grinding grains by hand, people could pursue skilled trades in Europe's growing cities and leave the grinding and digging to horses and mills. These agricultural shifts were having an impact on the European aristocracy as well. Feudal lords were beginning to realize that they could make a lot more profit by charging rents on free peasants than they could by manning their own fields with serfs. Freed from the land at last, many of these free peasants left their farms to find fortune in the city. Yet the greatest factor in the urban revolution was the resurgence of trade in Europe. This probably started locally in most of Europe, as free peasants made their way to market towns to trade their small surpluses, a sack of grain here, a few dozen eggs there. The availability of basic foodstuffs emboldened some farmers and lords to specialize in specific goods that had a greater market value. Wine and cotton began to be traded across hundreds of miles. With this trade, land and sea routes were reopened. Europe entered a frenzy of road building that might have even given the Romans pause. And at sea, the Italian city-states of Genoa, Pisa, and Venice had reopened the Mediterranean for trade, re-establishing Europe's link with the East. For the first time in centuries, Europeans had access to Oriental luxuries like gems, spices, perfume, and silk. European aristocrats began developing ever more expensive tastes, which drove them to further increase the economic output of their estates. Market towns boomed, and local market days gave way to huge trade fairs, bringing goods from all over Europe. At a trade fair in the French region of Champagne, you could find Flemish cloth, French wine, Italian olives, and Eastern spices. And even these trade fairs faded to insignificance when the Italian trading states expanded their shipping routes past the Straits of Gibraltar, establishing trade centers across the Atlantic seaboard. As international trade accelerated, coinage returned to the scene. The old barter system would not work in the world market. Merchants don't carry silk 1,000 miles to trade it for a pig. They wanted cold, hard cash, if you please, or failing that, a hunk of gold would do nicely. Yet even coins of precious metals could not keep up with the dizzying pace of international trade. To overcome these limitations, Italians established business contracts and letters of credit to move wealth around without the trouble of dragging coins around in a chest. These enterprises, undertaken solely for the purpose of profit, made the merchants of Italy Europe's first commercial capitalists. These socioeconomic factors combined to make European cities possible. The surpluses in food from new land and new agricultural technologies were essential to keep the cities fed. The surplus in labor brought about by labor-saving devices and the growing trend among the nobility of freeing their serfs provided cities with a steady flow of free peasants to amplify their populations. The resurgence of trade brought these growing cities everything they needed, from food to raw materials, and carried finished goods from the urban craftsmen to the world market. In return, cities provided a market for those agricultural surpluses, encouraging them to grow even greater. Cities provided a place for excess labor and free peasants to flock to. Cities provided finished goods for merchants to take to the open market. So you see, these cycles were self-propagating. Farmers, merchants, feudal lords, and city dwellers supported one another's endeavors in a series of positive feedback loops that would drag Europe from the Dark Ages back to the forefront of cultural and technological development. The urban revolution would have sweeping implications for European history. The clearest change was economic. Before the urban revolution, each lord's manor was designed for self-sufficiency. They made their own food, forged their own iron, wove their own fabric. By trying to do everything, these feudal manors ended up doing everything rather poorly. By contrast, as the European economy expanded, cities began to specialize and carve out their respective niches in the international market. University towns like Paris and Bologna became centers of science and scholarship. London, Genoa, Venice, and Cologne became the long-distance trade centers of their respective regions. And manufacturing cities like Milan, Ghent, and Bruges began laying the foundations for the large-scale factories of the Industrial Revolution. With specialization came sweeping advances, as like-minded scholars, merchants, and craftsmen worked together to explore new questions, open new markets, and develop new products and tools. Cities became the intellectual hearts of their region. With all these great minds together, intellectual experimentation expanded at a rate not seen in Europe since classical Athens. With the growth of cities and revitalization of trade, a wealthy middle class of merchants and craftsmen began to emerge. Though these profit-minded individuals at first received the scorn of both nobles and the clergy, they soon demonstrated the incredible potential of free enterprise. Some of those merchants became even richer than the aristocrats who scorned them. In certain Italian cities, it became almost impossible to distinguish a lord from a merchant, as both lived in town in opulent palaces. These political shifts brought about new forms of government, as cities experimented with ruling themselves. Even the church, which for so long had condemned the behavior of this middle class as detestable, shameful, and insatiably greedy, began to sing a new tune and acknowledge the necessary evils of merchants and moneylenders were perhaps more necessary than evil. Around the 12th century, the European urban revolution completely changed the landscape of medieval Europe. The populations of old cities grew exponentially, and new towns and cities sprung up across Europe. This urban revolution was fueled by food and labor surpluses resulting from new technologies and new attitudes of lords towards serfdom and profit. The growth of cities went hand in hand with the growth of trade, which flowed in ever-growing torrents across Europe. These factors, food surpluses, political shifts, the growth of trade, and the growth of cities, all reinforced one another in a series of positive feedback loops. The results of this urban revolution were staggering. A new middle class of merchants and craftsmen emerged, forever changing the political landscape of Europe. Cities became the intellectual and cultural centers of their regions, leading to intellectual experimentation, which in turn led to new forms of trade, new technologies, and new ideas about the world and our place in it.
What exactly is a heresy? The word has been applied to different groups, but our main concern is its meaning in Christianity. Among Christians, heresy meant a disagreement with the current Christian doctrine. A person who consistently held this disagreeable opinion was called a heretic. Before the High Middle Ages, between the 11th and 13th centuries, heresy had mostly occurred infrequently, but beginning in the 11th century there were a lot more urban cities. The cities did not hold the same religious values as the rural areas, and heresy became a common accusation. During this time, the popularity of Christianity spread. It reached areas like Scandinavia, Poland, Bohemia, Hungary, Serbia, Bulgaria, and Russia. Groups like the Danes and the Vikings were also moving to areas that were already predominantly Christian, like Normandy and England. These groups began to adopt Christian ideals and practice Christian rituals. As Christianity's popularity grew throughout the world, the power of the Catholic Church increased. At this time, Christian churches were Catholic. Protestant churches, like Lutherans, Presbyterians, and Baptists, didn't exist until after the Reformation in the 16th century. All of these churches across Europe reported to the same governing power, the Pope. Because the Pope was so powerful, clergy held a strong influence in the secular world with nobles and royalty. In the 11th century, the Pope called for a crusade. A crusade is a holy war. This particular holy war was in the interest of gaining control of the Holy Land in the Near East. When crusaders flocked to this area, they discovered ancient manuscripts left by the ancient Greeks and Romans. Classical knowledge is knowledge of philosophy, science, and astronomy in the ancient cultures around the Mediterranean Sea. Until the Middle Ages, classical knowledge was reserved for those who could read and write. This means that knowledge was heavily limited to clergy and monks, who copied these texts to preserve them as treasures, but not to spread knowledge. As population increased in Western Europe due to advances in technology and agriculture, there was a higher need for literate people to keep records. Churches could no longer handle the growing need for education, and schools began to develop. Schoolmasters taught science and philosophy based on the classical manuscripts to many people. Students were encouraged to discuss this knowledge and exchange ideas, although some scholars like Thomas Aquinas attempted to link classical philosophy with church doctrine. The spread of classical knowledge led to a deeper understanding of the church's place in society. There was a growing dislike of the church's power in secular matters, as well as the immense wealth and the corruption it created. Sometimes heretical beliefs became popular enough to see the formation of sects. One of these sects was known as the Cathars or Albigensians. This group was popular in the 12th and 13th centuries in Italy and parts of southern France. Cathars were dualistic, meaning they believed in good and evil. They associated good with things that were spiritual and intangible, while they associated evil with things that were tangible. Cathars didn't acknowledge the sacraments performed by the Catholics and didn't accept the physical birth and death of Jesus. They were very dissatisfied with the wealth of the Catholic Church and the large cathedrals they built. As we learned previously, heresy before the Middle Ages wasn't a huge problem, so the Church didn't have a formal procedure for dealing with heretics. Because the popularity of the Cathars had grown so huge in the 12th century, the Church had to form a formal position against heretics. They even began military assault against Cathars. Pope Innocent III declared a crusade, or a holy war, against the Cathars in 1209 and succeeded in dissolving much of the group in France. Afterwards, the Inquisition occurred to root out any other Cathars and eliminate their practices. The Inquisition was the Catholic Church's weapon against heresy. During the Inquisition, Catholics prosecuted people who they believed were guilty of heresy. Those found guilty could be sentenced to execution, which usually meant to be burned alive. In the High Middle Ages, changes were common in Western Europe. Population was growing and people were becoming more educated as a result. Urban cities also began to develop. As more people outside of the church began to receive a secular education, including reasoning and ideas introduced by ancient Greek philosophers, they became more aware and unhappy with the powers and corruption in the church. Those who spoke out against the church or its doctrines were accused of heresy. Groups of heretics with similar beliefs formed. The Cathars were one of the largest heretical groups. Pope Innocent III felt threatened by their growing number of followers and declared a crusade against them. After the crusade, many were also put on trial in front of the church. If found guilty, they could be executed. This Inquisition was a violent attempt of the Church to reclaim its authority over the people. In Europe, the Middle Ages was a time period that spanned from around the 5th century until around the 15th century. This is a time considered between antiquity, think of the ancient Romans and Greeks, and modern periods. The Middle Ages can be divided into 3 separate time periods: the Early Middle Ages, the High Middle Ages, and the Late Middle Ages. For this lesson, we will focus on how people learned and were taught during the High Middle Ages. The High Middle Ages lasted from the 11th century through around the end of the 13th century. During this time period, crop production increased quickly because of some new technology. Agricultural advances led to an increase in the population of Europe. Also during this time, a military campaign pushed Christians to gain control of the Holy Land from the Muslims. Fighting occurred at intervals for years. These holy wars are known as the Crusades. In large part because of the Crusades, the High Middle Ages also experienced a rediscovery of classical knowledge. When using the term classical, we are generally referencing ancient Greece, especially ancient Greek scientists or philosophers like Aristotle. People living in ancient cultures were curious. They wondered about the stars and the human body. They developed mathematical practices. People who lived near the Mediterranean Sea, like the Greeks, studied mathematics, astronomy, and philosophy. Essentially, they were studying wisdom. Romans wrote about literature, history, and politics. One of the most important means of preserving and spreading knowledge was the development of paper and books. Text was originally kept on stone tablets, but eventually parchment was developed. Parchment was made from stretched animal skin. Early books made from this material were expensive. In the 8th century, Asians developed a cheaper writing material, paper. Creating paper became popular and spread through Africa and Europe. Books became more accessible and more abundant. Prior to the 11th century, knowledge in Western Europe was somewhat limited. Many books and manuscripts were being preserved by the Church. They would be copied by monks to ensure their continued survival. Although classical knowledge could be found in these texts, it was not studied because they were seen as a treasure and not something to spread knowledge. Outside of the Church, there were a limited number of people with the ability to read. Those who could read and write focused on creating poetry and romance stories rather than focusing on reason and science. Classical knowledge spread throughout Western Europe after the discovery of works of the ancient Greeks and Romans. During the Crusades, there was a large amount of people traveling to the east to join the movement. Classical manuscripts could be found in places like Armenia, Constantinople, Syria, and Alexandria. Many manuscripts were obtained and brought back to Europe. Many intellectuals would hunt for these manuscripts and work to translate them from Greek into Latin, a language more well known in Western Europe. As they worked to study ancient wisdom, they opened a door to modern learning. As growth developed in trade and administration, a growing need for literacy also developed. People who were able to keep records like clerics and scribes were highly in demand. Church educators could not meet the needs of education for the time. Schools began to develop around the 12th century. Rather than focusing on the ability to simply copy letters, town schools taught children in a way that encouraged discussion and the exchange of ideas. When Christianity began to spread through ancient Rome, the Romans looked for ways to link philosophy with Christian teachings. People in the Middle Ages pondered the same questions as the ancient Romans. How can a person balance reason without questioning faith? Greek philosophers were not Christians, so their ideas lost some of their credibility. One of the most famous writers who considered this problem was Thomas Aquinas. Aquinas wrote about what he believed to be truth, faith, and reason. He attempted to find a way to utilize the classic philosopher Aristotle's method of reasoning while still remaining true to Christian doctrine. In the Middle Ages, Catholicism was the dominant religion of Western Europe. Catholic nations were expected to follow the law of their land as well as the law of the Pope. Up until the Middle Ages, the Church served as the basis of knowledge for most people. As we learned earlier, many people couldn't read or write and had to rely on clergy for interpretation. This gave the church officials immense power over the ever-increasing number of lay people. With the increasing literacy rates and growing accessibility to various types of texts, people were no longer left to be completely reliant on the church for answers. The Pope would have felt immense pressure while he encouraged military campaigns for the Crusades and saw his power decline as knowledge spread throughout all social classes in Europe. There was a growing sense of distrust among the people in regards to the church. Church clergy seemed to become corrupt while the church grew wealthier. Interested in seeing some type of reform in the church, mendicant orders began to form. Mendicants were monks who lived in poverty, giving up all of their possessions and relying on charity to sustain them. Mendicants walked the streets of Europe, preaching and hearing confessions. But these movements weren't enough to satisfy many people. Groups of heretics began to develop across Europe. Heretics were people who believed in something that was in conflict to an established doctrine. Heretics spoke out against the power of the church. The movements became so popular the church eventually began to put accused heretics on trial. Knowledge before the Middle Ages was limited to a select group and controlled by the Catholic Church. As Christians from Western Europe fought in the Crusades for the Holy Land, they brought back texts of ancient knowledge. As population and trade increased, there was a high demand for people who could read and write. The Church had to give up the monopoly over learning, and literacy spread throughout Western Europe. Classical knowledge inspired people to explore reason and exchange ideas. Some attempted to merge their philosophical knowledge with Christian doctrine. While the Church lost control over education, people became more aware of corruption within the Church. Many felt reform was necessary and voiced their opinions in different ways. Monks formed mendicant orders, while heretical groups also formed and spread across Europe. Monks are Christians who adhere to rules that separate them in some way from society. The earliest monks may have been found in ancient Egypt. Early monks were hermits who rarely interacted with any other people. They spent their days focusing on spirituality and maintaining solidarity. However, these early monks didn't always sustain their solitude. Eventually, monks began to form connections with each other for mutual support. Monasteries developed when monks found they could successfully sustain a spiritual life by living, working, and worshiping together under the same roof. Many monastic orders developed over the years. In medieval Western Europe, monks spent their days praying and working. Their work would entail either writing or performing physical labor to maintain their home and grounds. Those who were literate would copy important texts to preserve them. Until the High Middle Ages, monasteries were dominant centers for education. The High Middle Ages spanned from around the 11th century to the 13th century. Leading up to this time, the Catholic Church had become the dominant religion in Western Europe. Most national churches were Catholic, meaning they all answered to the same guy, the Pope. Catholicism's popularity led to a vast accumulation of wealth and increasing power for the Pope. As his influence grew, the Pope attempted to extend his reach to secular and political matters, pushing nobles and royals to support whatever papal agenda was prominent at the time. In the 11th century, the Pope called Christians to travel to the Near East to fight for control of the Holy Land. This is called a crusade. Crusaders began to flock to the East in support of the Pope's war. They discovered ancient manuscripts were being preserved. These manuscripts had been written in classical times by ancient Mediterranean cultures, like the ancient Greeks, for example. The texts were written by classical scholars like Plato and Aristotle and pondered over subjects like philosophy, science, mathematics, and astronomy. Crusaders returned with these texts. During the time, Western Europe was experiencing a population increase. Increased trade and commercialism led to a higher demand for clerics who could read and keep records. As we've learned, until now monasteries were in control of education. However, education was generally limited to those who needed to be literate, mainly clergy. Now, other citizens needed to be able to read and write. Church schools could no longer handle the educational needs of the people, and town schools began to open. This meant people other than clergy could now receive a classical education. Classical texts had become more accessible and schools became more numerous. Teachers took the ideas of their classical predecessors and taught students to reason and interpret rather than lecturing. Debating became one of the dominant forms of education. Debating could be useful for administrators and lawyers who were needed both in the church and within the royal community. As educational centers were developing in Western Europe, many medieval people were forming guilds. Medieval guilds were formed by artisans and craftsmen to help regulate quality and ensure fair prices for goods. Likewise, students and teachers at educational centers organized themselves into associations and petitioned for legal rights. This is where the term university comes from. The word universitas in Latin means a group of people organized into one guild. One example of this legal right is the idea of academic freedom. At one of the earliest universities, the University of Bologna, a charter was adopted that allowed a traveling scholar to be unimpeded as he pursued his scholarly ventures. A charter was a document that formalized the rights of a university. Another of the earliest universities is the University of Paris. After a quarrel between a student, school officials, and locals in Paris, masters and students in Paris formed themselves into a universitas and approached the French king asking for protection and privileges. The representatives who spoke to the king threatened to leave Paris to teach elsewhere, and the king realized he would lose many people and their tax money if everyone involved in the Parisian educational center left. The king agreed to protect the members, and eventually educational requirements and standards were recognized. Before the University of Paris received its formal recognition, several English scholars were forced to leave France. Many of them returned to England and settled in the area of Oxford. Teaching had likely already begun in this area, but the arrival of more scholars helped the school develop into a university. Several religious orders, like mendicant groups, including the Dominicans and the Franciscans, also settled in Oxford and created housing for the students. The University of Oxford sustained a high standard of education and exists as one of the most highly regarded universities today. Universities became popular and could be found all over Europe. Leaders saw the potential for having well-educated thinkers surrounding them. The reasoning and scholasticism inspired by classical texts and learning allowed people to develop skills in argumentation and problem-solving that, before, would not have existed. Education became more readily available as it was encouraged by both leading influences in Western Europe, the Pope and the royals. Before the Middle Ages, education was mainly a function of, and necessary only for, clergy in the Catholic Church. Catholicism was the dominant religion all over Western Europe, giving a heavy influence to the Pope. Clergy were encouraged to be educated so they could read Scripture, but the Church saw little need for anyone outside of their ranks to possess this skill. Monastic centers developed as groups of monks found comfort and encouragement in each other's company. As many monks were literate and could copy texts, they became centers for educating clergy. However, due to a combination of newly available classical texts and a high demand for secular clerics and record keepers, the monks could no longer meet the educational needs of their town. Town schools developed and taught students with classical knowledge and classical methods. Students learned to reason and debate. While education spread, there were a growing number of scholars who became teachers. As guilds began to form among artisans and craftsmen to ensure quality and standardized pay, teachers and students also formed associations to protect themselves and create their own standards. These associations were known as universitas, and as formalized charters were obtained to grant members privileges and protection, universities were born. In the High Middle Ages, which spanned from the 11th to the 13th century, the Catholic Church had a considerable amount of power. The Pope's influence expanded to secular politics and even military actions. In the 11th century, the Pope called for Christians to fight against the Muslims to reclaim the Holy Land in the Near East. A holy war like this one is called a crusade. Kings heeded the Pope's orders and joined in the war. As crusaders returned from the East, they brought with them manuscripts and texts that had been composed by ancient Mediterranean societies. Included were works of ancient Greek and Roman philosophers, scientists, astronomers, and mathematicians. Previously, education had been reserved for clergy members and was controlled in monasteries. Due to the accessibility of these new texts and a need for literacy outside of the church, secular schools developed in villages that were not under the supervision of the church. Teachers gave students a classical education, meaning they taught students to reason and debate ideas with each other under the ideals of ancient writers. No longer relying upon the church for education and armed with classical ideals, people began to call for a reform against the church that held so much authority in the world. One man who saw an opportunity to gain from a lessening of papal power was King Henry II. King Henry II had many titles in his lifetime. He was Count of Anjou, Count of Maine, Duke of Normandy, Duke of Aquitaine, Count of Nantes, and King of England from 1154 to 1189. Henry worked to gain English control over lands that had been lost. He expanded his control to Wales, Anjou, and Maine. His expansion led him to fighting with King Louis VII of France as he took over French territories. Henry recognized the church as a threat to his power. Henry also saw a problem in the treatment of criminals who happened to be members of the clergy. Clergy who were accused of a crime of a secular nature did not receive the same trial as a layperson. Instead, they were tried in an ecclesiastical or church court. An ecclesiastical court could not dole out the same punishments as a secular court. These courts were forbidden from shedding blood. While a violent criminal could be punished by death in a royal court, an ecclesiastical court could only remove the clergy member from office. Henry felt that the punishments the church was allowed to issue were not adequate. The king created the Constitutions of Clarendon to require clergy criminals to be tried in a royal court. Under the constitutions, an officer of the king would be present during the trial in ecclesiastical court, and, after the criminal was sentenced accordingly, the officer would escort the criminal to the king's court for further trial. Thomas Becket was the Archbishop of Canterbury at this time. That basically means he was the top bishop in England. Becket disagreed with the king's ruling and argued that criminals were being put on trial twice for the same crime. Though the king and the archbishop had once been friends, the constitutions created a lasting and bitter conflict between them. Bickering went on between the two for years until Becket was murdered by knights who were trying to remove him from a cathedral during Mass. King Henry II was succeeded in reign by his oldest son, King Richard, known as Richard the Lionheart. Richard was fighting abroad in the Crusades, leaving England in the hands of his younger brother John. Peasants, under the feudal system, faced heavy taxes. The stress of the economic climate in England weighed on John. To add to his problems, he also got into a fight with the current pope, Pope Innocent III, who excommunicated John. Hoping to build his funds, John demanded money from barons who had fought in the Crusades. He levied harsh taxes and duties on the barons. The barons rebelled, and a civil war broke out in 1215. John couldn't compete with the barons' forces. He entered into negotiations with them, and they presented their terms for compromise. John had no choice but to accept the terms that the barons set forth. The terms created would be formally issued as the Magna Carta, a document that limited the king's authority. The Civil War continued, and John died in 1216. He was succeeded by his son, Henry III, who allowed the Magna Carta to be reissued with several significant omissions related to safeguards of national liberties and restrictions on taxation. The document was written in Latin. The Latin words Magna Carta mean Great Charter. It was basically the first constitution in Europe. It contained clauses that addressed property rights of barons and other nobles. The charter required the king to seek the agreement of barons before issuing taxes. Also, it prevented the king from imprisoning or executing a person without due process. Further, a group of barons would be responsible for ensuring the king followed the terms of the charter. In issuing this document, the king was basically putting himself under legal restrictions and allowing the barons more power. Future generations would use this document as a basis to further political freedom. Americans even used the Magna Carta as justification for their claims to freedom from England in 1776. The High Middle Ages were a time when rulers, nobles, and the Pope were in constant conflict. Everyone was fighting for power. King Henry II of England issued the Constitutions of Clarendon in an attempt to gain control over the punishment of members of the clergy who committed crimes. In doing so, he began a lifelong battle with his once good friend, Thomas Becket, the Archbishop of Canterbury. The king may have held an interest in increasing his own authority, but in issuing the constitutions, he created a limitation to papal authority. Similarly, the Magna Carta created limits to the king's authority. After barons felt King John had abused his power with no one to hold him liable, they demanded accountability with this charter. Both documents create limitations to authority and, therefore, foster political freedom for some.
Have you ever had an argument with someone and ended up arguing on two completely different planes? Sure, your mom is all about you cleaning your room, but she doesn't understand what your friend just sent you on social media is having a major impact on your life. In 13th century Italy, that's the sort of challenge faced by Thomas Aquinas, a Catholic priest who would become one of the greatest thinkers of the Middle Ages. He was a defender of the faith at a time when Catholicism was under attack by those who sought to apply strict rules of Aristotle's logic. Sure, the arguments of Aristotle didn't make a great deal of sense to everyone who was closely associated with the church, but as we'll see in this lesson, they were a danger to the future of the church as it was viewed by those who were at the edges of its influence. To really understand just how dangerous Aristotle was to the church, you've got to understand how medieval education worked. So let's say that you had signed up to be a priest. Now, if you showed only average intelligence, you'd be taught to read and write before spending out the rest of your days as a village rector. However, if you showed great intellectual prowess, or if a powerful bishop had taken a liking to you, then the world of universities were suddenly open to you. Here you'd be expected to not only read the great religious works of the day, but also works in Greek or Latin to gain familiarity with those languages. Admittedly, the assigned texts were often stuffy. However, some enterprising scholars started to read works by more eloquent authors, Aristotle being one of those. Eventually, his teachings became more and more influential, to the point of being used by some to directly challenge church dogma. This was a problem for the church, as you might imagine. It was enough to deal with heretics and infidels, but it was completely something different to have to contend with discontent in the ranks. For quite some time, the church had taken the approach of simply fighting these disputes with more church law. As you can imagine, this didn't always make the most sense. Then along comes Aquinas. He became one of the first church leaders to take an interest in Aristotle and other Greek writers. However, his interest didn't lay in trying to destroy the church's ideals. Instead, he saw an opportunity to use the logic of Aristotle to help defend the church. In fact, many times he took it further and used the arguments of Aristotle as proof of the importance of the church. In short, Aquinas sought to prove both the existence of God and the importance of the Roman Catholic Church through his work. His most famous piece, Summa Theologica, did just that. The book was the defense of Aquinas against every type of misdeed he could think of, from a small sin to being Muslim or pagan. All the while, he made use of the same Aristotelian logic that had threatened the church leaders only a few years prior. In doing so, he left the Roman Catholic Church a much more agile and reflexive body. For doing so, Thomas Aquinas was well honored. Within a century of his death, he was recognized as a saint. However, that is perhaps not what he is most well remembered for. Aquinas was in many ways the first to combine objective study of philosophy with a devoted study of theology. As such, he is even more highly regarded within the church. He is a patron saint for many educational endeavors. All right, let's review. In the 13th century, the Roman Catholic Church was the preeminent religion in Western Europe, but it was starting to gain increasingly substantial amounts of criticism as the works of the ancient masters, particularly Aristotle, were becoming more and more widely read. After all, these works show points where the teachings of the Church could be interpreted as illogical. Luckily for the Church, St. Thomas Aquinas was able to not only defend the Church, but also turn many of these newfound arguments against the Church on their heads. In particular, he adopted the teachings of Aristotle to defend the Church against those who would criticize it. As a result, St. Thomas Aquinas remains one of the most well-revered saints in the canon.
The life of a commoner in the High Middle Ages wasn't easy. By High Middle Ages, we are referring to a period of time that spans from around the 11th century to the 13th century. In Western Europe, feudalism was a system of government. This means the higher classes were royals and nobles who owned land, and the lower classes were those who worked on the land. The landowners were expected to be unquestioningly loyal to the king. In exchange, the noble was granted control over his land and the peasants who lived and worked on it. Peasants worked to maintain the land and pay taxes and rent to their lord. Feudalism was not very beneficial to the lower classes, and there was little chance a peasant would ever move up in the social ranks. In the High Middle Ages, taxes grew along with an increase in trade and foreign military campaigns. No single peasant had much of a say about the oppression, but a group of peasants with a common voice was more readily heard. As peasants, who shared commonality in the product they sold or made, formed into an organized group, they became known as guilds. Guilds created standards for their products and regulations for sale. Guilds provided a means for a person to move higher in the social class system. The guild set standards for the products of its members and also for the means by which they were compensated. Guilds could grant protection to their members against high taxes or rent forced upon them by their lords. A guild could fix the price of a product and prevent any advertisement or price reductions to stop competition among craftsmen and merchants. In doing so, the guild not only provided protection to its members, but also to consumers. Quality standards of the products offered also ensured consumers would not be taken advantage of. Craftsmen and merchants weren't allowed to trade products with people who were not members. Guilds also provided care for members who became sick and protected them while they traveled. Similar to modern unions, they also petitioned for good working conditions and reasonable working hours. Guilds also helped with the cost of funerals for its members and helped provide care for orphans and workers who became disabled. Some supported education for its members as well. At the time, most of the schools were held in monasteries and were only used to educate clergy. As trade increased and the demand for literacy and commoners for record-keeping grew, church schools could no longer handle the educational needs of the people. Some of the earliest secular schools were supported by guilds. In addition to caring for the sick and disabled, guilds also helped build buildings and protective barriers around villages and towns. They provided military assistance against any foreign invaders and monitored the town for criminal activity. The members were thought to have high ethical and moral standards and expected to avoid any corruptive behavior. Each guild had its own official charter. The charter was the legislative grant written by the government that identified the group as a guild. In having official status, guilds were able to enforce rules on their members. Merchant guilds controlled the way trade was conducted in a town. They enforced rules like bans on trading with non-members. Some merchant guilds became very powerful, and their members were able to obtain higher social positions in their towns. Some held office within their cities while also representing their guild. As members could climb to the hierarchical ranks in a guild to help their social status, membership consistently increased. As the number of members in merchant guilds grew, so did the number of guilds. The merchant guilds became so powerful that they started to create regulations over unrepresented individual craftsmen and traders. The regulations created a need for the craftsmen to create their own guilds to protect themselves. Craft guilds were created to protect craftsmen and traders against merchant guilds. They worked much in the way of the merchant guilds, shielding members from excessive taxes and providing care and protection for its members. Guilds were formed by people who produced the same type of product. Some of the guilds formed at this time include the following: bakers, masons, painters, apothecaries, candle makers, clothers, tanners, and cobblers. Although craft guilds attempted to regulate the number of members, the guilds grew in number and size very quickly. A hierarchy developed to regulate members. The newest members of a guild were known as apprentices. Apprentices were developing skills within their craft and learning the ways of business. They were given training by the guild along with food and shelter. If an apprentice was successful, he would then reach the second level of the craft guild and be known as a journeyman. Journeymen were paid a small wage while they got better food and a slightly higher quality of shelter. If a journeyman met with success, he could reach the highest level of the hierarchy, the master. In order to become a master, a journeyman's work had to be examined by other masters. If the masters approved of the journeyman's work, he could have his own shop. This would give him the level of master in his guild. As we briefly learned before, the educational structure was changing in Western Europe in the High Middle Ages. Crusaders who were fighting a holy war in the Near East returned from battle with manuscripts written by famous Greek philosophers like Aristotle and Plato. These texts were normally only available to monks who copied them for preservation rather than for education. Now that secular schools were developing, these classical documents were used to teach many people how to reason and debate ideas with each other. Education advanced quickly under the classical structure, and masters began to form their own guilds. These guilds were known as universitas, which was a Latin term that meant a group of people associated into one body. You might think of these as scholastic guilds. These groups enforced educational standards on their students and teachers. This was the beginning of the modern university. Feudalism in the High Middle Ages created an unending oppression for peasants. In order to have a better voice and stop unfair treatment, craftsmen and tradesmen banded together to organize guilds. Guilds offered a means by which a commoner could increase his place in the social hierarchy. Merchant guilds were formed to protect its members and regulate trade. As merchant guilds grew bigger and more powerful, they began to take advantage of individual craftsmen. The craftsmen then began to form their own guilds called craft guilds. Craft guilds worked to protect its members from over-regulation and to set standards for the products produced. Additionally, scholars began to form guilds to regulate educational standards and protect students and teachers. These guilds were referred to as universitas and led to the creation of modern universities. Centralization of government has long been an issue in history. Governing an empire comes with many problems. The lands ruled by middle-aged kings were vast and required constant attention to maintain control and hold on to power. The Middle Ages saw many changes in leadership, with kings fighting each other for land and claiming each other's right to the throne. Many of the royals were related in some way, and many had the same name with the exception of a suffix. This can lead to a lot of confusion when reading about the Middle Ages. In this lesson, we are going to look at some of the major leaders from England and France in medieval times, particularly the High Middle Ages, which spanned from about the 11th to the 13th centuries. In 1042, a man named Edward became the King of England. When Edward died without an heir, his cousin William, then the Duke of Normandy, which was located in northern France, seized control of the throne. William would come to be known as William the Conqueror. William had previously subdued rebellious nobles and took steps to establish a feudal government in Normandy. He sought to do the same in England, where powerful earls were challenging the king's authority on a regular basis. He took full control of the throne by winning the Battle of Hastings in 1066. At this battle, William and the Normans, people of Normandy, defeated English forces fighting for control of the kingship. In addition to establishing a feudal government in England, he also required the decrees of popes and church councils to be approved by him before they were circulated in England. Prior to the 10th century, France had come under centralized feudal control of a powerful family known as the Carolingians. When the last Carolingian king died, Hugh Capet was chosen to lead France because it was thought he would not be strong enough to stop the spread of feudalism, giving the nobles who chose him as king more power. During his reign, Hugh faced harsh restrictions to his authority by powerful nobles and the church. Several of his successors saw an even stronger decline in their power as more lands came under the control of nobles. Philip I, who ruled from 1060 to 1108, was able to regain control of small amounts of land, but still held little supreme power over France. His son, Louis VI, ruled from 1108 to 1137 and was far more aggressive. Louis punished nobles who were accused of abusing their power. He also gained loyalty from the church by entrusting them with civil offices, taking positions away from nobles. By the end of his reign, Louis had the protection of the church and the obedience of powerful nobles. Louis's son, Louis VII, ruled from 1137 to 1180 and continued to increase the king's authority. Louis married a woman named Eleanor, but the marriage was annulled after she wasn't able to produce an heir. However, Louis married his daughters to powerful French leaders to gain allegiances. Louis eventually did have a son, Philip II, by his third wife. Philip was able to succeed his father to rule France. Philip ruled France from 1180 to 1223. During this time, England's royals were part of the powerful Angevin Empire, which held territory covering much of France, all of England, and some of Ireland. To reclaim this territory, Louis had hoped to manipulate King Henry's sons for his advantage, but the two sons he was closest to died before they held much power. However, Henry had two other sons, Richard and John, that Philip could try with. Richard became King of England in 1189 when Henry died. He was a very charismatic leader and held very tightly to control over Angevin lands. Richard left his lands to fight in a crusade, or a holy war. Philip decided to accompany him for a short time to build a good relationship. After Philip returned home, Richard began to worry Philip and Richard's brother John might try to seize some of Richard's lands while he was gone. But before Richard could return home, he was taken prisoner and given to the German king, Henry VI. Before Henry could hand Richard over to Philip, though, England was able to pay his ransom. Back home, Richard then dominated Philip in a fight for control of Angevin lands, but Richard died in 1199, leaving John in control. John was less experienced with politics and not as charismatic as Richard. Philip took advantage of John's weakness and began to gain control over Angevin lands in France with bribery, political alliances, and military force. John worked against Philip by building an allegiance with powerful nobles like his nephew Otto IV, who was fighting for control of the Holy Roman Empire. When John and Otto's forces attacked Philip, they were defeated and lost control of nearly all Angevin lands in France. After John's defeat, he returned to rebellion in England. He placed immense pressure on barons to help fund his fight for power, and they insisted he issue the Magna Carta, which granted barons more authority and lessened the king's power over their lands. John signed the charter but still battled against the barons for power. Fighting continued until John died in 1216, leaving a child, Henry III, to rule. At this turn of events, barons felt the threat from the throne was negated and lost interest in battling with France and the English king. Philip gained control of much of France. After his death in 1223, his son Louis VIII continued to gain control of French land by making the powerful nobles his vassals and issuing royal charters to their towns. By 1270, France would reach the height of its medieval prosperity, with an empire reaching from the English Channel to the Mediterranean Sea. Being a king in the High Middle Ages wasn't easy. Despite relations between monarchs, English and French rulers fought each other constantly for control of the land. In addition to battling with each other, kings had to also battle with their wealthy landowners for loyalty and power. A Norman duke took control of England in 1066, keeping control of Norman lands in what is now France. Eventually, France began to fight for control over these lands. Battle ensued among many rulers, settling only when England was left in the hands of young Henry III. With the king no longer seen as a threat, nobles lost interest in competing with him for power and competing with France. France gained immense prosperity. Before the High Middle Ages, which spanned from the 11th to the 13th centuries, Christianity saw a massive expansion throughout Europe. Nations began to declare Catholicism as the dominant religion, giving the Pope increasing power. Nobles fought for control of the papacy while literacy rates among the clerics declined. Church officials became corrupt with their authority. At this time, the German Empire was under the rule of Otto I, the Great. He created a strong alliance with the Church by appointing officials who were loyal to him. He also allowed the Church to have authority over some German lands. This was the beginning of the renewal of the Holy Roman Empire. Otto III, who ruled from 983 to 1002, made the capital of his empire Rome and declared himself Emperor of the Romans. Otto was attempting to revive the Western Roman Empire, which had deteriorated during the 5th and 6th centuries and became independent cities ruled by Germanic nobles. After declaring himself emperor, Otto appointed non-Italian church officials, which was answered with rebellion. He was eventually forced to flee Rome and died before he could return. The rulers that held control over the empire from 1024 to 1125 were known as the Salian emperors. They attempted to centralize control and lessen the authority of other powers like nobles and dukes. Henry IV, who ruled from 1056 to 1105, helped the German monarchy reach the height of its power, but he also started a bitter argument with the reigning pope. Like Otto III before him, Henry argued with the reigning pope, this time Gregory VII, over who had the right to authorize the appointment of officials. This action is known as investiture. This fight, known as the investiture controversy, led to both the king and the pope renouncing each other's positions. Because German nobles were loyal to the pope, the king had to renounce some of his authority by begging the pope to recognize him as king. After the investiture controversy, German nobles defied the king's authority, leaving the German monarchy lacking in power. Italy was also experiencing unrest. Italian city-states were battling for independence and power over each other. Hoping to gain more power, they joined in the ongoing fight between the Pope and the German emperors. Frederick I Barbarossa ruled Germany from 1152 to 1190. He worked to re-centralize control over the German Empire by forcing nobles to acknowledge his authority. He was successful in establishing his rule, but he needed Italy's resources to hold his control over Germany. Italy joined with the Pope to fight against Frederick's heavy taxes. Italy and the Pope dominated their battle with the German monarchy for over 2 decades. Frederick's grandson, Frederick II, became King of Germany when he was just a child. He was placed in the care of Pope Innocent III, a very powerful pope. With the Pope's support, Frederick was declared emperor in 1220. Frederick's time with Innocent III did not protect him from conflict with the papacy. Italian city-states continued to fight with the Pope against Frederick's authority. In the end, Frederick would fail at maintaining control just as his grandfather did. However, he had even more conflict with the Church during a crusading expedition. The Crusades were holy wars sanctioned by the Pope. Frederick had agreed to join in a crusade but never made it to his destination, likely due to illness. That crusade was a failure for the Church, and Frederick was excommunicated by the Pope. When Frederick joined another crusade despite his excommunication, the Pope excommunicated him again. Frederick then successfully gained control of Jerusalem, only to be excommunicated a third time by the Pope. As Frederick attempted to centralize control of Italy, he sacrificed his authority in Germany. He gave royal land to German princes and nobles in exchange for their support in his battle with Italy. Frederick had spent time in Sicily and had a particular interest in it. He was able to gain control of this area and create a centralized bureaucratic government here. He created a uniform currency, abolished internal tariffs, and encouraged commerce. Frederick successfully gained control over the Holy Roman Empire in Germany and Italy, but after his death in 1250 the empire collapsed. Frederick's son ruled unsuccessfully for a short amount of time before dying. The papacy's apparent victory over Frederick's successors cost the Church some of its credibility. The Pope had abused his spiritual power when he battled against Frederick and the Hohenstaufens. The actions of the Pope mirrored those of the princes and aristocrats. The Holy Roman Empire never again reached the height it did under Frederick I Barbarossa. Future emperors avoided conflict with the volatile Italian city-states. They also stopped seeking the imperial crown from the Pope. German monarchs slowly ceased their attempt to gain power over German nobles. Germany fell into political disunity that would last until the late 19th century. The fight for power in the Middle Ages was dominant all across Europe. German monarch Otto sought to re-establish the power of the Holy Roman Empire and appointed himself King of the Romans. As the power of the German kings grew, so did the power of the Pope. Kings fought for control of Italian city-states, while the Pope fought for power within the secular world. When Pope Gregory VII and King Henry IV argued over who had the power of investiture, the king's influence in Germany declined. Frederick I succeeded in centralizing control of Germany and expanding power into Italy. When Frederick II came into control of Germany, he continued the conquest for centralized control of the Holy Roman Empire, but met with consistent conflict from the papacy. He was successful in creating a united empire, but his empire fell soon after his death. The princes of Italy and Germany proceeded to fight amongst themselves, while the Pope used political manipulation to gain power and allegiance.
Throughout history, the area of Eurasia, which is the combined landmass of Europe and Asia, has seen empires come and go. Today we're going to take a look at a few of these empires. We'll specifically look at the Ottomans, the Safavids, and the Mughals, three powerful empires that once controlled the lands surrounding Turkey, Iran, and Iraq. Since a thorough study of these once powerhouses could take up a rather thick textbook, we'll just give a brief summary of each. We'll kick things off with the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire was founded in about 1299 by Muslim Turks. As one of the world's longest empires, it once ruled over countries like Turkey, Egypt, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Macedonia, Hungary, Israel, Lebanon, Syria, sections of the Arabian Peninsula, and even parts of North Africa. In other words, it was huge. The Ottoman Empire had its origins in warring Muslim tribes whose warriors were known as Ghazis, or holy warriors. One of these Ghazis, known as Osman, was able to unify these warring tribes and is thus credited as the founder of the Ottoman Empire. As an empire, the Ottomans were bent on expansion of their influence and the Islamic faith. With this determination and their amazing military skills, they succeeded in capturing Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, in the year 1453. Not content with stopping there, the Ottoman Empire moved on to take control in areas as far as Egypt, Syria, and even parts of Greece. Much of their success was due to their most famous leader, Suleiman the Great. Unfortunately for the Ottomans, the leaders after Suleiman were not nearly as effective, and the empire soon began to wane. By the 1700s, it had lost much of its power. In fact, our next empire, the Safavids, were one of the groups that gained freedom from the weakening Ottomans. The Safavid Empire is best known as the empire that governed over Persia during the 16th and 17th centuries. Persia is the ancient name for the area surrounding and encompassing modern-day Iran. With this in mind, the Safavid Empire is considered the beginning of modern-day Persia. The Safavid Empire is also famous for being a theocracy. Stating it rather simply, a theocracy is a government formed and ruled by religious police and rulers. The state religion of the Safavid Empire was Shi'ism, a sect of Islam that believes all religious authority must come through the direct lineage of Ali, the Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law. Shah Ismail was the first ruler of the Safavid Empire. He's the guy who gets the credit for freeing the Persians from the Ottoman Empire of modern-day Turkey. Moving forward in Safavid history, Shah Abbas the Great is considered the greatest emperor of the Safavids. He is credited with expanding trade, a massive building program, and a flourishing of culture and the arts within Persia. Unfortunately, the rulers after Shah Abbas' death in about 1629 proved to be rather poor at their jobs, and the empire soon succumbed to internal strife and outside invasion. Our last empire, the Mughals, ruled over India and Pakistan in the 16th and 17th centuries. Unlike the Ottoman Empire, which also happened to be one of their earlier rivals, the Mughal Empire's main claim to fame was its religious tolerance. In fact, although the Mughal rulers were Muslim, they peacefully ruled over a people who were mainly Hindu. Rather than destroying the cultures of the areas they conquered, they tried to blend their cultures as one. With this bent toward religious tolerance, Abu Akbar, one of their rulers, has been given the title of one of the greatest rulers in Asian history. Showing his devotion to tolerance, he married a Hindu princess and instituted a faith given the blanket name of Godism, a mixture of Hindu, Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism to his lands. Unfortunately for the Mughals, the rulers after Akbar were also rather poor at their jobs, and the Mughals soon fell prey to outside forces and were eventually conquered by the British. Throughout history, Eurasia, the combined landmass of Europe and Asia, has seen the rule of the Ottomans, the Safavids, and the Mughal empires. Originating from Muslim warring tribes, the Ottoman Empire ruled over areas like Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, North Africa, and Greece. It is considered one of the world's longest empires. It was founded by a Ghazi, or holy warrior, named Osman. As a military powerhouse, the Ottomans conquered Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, in the year 1453. Under Suleiman the Great, the most famous Ottoman ruler, their rule expanded into Europe, North Africa, and even Greece. The Safavid Empire governed over Persia during the 16th and 17th centuries. Persia is the ancient name for the area surrounding and encompassing modern-day Iran. The Safavid Empire is considered the beginning of modern-day Persia. The Safavid Empire was a theocracy, which is a government formed and ruled by religious police and rulers. Their state religion was Shi'ism, a sect of Islam that believes all religious authority must come through the direct lineage of Ali, the Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law. Shah Ismail was the first ruler of the Safavid Empire. He freed his people from the weakening Ottomans. However, Shah Abbas the Great is considered the greatest emperor of the Safavids. He expanded trade, architecture, and culture within the Persian Empire. The Mughal Empire ruled over India and Pakistan in the 16th and 17th centuries. The Mughal Empire was one of religious tolerance. Its rulers were Muslim but ruled peacefully over a predominantly Hindu population. Their most famous ruler, Abu Akbar, has been given the title of one of the greatest rulers in Asian history. He instituted Godism, a mixture of Hindu, Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism. When speaking of empires, it often seems that Rome and Greece get loads of playing time in history classrooms and textbooks. However, the Ottoman Empire, which was founded about 1299, was one of the longest empires in world history. Today's lesson will make the Ottoman Empire the star of the show as we do a brief survey of this powerhouse that once ruled over countries like Egypt, Greece, Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, Macedonia, Hungary, Israel, Lebanon, Syria, sections of the Arabian Peninsula, and even parts of North Africa. We'll get things going with its beginnings and its growth. For starters, the Ottoman Empire is closely linked to the empire of the Seljuk Turks. The Seljuk Turks were the first Turkish tribe to convert to Sunnite Islam. Although they were strong, the Seljuk Turks were continually at war with the Byzantine Empire and the Mongols. As this continual conflict took its toll on the empire, the Seljuk Turks began to lose their place of prominence. However, as they declined, a new group of warring Turks, whose leaders were known as Ghazis or holy warriors, were poised to take over the spotlight and power. When one of these powerful Ghazis, known as Osman, rallied these warring Turks under his reign, the Ottoman Empire was born. Using the military skill of their Ghazis, the Ottoman Turks wasted no time folding the lands once held by the Seljuk Turks under their wings. In fact, by the late 1400s, most if not all Muslim Turkish lands were under the control of the Ottomans. As a young empire, the Ottomans were fixated on expanding their lands and their powers. This meant working to expand their power and influence into Europe. One of their main targets was Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire. Although the Ottomans met many ups and downs in their fight for this important city, they finally attained their prize when Constantinople fell to them in the year 1453. Much to the chagrin of Europe and the other powers of the West, the Ottomans were not content to stop at Constantinople. Quite on the contrary, the defeat of this great city only fueled their appetite for more. Like ants overtaking a picnic, the Ottoman Turks marched west. In fact, under the reign of Suleiman the Magnificent, the 16th century Ottoman Turks conquered places like Egypt, Syria, parts of North Africa, and Hungary. Showing the extent of their power and Suleiman's greatness, even parts of Greece fell under their rule. Unfortunately for the Ottomans, the rulers after Suleiman were unable to keep his winning streak of sorts going, and by the 1600s, the empire saw a substantial decline in its power. By the 1700s, the Ottoman Empire had found a new foe in the ruling powers of Russia. Due to conflicts like the Russo-Turkish Wars, the Ottomans' powers and influence continued to shrink. After these conflicts, things just kept getting worse. Although they did have some surges in which they tried to regain their past glory, they were really never able to. Instead, the once mighty Ottomans pretty much became pawns in the hands of the other world powers as countries like Britain allied with them when it was to their benefit, but then turned their backs on them when it wasn't. Unable to keep pace with the changing world, the Ottoman Empire finally came to an end at the close of World War I. The Ottoman Empire, founded about 1299 by Muslim Turks, once ruled over countries like Egypt, Greece, Turkey, Bulgaria, Romania, Macedonia, Hungary, Israel, Lebanon, Syria, sections of the Arabian Peninsula, and even parts of North Africa. Coming to power as the empire of the Seljuk Turks, or the first Turkish tribe to convert to Sunnite Islam, waned, the Ottoman Empire originated in Muslim warring tribes led by Ghazis or holy warriors. One of these Ghazis, known as Osman, is credited as the founder of the Ottoman Empire. Being a well-skilled military machine, the Ottoman Empire was very interested in expansion. They conquered the city of Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, in 1453. Then, under the power of Suleiman the Magnificent, the Ottoman Turks conquered places like Egypt, Syria, Algiers, and Hungary. Unfortunately, the rulers after Suleiman were not able to maintain the power of the Ottoman Turks. By the 1600s, the empire began to wane in power. Then, as they began to war with Russia, their power was further sapped. Becoming a pawn in the hands of other European powers like Britain, the Ottoman Empire came to an official end at the close of World War I. Once known as Persia, the area encompassing and surrounding modern-day Iran has seen many empires rise and fall. One of these empires is the Safavids. Today we'll take a look at this ruling power that governed over Iran during the 16th and 17th centuries. According to many historians, the Safavid Empire marked the beginning of modern Persia. As an empire, the Safavids succeeded in placing the nomadic people groups of the region under their consolidated power. One of the main ways they did this was through religion. According to many sources, the Safavid Empire had its beginnings in Sufism, a mystical sect of Islam. However, as time went on, the empire moved closer to Shi'ism, a sect of Islam that believes all religious authority must come through the direct lineage of Ali, the Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law. Believing that all other religions were heresy, the Safavids used their strong military force to force their Islamic Shi'ism to surrounding areas. In other words, it was definitely not an empire known for its tolerance. On the contrary, many would call it a theocracy, or a government formed and ruled by religious beliefs and rulers. As a theocracy, the Safavid rulers used their religious authority as a means to reign with rather unquestioned supremacy. Speaking of rulers, Shah Ismail is traditionally considered the first ruler of the Safavid Empire. Maybe a bit like America's George Washington, it was Shah Ismail who freed the Persians from the Ottoman Empire of modern-day Turkey. Moving further along in Persian history is Shah Abbas the Great. As his name implies, most scholars consider him to be the greatest emperor of the Safavids. Using the power of his theocracy, Shah Abbas strengthened the position of the emperor by limiting the power of local nobles. In other words, he let everyone know he was the head honcho in charge. Moving a bit away from politics, Shah Abbas the Great also enlarged the coffers of his empire. Being a bit of an opportunist, he opened up the doors of the empire to trade with Western powers, specifically the British. As the quite well-rounded ruler, Shah Abbas' rule also saw a flourishing of arts and culture. During his reign, the empire witnessed the building of opulent structures, the publishing of literature, and a great appreciation of poetry. After his death in 1629, the throne passed to his grandson. Unfortunately, his grandson seemed a bit more interested in partying than responsibility. With this, the empire began to weaken, and in the 18th century, the mighty Safavid Empire succumbed to internal strife and outside invasion. Persia, the area surrounding and encompassing modern-day Iran, was once ruled by the Safavid Empire. This empire governed over Iran during the 16th and 17th centuries. It marked the beginning of modern Persia. With its origin in Sufism, a mystical sect of Islam, the empire's religion was that of Shi'ism, a sect of Islam that believes all religious authority must come through the direct lineage of Ali, the Prophet Muhammad's son-in-law. With its strong tie to Shi'ism, the empire was considered a theocracy, or a government formed and ruled by religious beliefs and rulers. Shah Ismail was the first ruler of the Safavid Empire. He freed the Persians from the Ottoman Empire of modern-day Turkey. As his name denotes, Shah Abbas the Great is considered the greatest emperor of the Safavids. Under his rule, he strengthened the position of the emperor. He also expanded trade, saw the building of opulent architecture, and ruled over a flourishing culture of the arts. Unfortunately, this era of prosperity would come to an end with the empire collapsing during the 18th century. Throughout history, the lands of India and Pakistan have been ruled by many differing empires and forces. Today we'll travel back to the past, discovering one of these ruling entities as we explore the Mughal Empire. To begin, the Mughal Empire ruled over India and Pakistan in the 16th and 17th centuries. This empire gets special kudos from history in that the Mughal rulers were Muslim, yet for most of their reign they peacefully ruled over a predominantly Hindu population. In other words, the rulers were Muslim, while most of the commoners were Hindu. However, and very unlike many other empires, the Muslim Mughals were surprisingly tolerant of other religions. In fact, it's recorded that they even allowed Hindus to hold senior positions within the civil government and the military. As an empire, the Mughals were able to consolidate the smaller kingdoms of South Asia, specifically within India and Pakistan, into one centralized government. They also succeeded in bringing Persian and Muslim culture into Hindu life. However, it must be mentioned that Hindu culture was not lost. In fact, under Mughal rule, the Persian language combined with Arabic and Hindi to form the language of Urdu. When taking into account their propensity toward religious tolerance and the way they were able to combine both Muslim and Hindu culture, I like to use some alliteration and think of them as the Great Mixing Mughals, or to borrow an American term, the Melting Pot Mughals. Whichever you choose, history usually gives them a nod for their respect for the rights and cultures of those within their borders. Keeping this key point in mind, let's fill in some history for this empire. The Mughals were descendants of the Mongol Empire. Like the Mongols, the Mughals were a military force to be reckoned with. In fact, it's asserted that they were some of the first in the region to use guns in warfare. Babur is often considered the first Mughal emperor. Interestingly, he was believed to be a descendant of the great Genghis Khan. Coming to power in Delhi sometime around the year 1526, Babur was a religiously tolerant leader who mixed the cultures of the Mongols, Persians, and Hindus into one. It's even reported that he respected the Hindu practice of not butchering cows. Remembering that he was tolerant to other religions and that he was the first emperor, I think we'll be safe remembering him as Babur the Benevolent at the base of the empire. Unfortunately for the people of the empire, Babur's son, Humayun, was a catastrophic ruler. He lost much of the lands established by Babur and was more interested in a life of frivolity and drug use than ruling. Although he did at one point try to regain some of the empire, we can remember him as Humayun the Horrible. The last emperor we'll discuss is Abu Akbar. He is considered by most to be one of the greatest rulers in Asian history. Fortunately for the Mughals, he regained much of the land lost by previous emperors. Keeping the tradition of religious tolerance, Akbar married a Hindu princess and even adopted some Hindu principles as his own. Adding to this, he put an end to a tax that had previously been levied on all non-Muslims. In short, his reign saw previously unequaled religious tolerance for all belief systems. Taking this even a step further, history tells us that Akbar's reign saw the birth of a new state religion known under the rather broad term of Godism. Stated rather simply, the Mughal Godism was a mixture of Hindu, Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism. On an interesting side note, within this system of Godism, Akbar took the liberty of declaring himself a deity. Overlooking this little sojourn into self-aggrandizement, we can remember this guy as Akbar the Absolutely Admirable. With religious toleration, the Mughal Empire ruled over India and Pakistan in the 16th and 17th centuries. Descending from the Mongols of the Far East, they were Muslim rulers who, for the most part, peacefully ruled over a predominantly Hindu population. Not only were they religiously tolerant, they also combined the cultures of the people within their lands. For instance, their reign saw the use of Urdu, the Persian language combined with Arabic and Hindi. Babur is considered the first Mughal emperor. He was a religiously tolerant ruler who took power in Delhi around the year 1526. For this reason, we can remember him as Babur the Benevolent at the base of the empire. Babur's son, Humayun, was a disastrous ruler. Losing much of the empire's lands, we can remember him as Humayun the Horrible. Abu Akbar is given the title of one of the greatest rulers in Asian history. He regained much of the land lost by previous emperors. He married a Hindu princess and removed a prejudiced tax against non-Muslims. Going even a step further, he mixed the religions of his lands into a belief system known as Godism, a mixture of Hindu, Islam, Christianity, and Buddhism. In this religion, he was considered a god. With this, we'll remember him as Akbar the Absolutely Admirable.
The Babylonian captivity was an important event in Jewish history. In the 6th century BCE, the Jews were exiled to Babylon. They were forced to stay there for several decades until a Persian king, Cyrus the Great, allowed them to return to Jerusalem and rebuild their destroyed temple. So how does this relate to the papacy in the 14th century? In 1309, the Pope moved his court from Rome to Avignon in France and remained there until 1376. Francesco Petrarch, an Italian scholar, referred to this event as the Babylonian captivity. Petrarch believed the popes during this time lost their spiritual integrity and became enslaved to the ambitions of the King of France. In the Middle Ages, there were two people who argued over who was the leader of all Christian people, the Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor. Popes had become important in secular ruling matters during the Crusades beginning in the 11th century. However, in the 14th century, popes began arguing more frequently against royalty regarding their secular policies. Pope Boniface VIII was elected pope in 1294 and argued strongly with the King of France, Philip IV, over taxes that he wanted to impose on clerics. He excommunicated the king in 1303 and died soon after. Pope Benedict XI became pope after Boniface. He released the King of France from excommunication. The next 7 popes who succeeded Benedict XI were heavily under the influence of the French ruler. In 1305, Clement V was elected pope. Clement was French, and his first act was to create 9 French cardinals. Cardinals voted on who would be pope, so this meant the next popes were more likely to be French. Clement's nationality and appointment of French cardinals were unpopular in Rome. To escape the conflict, Clement made the decision to move his residence and base of Catholicism to Avignon, France. Aside from Clement V, there were 6 other popes in Avignon. They were Pope John XXII from 1316 to 1334, Pope Benedict XII from 1334 to 1342, Pope Clement VI from 1342 to 1352, Pope Innocent VI from 1352 to 1362, Pope Urban V from 1362 to 1370, and Pope Gregory XI from 1370 to 1378. We will learn later in the lesson that Pope Gregory was responsible for moving the papal court back to Rome. The popes in Avignon are known for being under the influence of the French ruler. One of the first examples is the suppression of the Knights Templar, a Christian military order that began to protect Christians who traveled to Jerusalem. On October 13, 1307, a Friday, King Philip IV ordered the Knights Templar to be arrested. Hundreds were arrested and tortured into confessing to crimes. This is why Friday the 13th is considered unlucky. In 1310, the king had many of the knights burned at the stake. The king threatened military action against the pope if he didn't join him in destroying the order, and the pope finally had the order disbanded. As England and France began fighting over English territories in France, each pope tried to mediate between the two. English rulers did not trust the popes since they lived so close to the French kings, claiming they were too heavily influenced by France to remain neutral. Still under the influence of France, Pope Urban V supported the marriage of the French king's son to Margaret of Flanders. Marriage to Margaret meant the power to rule over more territory. The Pope's choice to support the French prince over an English prince was viewed as a biased decision. Pope Gregory XI was pope from 1370 to 1378. He decided to move his court back to Rome after conflict developed and spread through Italy. Gregory died soon after the move, and Urban VI was elected the new pope. Urban was Italian, and it alienated the French cardinals. The French cardinals then held their own election and named their own pope, Clement VII. He was succeeded by Benedict XIII from 1394 to 1423, Benedict XIV from 1424 to 1429, and Benedict XIV from 1430 to 1437. Because the popes who served from Avignon, beginning with Clement VII, were seen as illegitimate and had a very small following, they were referred to as anti-popes. After 1378, only popes who served in Rome are considered legitimate popes. This action began a schism within the Catholic Church. A schism is a division among people. The argument over who was the legitimate pope lasted from 1378 until 1417. A council was held in 1409 in an attempt to end the schism. Another pope, Alexander V, was elected, but the other 2 popes did not step down. Now, there were 3 popes. Another council was held in 1414 at Constance to bring an end to the schism. At this council, claimants to the papacy were either forced from office or resigned, and a new pope was elected to end the schism. The council then elected the new pope. Martin V. Although there were a few factions of people who continued to support the other popes, the council succeeded in finding a solution to the schism. In the 14th century, the pope moved his court to Avignon, France. While the papacy resided in France, the popes came under heavy influence from the French kings. Petrarch called this the Babylonian captivity, referencing the Jewish exile to Babylon. The Avignon papacy was seen as a sign of corruption and caused distrust among many. When the papacy returned to Rome, an Italian pope was elected. Members of the clergy who disagreed with the election named their own pope, causing a schism that lasted several years. In an attempt to end the schism, a third pope was elected. Eventually, the Council of Constance saw to it that the three popes all retired and elected a new pope. The confusion caused by the schism ended here, but the distrust in the papacy was amplified. In 1305, a Frenchman was elected Pope Clement V. Clement immediately named several French cardinals to ensure a strong vote for future French popes. He then moved his court from its home in Rome, Italy, to Avignon, France. Clement was the first of 7 French popes who would reside in France from 1309 to 1379. After Pope Clement V moved the papal court to Avignon, 6 other popes served their terms from this location. Pope John XXII was the pope from 1316 to 1334. Pope Benedict XII served from 1334 to 1342. Benedict was succeeded by Pope Clement VI. Clement VI's term lasted from 1342 to 1352. Pope Innocent VI became pope in 1352 and continued to serve until 1362. After Innocent VI, Pope Urban V served from 1362 to 1370. Pope Urban spent 3 years in Rome from 1367 to 1370, but returned to Avignon in 1370. The last Avignon pope was Gregory XI. Gregory was pope from 1370 to 1378. He moved the papal court back to Rome in 1377. While in France, the popes were accused of being heavily influenced by the French king and losing much of their spiritual integrity. Italian scholar Petrarch went so far as to call this period the Babylonian captivity, in reference to a time in Jewish history when Jews were exiled to Babylon. In the 6th century BCE, Jews were forced to live in captivity in Babylon. They were allowed to return to Jerusalem in 538 BCE. Petrarch was reminded of the Jewish exile as he wrote about the popes living in thrall in France. One of the earliest and best examples of the power of the French king over the pope was the disbanding of the Knights Templar. The Knights Templar were a religious military order that protected Christians who traveled to Jerusalem. They grew so wealthy and powerful, King Philip IV ordered them arrested in 1307. Many were tortured into confession and executed. The king pressured the pope to support his actions against them. People were outraged that the knights were tortured into confessing to crimes of which they were accused, like heresy and devil worship. Many went to the pope hoping for help. In response, after more pressure from King Philip, the pope issued a rule that required all Christian rulers in Europe to arrest all Templar knights. The Avignon popes seemed to fall further under France's influence during the 100 Years' War between England and France. During this time, England made claims to the French throne while France attacked English territories within its borders. England fought to keep control of its land and was successful during the early part of the conflict. The war reached a turning point after Joan of Arc began rallying French troops. Politics held a major involvement in the war, and the power and influence of the Pope was coveted by those involved. Conflict was also rampant in Italy, where aristocrats battled over control of Italian provinces. Pope Gregory XI moved the papal court back to Rome in 1377, hoping to gain more control over papal land. Gregory died shortly after the move, and under the influence of a threatening crowd, an Italian pope, Urban VI, was elected. Urban was an unpopular choice among French cardinals, who elected their own pope, Clement VII, who took up residence back in Avignon. The division among the Curia over who was the legitimate pope is called the Great Schism, or Western Schism. Clement VII served as pope in Avignon from 1378 to 1394. He was succeeded by Benedict XIII. Benedict served from 1394 until 1423. He was followed by 3 other popes. He was followed by Benedict XIV, who served from 1424 to 1429. In 1430, Jean Carrier was elected pope in Avignon and also chose the name Benedict XIV. He served from 1430 to 1437. The succession of the 2 popes lasted for nearly 40 years. In 1409, a council was called to resolve the problem. The council found that neither pope was legitimate and appointed a new pope, Alexander V. However, the other two popes did not resign. Alexander reigned from 1409 until he passed away in 1410. He was succeeded by John XIII. Clement VII and Alexander V, as well as those who succeeded them, were known as antipopes. In addition to the schism, the Catholic Church was now under 3 different popes. The popes who served in Rome after the return of Gregory from Avignon are recognized as the legitimate popes. Another council was called in 1414, again to resolve the schism. This council was known as the Council of Constance. The council deposed, forced out of office, 2 popes, and the Roman pope resigned. A new pope, Martin V, was elected in 1417 and took up residence in Rome, basically bringing the schism to an end. There continued to be some loyalty to other popes. Archbishops who were loyal to the Avignon popes continued to recognize their authority, but after a short time passed, the Roman popes were the only ones recognized. After Pope Clement V moved the papal court from Rome to Avignon, the papacy was seen as corrupt and under the influence of the French king. After the court moved back to Rome, a new pope was elected, but the choice for an Italian pope was unpopular with French cardinals. The French cardinals held their own election and moved back to Avignon with their pope. The 2 popes created a schism among the curia. Some were loyal to the Roman pope and others to the French pope. In order to resolve the schism, a council was called, but succeeded only in electing a 3rd pope while the other 2 refused to step down. Finally, another council was called to put an end to the schism. After this meeting, the 3 popes were replaced with 1 legitimate pope, and the schism ended. Many have heard the name Dante. But how much do you know about him or his impact on literature? Dante's full name is Dante Alighieri, and he was a poet in the Middle Ages. He was also interested in philosophy and politics. He studied the poetry of classic poets like Cicero, Ovid, and Virgil. As a child, he met a woman named Beatrice Portinari, who he was friends with for several years. Dante fought for Florence when he was young and also held public office. He fought in the Battle of Campaldino in 1289. He also became an apothecary to help his political career, but never actually practiced as one. In the 13th century, Florence was experiencing political turmoil. Dante was allied with the White Guelphs, a political faction who opposed the Pope. Dante visited the Pope on a diplomatic quest, but was detained by the papal authorities. In his absence, Florence was terrorized by the Black Guelphs, a political faction who supported the Pope. In 1302, as the government came under the influence of the Black Guelphs, Dante was charged and convicted of crimes he was thought never to have committed. He was exiled from Florence under the threat of execution if he returned. While in exile, Dante traveled from one place to another, never settling in one place as home and always remembering Florence as such. Dante wrote several works, but the Divine Comedy was the most well-known and influential. The structure of the work is a long poem divided into sections called cantos. Comedy includes 100 cantos that can be grouped into 3 sections: Inferno, Purgatorio, and Paradiso. There are 33 cantos within each of these sections, making the divine number of 3, like the Holy Trinity, present in the structure. The plot is about one man who is generally assumed to represent Dante himself. The man goes on a journey visiting souls in hell, Inferno, Purgatory, Purgatorio, and heaven, Paradiso. He is guided by 2 other people. Virgil leads the man through hell and purgatory. Beatrice leads the man through heaven. The journey of the man through these places can be seen as representing Dante's exile from his home, as well as the Christian idea of man becoming distanced from God. During Dante's visit to the Inferno, he meets with souls that are damned to remain in hell. It is revealed that hell is divided into 9 circles, each with their own designated group of sins. The first circle is designated to those who are unbaptized and those who were born before Jesus lived. Other circles hold gluttonous sinners, those who commit violent acts, and those guilty of fraud. The ninth circle of hell holds traitors. Satan is here. He is a three-headed beast. In each of his 3 mouths he is chewing on the worst sinners, Judas, Brutus, and Cassius. Because Satan's presence was already felt in the souls Dante met, his meeting with Satan is anticlimactic. After visiting Inferno, Dante and Virgil proceed to Purgatory. Purgatory is a mountain on an island. The mountain has 7 terraces corresponding to the 7 deadly sins in Catholic doctrine. As they travel through Purgatory, the two meet souls guilty of each of the 7 sins. As he approaches each terrace, he finds the inhabitants in various positions shouting out penance for their punishment. For example, those condemned to stay on the lustful terrace are forced to walk in fire and shout examples of chastity. At the end of his journey, Dante must walk through a wall of flames and falls asleep. Dante is led by Beatrice into heaven the day after his journey through Purgatory. Beatrice leads Dante through 9 levels of heaven where they stop to speak to souls in each. Within these levels, he meets many saints like Peter, John, and Thomas Aquinas. In the highest level of heaven, Dante sees Mary and the Holy Trinity. God shares with Dante spiritual knowledge, and Dante's soul becomes at one with God. This happy ending is the reason the poem is titled and referred to as a comedy. One of the most important impacts the Divine Comedy had in Dante's time was to develop the Italian language. Until this time, major literary works were written only in Latin or Greek. However, Dante composed this work in Italian vernacular, or common dialect. Dante hoped to bridge gaps and create a national culture by using a common language. It also helped Italian become recognized as a literary language alongside Greek and Latin. Within his poem, Dante uses knowledge from Christian doctrine along with mythology, politics, and philosophy in his conversations with various souls. The poem's popularity continued to grow and has been said to have influenced many famous writers throughout history, including Geoffrey Chaucer, John Milton, Victor Hugo, and James Joyce. Dante wrote his Divine Comedy after being exiled from his home. In his travels, he saw Italian city-states becoming more and more separated from each other. In an effort to create a common ground among people, he addressed questions common to every person. What happens in the afterlife? How do I prepare for the afterlife now? Additionally, he also published his poem in a common language understandable to any Italian. By using this language, he challenged literary traditions set by the Catholic Church, the government, and other poets. He made his poem relatable by becoming the main character and having deep conversations with souls from the lowest level of hell to the highest level of heaven. Ending with enlightenment and oneness, the poem also held a source of hope for its readers. The 100 Years' War was a war between England and France. England and France fought over who would be king of France. The war lasted from 1337 to 1453. To understand the beginnings of this war, we can look all the way back to William the Conqueror, who became King of England in 1066. He united England with Normandy and France and ruled over both areas. Under a new king, Henry II, the lands that belonged to England and France expanded. By 1327, when England was under the rule of Edward III, England had lost control of most of their French lands. When the French king Charles IV died in 1328, he had no male heirs to the kingship. Charles's sister was Isabella, who was the mother of Edward III. Edward thought he should be king of France. However, Charles also had a cousin named Philip, who thought he should be king. The lands owned by Edward in France came under attacks by the French. Edward decided to declare he had a right to the French throne because of his relation to Isabella. In England, inheritance could be gained through the mother or the father's bloodline, but in France, it could only be gained by the father's bloodline. France and England fought many battles. We will now learn a little about some of the most important battles. In 1346, the Battle of Crécy occurred near Normandy. Edward had come to France with thousands of soldiers and the French pursued them. Edward stopped near Normandy and Crécy to fight against the French. The French attacked several times but were defeated by England, mostly because of English longbowmen. The first attack from the French came from the crossbowmen. They hoped the use of the crossbows would frighten the English soldiers. However, crossbows were slow to shoot. Crossbowmen could shoot only about 1 or 2 bolts each minute. Their crossbows were met with English longbowmen. The use of the longbow was unpopular in most countries because it required so much training. In England, archery was a popular sport. In fact, England didn't allow any other sports to be practiced on Sundays. Often, tournaments were held to encourage people to build archery skills. At any time, the king would have a multitude of people skilled in archery to fight in his army. Longbowmen held an advantage over those using crossbows. Longbows had a longer range and could be loaded faster. The French were not expecting the devastating effect of this weapon. The French's group of crossbowmen was devastated by the longbow archers. As the French cavalry began to charge against the English, the archers continued their attack. Every wave of arrows caused a break in their line. Although the army was led by the French king's son, the king didn't send reinforcements. The prince was wounded but remained alive. He ordered a retreat, signaling an English victory. In 1356, the second major battle happened. This battle was called the Battle of Poitiers. This battle erupted after Edward's son raided France. When French soldiers met the English for this battle, the English soldiers tricked the French into thinking that they were retreating. The French soldiers charged and were met with masses of falling arrows from the longbowmen. Archers may have experienced difficulty in penetrating the armor of the French soldiers, so they aimed for the horses, breaking their strong cavalry line. As the soldiers met and fought in close combat, a hidden reserve of English soldiers that was waiting nearby encircled and attacked the French soldiers from the sides and behind. King John, now King of France, was defeated and captured. King John died in captivity, and his son Charles V took over. In 1415, at the Battle of Agincourt, England defeated France. The battlefield was a strip of land that was situated between 2 wooded areas. This would have limited maneuvers to small-scale tactics. Longbow archers were again used against the French. They were positioned behind a line of stakes to prevent attacks on them. They shot at the French soldiers as they moved in on the English. The battlefield was overcrowded with soldiers and horses. The French wore heavy armor, making it difficult for them to move in the crowd. The land was muddied from rain. Because the archers only wore light armor, they were eventually ordered to attack the French with swords or axes. The French were defeated and lost thousands of soldiers. France experienced their first major victory in 1428 and 1429 at the Siege of Orleans. The victory was aided by Joan of Arc, who led French troops against the English. Joan was only a teenager when she joined the fight. She claimed to see visions of angels and saints that spoke to her. They instructed her to aid the French king in his war. She led French troops against the English in Orleans in 1429. She brought with her supplies needed by the French and inspired them to fight. With Joan's encouragement, the French defeated the English on May 8th. The final battle of the 100 Years' War was in 1453 at the Battle of Castillon. At this battle, England attacked a French force in Castillon. The English faced French soldiers that were using guns against them. The English couldn't compete with the firepower of the French in this battle. Fighting only lasted for a short amount of time and was ended when a large French cavalry arrived and attacked the English from the side. English survivors retreated and finally returned home. The 100 Years' War was fought from 1337 to 1453 between England and France. The major points of conflict for the two countries were the English claim to the French throne and to England's land holdings in France. England won most major battles, aided by longbowmen, but France ultimately defeated England and kept control over all of its land, save for a small territory. A longbow is a bow that is about equal to the height of the person using it. Longbows in the Middle Ages were made of different types of wood. A longbow could be made of a single piece of wood and could be made quickly. The bows were called longbows because of their size and to distinguish them from another popular weapon at the time, the crossbow. Usually, a longbow was made out of yew wood. This type of wood must be dried for up to 2 years. During the drying period, the wood is shaped slowly into its final form of a longbow. Eventually, the process was sped up by using shortcuts, like re-wetting the wood for shaping. The bow was constructed from one branch cut in half. The heartwood, or the inner part of the branch, was used on the inside of the bow, facing the archer. This is because the heartwood has more resistance to compression. The sapwood, or the outer part of the branch, was used on the outside of the bow because it reacts better to tension. Bowstrings were usually made from linen or sometimes hemp. The longbow may have had a range of up to 270 yards, but it was difficult for the archer to be accurate at this distance. Better accuracy could be had if the archer was around 80 yards from the intended target. However, accuracy was less important if archers were shooting at a large number of assailants. Longbow archers would usually have enough arrows to last for around 3 to 6 minutes of continuous fire. They may have increased their speed by taking arrows out of their quiver and sticking them into the ground for quick access. Longbow archers could be more vulnerable than other soldiers because they didn't have adequate armor and weapons to use for close combat. Archers had to be positioned at a distance or behind some kind of physical obstruction like a body of water. The archers could also be positioned behind lines of infantry. The archers could shoot at attacking groups to help protect the infantrymen in front of them. Special arrows were made for longbows. The heads of the arrows were created in a way to allow them to penetrate the chainmail and other types of light armor soldiers might wear. Archers could also aim for the horses of mounted soldiers who wore heavier plate armor. Forcing them down from their mounts took away an advantage gained by fighting on horseback. The 100 Years' War was a war that occurred between 1337 and 1453 between England and France. At the time, Edward III was King of England and Charles IV was King of France. When Charles died, he didn't have any sons or brothers. Edward's mother, Isabella, was Charles's sister. Edward thought he should be King of France, but Charles's cousin, Philip, claimed the throne for himself. Philip started attacking lands over which England held control in France. England and France fought over these territories until France won back control of all of them but one small territory. This war lasted 116 years and ended in 1453. The Battle of Crécy occurred in 1346. Edward landed in France and was pursued by the French. The troops stopped to fight a battle in Crécy where they were outnumbered by the French. The French sent out crossbowmen who could fire at about 3 to 5 bolts, arrows used for crossbows, per minute. This was much slower than the longbowmen, who could fire 10 to 12 arrows per minute. France's cavalry proceeded to attack 16 times. However, along with the archers and other soldiers, the English fought them off every time. In 1415, France and England fought another major battle. Upon landing in France, around 2,000 English soldiers died from dysentery. Henry V, now King of England, and his troops were again outnumbered and were short on supplies. As they marched towards a French port hoping to return to England for supplies, they were met near Agincourt by the French soldiers. The French stalled to allow England's supplies to dwindle even more. Henry decided to force them into battle, though he was highly outnumbered. Again, the longbowmen moved in on the French, forcing them to move directly into the main army's advance. The archers continued to attack the French until they were defeated. The two major battles discussed here are a good example of why the longbow was so important to Middle Age warfare. The longbow could be loaded faster and had a longer range than other bows. English kings encouraged the use of longbows by holding tournaments. Sports aside from archery may have been banned on Sundays. By encouraging English people to build this skill, the king would have a number of capable archers available for battle at any given time. The longbow required a lot of force in order to be used properly. While this discouraged other countries from having skilled longbowmen, England's support of archery allowed them to have skilled archers in training at all times. Eventually, around 1350, England found itself becoming short of yew used to make the bows. Ships trading in English ports were required to provide bows as a part of their payment. In the 16th century, bows became less popular as firearms were developed. At the time, the guns used fired more slowly than an archer, but required less training. The longbow was easy to make and easy to load. The longbow was vital in the victory of the English over the French in the 100 Years' War. The ability of the archers to shoot more arrows per minute than crossbowmen and the long range of the weapon gave the outnumbered English an advantage in the battles of Crécy and Agincourt. Although the French eventually gained control of nearly all of their territory, the ability of the English to hold control for a longer period of time had a direct correlation with the outcome of these two battles. Joan of Arc was a French woman born around January of 1412. She was born a peasant, but became a hero to the French. Joan's father was a farmer. She couldn't read or write. She experienced a fairly normal childhood. However, as she grew older, her life changed. Around 1425, Joan claimed she began to hear voices or see visions. She would later claim that her visions were of angels and saints that would offer her counsel. Included in her visions were Saint Catherine, Saint Margaret, and the archangels Michael and Gabriel. These visions would eventually lead her to come to the aid of the king who was at war with England. Joan was born amidst a war between England and France. This war was called the 100 Years' War. The 100 Years' War began in 1337 and ended in 1453. The war began when English King Edward, son of the late King of France's sister, claimed he should inherit the French throne, but was unable to do so because his son Philip ended up becoming the French king. Philip's France began attacking Edward's English territories within its borders, so Edward started the war to keep control of England's lands in France. During the early part of the war, England dominated France. It wasn't until Joan joined the battle that France began to experience major victories. In 1429, after an examination by high-ranking Catholic clergy, Joan convinced the king to allow her to accompany an army to Orleans. She arrived dressed in men's battle attire. She immediately began to reform the troops by requiring them to go to church and to confession. She disallowed swearing and looting and harassment of the civilians in the area. She and her troops took one English fortress after another. The victories at Orleans were due to an aggressive attacking behavior not typical of French commanders. As French troops attacked English at a church named St. Luke, she rallied them by carrying a French banner. Although she placed herself in danger, it is thought she generally took this role rather than fighting with a weapon. After the church was under French control, they went on to take other English strongholds. Joan led the troops to overcome a monastery named Bastille des Augustins that controlled a south approach to two English strongholds, La Tourette and part of the Orleans Bridge. The English were overrun and abandoned these posts. After this victory, France went on to reclaim other areas under English command. With Joan's help, the French fought another victorious battle called the Battle at Patay. French troops attacked an English relief force before their longbowmen were prepared. Joan attempted to take control of Paris, but was wounded. After this, a truce was signed with the Duke of Burgundy to keep a temporary peace between France and England. At the conclusion of the truce, Joan had another vision that she would be taken prisoner. This prediction came true when she was captured on May 24th, 1430, defending a town against an English attack. She was severely outnumbered. She was captured and ransomed to the English. After her capture, Joan was placed on trial for heresy at a series of hearings between February and March in 1431. She was held at the castle of Rouen. Many accounts relay that she was denied a fair trial. The trial was held in several hearings that ranged from February 21st to late March in 1431. These trials were supposed to hold testimonies of witnesses. The verdict would be based on the testimonies. However, Joan was the only witness allowed to testify at her trial. Many involved in the trial may have attempted to manipulate her into incriminating herself. Accounts of the trial say that Joan asked several times to be tried in front of nonpartisan judges and to appeal to the Pope, but these requests were not granted. Charges of witchcraft were brought against her, accusing her of using a magical banner, but these charges were dismissed. The direction she received from archangels and saints was discredited as advice from demons. She was held in a secular prison with male guards. At this time, it was against scripture for women to wear men's clothing. Joan, dressed in men's attire, was accused of heresy. Upon her request, she was provided with a dress, but it was stolen from her. She was faced with the choice to either remain nude or resume wearing her men's clothing. Reports say that her guards attempted to rape her multiple times. When she chose to dress in her men's attire again, she was again accused of heresy. At this time, she was found guilty of the crime and sentenced to execution. She was burned at the stake on May 30th, 1431. Accounts of her execution say that many involved in the trial cried openly at her execution. She asked for a cross, and a sympathetic soldier made a small one for her out of wood. Those involved in the execution spoke sometimes that they feared God's wrath for their actions. The war ended several years after Joan's execution. Slowly, England lost control over their territories in France. France gained full control of Paris in 1436 and Normandy in 1450. The war came to an end when all other English territories came under French control except for Calais, which remained under England's control until 1558. Joan of Arc was a French peasant who said she was told by angels and saints to help lead the French to victory in the 100 Years' War. She helped defeat England several times but was captured and executed for heresy. The war continued for a short time after her death, but ultimately ended with most English territories coming under French control. Before the 14th century, Europe experienced a large population growth. However, by the late 13th century, this resulted in land being overworked and production being slowed. In addition to the overworked soil, the global climate experienced a cooling phase. The reasons for this are unknown. Although the temperature change was small, maybe as little as 1 degree, it had a large impact on agricultural production. The cooling phase brought with it wet conditions and heavy rainfall. This period in history has been labeled the Little Ice Age. During the cooling phase, the growing season changed by up to 20%. This basically means the normal growing season was shortened by up to 2 months. Seeds that were used to growing at the time were not able to withstand extreme changes in the weather and moisture as we see in our modern seeds. These factors led to a shortage in usable crops. Wheat and rye, which were staples at the time, experienced a significant drop in production across Europe. Snow could be found on the ground late in the spring, encouraging the existence of parasites that devastated crop growth. There was also less hay to feed livestock, and straw or pine was used as a substitute. Still, much of the livestock had to be slaughtered to feed starving nations. As crop production declined, famine began to spread across Europe. Famine began around 1315 and lasted until around 1317. This was a slight beginning of population decline. The cool moisture in the air led to the spread of illnesses that could affect entire villages with gangrene or death. Grains that were kept in storage during these conditions could have developed fungi or could have fermented long enough to cause hallucinations. Grain may have even developed a fungus called ergoblight, which is sometimes recognized by some historians as the cause of a mass hysteria-led witch hunt in Salem, Massachusetts in 1692. The Little Ice Age also caused a decline in the production of wine. Because of the weather, a lot of farms were destroyed. Fewer taxes could be collected, and property value declined. Several years later, around 1347, an even more devastating event began. The Black Death began to spread throughout Europe. The Black Death was devastating and wiped out at least 1/3 of Europe's population in less than a decade. The Black Death, sometimes referred to as the plague, was spread by rat fleas. A person who contracted the plague could die within a matter of days, usually less than 5. People who contracted the plague experienced a high fever, diarrhea, delirium, swollen lymph nodes, and eventually black splotches on the skin, giving it its moniker. Plague victims could also experience bleeding in their lungs, nausea and vomiting, muscle pains, and disorientation. There were no antibiotics or medication at this time for the plague. Some treated plague by draining swollen places or giving the victim arsenic, lily root, or dried toad. Those who lived in towns and cities caught the disease more easily. People in cities lived very close together. At the time, there was no knowledge of how contagious illnesses spread. The bodies of those who had died were not disposed of in a way that slowed the spread of disease. Those who handled the bodies did not wear any protective garments. The towns were dirty and rats were plentiful. Rats carrying diseased fleas helped spread the disease throughout many towns. People having no medical knowledge began to blame the disease on witches, astrology, or religious groups. The plague spread and encircled Europe within about 5 years, then disappeared. The consequences of the Little Ice Age, famine, and the Black Death were mostly seen in the population decline. The population would not increase to its original numbers until after 1500. People realized the plague spread more readily through cities, and a trend of de-urbanization resulted. People became more separated from each other and turned to extreme religious beliefs to quell their fear. Many people gave their possessions and even land to the church in exchange for protection from the illness. Alternately, many began to doubt the legitimacy of the healing power of the clergy against illness. There were groups of people who practiced behaviors outlawed by the church like drinking, gambling, gluttony, and extravagance. The workforce decreased significantly, and the cost of labor skyrocketed. This was the beginning of the decline of the feudal system and a positive move for peasants who gained more freedom and land. Aristocrats, however, pushed for a return to feudalism, eventually leading to peasant revolts. The orientation to agricultural life grew into industrial systems after European towns repopulated. Additionally, the plague led to the development of medical sciences. While the plague wiped out many doctors and priests that practiced healing by faith and superstition, education evolved to place a higher emphasis on anatomy and science. 14th century Europe saw a devastating decline in population because of several factors. Overworked soil and a climate cooling called the Little Ice Age gave way to a destructive famine. Crop production experienced a massive decline. Farms were destroyed while illness began to spread. Declines in tax revenue also resulted. A short time later, the Black Death spread across Europe and wiped out a third of the population within 5 years. Although these factors resulted in a massive population decline, Europe did experience some positive impact. The labor shortage after the Little Ice Age and the famine allowed peasants a strong voice in moving against feudalism and developing fair wages. Nobles desperate for power forced heavy taxes as a result of the demands of the peasants, eventually leading to rebellion. The failure of medical theories popular at the time and the devastation from the plague opened a pathway to industry and modern Western medicine. Fourteenth century Europe saw some very negative events. A famine occurred in both northern and southern Europe during the early to mid-14th century after excessive rain and frosts devastated crop growth. The population declined even further due to the Black Death. The Black Death was an illness that spread quickly and killed at least a third of the people living in Europe in the 14th century. Because the population declined so quickly, there was a labor shortage. The working class could now demand better wages, but the nobles still attempted to create restrictions on wages while the government imposed higher taxes to fund war efforts. The 100 Years' War began in 1337. The war was a fight between England and France to gain control over England's territories within French borders. England was dominant during much of the war, but ultimately lost control to France over all but one territory. In addition to the socio-economic state of Europe, the power of the Pope began to decline as well. Disputes erupted over who had more secular power, the Pope or the kings. The power of the Church was challenged by reformers and a pessimistic working class. Additionally, between 1309 and 1377, the papal court moved from its home in Rome, Italy, to Avignon, France. Once the papacy returned to Rome, arguments over who should be pope led to a great schism between two popes. A third was appointed to end the dispute, but none of the popes stepped down. Eventually, 2 popes were removed while the third stepped down and a new pope was appointed. Although the situation was resolved, the call for reform and arguments among the highest officials of the Church led to doubt and confusion regarding the Church's authority. Death, political unrest, and religious confusion were felt across Europe in the 14th century. Peasants felt they were bearing the worst of the times, and soon revolts erupted across Europe. One of the most well-known revolts occurred in June of 1381. In 1377, King Richard II forced a poll tax on peasants to help finance his military and foreign ventures. Another poll tax was issued 2 years later in 1379. Yet another poll tax was issued within this time frame that left peasants paying different amounts. Peasants felt the weight of the taxes and were increasingly angry at the unfairness of the taxes issued. After all, King Richard at the time was only a teenager. After the Black Death ravaged Europe, there was a shortage of laborers to work the land. Peasants were able to demand fair wages for their work. However, nobles began to fight to regain control over land and take away the peasants' freedom. Additionally, peasants were still paying heavy taxes to help fund the 100 Years' War between England and France. In 1351, King Edward III, the current King of England, passed a law that limited the wages of peasants to those that existed before the plague occurred. Those who broke the new rule were punished with fines or being placed in stocks. Fed up with the new taxes and the unfair treatment, peasants captured the Tower of London. The king met with the peasants several times and promised to give them what they asked for. Peasants weren't organized or skilled enough to stand up to a royal army, nor could they continue to not work for wages. Upon hearing the promises of the king, the peasants dispersed and returned to work. The king did not follow through on most of his promises, though he did lift some of the tax burden off of the peasants. Another revolt occurred in France in 1358, known as the Jacquerie. French peasants also felt the after effect of the Black Death. However, they were also dealing with the destruction of land by English and French soldiers, as well as hired mercenaries. At the time, the French king, John II, had been captured at the Battle of Poitiers in the 100 Years' War. Because power was divided among several people, the influence of the nobles greatly diminished. In order to ensure they kept some of the power, the nobles, along with the church clergy, forced heavy taxes on the peasants. The peasants attacked aristocracy for several weeks throughout the summer. They lacked organization, and many of the uprisings were local attacks on tax collectors, governors, and other nobility. They were eventually suppressed by a group of nobles led by Charles the Bad of Navarre. Although the two examples above are two of the most well-known accounts of uprisings, revolts took place all over Europe over excessive taxation and suppression from aristocracy. Uprisings also occurred in Italy, Flanders, Bulgaria, and Hungary. The conditions leading to the revolt of the lower classes included the population decline from the Black Death and famine, taxation of the peasants, conflict in the church, and damages from war. These elements weighed heavily on peasants, who lacked a voice within the economic structure. They resorted to violence to make themselves heard, but accomplished little in their efforts. Although some of the taxes were lifted, peasants still felt the oppression of aristocrats and royalty over their wages.
Today's lesson will differ from most in that it will be more of a tool than a lesson, a frame of reference rather than a subject dissected. Together we will be making a timeline to guide us through 4 very exciting yet often confusing eras of history. They are the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Age of Exploration, and the Elizabethan era. Now before I begin rattling off dates or we begin making our timeline, we have 2 ground rules to cover, so listen carefully. Rule number 1. Remember, these time periods flow together with no definitive starts and stops. In truth, they sort of stream into one another. Think of it like your plate at a picnic, and no matter how careful you are, the coleslaw always sort of seeps into your baked beans or soaks the underside of your corn on the cob. It's pretty annoying for those of us who like to keep things all nice and neat, but it's just the way it goes at a picnic. It's the same way with these eras. Like the food on your picnic plate, they just seep and flow into one another, and even the geekiest of historians don't agree on where one truly starts and the other stops. This brings us to rule number 2, the most important of our rules. Do not freak out if you don't know these events. I'm going to repeat that one. Do not freak out if you don't know these events. We've just begun, and you're not expected to know them. This timeline is simply a tool of reference, a roadmap of sorts, to help keep track of the times as we delve into each event in future lessons. So for now, don't worry, we've got it all covered. Just take a deep breath. Sit back and watch our timeline unfold. First, we have the 100 Years' War, beginning in 1337 and lasting for about 116 years. It was a nasty skirmish begun when the King of England tried to claim the crown of France. Next, we have another struggle for power, but this time in the papacy. It was known as the Great Schism of 1378, when two popes both claimed authority over the Catholic Church. Again, this caused a bit of a problem. Because of this, we need to include the Council of Constance, lasting through the years 1414 through 1418, which ends the aforementioned Great Schism. On more of an up note, we can also include the invention of the printing press by Johann Gutenberg in 1448. This invention forever changed world communication. On a down note, while Gutenberg is printing, people are still fighting as Constantinople falls to the Turks in the year 1453, thus ending the Byzantine Empire. Not wanting to be left out of any action, England gets involved in her own civil war, known as the War of the Roses, which began in 1455 as a family feud of sorts between the houses of York and Lancaster. Unlike the game show, this one lasted for over 30 years. To take a break from all the fighting, we have another high point as Columbus sails in 1492. Here I feel we should just take a moment and honor elementary school teachers all over the land by simply saying, Columbus sailed the ocean blue in 1492. While sails are setting for the new world, art is flourishing in the old one. One example of this is the famous painting of the Sistine Chapel by Michelangelo himself in 1508. It's an amazing work of art still displayed and revered today. As Mike was painting, others were writing. We have Martin Luther nailing his 95 Theses to the doors at Wittenberg in the year 1517. This work not only changed the religious landscape of much of Northern Europe, but also caused some real trouble for its author, Martin Luther. Speaking of trouble, we also have the Peasants' War of Germany, beginning in 1524 and lasting about 2 years. Although its duration was very short, it was a large uprising of the peasant class, seeking influence and freedom for their everyday lives. Across the sea, while peasants in Germany were fighting for their freedom, Spanish conquistadors were robbing the New World of its freedom, as in 1532 Francisco Pizarro conquered the Incan Empire of Peru. Again, not wanting to be left out, England joins the historical melee with the excommunication of Henry VIII by the Pope. This occurred in 1538 over some trivial little matters like marriage annulments, cutting off wives' heads, and Henry declaring his supremacy and starting his very own church. In 1545, we have the Council of Trent, a series of 3 meetings held by the Catholic Church in order to answer the charges of the Reformation and to dogmatically solidify its beliefs. To this day, it's considered one of the most important councils of Catholic history. In 1555, with the Holy Roman Empire continuing to weaken, the Peace of Augsburg was enacted, giving the princes of Germany the right to practice Catholicism or Lutheranism as they each saw fit. Sadly, for other religious sects, only Lutheranism and Catholicism were recognized. At this time, France was also having some issues of her own as the French War of Religion broke out in 1562 and was yet another clash between Catholics and Protestants in Europe. Adding to the religious and political upheaval on the continent was the 80 Years' War, beginning in 1568, in which the Dutch territories fought for their freedom against Catholic Spain. Again, never one to sit on the sidelines, England gets involved with the execution of Mary, Queen of Scots, by her cousin, Elizabeth, Queen of England, in the year 1587. This act, along with several others, pits Catholic Spain against England, culminating with the invasion of the Spanish Armada against the English in the year 1588. If it weren't for a little luck and some very bad weather on that day, England might be speaking Spanish today. Just when things seemed like they couldn't get more upside down and sideways on the continent of Europe, along comes the 30 Years' War of 1618, one of the most damaging conflicts in European history, in which most of Central Europe became engulfed in a battle which began as Catholic versus Protestant, but soon degraded into a race for European preeminence. And this brings us to our last timeline entry, the Peace of Westphalia, a series of several treaties finally ratified in 1648, bringing an end to both the 80 and 30 Years' Wars of Europe. Although this treaty didn't really bring true peace to the continent, it was a large step toward national boundaries and state sovereignty. So there you have it, a quick timeline for 4 exciting yet confusing eras. Now that we've finished, please remember our 2 rules. Rule number 1, these historical eras, the Renaissance, the Reformation, the Age of Discovery, and the Elizabethan era all flow together with no definitive starts and stops. And rule number 2, do not freak out if you don't know these events. This timeline is simply a tool, a roadmap, for you to begin making sense of the eras. Perhaps after you've completed future lessons and are feeling more confident, you can come back to this lesson, watch it on mute, and see if you can fill in some of the details as the dates and the events appear on the screen. Until then, take that deep breath and relax, knowing we've got you covered. In today's lesson, we will be discussing Italy as the birthplace of the Renaissance, a historical period beginning in the late 14th century in which people started taking an interest in the learnings of earlier times, specifically in the cultures of ancient Greece and Rome. As the French word Renaissance implies, it was a rebirth in the appreciation and study of these classical times. It was also a rebirth in the interest of the individual and the human capacity to learn, otherwise known as humanism. For our purposes, we're going to stick with, and sort of stretch a bit, the idea of the Renaissance as a rebirth. This being said, we all know that every birth needs a mom. So for this lesson, Italy will play the role of Mama Renaissance. The great Italian city-states of Florence, Venice, Milan, and the Papal States centered in Rome will play the roles of her very wealthy, intelligent, yet rather cantankerous children. Before we get to her offspring, let's first discuss the other reasons why Italy was the perfect mom for the Renaissance. Reason number 1 is quite simply her location. Italy is located directly in the middle of Eastern and Western Europe, making it very easy for her, through trade, to spread her new ideas all over the continent. Overseas trade, spurred on by the Crusades, had brought great wealth to Italy. Also, and even more obvious, Italy is actually the home to ancient Rome and many of the Greek beliefs that Rome held. Every day, Mama Italy was able to draw inspiration from the ruins of Rome that surrounded her. In many ways, it's as if maybe she woke up one morning and said, well, enough is enough. Why in the world am I obeying the ideas of those northerners, those dark age Neanderthals, just telling me to suffer through life and wait for some eternal reward? Well, I've had enough of this. I want to live now. I want to live like my ancestors did in the ancient, glorious Roman Empire. This very idea was trumpeted, albeit much more eloquently, in the writings of Petrarch, a citizen of Mama Italy who has come to be known as the father of humanism. He too desired to trade in the stuffiness of old medieval ideals for the beautiful, human-oriented works of ancient Rome, specifically those of Cicero and Virgil. Reason number 2 for Italy being the perfect Renaissance mom was her wealthy merchant class. Unlike most of Europe, feudalism, or the idea of wealth through land ownership, never gained a firm hold in Italy. Because of this, Italy, specifically northern Italy, was urban while the rest of Europe was mostly rural. Fortune was not to be made in Italy through land ownership, but instead through commerce and trade. This gave rise to a wealthy merchant class. The bubonic plague struck Italy in the 1300s, decimating over 60% of her population. This brought more wealth to the common class. Simply put, because there were fewer laborers, the surviving workers could demand more money. Furthermore, this decimation of the population made it more difficult for the uber-wealthy merchant class to expand their businesses. This freed their money up to be spent on more interesting things like the arts, architecture, and literature. A perfect example of this is the wealthy Medici family of Florence, a baking family who financially backed many Renaissance artists, the greatest of these being Michelangelo himself. And now we come to reason number 3, our final reason for the success of Italy as the mother of the Renaissance, this being her 4 city-state children. Again, they are Florence, who grew powerful due to the trade of wool, Venice, who gained power through trade at sea. We also have Milan, who had a strong monarchy and was ruled by a powerful line of dukes, and the Papal States, funded by the Church centered in Rome. Here it should probably be mentioned that Italy had a very different parenting style than that of the other European countries. Unlike them, she did not rule over her household with an iron fist. She did not unite her children under one kingdom or one supreme head. Instead, her kids were much more independent, each forming their own sovereign city-states, making their own decisions, and having their own forms of government. Now, as I mentioned earlier, these 4 children, like any other children who are given a bit too much freedom, had the nasty habit of fighting and causing some real trouble. The beginning period of the Italian Renaissance was marked with warfare between not just the 4 wealthiest siblings, but also the smaller unmentioned city-states. Ironically, most of these wars were not fought by the actual citizens of Italy, but were instead fought by mercenaries, or condottieri, as they were called back then. No matter their name, they were soldiers for hire, drawn from the northern countries of Europe, specifically Germany and Switzerland, to do the dirty work of the squabbling siblings. As you can probably guess, the city-states with the most money, who could hire the most soldiers, therefore the 4 wealthiest siblings, Flo, Vinny, Millie, and Roma, quickly absorbed the smaller ones into their folds. After decades of fighting on land, Florence, Milan, and Venice emerged as the most dominant players. At sea, there were also many battles with the weaker siblings of Pisa and even Genoa. Again, in this contest, the wealthier Venice reigned supreme, giving her hegemony, or a fancy word for domination and absolute rule, over the Italian seas. As the power of these northern city-states continued to grow, the Papal States of Rome were also growing and changing. The Pope, who held the responsibility of the Catholic Church, also ruled Rome. However, as the wealth of the city-states increased, the Pope became more of a politician than a spiritual leader. Corruption infiltrated the Church, and as often happens, money followed the corruption, giving Rome her place as one of the wealthiest siblings of Mama Italy. As these 4 siblings matured in power and wealth, they finally decided to play nice, setting aside their differences with the Peace of Lodi in 1454. With this truce, a period of peace reigned over these cities. Without the need to spend money on war, the siblings decided to grow up a bit, turning their attention to the culture of the arts, ancient Latin, architecture, and the humanistic ideals. Because of this, we have been given the beauty of Michelangelo, the wisdom of Leonardo, and the architecture of Brunelleschi. To summarize, Italy was the birthplace of the Renaissance, a historical period beginning in the late 14th century, in which people again started taking interest in the learning of the earlier times during Greece and Rome. As the French word implies, it was a rebirth of these ideals. There are 3 main reasons why Italy was the perfect place for the birth of the Renaissance. Reason number 1 being simply her location. Reason number 2, as we discussed, was her wealthy merchant class. And finally, reason number 3, because of her wealthy merchant class, she also had 4 wealthy and powerful children, the great Italian city-states of Florence, Venice, Milan, and the Papal States centered in Rome. All of these reasons made Italy the perfect mom of the Renaissance, enabling her to not only spread her ideals past her boundaries to Northern Europe, but also to history and to our modern world. For this, we owe Mama Italy our thanks and our gratitude. Today we'll be discussing the concept of humanism, the term generally applied to the overreaching social and intellectual philosophies of the Renaissance era, in which the beauty of the individual was elevated to preeminence. To put it in simpler terms, humanism is the belief that man has beauty, worth, and dignity. Therefore, life here on earth should be cherished rather than simply endured. Before we delve headlong into humanism and the effect it had on the individual, we must first discuss the reason behind its development. During the Middle Ages, between about the 3rd and 13th centuries, life and culture were primarily focused on the church and religion. However, toward the beginning of the 14th century, the power of the church began to greatly decline. This decline is the main reason for the development of humanism, as people became less interested in thinking about God, the afterlife, and the saints, and more interested in thinking about themselves, their natural world, and the here and now. Many historians believe there were two main causes of this decline, the first being the bubonic plague, which ravaged Europe and killed over half of many countries' populations. As the plague devastated and destroyed, the church was helpless to stop it. People prayed, people filled cathedrals, yet loved ones continued to die. This led many to disenchantment, causing them to seek out other explanations beyond the spiritual for human suffering and loss. The second, and perhaps most profound reason for the decline of the church was the rise of the market economy. As money began to be amassed through trade, the power of the church declined even more. From this rose city-states and monarchies governed more by economy than religious restriction. All in all, the church became too stuffy, too impractical, and too rigid. Thus, it was replaced with the secular human's capacity to learn, create, and especially enjoy. In short, it was replaced with the idea of humanism, where the study of human progress and human nature is at the center of all things. Now that we've covered the reason for the development of humanism, we can dive into what this actually meant for the individual in the areas of independence and interests. First, humanism radically changed the idea of individual independence. Prior to the 14th century, much of Europe, and especially Northern Europe, practiced the feudal system in which wealth was based on land ownership. Generally speaking, under this system, people were seen as part of a collective whole to keep feudal society and the manor system intact. Serfs, or the poor workers, were tools used by the wealthy to work their landholdings and keep their wealth intact. Adding to this imprisonment of sorts, the church believed that to be concerned with yourself and your rights was nothing more than arrogance, rebellion, and sin. One should only be concerned with obeying the rules and following them without question. However, as we mentioned earlier, thanks to the plague and the rise of trade, the power of the church and feudalism shrank, and the importance of the individual grew. Man and human nature were no longer seen as totally sinful and in need of punishment, but instead as independent, beautiful, and individual creations of God. This is particularly seen in the writings of Petrarch, the father of humanism, in which he states, "Sameness is the mother of disgust, variety the cure." Or in other words, go on and express yourself. These ideals were further expressed in the famous speech, The Dignity of Man, in which the renowned orator Mirandola states, "You with no limit or no bound may choose for yourself." Again, he's saying, you're an individual, you're an independent, you're free. This brings us to how humanism changed not only the idea of individual freedom, but also how humanism changed the interests of the individual. Remember, up to this point, anything not centered around the church was considered sinful. Man and earth were wicked, and only heaven and the afterlife were worthy to encompass human thought. Humanism turned this idea completely on its head as scholars, artists, and writers began centering their works on man and his experience while here on earth rather than in the afterlife. Instead of spending their time and efforts on penance and self-denial, humanists resurrected the ideals of the ancient Greeks, who placed the study and progress of human nature at the center of their interests. This is plainly seen in the writings of Dante's Divine Comedy, as he explains his individual journey to God, rather than a journey to God through the church. This led many to be curious about a personal relationship with God, rather than a religion sculpted by the church. Interest in the human rather than the afterlife is also seen in the famous work The Decameron by Giovanni Boccaccio. In this humanistic writing, 10 young people fleeing the Black Death hide out in an abandoned villa and fill their days and nights by telling each other rather racy and torrid tales of love and romance. Ironically, during a time of such great death and crisis, the author chooses not to have their interest turned toward the medieval church ideals of repentance and penance, but instead to enjoying the moments in which they live. Again, humanism wins the day as the individual chooses to enjoy the human story rather than the old church ideals of pain and punishment. And this, in itself, summarizes the beauty of the individual in the eyes of the humanist. And now to completely summarize humanism. It is the term generally applied to the overreaching social and intellectual philosophies of the Renaissance era. Humanism, or the ideal that man has beauty, worth, and dignity, developed as the church declined. This decline mainly occurred for 2 reasons. Number 1, the carnage of the Black Death and the church's inability to explain or stop the suffering led many to look for answers outside the church walls. And number 2, the rise of the market economy, which replaced feudalism and freed the individual from serfdom, allowed them to make money, grow, and think on their own. Amidst this backdrop, humanism changed the thoughts of the day in the areas of individual independence and individual interests. As for individual independence, in the eyes of the humanists, people were no longer seen as tools for the wealthy or objects of God's wrath, but instead as individuals created by God with their own unique gifts and talents. Variety, differences, and creativity were embraced rather than shunned. Also, in the areas of individual interest, humanistic thoughts were turned to the here and now, while the capacity of man to live and enjoy was celebrated. It reintroduced to humanity the Greek ideal that life on earth should truly be lived rather than simply endured, and that man, not the church, is at the center of all things. Curiosity was cultivated rather than squelched, and life on earth was seen as something to be cherished rather than simply suffered through. If you open up almost any world history textbook, you will read phrases like, "The Renaissance gave us Michelangelo," or perhaps, "The Renaissance gave us Leonardo da Vinci." These are very famous men, which most people will know. However, there are lesser-known men, an entire family in fact, who also played a crucial role in this time period. Their name? The Medici family of Florence, Italy. Their claim to fame? Well, let's just say if the Renaissance gave us Michelangelo or Da Vinci, then the Medici themselves gave us the Renaissance. The Renaissance, a time period beginning in the late 14th century in which people became taking an interest in the learning of earlier times, specifically the cultures of Greece and Rome, is the backdrop for which our lesson takes place. As the French word Renaissance implies, it was a rebirth in the appreciation of classical times, and the Medici were, perhaps, its greatest supporters. To begin, the Medici family, also known as the House of Medici, emigrated to Florence from the Tuscan hillside sometime during the 12th century. Through banking and commerce, this family soon rose to become one of the wealthiest families in Italy. However, it wasn't until the 15th century that the Medici began turning their wealth into political capital, making themselves the unofficial yet undisputed rulers of Florence. As we take a look at this powerful mafia-like family, let's keep three things in mind. First, the Medici won their powerful status through wealth, not by war or birthright. Second, the Medici sustained their power by using art as their personal propaganda machine. And third, the Medici cemented their power through family connections and a vast social network. The first Medici we see using wealth to win power was Giovanni de' Medici. In fact, we could say it was he who got the influential Medici ball rolling through the founding of the Medici Bank. Through shrewd, behind-the-scenes business transactions, Giovanni wormed his institution to the top of the ladder. By the early 15th century, the Medici Bank had become the official bank of the papacy, earning themselves the title of God's bankers. However, Giovanni never sought political office. Instead, he used his wealth to strongly encourage the official politicians of Florence for tax reform. This move made him extremely well-liked by the people of Florence and added popular support to his growing political cachet. If Giovanni got the Medici ball rolling, his son, Cosimo de' Medici, or Cosimo the Elder, had it dipped in gold. During the 1430s, Cosimo used the family fortune to set up an elaborate network of behind-the-scenes alliances that benefited his bank and ruined his competitive enemies. In true mafia style, he loaned money for favors. Within years of taking over the family reins, Cosimo controlled the strings to almost every business in Florence. This gave him the ability to call in favors at will. He also set up branches of the Medici Bank all over the known world, from Barcelona to Cairo to Bruges. Soon, almost every parish in Europe sent its money to the Medici. The Pope himself opened up a huge credit line, giving the Medici the purse strings of the church. Again, money won power, making the House of Medici a ruling dynasty without birthright or title. Of course, this made Cosimo very unpopular with the old, influential families of Florence. So much so that in 1433, he was arrested and exiled by a rival family. However, bribes, along with his well-crafted political network, saw his enemies quickly destroyed. Cosimo returned to reign unchallenged for over 30 years. With his rule undisputed, Cosimo further cemented his popularity by throwing his money to the arts. He commissioned Brunelleschi to finish the dome of the Florence Cathedral and then suggested the Pope personally travel to Florence to consecrate the cathedral upon its completion in the mid-1430s. Now remember, Cosimo held His Excellency's money in his hand. This move made him extremely popular with the masses, as their city was turned into the cultural center of the day, and the Renaissance began to flourish. With this, Cosimo seized the opportunity to use art to his personal political advantage, holding at his charge men like Brunelleschi and Donatello. Craftily, Cosimo the Elder continued to fund the arts, earning his city fame and himself the posthumous title, Father of the Fatherland. If Cosimo seized the opportunity to use cultural works as propaganda, his grandson, Lorenzo de' Medici, made it an art form. Lorenzo, known as the Magnificent, threw the doors of art open to the public, again breathing life into the Renaissance. He funded a public art school, fostered the talent of Michelangelo, supported the brilliance of Da Vinci, and flaunted the racy works of Botticelli. This grasping of power through art is blatantly seen in Botticelli's work, The Adoration of the Magi. In this masterpiece, the artist actually painted members of the Medici family as the kneeling wise men. What could give the appearance of power more so than having a wise Medici kneeling and actually touching the feet of the Holy Child? Although Lorenzo was charming and a fan favorite, he had little interest in the family banking business. Instead, he used his family connections to ensure his power and success. He married the niece of a church cardinal, then married his own daughter off to the son of Pope Leo VIII. Not satisfied with this, he also spent a fortune buying his teenage son Giovanni the title of cardinal. Although these moves did widen the Medici influence, it also lessened the family's personal bank account in Florence. Lorenzo, being more interested in his popularity than the business side of his position, soon began losing some of his power and sway. In short, as his money began to dwindle, his social network began crumbling. In fact, during the latter part of his unofficial reign, Lorenzo came under great criticism by the powerful monk Savonarola. This outspoken clergyman condemned Lorenzo for his sinful taste in art, his sinful extravagance, and his sinful abuse of church power. Without the full force of their former fortune, the Medici line began to weaken. However, never fail, the Medici had an ace up their sleeves. When Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici, remember Lorenzo's son who got a cardinalship for his birthday, became Pope Leo X in the year 1513. With this rise to such heights, Giovanni, or His Excellency, refilled his family coffers through the sale of indulgences, or in simpler terms, the freedom from punishment of sins. This practice, although it played a role in spurring on the Reformation, made Giovanni a very wealthy man with a strong appetite for parties, Renaissance art, and prestige. At this point, the House of Medici turned its attention to the business of the church rather than the business of banking. Following in his cousin Giovanni's footsteps, Giulio di Giuliano de' Medici became Pope Clement VII in the year 1523. Remembering the old family tricks, Giulio quickly used his family network to secure power through the marriage of his cousin, Catherine de' Medici, to the heir of the French throne. This not only made Catherine the future Queen of France, but also the mother of 3 future French kings, whose blood was half Medici. Again, the household of Medici, who had never officially been royalty, saved its power not by war or birthright, but through wealth and connection. Although these 2 popes were very powerful, the award for the most outstanding 16th century Medici would probably go to Cosimo de' Medici, the great-great-grandson of Lorenzo the Elder, who was Cosimo the Elder's brother. However, this Cosimo's claim to fame is not his well-known name. On the contrary, his infamy lies in being the first Medici to hold political office by being named the Grand Duke of Tuscany in the late 1560s. Also, unlike his fathers before him, Cosimo did not rule as a great patron of the arts, nor did he rely on a social network built through bribery. Instead, he ruled as almost a dictator, using his title to create a large government bureaucracy. However, Cosimo did show his true Medici colors by marrying a Spanish princess of his own. With this move, he not only ensured the support of the Spanish court, but also gained access to the powerful Spanish army and navy. Now Cosimo had might to back up his place of power. As Grand Duke, Cosimo established absolute power over the region, and his descendants would rule as Grand Dukes well into the 1700s. Also, his children would keep up the Medici tradition of marrying well. His granddaughter Marie would become Queen of France, and her son would rule the French as Louis XIII, proving once again that the Medici were masters at gaining power through wealth and connection. For the most part, the Medici line began to decline after the reign of Cosimo. Florence continued in political stability, but as the Medici turned into more of a dictatorship, Florence ceased to be a hub of cultural flurry and inspiration. Finally, when the last Medici Grand Duke died without a male heir, the Medici of Florence died with him, signaling the end of an era that gave us the Renaissance. To conclude, the House of Medici came to power through banking and commerce, but soon rose to become one of the most, if not the most, powerful families of the Renaissance Europe. Directly or indirectly, the Medici funded most of the masterpieces of the day. The Medici were political masterminds who did not rule by warfare or birthright. Instead, they used, first and foremost, their wealth to gain power. Second, they used art as their personal propaganda machine to sustain their power. And third, they used family connections and a vast social network to cement their power. They were a family who ruled the era of the Renaissance and gave to the world treasures still displayed and revered today. With the rise of the Renaissance came the rise of new monarchs to power, royalty who began to grasp absolute rule over their people and their countries. These new rulers created stable governments within their countries, while also lessening the power of the church and the old feudal aristocracies. In today's lesson, we will be exploring these monarchs and their rise to power. Before we get into the intrigue of the kings and queens, let's review some important vocab words. First and foremost, we have the word Renaissance. Renaissance literally means rebirth and was a period of cultural revolution in terms of art, education, religion, and politics. During this era, people began throwing out the medieval ideas of power in exchange for the personal freedoms found in the cultures of ancient Greece and Rome. Second, we have the term feudalism. Feudalism is a political system in which power is held through land ownership. This system dominated the medieval era, creating a large noble class or aristocracy of landowners. These nobles held direct power over the common class. They were lords of the day, ruling over their land and its inhabitants with unchallenged authority. Now that we have our terms down, let's get back to our kings and queens. Two things stood as roadblocks for the rise of these new monarchs: the church and the nobles. Both of these groups feared the rise of the monarchs and weren't willing to surrender their power without a fight. However, these monarchs were very crafty, doing three things to gain ultimate power and control. First, they directly challenged church authority. Second, they included the middle class in their rulings and parliaments. And third, they limited the position and power of the aristocracy. Let's first begin with the challenge to church authority. When the medieval idea that the church should be in control of government came in, the new monarchs strongly disagreed. After all, one of the main ideas of the Renaissance was that people should be free to think on their own, without constant interference from the church. Building on this ideology, kings and queens took a more worldly approach to governing, making moves to not only challenge the church, but to also separate church and state. This was a new tactic because medieval tradition believed that since the church claimed the right to people's souls, they should also rule over the people's governments. However, with the coming of the Renaissance, the monarchs turned this idea upside down, basically saying to the church, "Thanks, but we can take it from here." One great example of this was the 14th century Babylonian captivity of the papacy, in which the church seat was moved to Avignon, France. With this move came the impression that the Pope was simply a puppet in the hands of the French kings of the day, some of whom included Philippe VI, Louis X, and Charles IV. The rise of secular power was also being felt in Italy, as Machiavelli, one of the best-known Florentine writers, stressed that governmental rule should be based on the secular and not the religious. This idea is bluntly stated in his early 16th century work, The Prince. Probably the best example of royalty thumbing their noses at the church was the English Act of Supremacy in the year 1534. This controversial piece of legislation not only limited the church, it completely separated England from the Catholic Church, declaring King Henry VIII, you know, the guy with all the wives, the supreme head of the Church of England. As the power of the church weakened, the monarchies pulled out the next weapon in their arsenal, the growing middle class. During the Renaissance, urban areas began to prosper as trade grew between cities and other countries. This newfound source of income freed the common class from the system of feudalism. Wealth was no longer to be held simply through land ownership, but through commerce and trade. As cities grew, jobs were rapidly created. With these jobs came a brand new group of income earners, or in the monarch's eyes, a brand new source of tax income. King Henry III of England is one of the first European monarchs to begin regularly taxing his subjects. Oddly enough, although the common class now had to pay taxes, they began to embrace their rulers as symbols of national pride. In short, it seems the freedom from feudalism was well worth the price of taxes. This shift in finances and this new tax base gave the monarchies a treasury with which to fund their own standing armies. This was a huge change in political influence, since up to this point, kings and queens relied on the wealthy landowners or the aristocracy for the raising of troops. An excellent example of this change is the strong national forces of Spain under the influence of Ferdinand and Isabella. With this ability to raise an army, monarchs became strong central leaders who could directly challenge the power of the old aristocratic class. The wealth of their countries was no longer found in the feudal system, meaning the majority of their populations no longer owed allegiance to the aristocratic nobility. With this reality came the monarchy's chance to limit the power of the aristocracy. The first way we see this happening is through the hiring of non-aristocratic subjects to the administration of the monarch's bureaucracies. In simpler terms, the kings and queens of Europe began using common men to replace the aristocracy. This gained the royals even more public support while further limiting the nobility. This new group of common bureaucrats soon became known as parliaments. They replaced the aristocracy in areas of counsel and even consent in the monarchy's decision-making process. These new parliaments, named from the Latin word parlamentum, or to discuss, enabled the royals to raise money through taxes while also keeping a close eye on the nobility. In many ways, they acted as a go-between for the common men and their kings. In many European nations, these parliaments soon dwindled into mere puppets under the control of the ruling royals. However, this was not the case in England, where the king faced increasing pressure by his parliament to invite a greater selection of subjects to attend parliament. This is known as the principle of common consent. With the growth of parliaments and the increase of the monarch's position of power, one question needed to be answered: what to do with the old aristocracy? The monarchs cleverly answered this question with the introduction of court life to their realms. In this practice, the royal courts became the center of life for the nobility, in essence reducing the aristocracy to a royal entourage. Nobles were required to live at court and as a result were under the constant surveillance of the king. This allowed the monarchs to control the nobles and, more importantly, allowed them to prevent a coup or uprising of the wealthy. In reality, the introduction of court life was almost a deal made between the aristocracy and the monarchies. The monarchies funded the wealthy lifestyle of the nobles, but gained almost absolute power. In turn, the aristocracy gave up their power for life in a gilded cage, complete with luscious foods, parties, and hunting trips galore. All in all, not a bad deal for either side. In conclusion, the Renaissance saw the rise of new monarchs to the European stage. These new kings centralized power in their countries by cleverly doing three things. First, they directly challenged church authority. Second, they included the middle class in their rulings and parliaments. And third, they limited the position and power of the aristocracy. These new monarchs were Renaissance rulers who gave us a new system of government, the remnants of which can still be seen today. This is Claude. Claude lived somewhere between the 14th and 15th centuries. Claude peddles wool. Claude doesn't know it, but he's about to come into some money. Claude's going to need a bank. Lucky for Claude, banks are popping up all over Europe. Let's follow Claude to learn a few things about these new banks, their prominent members, and their impact on Renaissance society. Before we get to all this, let's see how Claude gets his money. Claude acquires his money through tragedy, other people's tragedy. He's a member of the Woolmen's Guild, a group of craftsmen who work together to control prices and fair trade practices. At their monthly meeting, Claude notices his fellow members aren't looking so hot. Henry is complaining about swollen joints, Fred has red spots, and Sam is acting plain crazy. By the end of the week, everyone but Claude is dead. They all had the Black Plague. Realizing this signals the end of his Woman's Guild, Claude decides to branch out on his own. Trusting his former guild members won't mind, 'cause they're dead, he takes their tools, their products, and their trade routes. Claude now has a huge group of customers looking to him for all their wool needs. He's in such high demand, he can charge way more for his product. Claude begins to make some real money. Soon Claude tires of traveling and looks for a place to set up permanent shop. This brings him to Florence, Italy, a city made wealthy by the Crusades, overseas trade, and Claude's personal favorite, wool. He sets up shop and business starts booming. Soon he hires an apprentice, or a worker who learns his or her trade from a skilled employer. Before long, Claude's quite the merchant. With his thriving business, he joins a new breed of other merchants who become known as the middle class. Claude and his new middle-class friends soon come up with a way to diversify or enlarge the range of products sold. Claude decides to add ladies' garments to his portfolio. His friend, the candle maker, adds torches to his. These new additions will require funding, and Claude and his friends just don't have enough gold florins. Gold coins made in Florence that were the standard money for most of Europe, the first coins to be mass-produced for trade across countries. Lucky for Claude, another citizen of Florence, Giovanni de' Medici, has just started a banking business across town. Giovanni and his family use the rise of trade and industry as a catalyst to grow their banks. This has made them one of the wealthiest families of Italy, if not all Europe. Claude and his candle-making friend go see Giovanni, who tells them he's going to charge interest on their loans. This surprises Claude, since his priest always told him it was against the rules to charge usury or interest. Although Claude is a bit annoyed about the usury part, he decides to borrow the money. It can't be too bad an idea, since while he's there he runs into the Pope, who is also borrowing money. He also sees several of the European monarchs trying to take out money. He overhears one of them saying they need money to raise their own armies to protect their lands. He hears another gossiping how King Edward III of England defaulted on his loans from the 100 Years' War. Goodness! No wonder the Medici can give so much of their money to support artists like Michelangelo, Brunelleschi, and Da Vinci. It seems everyone, even the Pope, owes them money. As Claude is leaving the bank, Giovanni's son, Cosimo de' Medici, calls out, "If you're ever traveling abroad, we've got you covered. We've got branches in Bruges, Barcelona, even Cairo." With his money in hand, Claude's new business ventures continue to thrive, allowing Claude to spend his money on things like education and the arts. He even decides to imitate the Medici by becoming a patron or financial backer for a local artist. Seeing all the enjoyment Claude gets from this, his friend, the candle maker, finds his own artist to back. Soon, art is flourishing all over Italy. All of these expenditures make it very necessary for Claude to keep better track of his finances. Lucky for him, the new banking system has come up with a practice called the double entry system, an accounting technique that records each transaction as a debit or a credit. This makes it much easier for Claude to calculate his incomes and his outputs. With his money finally under control, Claude decides to branch out from Italy into the rest of Europe. Since Claude doesn't want to carry a wagon load of florins across the borders, he avails himself to another banking advancement, bills of exchange, or promissory notes endorsed by the lender and the borrower. This new system is a precursor to our modern check writing and cashing system. This makes it much easier and safer for Claude and the rest of the middle class to expand their businesses, while also allowing the banks to yield large commissions from the borrowed money. With these new banking inventions, Claude continues to grow his business, opening up sites all over Europe. Each time a new location opens, he hires new people, creating new wage earners who in turn need more banks. By the time Claude is ready to call it quits, he has money all over the continent. At his location in Venice, he deposits his gold ducats, the currency of Venice, which has joined the florin in international popularity. In Genoa, he places his money in the Bank of St. George, which has overtaken the bank business of the Mediterranean. At his location in France, he deals with Jacques Coeur, a Frenchman who used his personal wealth to become the master of the mint, or the guy in charge of the money, for King Charles VII. In Germany, he gives his money to the Fugger banking family of Augsburg, whose founder was a clothsman just like Claude. In the remaining years of Claude's life, he and his money continue to travel the European continent, visiting the banks that made his fortune possible. In his elder years, he will pass on what he has learned of banking to future generations. He will teach them the value of borrowing wisely to increase business. He will explain to them the double entry accounting system. He will show them the benefits of bills of exchange, and he will regale them with stories of his dealings with the Medici family. Most important, he will tell them they too can grow their fortunes through proper banking practices. Who knows, he might even give a tiny head nod to the Black Plague. In today's modern world, the idea of nations and nationalities is widely understood. For instance, I'm an American, and so are these guys. These folks are not. Although we're all rather friendly, we come from different nations, and this makes sense to us. However, this concept was not always understood. In fact, prior to the 1500s, the known world was without concrete nations, or, to use the scholarly term, nation-states. In today's lesson, we'll be focusing on these modern nation-states and how they came about. For our purposes, we'll focus on two main factors which led to the rise of nation-states. They are the decline of feudalism and the decline of church power. To begin, a nation-state is a defined territory with a sovereign government made up of people sharing a common culture, history, and language. It's what's usually meant when we hear terms like nation or country. The medieval period of Europe, which lasted from about the 5th to the 15th century, saw most of Europe entrenched in feudalism. Feudalism is a political and economic system based on land ownership. Under feudalism, most people lived on land owned by a wealthy nobleman. The land owned by a noble or lord was known as a fief, and was almost a kingdom in itself, with its own laws and practices. Although the common folk may have heard of a king, it was the wealthy landowner who ruled their lives. Their allegiance was to him and his land, not to a crown or a country. However, this all started to change during the 15th century. After the Crusades, or wars fought between the Christian West and the Muslim East over the Holy Lands, European soldiers began returning home with tales of the wealthy East. This led to the development of trade routes between the East and the West, and in just a short time, towns and cities began developing along these routes. Over time, these towns began demanding independence from local lords, realizing they could stand on their own. Making matters even worse for the feudal lords, towns became beacons of freedom for poor workers looking for life beyond the yoke of feudalism. Instead of feeling trapped by generations of poverty, The poorer classes seized the opportunity to become free merchants and craftsmen within these new towns. In short, as towns grew, feudalism's grip began to weaken. As feudal lords were losing their grip, a number of European monarchs seized the opportunity to consolidate power by allying themselves with the growing merchant class. An excellent example of this was Louis XI, who ruled France from 1461 to 1483. When Louis XI took the throne, France was still in the grips of feudalism. However, during his reign, he won the allegiance of the merchant class by encouraging trade through the building and maintaining of roads, which made commerce much easier. Of course, he imposed taxes to pay for these improvements, but since trade was increasing, people were more than willing to trade in feudalism for taxation from a strong, stable king. In fact, Louis XI is seen as one of the first modern kings of France, who helped take his country from a group of feudal kingdoms to a unified country. Perhaps one of the best examples of a monarch bringing about a strong nation-state through trade is Henry VII of England's Tudor dynasty. Henry VII came to power at the end of England's civil war known as the Wars of the Roses. Like Louis XI of France, he encouraged trade by improving the infrastructure of England. He also negotiated several trade agreements and bolstered the English economy. The greatest of these was the Intercursus Magnus of 1496, which gave England a strong hold on the European wool trade. By the end of his reign in 1509, England was a prosperous nation, unified under the Tudor dynasty. Feudalism not only fell due to the increase of cities and towns, it was also violently ejected by some European rulers. For instance, throughout much of medieval times, Russia was really not much more than the area of Moscow. However, over the course of several hundred years, the princes of Moscow swallowed up more land, eventually growing their claims to what is today modern-day Russia. When Ivan IV, known as Ivan the Terrible, came to power as Tsar of Russia in 1547, he waged war against the nobility, killing many on his path to unquestioned power. Like Louis XI and Henry VII, he gained the loyalty of the merchant class by giving them positions in his new state bureaucracies. Although thousands of nobles died, Russia emerged as a strong, centralized nation. Coupled with the decline of feudalism, 15th century Europe also saw great changes in the power of the church. This led to the formation of modern nation-states. One of the very best examples of a budding nation standing up to the church is England's 1534 Act of Supremacy. In this bold move, King Henry VIII declared himself the supreme head of the Church of England. Not only did this hamstring the Catholic Church in England, it also gave the people a sense of national pride. They were no longer pawns in the Church's game, but Englishmen and women who had a brave king. France also got involved in the action in 1438 when King Charles VII unveiled the Pragmatic Sanction of Bourges. This also gave more power to the monarchy and grew the national sentiment in France by removing the Pope as the ultimate authority over the French Church. Unlike England and France, the Catholic faith actually grew in Spain. However, this was not due to the Pope, but to the rule of Ferdinand and Isabella. These two, unlike Henry VIII, were staunch Catholics who rallied their people to remove all Muslim influence from the borders of Spain. With this finally accomplished at the end of the 15th century, Spain emerged as a unified nation, giving allegiance to their king and queen. Yes, the Pope and the Church were respected, but the king and the queen were at the helm. Just like the other nations of Europe, the monarchs, not the Pope or feudal lords, made their nation a global power with its own defined boundaries and a strong centralized government. To conclude today's lesson, the nation-states of Europe began developing during the 15th century. Prior to this, most common people did not consider themselves as part of nations. The idea of king and country were present, but they played no real role in most lives. However, as feudalism declined and as the power of the church diminished, powerful monarchs stepped in to fill the power vacuum left behind. Kings like Henry VII of England and King Louis XI of France rallied their people behind them by supporting trade. while others like Henry VIII and King Charles VII gained prominence by telling the church to pretty much back off. No matter how these nations came about, whether through the violence of Russia or the cunning of a few monarchs, they have lasted throughout the centuries. They have given their people a sense of pride and national unity still alive, and for the most part, very well today. Right off Route 528 in Orlando, Florida, sits the headquarters of the Wycliffe Bible Translators, an organization of over 6,000 members whose mission statement reads, "Our vision is to see the Bible accessible to all people in the language they best understand." To date, this organization has played a part in completing over 700 translations of the Bible. In doing this, they have continued the works of John Wycliffe, a man living in very turbulent times who challenged the notion that the Bible should be left in the hands of the church. Through him, men like John Huss would pick up this mantle and bring the Bible to common man. John Wycliffe was an Englishman born sometime around the year 1320. History hasn't recorded much about his early life, but we know he was educated by and later taught at Oxford University. Around 1374, Wycliffe branched out from the scholarly world to enter the realm of politics, becoming a representative for King Edward III at a papal conference. During this time, it is believed that he developed a close friendship with John of Gaunt, the son of King Edward III. This friendship would serve as a protection for Wycliffe as he began challenging some foundational church practices and beliefs. These radical opinions focused on three areas: church authority, church membership, and church tradition. Let's take a look at his ideas on church authority. In the late 14th century, Wycliffe shocked the world by declaring the Pope, like any man, was capable of sin. In his essays entitled On Divine Dominion and On Civil Dominion, he took it a step further by stating a worldly or sinful pope was to be proclaimed a heretic and should be removed from office. Making matters even more serious, he also taught that a monarch had the right to stop financially supporting any clergyman they deemed to be unworthy. As you can guess, this didn't sit so well with the church, and in the late 1370s, Wycliffe's ideas were declared heretical by Pope Gregory. Fortunately for him, Wycliffe had supporters in very high places, John of Gaunt for one, as well as many monarchs who really liked the idea of not having to pay the church their money. Never one to sit quietly on the sidelines, Wycliffe would not be silenced. His next target was church membership. Through his personal study of the Bible, Wycliffe believed that God, not any earthly official, has the right to allow or deny church membership. Through his study, he believed that the Church of God was not a visible organization here on earth, but was made up of God's elect, or in simpler terms, those God had chosen. He believed no man, no pope, had the right to declare someone else holy. This job is for God and God alone. Wycliffe took this teaching known as predestination, or the belief that God has predetermined who will be part of the true church, directly from the Bible. The New Testament states, "And those he predestined, he also called. Those he called, he also justified. Those he justified, he also glorified." Again, he wasn't winning any points with the church, but nothing infuriated them more than our next topic, his attacks against their traditions. These attacks are what Wycliffe is most remembered for. Up until this point, church tradition held that only church officials were worthy to read and expound upon the Bible. They taught that common man was not capable of such study, and therefore the path to God must be through the church. Wycliffe boldly challenged us again by proclaiming the words of the New Testament, which again state, "For there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus." Or in other words, Jesus, not the church, is the only way to God. Wycliffe did not stop there. He decided the best way to get people to understand what the Bible said was to give them an English translation that they could understand. Up to this point, the Holy Book was only available in the ancient Hebrew, Latin, and Greek, making it difficult, if not impossible, for the common man to read. Wycliffe began translating the scriptures into common English. By the 1390s, his translation was being distributed to the wealthy, the common, and the very poor. Having the Bible readily available to the public meant disaster to the church. In losing control of the scriptures, the church's income and power were at stake. For instance, the selling of indulgences or the financial payments for freedom against the punishment of sin would be declared a complete scam. People would begin to challenge the church's authority. Of course, the church was not willing to go down without a fight. And when Wycliffe dared challenge their doctrine of transubstantiation, or the belief that the bread and wine of communion actually become the body of Christ, they had had enough. Although his life was spared, Wycliffe was declared a heretic and expelled from Oxford. He returned to a small church in Lutterworth, England, where he remained until his death. Ironically, the official church continued their grudge against him, and in 1428, years after Wycliffe's death, they ordered his bones to be dug up and burned. This move solidified their belief that he was a heretic, but I'm guessing had very little impact on Wycliffe himself. Like many movements that include the common folk, Wycliffe's work continued. By 1387, traveling preachers who held the beliefs of Wycliffe, called Lollards, roamed throughout England, taking with them the teachings of Wycliffe. These Lollards, named from the Dutch word mumbler, included members of the common class as well as the wealthy. Together they encouraged all people to read the Bible in their local language, stressing a personal faith between God and man, instead of a distant relationship through church authority. Of course, like Wycliffe, their greatest act was continuing to support the reading of the Bible in the local languages of the people. Unfortunately, the Lollards may have pushed their luck when they produced a stinging attack against the Church of England, calling it a blind and leprous burden to the people. As you can imagine, this didn't go over so well, and in the late 1300s, many of the Lollards were imprisoned and their Bibles banned. However, in a small Bohemian village, someone else was stirring. John Huss, the son of poor parents, enrolled in the University of Prague in the 1390s. There he came under the influence of the writings of Wycliffe. Huss was especially impressed with Wycliffe's teachings against the power of the church. This was also the time of the Great Schism, when two rival popes were fighting for church authority. This, along with Wycliffe's teachings, spurred on Huss's belief that the church was way too powerful. He took Wycliffe's beliefs to another level, arguing that the church should have no authority in secular matters, and that government had the right to rise up against the church. Like Wycliffe, he also believed the Bible had supremacy over the church, and that Christ, not the Pope, is the head of the true church. As you can imagine, Huss was not a favorite of church officials. Unlike Wycliffe, who had friends in high places, Huss did not. He was soon imprisoned for his beliefs and eventually condemned as a heretic and burned at the stake in 1415. After his death, his followers, known as the Hussites, sparked a national rebellion that fought for the right to freely preach the words of the Bible. Through this group and many others, the teaching of Wycliffe and Huss still exists today in an organization that bears Wycliffe's name. In conclusion, Wycliffe was a revolutionary who used the words of the Bible to challenge church authority, church membership, and church traditions. Although he was only one man, his teaching sparked a fresh look at scriptures. This spark continued through his followers, the Lollards, then was fanned by John Huss. These teachings didn't die with these men, but turned into a raging fire with the future teachings of men like Martin Luther in the coming Reformation. Over 600 years later, Wycliffe's desire to see the Bible given to the masses is alive and well, fully functioning through the Wycliffe Bible Translators, headquartered in Orlando, Florida. Sort of makes you stop and wonder if maybe, just maybe, he wasn't onto something. In today's lesson, we'll be exploring the Northern Renaissance, or quite simply, the Renaissance outside Italy, in countries like England, Germany, France, and Spain. Before we dig into our topic, I'd like to go over a few vocab words. First, we have the word Renaissance, defined as a period beginning in the late 14th century, when people began taking an interest in the learning of earlier times, specifically the cultures of Greece and Rome. As the French word Renaissance implies, it was a rebirth in the appreciation of classical times. Next, I'll use city-state. A city-state is an independent state consisting of a city and its surrounding territory. Unlike, say, Pennsylvania, which answers to a higher federal law, a city-state stands as its own authority. You'll also hear the term cultural diffusion, which is simply the spreading out of ideas from one central point to the others. I'll also use the words classics or antiquities. This is simply a fancy way to say ancient Greece or Rome. I'll also throw around the word patron. A patron, as in a patron of the arts, is a person who gives financial support to a person, cause, or activity. Last, we'll use the word humanism. Humanism is the belief that man has beauty, worth, and dignity. Humanism also holds that life should be based around reason and humanity, not church regulations or church power. Now, on to the lesson. Italy was the birthplace of the Renaissance, where ruins of ancient Rome stood in almost every city. This link to the cultural past made Italy the perfect place for the Renaissance to begin. Starting in the late 1400s, the Renaissance started spreading to countries like England, France, Germany, and Spain. When northern merchants, diplomats, and even soldiers began visiting the city-states of Italy, they were dazzled by the beauty of the Italian art, architecture, and culture. Many returned home carrying their love of the Renaissance over the Alps to their homelands. In short, the Northern Renaissance was born through cultural diffusion. With this cultural diffusion came changes to the Renaissance. Although the visitors of Italy wanted to emulate its culture, this proved pretty difficult because their homelands were so different from Italy. First, the northern countries lacked inspiration from the cultures of Greece and Rome. Second, the northern countries had powerful monarchs. And third, the northern cultures were not quite as willing to give up their ties to the Christian church. Let's take a look at the cultural differences between the Italian and the Northern Renaissance in terms of classical culture. Countries north of the Alps lacked the resources of the Italian Renaissance. In Italy, the evidence of classical antiquity was everywhere, affording great inspiration to their artists, their architects, and their sculptures. However, this link between the present and the past was much, much weaker in the rest of Europe. For instance, an architect in Germany couldn't simply walk out his door to study the ancient beauty of the Colosseum. Nor could a sculptor living in England gaze upon the beauty of Trevi Fountain. Also, unlike Italy, the rest of Europe was rural, not urban, affording little opportunity for the spread of new ideas. Instead of focusing on the statuesque bodies of Greek sculptures, the artists of the Northern Renaissance drew from their own everyday lives and their surroundings. While Italian artists were using frescoes or paintings done with pigment on wet plaster to highlight mythology and the antiquities, Northern artists were practicing their craft using oil paints to perfect straight lines, exquisite detail, and realistic landscapes. A great example of this is the work of Van Eyck, one of the first major artists of the Northern Renaissance. Take a look at his painting, The Annunciation. Now notice the clean lines of the cathedral walls. They look like someone took a ruler and drew them. Also notice the exquisite detail of the woman's attire, the floor, and even the seat cushion. This is an excellent example of the North's propensity toward detail in the entire composition. Now compare this painting to the Italian Renaissance painting, The Tribute Money, by Masaccio. Apart from the human subjects of this painting, this work gives little thought to detail. This is a classic characteristic of Italian Renaissance art, where the human form was of utmost importance. Notice how the mountains, the field, and the ground are roughly represented. It almost seems like they were an afterthought. Now both of these pieces of art are very beautiful in their own right, but they differ greatly. Another example of this quest for accuracy comes from Albrecht Dürer, a German artist who is considered one of the greatest artists of the Northern Renaissance. Take a look at his painting, The Young Hare. Again, Dürer's realistic flair makes it look like the rabbit is real, like it's poised to jump off the page at any moment. This is a great example of how the Northern Renaissance focused on creating pieces that realistically illustrated the natural world. Another difference in the Northern Renaissance came in the way of politics. During this time period, the political structure of Northern Europe differed greatly from that of Italy. Unlike Italy, which was a collection of independent city-states, the northern areas of England, France, and Spain were being formed into nations under powerful kings and queens. Germany, like Italy, was divided into several large states, but it was unified by the Holy Roman Empire. Like the princes and the rulers of the Italian city-states, the monarchs of Northern Europe supported the Northern Renaissance, but they did it on their own terms. One such monarch was King Francis I, who ruled during the mid-16th century. He was a great patron of the arts. However, he held the Italian artists in much higher esteem than he did the work of his own subjects. Wanting to be like the cultured princes of Italy, he surrounded himself with some of the most famous artists of the Italian Renaissance, even inviting Da Vinci to travel to France. This appetite for Italian art was also seen in England, where the Tudor dynasty ruled. Henry VII, the first Tudor monarch, mirrored the footsteps of France by welcoming Italian philosophers and scholars to England. Perhaps the greatest difference between the Italian Renaissance and the rest of the Renaissance throughout Europe was in the Northern Renaissance's close ties to the Christian Church. This gave birth to Christian humanism, or a mixing of the knowledge of the antiquities with the moral teachings of Jesus Christ. Unlike the humanism of Italy, which focused solely on writers like Virgil and Cicero, Northern Renaissance scholars brought back the older works of the Church, including the texts of the Bible, St. Augustine, and St. Jerome. This Christian influence is plainly seen in the art of the Northern Renaissance. Unlike the more provocative works of Italy, Northern artists focused more on religious themes and undertones. With Flanders rather than Florence being the center of the Northern Renaissance, art was much more restrained. Some might say almost proper. Compare the racy works of Botticelli's The Birth of Venus with Van Eyck's Northern Renaissance Madonna and Chancellor, or the erotic work of Italy's Titian with the subdued images of the Netherlands' Vermeer. The Northern Renaissance's close ties to the Church were also seen in the birth of Christian humanism. Erasmus, the most famous of Christian humanists, was born in the Netherlands, educated in Paris, and well-traveled throughout Europe. Trained in both Latin and Greek, he respected the works of men like Socrates, but believed it was man's relationship to Christ that really counted. In his work, The Praise of Folly, he used humor to criticize church leaders for their fixation on church rituals rather than Christ-like values. Erasmus's ideas and works became so popular in the North that kings and princes from all over Europe competed for his services at their courts. Another influential Christian humanist was Thomas More. Born in England, More devoted his life to the principles that inspired Erasmus. He too believed that the works of the classics had value when viewed through the lens of Christian texts. More defended studying classical Greek and Roman culture, believing they could lead to a better understanding of the supernatural. Also, he reminded his opponents that the Bible itself was written in the languages of the antiquities. In his work Utopia, More created an ideal society where everyone is concerned with health and happiness, rather than wealth and power. This work highlights the Christian themes of charity and goodness, while also including the classic ideas of independence. Although More would eventually lose his head, literally, for opposing King Henry VIII, he and his fellow Christian humanists successfully mixed the study of the classics with church texts, giving the world a new way to understand Christianity. This focus on the church and its pure teachings gave the Northern Renaissance its own distinct flavor and flair. To wrap up our study on the Northern Renaissance, let's review some key concepts. First, the Renaissance began in Italy, but soon spread to the rest of Europe through cultural diffusion. This new Renaissance became known as the Northern Renaissance. Also, the Northern Renaissance had many similarities to the Italian Renaissance, yet it differed in three main ways. First, the northern countries lacked inspiration from the cultures of Greece and Rome. Because of this, their art centered more around detail, landscape, and realism. Second, the northern countries had powerful monarchs that ruled their countries and controlled the culture of the day. And third, the Northern Renaissance countries were not as willing to give up their ties to the Christian church. Although the Northern Renaissance came after the Italian Renaissance, it gave the world some great treasures through the works of men like Erasmus, More, Dürer, and Vermeer. All in all, history rates it a great success. Soap operas are known for their twists and turns. One day people are in love. The next day they're at war. One day the star is an oil tycoon. And the very next day his brother has cheated him out of the family business. These soap operas are outlandish, and their plots rather unbelievable, causing many of us to scoff and roll our eyes. However, their twists and turns and their villains and heroes are nothing in comparison to the intrigue of England's Wars of the Roses. The Wars of the Roses is history's name for a series of civil wars that wreaked havoc in England during the second half of the 15th century. It was a fight for power between the two main branches of English royalty, the houses of York and Lancaster. Its pretty-sounding name is a bit misleading, since it was a bloody conflict spanning decades. The name Wars of the Roses has its origin in the white rose, which was the emblem of the House of York. Although tradition holds the red rose was held by the House of Lancaster, this is probably more fiction than fact, made popular by Shakespeare's Henry V. In his masterpiece of historical fiction, Shakespeare has the nobility of England choosing sides by picking either a white or red rose to show their allegiance. No matter the name, the war was born out of a desire for power and some seriously messed up family dynamics. Before we jump into the details of the war, let me warn you, they are confusing and twisted to say the very least. Power traded hands and people traded sides. All the while, the crown of England was tossed around like a game of hot potato. As we go over the details of this confusing time, I would like you to grasp three main points. First, the Wars of the Roses was fought between the English houses of York and Lancaster. Second, the people of England held very tightly to the belief in the divine right of kings, which I'll explain later on. And third, the Wars of the Roses eventually brought about the powerful Tudor dynasty. If you can grab these three main points, we'll be in really good shape. The first king we'll discuss is Henry IV from the House of Lancaster. Henry IV came to power by overthrowing his cousin Richard II. Although Richard II was pretty much a tyrant, the English had always given credence to the divine right of kings, or the belief that a king is subject to no earthly authority, deriving the right to rule directly from the will of God. Even though Richard II was a cruel despot, he was still the people's king, given the title by God and heredity. When Henry IV deposed him, he ignored the principle of the divine right of kings. This move made him a thief in the eyes of many, causing his rule to never be truly accepted. Lucky for the House of Lancaster, King Henry IV's son, King Henry V, was a charismatic leader who gave his subjects a common enemy to despise. He found this enemy in the country of France and led the British to a triumphant victory over the French at the 100 Years' War's Battle of Agincourt in 1415. This, along with his marriage to Princess Catherine of France, made him a national hero. The House of Lancaster had not only given England a military victory, they had also gained a place in French succession through Henry V's politically savvy marriage to Catherine, daughter of King of France. Finally, the line of Lancaster had gained acceptance as England's ruling house. Unfortunately, the House of Lancaster hit a rough patch when Henry V, the war hero, died suddenly in 1422. He left only an infant son as heir whose name, not surprisingly, was King Henry VI. Unlike his father, King Henry VI was a timid boy who grew into a meek and religious young man with no real hunger for power. During his young life, England was torn apart by powerful warlords trying to fill the power vacuum left by this new Henry, who was more of a monk than a king. In early adulthood, Henry VI was married off to the French Margaret of Anjou, a politically minded woman who had no trouble manipulating her timid husband. Margaret soon rallied those around her who would increase her wealth and power. Under her rule, the English treasury was nearly bankrupted, and much of the gains made by the war hero King Henry V were lost. Two of her most famous advisors were the Duke of Somerset and the Earl of Suffolk. These men encouraged Margaret to alienate any noble who may have eyes on the throne, especially Richard of York, from, yes, you guessed it, the House of York. Richard, just like Henry VI, was a direct descendant of royal blood who could potentially lay claim to the throne. In 1453, King Henry VI, the then henpecked ruler, suffered from a serious mental disorder and was unable to continue his royal duties. As Margaret held no birthright to the throne, Richard of York, the guy she tried to alienate, was made protector of the realm. With this move, Margaret, Somerset, and Suffolk were tossed to the side, and Richard of York became the de facto ruler of England. Score one for the House of York. Richard, like Margaret, had an advisor of his own, a man named Neville, known as the Kingmaker. History tells us this guy was a real power monger who quickly worked to increase the power of the House of York. However, before he could succeed at making Richard of York the new king, King Henry VI, the mentally unstable real king, somehow recovered from his mental lapse. Upon his return to the helm, Henry quickly returned Margaret and her posse to power, throwing the Yorks out on their ears and working to strip them of all power and worth. Richard, prompted by Neville, refused to go quietly into the dark night. In a move of self-defense, Richard and his clan took up their arms, thus beginning the first official battle of the Wars of the Roses, the Battle of St. Albans. This battle was a decisive victory for Richard and the House of York. In fact, Somerset, Margaret's advisor, was killed, and King Henry VI was captured. However, Richard did not usurp the throne, but instead listed his grievances to the king. This brought about a very delicate truce that lasted for just a few years. Fighting quickly resumed. Although both sides traded victories, the House of York won a decisive victory at the Battle of Northampton in 1460. Tradition states that at this time, Richard made a move to depose Henry VI, but smartly realized the divine right of kings still stood in his way. Instead, he settled for being named Henry's heir. Of course, this really angered Margaret, since it cut her children off from the throne. Not one to sit quietly, Margaret continued her fight against York. In December of 1460, the warring forces met at the Battle of Wakefield. Here Margaret's forces got the better of Richard of York, killing him and defeating Neville the Kingmaker. With Richard dead and gone, this should have spelled victory for the Lancaster brood, but unfortunately for them, Richard had a son who was a very charismatic leader. He soon rallied the houses of York and defeated the House of Lancaster at the Battle of Mortimer's Cross in 1461. With this defeat, Margaret and Henry of Lancaster were forced into exile, and Richard's son claimed the throne as King Edward IV. Yet another score for the House of York. Now, after all of this fighting, you'd think the House of York would be ready to sit back and enjoy the throne. Sadly, this was not the case, for it seems the House of York couldn't even get along with each other. Not long after being crowned, King Edward's own brother, George, began challenging his rule. These challenges soon escalated into full-blown battles, this time between the two brothers of York. Fortunately for King Edward, he was able to maintain his rule, and George was forced to flee to France. Listen to this. Ironically, George decided to join forces with none other than Margaret and Henry VI, the exiled troublemakers from Lancaster. Together, these three returned to England, drove Edward into exile, and returned King Henry VI to the throne. Huge, crazy score for the House of Lancaster. However, the House of Lancaster had very little time to celebrate. Edward IV soon returned to England and regained his throne. During this time, Margaret and Henry were finally imprisoned, and George, the turncoat brother, was eventually killed. Edward of York then reigned until his death in 1483. Upon the death of Edward IV, his 12-year-old son became King Edward V. Before Edward V could really cement his rule, his uncle stole his throne, declaring himself King Richard III and locking the young Edward into a tower where he mysteriously died. For some reason, this move seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back. The people of England had had enough of this ruthless quest for the throne. Even the nobility from the House of York turned their back on Richard III. Looking to the House of Lancaster, the nobles threw their support behind Henry Tudor, a distant relative from the House of Lancaster. With this support, Henry's forces met the forces of Richard III at the Battle of Bosworth Field in 1485. During the fighting, Richard himself, the guy who stole the throne from his nephew, was killed, and Henry Tudor took the throne as King Henry VII. He was the first king in the new Tudor dynasty of England, and although he was officially from the House of Lancaster, he pacified the House of York by marrying one of its daughters. This officially ended the very long, very deadly, and very confusing Wars of the Roses. The coronation of King Henry VII brought to power the great Tudor dynasty, which would include the powerful Henry VIII and the famous Queen Elizabeth, both of whom had the House of York and Lancaster running through their veins. To wrap up this soap opera-like lesson, let's review our three main points. First, the Wars of the Roses was fought between the English houses of York and Lancaster. It was a bloody conflict that spanned decades. Second, the people of England held very tightly to the belief in the divine right of kings. And third, the Wars of the Roses eventually brought the Tudor dynasty to power. Unlike many conflicts, history doesn't really record a winner for these drama-filled wars. Instead, they are remembered as a bloody feud that wreaked havoc on the lands and people of England. Although they ushered in the powerful Tudor dynasty, this came at a very, very high price. The American Revolution lasted about 8 years and brought about the United States of America. The Wars of the Roses lasted longer, about 30 years, and birthed the Tudor dynasty of England. And then there's the 100 Years' War, which lasted 116 years and increased the power of the House of Valois, France's ruling force from 1363 to 1589. Today we'll be discussing this house and the country of France at the end of the 100 Years' War. Before we get to France at the close of the war, let's take a look at how the whole thing started. The 100 Years' War began in 1337 as a dispute between England and France over the crown of France. When King Charles IV of France died without a male heir, Edward III of England declared himself King of France. No matter how he was related to the French crown, the people of France refused to recognize any English king as their ruler. This dispute soon disintegrated into a 116-year war fought on French soil. This war devastated the French lands to the point that history has called it Hiroshima in Normandy. However, in the end, France was left standing. In fact, many historians would say France was even changed for the better in the areas of weaponry, freedom from feudalism, and a rejuvenated Valois monarchy. To begin, weaponry and military tactics changed drastically during the 100 Years' War. Prior to the war, knight-filled cavalries were the most powerful part of the French army. However, the 100 Years' War saw the introduction of the longbow and foot soldiers to the battlefield. Although these changes first took place on the English side, France was soon to follow. By the end of the 100 Years' War, the need for the noble knighthood had declined since any able-bodied man could be armed with longbows or even firearms. This also changed the makeup of armies, going from being dominated by noble lords to common men being paid to fight. This leads up to our second change in France, the freedom from feudalism. Feudalism, a system of government in which landowners held power over their serfs or workers, dominated France before the 100 Years' War. Because feudal lords held such power over their serfs, France was, in many ways, a divided kingdom. Common people depended on and gave their allegiance to their feudal lord rather than their king. This all changed when military tactics gave the commoners the ability to fight and even get paid for doing so. Many chose to give up their lives on the manor for the life of a mercenary or a soldier for hire. By the end of the war, these new forces developed into standing armies. Not only could these armies defend their lands from invaders, they could also protect their kings from the internal threat of powerful lords. As the war waged, the nobility of both countries, but especially France, found their power being turned over to the king. This brings us to the greatest change felt by France after the 100 Years' War, the rejuvenation of the Valois monarchy. Before the war, France was much more divided than England. Feudal lords dominated regions, and the power of the monarchy in these areas was almost non-existent. However, as the war progressed, the French monarchy gained power. For example, in 1438, King Charles VII unveiled the Pragmatic Sanction of Bourges. This move strengthened the monarchy by giving them charge over the French church. After Charles VII, Louis XI, known as the Universal Spider, took the throne. He was a master at establishing and manipulating alliances using any means necessary to gain control. He confiscated noble lands and executed those who challenged him. Despite his hunger for power, Louis XI promoted the growth of trade and commerce, helping the French economy to flourish. Because of his hunger for power, France was also well on its way to royal absolutism, the system of government in which the monarch has absolute authority over those governed and is not bound by law or constitution. Furthermore, centralized taxation had been sporadic before the war. After the war, it became regular and established. This gave the monarchs funds to continue their standing armies, increasing both their royal power and their royal revenue. Louis XI's reign saw the end of the 100 Years' War in 1453. Although no real winner was ever announced, the English were driven home, allowing the French monarchy to claim a victory. With this, a great sense of patriotism and national identity was born in France. Although the war devastated France as a land, it awakened the pride of the French people. To summarize, the 100 Years' War was a conflict over the right to the French throne. This conflict, being fought on French soil, devastated the lands of France. Despite this, France emerged from the conflict as a strong, centralized land. The end of the war brought with it an advanced military, freedom from feudalism, and a rejuvenated Valois monarchy. Again, it took 116 years and many lost lives. But France emerged from the ashes with a strong centralized government and a citizenry proud to call themselves French. Thanks to TV and film, if I say King Henry VIII, most people will recognize the name. If I say Queen Elizabeth I, some might even conjure up a face. Now granted, most people will mess up the history behind the names, but the idea still remains that these monarchs of the Tudor dynasty are arguably the most famous English monarchs of all time. Why? The answer is simple. People love fascinating stories about fascinating people, and the 5 Tudor monarchs of England completely fit the bill. During today's lesson, we will be examining these 5 Tudor monarchs, highlighting their specific contributions to English society. The first Tudor monarch was Henry VII. Next was his son, the famous Henry VIII, with all the wives. After Henry VIII came his rather sickly son, Edward VI. After this guy, the story gets very interesting with the 2 female monarchs, Queen Mary, known to most as Bloody Mary, and Queen Elizabeth I, the famous Virgin Queen who ushered in England's Golden Age. The Tudor dynasty of England came to power at the end of England's bloody civil war known as the Wars of the Roses. This conflict was a fight for power between the English houses of York and Lancaster. The first Tudor king, Henry VII, took the crown in 1485 after defeating Richard III in the final battle of these damaging wars. Henry VII, being a distant cousin of the House of Lancaster, healed the rifts between Lancaster and York by marrying a daughter from the House of York, combining the White Rose of York and the Red Rose of Lancaster into the Tudor Rose. After coming to the throne, Henry VII brought peace to a bedraggled England by instituting government reform and increasing royal control. Using his strong centralized power, he improved the infrastructure of England, which had been devastated by years of war. Being a lover of knowledge and a statesman, he also sent scholars to Italy to learn the Greek and Latin languages. In fact, many historians attribute his reign to the beginning of the English Renaissance, in which England began taking an interest in the classical cultures of Greece and Rome. Thus, King Henry VII gave England a stable royal house, an improved infrastructure, and the beginning of the English Renaissance. Next, we have his son, the very infamous King Henry VIII, who is best known for his quest for a son. his 6 wives, and his nasty habit of beheading a few of them. However, when he wasn't marrying, divorcing, or executing, he was also contributing to the betterment of England. Coming to the throne in 1509, Henry was hardly a man, being given the crown at the age of 18. Despite his youth, Henry VIII was a talented statesman and administrator. He took great interest in the progress of Parliament, including them in major decisions. Although he kept them firmly under his control, his repeated dealings with them lent credence to the institution in the eyes of the people. Henry VIII also continued his father's love of progress by improving the Royal Navy, building modern ships, making it a symbol of power throughout the world. As England's position as a world power increased, so did its trade and commerce. In turn, the economic status of England and its people continued to improve. Beyond the Parliament and the Navy, King Henry's greatest contribution was his bold separation from the Pope and the Roman Catholic Church. In 1534, Parliament put forth the first Act of Supremacy, which stated the King is the only supreme earthly head of the Church of England. Although history recounts this was born out of Henry's desire for an annulment and the Pope's refusal to grant one, it radically changed England, marking the beginning of the English Reformation. This separation from the Roman Catholic Church, along with a valid parliament and a seat as a world power, are Henry VIII's great gifts to England. Speaking of Henry VIII's great gifts, we'll now get to his children. Edward VI was the only surviving son of King Henry VIII. Edward came to power in 1547 after his father's death. Because he was only 9, several dukes acted as protectors of the realm, basically ruling England for many years. These men were staunch Protestants who upheld the split from the Pope and worked to encourage the Reformation. In 1553, Edward, still a teenager, became ill with a terminal disease. At the urging of his advisors, he named Jane Grey, a Protestant cousin, as his successor to the throne upon his death. This move bypassed his half-sisters, Mary and Elizabeth, and would soon lead to much more bloodshed. Although Edward VI's reign was very short, it did contribute to England by solidifying the power of Protestantism and continuing the Reformation. Poor Jane Grey did take the throne as de facto ruler, but this only lasted 9 days before Mary I, also known as Bloody Mary, overthrew her and later had her executed for treason. Mary was a staunch Catholic who quickly set about to re-establish Catholicism. Upon taking the throne in 1553, she had hundreds of Protestants executed in what came to be known as the Marian persecutions, hence the name Bloody Mary. She also reinstituted Mass and overturned the pro-Protestant legislations of her father and her brother. She further thumbed her nose at Protestants by marrying Philip, the Catholic Prince of Spain. Her marriage and her propensity toward executing Protestants did not quench the fires of the English Reformation, but instead fueled it. As hatred for Bloody Mary grew, support for the Protestant faith also grew. Instead of being considered traitors to the throne, Mary's victims were seen as martyred heroes. Ironically, by the time of her death in 1558, Mary gave England a renewed drive for reformation. In her defense, she also gave England its first accepted female ruler, which I think should maybe count for something. Just a little, but still something. Having died without an heir, Mary's crown passed to her sister Elizabeth I in the year 1558. Elizabeth's reign has come to be known as the Golden Age of England. Working to repair the damage done by her sister, the Elizabethan religious settlement of 1559 was enacted. In this legislation, Elizabeth was also declared the supreme governor of the Church of England. The act also allowed for both Protestant and Catholic interpretations of church tradition, specifically communion. With these compromises, it's as if Elizabeth was saying, "Can't we all just get along? I've got a country to run here, people." Because of her desire to unite her subjects under one throne, her reign is marked as a time of peace. During this peace, she encouraged self-sufficiency in England through the growth of agriculture as well as overseas trade. This newfound wealth helped to usher in a renewed love of the arts. Under this peace and prosperity, England flourished, giving the world the brilliance of Shakespeare's theater and the New World explorations of Sir Walter Raleigh. With all this to her credit, no wonder Elizabeth is still considered one of England's most highly regarded monarchs. Making her even more impressive, Elizabeth accomplished all of this as an unmarried female in a man's world. As a single woman, as a single monarch, she bucked tradition yet still managed to give her people a united country, a thriving economy, and a renewed love of the arts. Sort of just makes me want to say, you go, girl! Elizabeth's death in the year 1603 marked the end of the Tudor household. Without an heir, her English crown passed to James VI of Scotland. Although Elizabeth's death saw the official end of the Tudor dynasty, their contributions to English society still live today. The stable government begun by Henry VII is still intact, while the royal navy of King Henry VIII still sails. The Protestantism of Edward VI and the Catholicism of Bloody Mary coexist peacefully, while Elizabeth's Shakespeare is read by school children all around the globe. The Tudors rebuilt England after a devastating civil war, raised it up to a world power, and ushered in the English Renaissance and Reformation. No wonder Hollywood still likes them so very much. The official title of today's lesson is The Spanish Reconquista and Inquisition. However, a more fitting title just might be When Spain Went Crazy. As we'll learn, the Reconquista and especially the Inquisition encompassed the darkest time in Spanish history. It was a time when faith, greed, and politics combined to bring about the deaths of many. Let's start with the Spanish Reconquista. In simpler terms, the Reconquista was the attempt by Christian Spain to expel all Muslims from the Iberian Peninsula. In the 8th century, Spain was not one united nation, but instead a group of kingdoms. In the early 8th century, these kingdoms of Spain were invaded by Muslim forces from North Africa. Within a few years of this invasion, most of Spain was under Muslim control. In fact, the Muslims renamed the Spanish kingdoms Andalusia. But for our purposes, we're going to stick with Spain. Since the Muslims were an advanced society, Spain prospered. The Muslims were also very tolerant of other religions, allowing Muslims, Christians, and Jews to basically take up the same space. However, Muslim political leaders were very suspicious of one another, which led to disunity among the many kingdoms. This disunity opened up the doors for Christian rule to seep in, and while the Muslims kept firm control of the southern kingdoms of Granada, Christian power began taking hold in the northern kingdoms of Aragon, Castile, and Navarre. By the end of the 13th century, only Granada remained under Muslim control. Through all this turmoil, Spain remained a prosperous land where trade flourished and towns grew. However, in the 14th century, war between the Muslims and the Christians continued and reached its boiling point under the marriage of Ferdinand of Aragon to Isabel of Castile in 1469. With these two tying the knot, the large Christian kingdoms of Aragon and Castile united and set their sights on the rest of Spain. In 1482, they began their quest to purge Spain of Muslims' rule by invading Muslim-held Granada. In 1492, only a decade later, Muslim Granada surrendered, and the reconquering of Spain for the Catholic faith, or the Reconquista, was complete. Now, if the story stopped here, my above claim that this lesson should be entitled When Spain Went Crazy might seem a bit out of place. However, the story doesn't stop here, since the time of the Spanish Reconquista was also the time of the Spanish Inquisition. To explain, even before the fall of Muslim Granada, Ferdinand and Isabella saw themselves as defenders of the Catholic faith, and Spain as the land of the Blessed Virgin. For them, throwing out the Muslims just wasn't enough. The Jews also needed to go. Of course, since many Jews and Muslims didn't want to leave, but they also didn't want to be killed by zealous Catholics, they outwardly converted to the Catholic faith. Converted Jews took on the name Conversos, while converted Muslims took on the name Moriscos. No matter their names, Ferdinand, Isabella, and their cronies weren't completely convinced of these converts' sincerity, and thus the Spanish Inquisition began. In 1478, Ferdinand and Isabella asked permission from the Pope to begin the Spanish Inquisition to purify Spain from heretics and non-believers. In 1483, they appointed Thomas de Torquemada Inquisitor General for most of Spain. Torquemada, along with the king and the queen, became obsessed with the idea that the new converts to Catholicism were feigning their new faith in order to escape persecution. The monarchs also feared these pretend converts might rise up against them, giving the Muslims a chance to regain power. Under the authority of the monarchs, Torquemada established local tribunals or courts of judges for the Inquisition. Heretics, another word for anyone believing or practicing anything that goes against the Catholic Church, were brought before these tribunals. Heretics included Muslims, Jews, Protestants, the sexually immoral, witches, and pretty much anyone else the tribunals chose. Unlike courts today, tribunals were not established to prove guilt or innocence, because by the time a person stood before the tribunals, they were assumed guilty. Instead, these tribunals were established to gain a confession of heresy from the accused. This was all accomplished in a public ceremony known as the auto de fe, in which the accused were brought out and their sentences were read. Although these ceremonies began more like solemn masses, years into the Inquisition they had degraded into public parties, with people coming to watch and celebrate the suffering of others. If a heretic did confess, they were often still beaten, stripped of their property, and at times imprisoned. Making things even more nuts, the accused were strongly persuaded to cough up the name of another heretic. Like a bloody pyramid scheme, the list of heretics grew with every confession. With every accusation, the coffers of Ferdinand and Isabella grew as thousands were stripped of their wealth. Although the Inquisition was presented as a way to purify Spain, history tends to think money had a whole lot to do with it. The fact that a huge number of the Inquisition's victims were from the wealthier Jewish community lends great credence to this idea. If a heretic refused to confess or refused to name names, things got very, very nasty. In order to persuade the misguided heretic to confess, torture ensued. One of the Inquisition's favorite tools for helping people see the light was the strappado, where the hands of the accused were tied behind his back while a rope was slung over a brace in the ceiling. The heretic was then lifted up into the air and bounced up and down. This almost always caused shoulders to pop out of sockets and very often caused heretics to somehow see the light. The rack was another favorite among the inquisitors. Using this little gem, the heretic's hands and feet were tied or chained to rollers at both ends of a wooden frame. The torturer then turned the rollers, causing the heretic to be stretched. This caused the joints of the body to stretch until they dislocated, which usually ended in one of two ways. The person confessed, or their arms and legs were ripped from their bodies. Not surprisingly, seeing someone else on the rack was often enough to make the next guy in line confess. Oddly enough, the tribunals of the Inquisition didn't usually pronounce death sentences on their accused. Yes, many did happen to die while being persuaded to confess, and the whole thing was really just a matter of semantics. However, the inquisitor's job was to bring a person back to faith, and since a dead guy can't really confess, inquisitors weren't officially in the execution business. Instead, they torture a person right up to the brink of death, take all their property, and then hand them over to the secular authorities for execution. This was usually something boring like being hanged, beheaded, or burned at the stake. As the Spanish Inquisition escalated into a paranoid pointing of fingers and death, even the Pope lost his stomach for his cruelty. In 1484, Pope Innocent VIII tried to introduce the process of appeals into the Inquisition, but Ferdinand basically told him to mind his own business, while threatening death to anyone who dared appeal to Rome. Not only did this cause more violence, it also proved the monarchs, not the Pope, were in control of Spain. Although the Inquisition began to lose steam in the 16th century, the rumblings of it lasted for generations, not coming to an official end until 1834. With the death of thousands, the Inquisition and the Reconquista are generally considered the darkest days of Spanish history. However, the fear they levied also served to unite Spain under the guise of the Catholic faith. In the end, it was not the Pope who led this faith. It was the very wealthy and very feared Ferdinand and Isabella. Sort of makes one wonder if perhaps, just perhaps, the lesson title shouldn't be When Spain Went Crazy, but instead when two cunning rulers hatched a ruthless, ruthless plan.
The Roman Empire changed the world in some pretty significant ways. First of all, there was the whole idea that buildings could be made of concrete and that indoor plumbing was not a fantasy. But there were a few more mundane ways as well. For the first time in history, a massive empire insisted that everyone learn the same language. While the Persians had relied on older administrative languages and the Greeks were too short-lived as world conquerors to really insist on much, Rome made just about everyone learn Latin. Sure, there were some Greek-speaking holdouts in the East, but Rome definitely ensured that everyone in the West who was worth knowing could hold a conversation in Latin. It was a beautiful thing until the Roman Empire collapsed in the West. By that point, people were left with little more than their Latin grammatical training. That said, Latin would prove to be a useful, albeit temporary, tool in holding Western Europe together as a cultural entity. During the Dark Ages, a period of European history from 476 to 1066 or so, the role of Latin started to change. More and more, common people started speaking more localized versions of the language that didn't require years of education to master. This was especially true among the nobility, who focused more on trying to protect their hold on power. However, even if the masses didn't speak the language anymore, the priests and other administrators did. In that respect, Latin was still a language of influence and intelligence. Latin, it seemed, would stay on for quite some time as a common language for the intellectual set. However, that just wasn't the case for everyone else. Average people spoke Latin to varying degrees. In no small part, it was dependent on just how powerful Rome had been in its occupation of your region. For example, Gaul, Hispania, Italy, and Dacia had all seen very heavy occupations by Roman soldiers and others. As a result, the daily speech of the people who lived there was heavily influenced by Latin. That is a large reason why people who now live on those aforementioned areas speak languages that are very similar to Latin. Called Romance languages, these languages are descended from Latin and include French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and Romanian. However, all of these people were learning the language naturally, without the use of textbooks. As a result, differences began to emerge. These differences were in turn exacerbated as words from neighboring languages became commonplace. Within time, the transition from Latin to Old languages like Old French or Old Spanish occurred, leaving people from different regions largely unable to speak to one another. In short, vernacular languages, or languages spoken by the masses, had been developed. To be fair, none of that really mattered for the educated. The printing press effectively changed that. Writers sought new audiences for their work, and groups of people who didn't necessarily read Latin but could still make out all the letters' sounds were ideal candidates. It is partially for this reason that so many Middle and early modern English words have odd spellings. Until this time, writing was something only really considered for Latin, so there was a period in which each writer tried to get across their idea using their own spelling guides. As you can imagine, this lack of a unified spelling system made certain vernacular languages look a bit less than refined. As a result, Latin held on a little while longer. Scientific books were still published in Latin until the 1600s. However, as more and more people began to read their vernacular languages, the marketplace was simply too large to ignore. Combined with a semi-standardized idea of how words should be spelled within a language, it was no surprise that Latin disappeared from most areas of daily life in Europe. Latin was spread throughout Europe by the Roman Empire. However, after Rome fell, there was less of an interest in educating the masses. As a result, people in the Dark Ages, from 476 until 1066, began to speak in more vernacular languages, or languages that the masses spoke, that became increasingly different from Latin. Many of these are Romance languages, which are French, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and Romanian, that are heavily influenced by Latin. However, as more and more people began to read in the vernacular with the invention of the printing press, more and more people began to abandon the study of Latin.
Meet Jean. Jean is a French peasant who owns a small plot of land, a cow, and a few chickens. Jean is married and has an 8-year-old daughter, Claire, a 6-year-old son, Louis, and a newborn, Henri. Jean's mother also lives with him. Jean wants to go to heaven. In the year 1500, that means Jean has to go through the Roman Catholic Church. The Roman Catholic Church was a very powerful institution in the West that was involved in every aspect of people's lives, from birth to death. The Church had this power primarily because Christians believed it alone held the keys to salvation. The Church taught that only those who did good works and received the sacraments could go to heaven. Sacraments are the rites that bring people closer to God and give them grace. There are 7 sacraments of the Roman Catholic Church: baptism, confirmation, the Eucharist, reconciliation, matrimony, anointing of the sick, and holy orders. To see these sacraments in action, let us follow Jean and his family through their lives. Jean's family is celebrating the new year and the turn of the century. Jean and his neighbors are attending church to thank God for their blessings and to pray for forgiveness. You see, Jean constantly worries about his salvation, and his children's salvation too. So every Sunday, Jean dutifully attends church, receives the Eucharist, and gives money to the poor. Jean believes that salvation can only come through the church, so he always does what the church tells him to do. The next week, Jean is back at the church to baptize his son, Henri. Baptism is the first of the 7 sacraments a Christian needs to be saved. Henri's baptism cleanses him of original sin, and he is now an official member of the church. Jean's family celebrates, and Jean sleeps well that night, comforted by the fact that his son is now on the path to salvation. In the spring, the villagers anxiously await the bishop's arrival. The bishop is the head of the diocese, which is made up of many parishes. Someday, the bishop hopes to become Archbishop of Avignon and govern an urban area. But today, he is just visiting Jean's village to confer the sacrament of confirmation onto the youth who have not yet received it. On a beautiful Sunday morning, Jean's other son, Louis, receives the bishop's blessing. As the Holy Spirit descends on Louis, his baptism is perfected, and he is given the grace to live a full Christian life. This is confirmation. Jean stands by as the proud papa and is the first to congratulate his son. Jean's blessings continue, and a couple months later, his daughter, Claire, receives the sacrament of the Eucharist for the first time in her life. Claire is excited, but a little scared too, because she knows that when the priest says of the bread, "This is my body," and of the wine, "This is my blood," that the bread and the wine will be transformed into the body and blood of Jesus Christ. This belief is called transubstantiation. Claire bows her head in prayer, asking God to make her worthy to receive his body and blood before receiving the Eucharist from the priest. Jean proudly stands by as he watches Claire, and thanks God and the Church for giving his daughter the sacrament that unites her with Christ and fills her with grace. From now on, Claire will receive the Eucharist at least once a week, which will help her maintain her faith and save her from the fires of hell. For the rest of the year, Jean makes sure his family attends church every Sunday, and every holy day too. At least once a month, Jean goes to confession to ask for forgiveness of his sins. His priest encourages the villagers to receive the sacrament of reconciliation frequently, and since John wants to go to heaven someday, he confesses his sins to the priest, who grants him absolution, or forgiveness. After receiving the sacrament of reconciliation, Jean is filled with grace and believes he is in a better position to resist the evil temptations that will surely come around. Unfortunately, Jean's good fortune runs out at the end of the year. On a cold, wet December morning, his mother falls ill and will not wake to see another sunrise. Sensing this, Jean's priest blesses the ailing woman by bestowing the sacrament of the anointing of the sick. Jean's mother receives the Eucharist one final time, and after making her last confession, the priest absolves her of all her sins. Believing she will soon be in heaven with her husband, Jean's mother smiles and takes her final breath. Although Jean's mother had led a righteous life and would surely enter the kingdom of heaven someday, Jean fears her soul is trapped in purgatory. Purgatory is not heaven or hell, but a state in which the soul must be fully purified before it enters heaven. But how long would Jean's mother have to spend in purgatory? 5 weeks? 5 months? 5 years? Maybe 500 years? Jean is not sure, and so he prays for her every day, and he asks the saints to pray for her too. The next year, Jean and his wife celebrate their 10th wedding anniversary. Jean loves his wife very much, and fondly remembers the day when they were married and received the sacrament of matrimony. He was poor and had little to offer his new bride, but miraculously she agreed to marry him. Before their friends and family, they made a vow to each other and to God to remain husband and wife for the rest of their lives. Although they have faced many challenges over the years, their bond is sealed by God and cannot be broken. As the years pass, Jean remains a faithful parishioner and makes sure all of his children receive all of the sacraments. He tries hard to be a role model by regularly attending church, receiving the Eucharist, and going to confession. He also helps his neighbors and often gives food to Anton, the village beggar. After all, Jean's salvation depends upon these things. Now an older man, Jean feels blessed yet again on the day his son, Henri, receives the sacrament of holy orders and is ordained a priest. The sacrament changes Henri spiritually. He promises obedience to his bishop and to devote his life to serving God, the Church, and its people. As a Roman Catholic priest, Henri is forbidden to marry, and so he will not have children to carry on the family name. But this does not bother Jean, since he already has 2 grandsons through his other children. Rather, Jean thanks God for a lifetime of happiness, and continues to pray that someday all of his good works and obedience to the Church will open heaven's gates to him. Jean's story illustrates how important the Catholic Church was to the people of Western Europe around 1500 CE. At this time, which was prior to the Protestant Reformation, the Roman Catholic Church dominated the religious life of its people. Since the Church taught that to achieve salvation, one had to receive the sacraments and perform good works, this is what people did. Although the Church said the sacraments of matrimony and holy orders were not required for salvation, the other 5 sacraments, baptism, confirmation, the Eucharist, reconciliation, and anointing the sick, were all necessary for one to achieve eternal happiness in heaven. Because the Roman Catholic Church and its leaders controlled the distribution of these sacraments, It was a very powerful institution, one that few dared to challenge, for the time being at least. When you ask a Christian, "What is your religion?" their answer probably will not be, "I'm a Christian." They are much more likely to say, "I'm a Baptist," or "I'm a Presbyterian," or "I'm a Unitarian." In general, most Christians identify themselves with a certain denomination or sect of their religion. This variety is not unique to Christianity. There are several denominations of Islam, Judaism, Buddhism, and all the other religions out there. However, none can match Christianity for sheer numbers. There are approximately 41,000 different denominations of Christianity. Some of these denominations differ on fundamental notions. The Greek Orthodox Church does not try to convert non-believers, whereas evangelicals do little else. Other denominations differ in terms of practice. Compare the staid ceremony of Anglicans to the tongue-speaking spectacle of the Charismatics. Others are so similar, only initiates can discern one from the other. The only real difference between the Christian Church and the Church of Christ is that the former uses musical instruments in their worship, while the latter prefers to sing a cappella. And yet, with all of these differences, these denominations coexist peacefully. Churches of various denominations can be found within walking distance of one another. With all of these varieties living together in peace, it is easy to forget that about 1,000 years ago, there was only one sort of Christianity allowed in Western Europe, and that was the Roman Catholic Church. Following the Great East-West Schism of 1050, which divided the Orthodox East from the Catholic West, the Roman Catholic Church held unchallenged sway over the hearts and minds of Western Europe. Oh, they might have spats from time to time. Another country might elect its own pope. But by naming a pope, even those usurpers were still operating within the constraints of the Roman Catholic faith. They were just fighting over who would be at its head. No one who challenged the supremacy of the Roman Catholic Church was allowed to draw breath for long. Anyone who tried to start their own church, or come up with their own take on Christianity, was labeled a heretic. Their property was seized, and they and their followers died in the most horrible manner available at the time. The dominance of the Roman Catholic Church remained unchallenged for nearly 500 years. Then, in 1517, a German priest shook the Catholic Church to its very foundations. His name was Martin Luther. Luther was not a rebel. He wasn't trying to destroy the Catholic Church, or even start his own religion. All Luther was trying to do was to stop the Church from engaging in some practices that he considered unchristian. Luther's problem was with the Church's practice of selling indulgences. An indulgence is a remission of punishment for sins. You can think of an indulgence as a get-out-of-hell-free card. The Church had been in the practice of granting indulgences in exchange for good works and acts of piety for centuries, ever since Pope Urban II offered indulgences to crusaders in 1095. Luther questioned whether the Church had the authority to grant such indulgences. He believed that the only true path to salvation lay through faithfulness to Christ and his teaching, not through adherence to the ideologies and dogmas of the Catholic Church. Yet Luther probably would not have made a fuss if it weren't for the fact that these get-out-of-hell-free cards weren't actually free. Earlier that year, in 1517, Pope Leo X had made an unconventional move. Leo wanted to rebuild St. Peter's Basilica in Rome, but he didn't want to spend his own considerable wealth to do so. This is not surprising, as Leo was a member of the wealthy Medici banking family, which dominated Florence. The man was more of a banker than a priest. Leo's solution was to begin offering indulgences in exchange for donations to the basilica's renovation. While these donations technically counted as pious works, Luther saw them as simple payment. To Luther's eyes, the church was essentially selling salvation. He witnessed poor peasants giving up their life savings to buy an indulgence for a dead relative, in the hope of saving their loved ones from the tortures of purgatory. All the while, the church grew ever richer. This was too much for Luther. Luther had read the Bible, something most people of his age could not do, since the only available translations of the Bible were in Latin and Greek. Luther saw nothing in the Bible that gave the church the right to charge people for their salvation. The church was supposed to be a spiritual sanctuary, not a marketplace. So, Luther set about writing 95 complaints with the church's greedy behavior. These complaints are now called the 95 Theses. On October 31st, 1517, Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door of the church at Wittenberg and sent copies to the higher authorities of the Catholic Church. The posting of the 95 Theses is considered by many the beginning of the Protestant Reformation. However, it is important to remember that Luther was not trying to undermine the church. He was just trying to get them to stop making money off the business of salvation. Luther's 95 Theses spread across Europe like wildfire. Within 2 months, they were being read in cities across the continent. The next year, they were translated into German and printed on a massive scale, further fueling the controversy. Luther suddenly found himself at the center of the greatest conflict of his age. The Pope was not happy at having his scam with the indulgences exposed. He had Luther accused of heresy. A couple of years later, in 1520, the Pope wrote a letter to Luther, in which he banned any further distribution of Luther's 95 Theses, and demanded that Luther recant his heresy or face excommunication, or being cut off from the Church and its sacraments. This threat of excommunication was a big deal, since pretty much everyone believed that the only way to get to heaven was to receive the sacraments of the Roman Catholic Church. Since Luther did not think he needed the papacy to achieve salvation, he did not care if he was excommunicated. Luther publicly burned the Pope's letter, and thereby broke all ties with the Roman Catholic Church. Yet the Church was not done with Luther. The Church decided to hand Luther over to the greatest secular authority in Germany, the Holy Roman Empire. In 1521, Martin Luther was summoned to the Diet of Worms, a conference of both religious and secular leaders held in Worms, Germany. Once again, Luther was commanded to recant his heresy. He refused. The upshot was that Luther was condemned. The Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V, published the Edict of Worms, calling for Luther's immediate arrest. Yet Luther's supporters would not let him be imprisoned. Instead, they spirited him away and hid him in Wartburg Castle. Not content to hide on the sidelines, Luther made good use of his exile. He spent his year at Wartburg writing various letters and treatises attacking the Catholic Church. His greatest achievement of the time was his translation of the Bible into German. Luther held the Bible as the highest authority, higher even than the papacy. He realized that so long as people could not read the Bible, they would continue to fall for the lies and deceptions of Catholic ideology. Luther's supporters smuggled his translation out, and soon printing presses across Germany were cranking out copies of Luther's Bible. The publication had the desired effect. All across Germany, people started reading the Bible and began challenging the authority of the Church. In fact, things started getting a little out of hand. When Luther returned to Wittenberg in 1522, he found the populace in nearly full-scale revolt. The mob was being whipped up by a set of radical zealots known as the Zwickau prophets. Luther drove the Zwickau out of Wittenberg and settled down to re-establish law and order. He founded his own Lutheran church in Wittenberg in 1526. Meanwhile, the Zwickau spread across Germany, burning churches, monasteries, bishops' palaces, and libraries, often in Luther's name. The Zwickau were determined to use Luther's treatment by the church and state as a rallying point for their revolution, regardless of Luther's feelings on the matter. This uprising, which became known as the Peasants' Revolt, was but the beginning of about 5 centuries of nearly unending bloodshed. The Protestant Reformation swept across Europe, spreading first to the Netherlands, then to France and England, and soon all of Northern Europe was in the throes of religious warfare, as Protestants fought Catholics for the soul of Europe. To review, in 1517, Martin Luther published his 95 Theses in an attempt to get the Roman Catholic Church to stop selling indulgences, or get-out-of-hell-free cards. Luther did not think the Church had the authority to grant such indulgences, especially not for money. Luther believed that salvation could be achieved through faith alone. The Church responded by labeling Luther a heretic, forbidding the reading or publication of his 95 Theses, and threatening Luther with excommunication. Luther refused to recant his beliefs. The next year, in 1521, Luther was summoned to appear at the Diet of Worms, where the leaders of the Holy Roman Empire would decide his fate. When Luther once again refused to recant his positions, the Holy Roman Emperor, Charles V, ordered his arrest. Luther's supporters hid Luther in Wartburg Castle, where he completed a translation of the Bible into German, as well as publishing a variety of treatises against the Church. By the time Luther returned from his exile, Germany was in the grip of a peasant revolt, as peasants burned and destroyed all things Catholic. Luther calmed the revolt in his hometown of Wittenberg and established his own Lutheran church in 1526.
When Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the church door at Wittenberg in 1517, he had no idea how far the Protestant Reformation would progress. Some Protestants far surpassed Luther's intentions and ideas, carrying their reforms to extreme proportions. These Protestants were often called radical reformers. In this lesson, we will take a look at the origins, development, and doctrines of the two groups of radical reformers, the Anabaptists and the Anti-Trinitarians. In the early 1520s, scholar Conrad Grebel of Zurich, Switzerland, decided that the Bible did not support the Catholic and Protestant practice of baptizing infants. He figured that people should be baptized as adults when they are ready and willing to accept the Christian faith for themselves. Grebel also claimed that infant baptisms were not valid and that Christians should be baptized as adults. On January 21, 1525, Grebel performed his first adult baptisms on George Blaurock, who in turn baptized others. Grebel's ideas spread quickly, and he soon formed a group of followers. Hence, the Anabaptists, or re-baptizers, were born. The Anabaptists, who called themselves the Brethren or Saints, were not necessarily uniform in their beliefs, but they did tend to agree on a few major tenets, including the following: adult rebaptism, the Lord's Supper as a memorial meal for the baptized, the separation of church and state, the necessity of living a holy life, freedom of conscience, and the Bible as the only source of God's revelation. As Anabaptists' ideas spread, leaders emerged to attract followers and form their own sects. Often, these sects were persecuted for their beliefs, for in many places, rebaptizing was a capital crime. It could get a person killed. Nonetheless, the Anabaptists grew, and we will now meet a few of their most popular leaders. Michael Sattler wrote the first official statement of Anabaptist beliefs. He was eventually burned at the stake. Scholar Balthasar Hubmaier wrote concerning the Christian baptism of believers to present an intellectual argument for adult baptism. He was also burned at the stake. Menno Siemens founded the Mennonites. He wrote several books that focused on following Christ's teachings in daily life. Jacob Hutter argued that Christians should not own private property, but should share everything in community. He was executed, but his followers adopted his name as a mark of identification. They called themselves the Hutterites. A few Anabaptists really earned the title radical. One of these groups settled in the German town of Münster. Led by Jan Matthees, who claimed that he was the prophet Enoch, these Anabaptists believed that the day of judgment was right around the corner. By 1534, they had pretty much taken over the city, while an army of Catholics and mainline Protestants gathered outside the city walls and settled in for siege, hoping to drive out the Anabaptists. Matthees was killed on Easter Sunday when he attempted to attack the besiegers. He was quickly replaced by the tailor Jan of Leiden, who proclaimed himself the King of Zion and introduced polygamy. The siege at Münster lasted for 16 months until the besiegers were reinforced and entered the city. Jan of Leiden and most of his followers were executed. The Münster fiasco was rare, however. Anabaptists typically just wanted to be left alone to live their beliefs in peace. Another group of radical reformers took Protestantism along a completely new path and actually rejected the doctrine of the Trinity, which states that there are three distinct persons in one God. These reformers are often called the anti-Trinitarians. In 1531, Spaniard Michael Servetus wrote the book On the Errors of the Trinity, in which he tried to redefine the doctrine of the Trinity according to his own ideas. He doubted that there were actually three distinct persons in one God, and claimed that the Word and the Holy Spirit were more like God's modes of expression. Servetus was burned at the stake in Geneva in 1553, but his ideas remained. The anti-Trinitarian Socinians, which were founded by Faustus Socinus, claimed that Jesus Christ was merely a sinless human being and not really God. This sect settled in Poland. Finally, the Unitarians, who emerged as a sect sometime in the 1560s, argued that Jesus was not equal to God the Father. Instead, Jesus was a teacher, whose words and example were very valuable. Jesus, they maintained, never atoned for sin because humans were not fallen people at all, and they did not need atonement. Indeed, these groups, the Anabaptists and the Anti-Trinitarians, had traveled a long way from Catholicism and even from their Protestant roots. Some groups of Protestants expanded their ideas far beyond those of Martin Luther and other Protestant reformers. Often called the Radical Reformers, these sects included the Anabaptists and the Anti-Trinitarians. Anabaptists, beginning with Conrad Grebel, believed in adult rebaptism and argued that adult Christians needed to accept the faith for themselves. Famous Anabaptist leaders included Michael Sattler, Balthasar Hubmaier, Menno Siemens, and Jacob Hutter. A few Anabaptists, including the group led by Jan Matthees and Jan of Leiden at Münster, became fanatical in their beliefs, but most simply wanted to be left alone. Anti-Trinitarians renounce the doctrine of the Trinity, which teaches that there are three distinct persons in one God. Michael Servetus explored this idea, as did Faustus Socinus, the founder of the Socinians, who believed that Jesus Christ was merely a human being. The Unitarians also claimed that Jesus was merely human, and that he did not die for the sins of humanity. These groups of radical reformers had certainly come a long way from their Catholic and Protestant roots.
Born in Switzerland in 1484, Ulrich Zwingli took the path of many young men of his era and social class. He received a good education and became a Catholic priest. Little did anyone know that Zwingli would eventually become one of the most outspoken Protestant reformers of his age. Not long into his priesthood, Zwingli became critical of the Catholic Church. He noticed some abuses, and his interpretations of the Bible led him to believe that Catholicism was wrong in some of its doctrines and practices. Zwingli, who was a very popular and charismatic preacher, soon convinced many people that he was right. Eventually, he attained an influential position in the major Swiss city of Zurich, and from there he continued to preach reform. He also became heavily involved in Swiss politics. In January of 1523, Zwingli presented his 67 articles to Zurich City Council. In them, he argued for a new system, a reform of Christianity, and essentially a break with the Catholic Church. What exactly did Zwingli teach in those 67 articles? First, he objected to the Pope as the leader of the Church. He also opposed Catholic practices and doctrines like fasting, purgatory, indulgences, veneration, and intercession of the saints, celibacy for the clergy, and monasticism. For Zwingli, salvation came through faith alone. Human works didn't count for anything. Moreover, everything a Christian needed to know came from the Bible. Catholic tradition was unnecessary. Zwingli also attacked the Catholic sacraments and the Mass. He claimed that instead of 7 sacraments, there were really only 2, baptism and the Eucharist. He further taught that the Eucharist, or Lord's Supper, was merely a symbolic remembrance, and Jesus Christ was in no way present in it at all. Zwingli argued strongly against the Catholic Mass. He desired simple worship, singing only psalms in church services, and removing all images from church buildings. He believed that he was restoring the Church to the purity of the Church of the first apostles. Zwingli's reforms soon took hold in Zurich and began to spread to other parts of Switzerland. The reformer and his political allies tried to force Catholic regions of the country to accept Protestantism by slapping them with economic sanctions that prohibited trade in basic necessities like wheat, salt, and iron. Not surprisingly, the Catholics fought back. In October of 1531, Catholic forces marched on Zurich. When Zwingli himself led Protestant troops out to meet them, he was quickly killed, and his forces scattered. The Catholics didn't pursue the fight, but the defeated Protestants lifted the sanctions and allowed their neighbors to retain their own religious beliefs. Zwingli's younger contemporary, John Calvin, built on his elders' teachings. Born in France in 1509, Calvin studied theology and law, but was forced to flee France about 1534 after becoming involved with a group of university students who were circulating Protestant ideas. He settled in Strasbourg, where he joined a group of reformers who helped him formulate and solidify his ideas. Later he moved to Basel, where, in 1536, he published the first edition of his masterpiece, The Institutes of the Christian Religion, a book he continued to edit and expand throughout the rest of his life. In the Institutes, and his other writings, Calvin developed his famous doctrine of predestination. This doctrine stated that God, by his sovereign will, determined that some people were destined for heaven and others for hell, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. God simply decided who was a member of the saved elect and who was a part of the lost reprobates, and that was that. Calvin agreed with Zwingli that nearly everything Catholic had to be purged from the Church. There would be no Mass, no images, no saints, no purgatory, no indulgences, no clerical celibacy, and no monasteries. Worship would consist of sermons and psalms. The Lord's Supper, Calvin believed, did contain a certain presence of Christ, but only a spiritual one. Calvin further insisted on a strict morality that was to be enforced by both the Church and the state working in partnership. Discipline would be applied equally to everyone from the lowest ranks of society to the highest. Calvin got a chance to put his ideas into action when he moved to Geneva, Switzerland in 1536. Working closely with the local government, Calvin reformed the Geneva Church according to his doctrine and instituted strict ordinances against card playing, theater, gambling, swearing, dancing, and drunkenness, as well as against greater offenses like stealing, assault, fornication, and adultery. Needless to say, Geneva's upper classes were not too pleased about the changes, and they forced the city council to expel Calvin in 1538. The reformer toured around Europe for a while before returning to Geneva in 1541 to finish creating God's city on earth. This time the government promised him respect and support, and the strict discipline resumed. A few people still opposed Calvin's efforts, including the so-called libertines led by Aimé Perrin, who tried to take back their city in 1555. They failed, and Perrin barely escaped with his life. He was lucky. Many people who disagreed with Calvin's brutally intolerant regime were executed. After Perrin's revolt had been put down, Calvin was finally secure in Geneva, which soon became a center of the Protestant world. The city sent out missionaries who spread Calvin's doctrines throughout Europe. Calvin himself died in 1564, but his Reformation ideology lived on, traveling far and wide. Protestant reformers Ulrich Zwingli and John Calvin were active in the Swiss cities of Zurich and Geneva in the 1500s. They both called for the reform of church doctrines and practices and advocated the elimination of many elements of the Catholic faith and worship. Calvin added the doctrine of predestination and disagreed with Zwingli about the Lord's Supper. Zwingli claimed that Christ was not present at all in the sacrament. Calvin believed he was spiritually present. Zwingli promoted his reforms through 67 articles, while Calvin wrote the Institutes of Christian Religion. Both reformers blended religion and politics and worked closely with the governments of their respective cities to enforce their reforms and, especially in Calvin's case, moral discipline. The Reformation ideas of Zwingli and Calvin spread far and wide as the years passed, and Christianity would never be the same.
Most people know the term the Reformation deals with unrest between Catholics and Protestants. But do you know why and where it all began? This was a time when new ideas regarding the Christian religion developed, and people began to choose between Catholicism and Protestantism. Catholics believed salvation could be found by completing certain actions like recognizing the sacraments, such as baptism and communion, and confession to a priest. This leaves authority in the hands of the Church. Protestants believed the Church should not have authority over a person's relationship with God. Instead, each person was responsible for reading the Bible for guidance. The Reformation occurred in the 16th century and was one of the most important events in history. Many say this event was responsible for leading history into the modern age. As Christians became divided between Catholicism and Protestantism, the religious unity that once held a society together fell apart. This led to the beginning of individual thought and individual opinions regarding religion. Inevitably, this led to free thinking in other areas like politics, economics, and social structure. Martin Luther is often credited with starting the Reformation. Luther was unhappy with corruption in the Catholic Church. He thought the Church was selling pardons for sins, called indulgences, without concern of whether the person was legitimately repentant. Luther believed the Pope should not have ultimate authority. He believed the Bible should hold authority and that each person had as much authority over their own religion as the church officials. Luther nailed 95 theses against indulgences, pardoning of a sin, to the door of the Castle Church in Wittenberg to display his distaste with the church. He also said nuns and monks shouldn't be held to their vows as he felt this gave the church more authority. The Reformation spread throughout Europe. Scholars encouraged many to learn to read Hebrew and Greek so they could study the Bible in its original language. Many people saw this as an opportunity to gain more control over their lives and a break from authority, leading to mass popularity of free-thinking ideas. The life of a peasant at this time was not easy. Because of high taxes and the ownership of all land belonging to royalty, peasants were basically slaves who worked the land without receiving any benefit from it. Peasants faced the heaviest taxes. The clergy and the nobles were exempt from taxes. In addition, costs for basic necessities rose consistently. As people began to feel freedom from the authority of the church, they hungered for freedom from the oppression of their landlords and nobles. Peasants began to revolt against their oppressors, claiming the same divine right that gave Luther the right to rebel. Some peasants even built armies to support them. These uprisings are known as the Peasant Wars. Although many peasants participated in these uprisings, they didn't have firm leadership. Uprisings took place in various areas. It began in southwestern areas in Germany and spread into what is now Austria. The peasant armies lacked an overall structure and adequate weaponry. Many of the fighters had no experience in military or war tactics. The lack of discipline and organization led to the loss of many peasant lives. During the wars, monasteries were burned down and their possessions stolen or destroyed. Peasants also attacked the nobles, destroying much of their land and homes. After taking over the town of Weinsberg, the peasants captured the castle and forced the ruling count and about 70 other nobles to run a gauntlet of pikes, which meant to run between two lines of men with swords continuously attacking their victims. However, at Frankenhausen, thousands of peasants faced a prince's army along with mercenaries. Without adequate weaponry and leadership, thousands of peasants were slaughtered. The nobles became more reliant upon the ruling princes, who may have been the only beneficiaries of the wars. As the peasant wars came to an end, the peasants were again placed under strict regulations by their oppressors. Luther admired the peasants for their ceaseless work in a harsh economy. He offered strict criticism to nobles for the unjust way they treated their workers. The peasant uprisings were condemned by Luther, however, who was against the violent acts of the peasants. Peasants claimed they had biblical authority to demand economic reform, but Luther also disagreed with this claim. He became so disgusted with the violence of the uprising, he encouraged German princes to defeat the peasants to protect their authority. The peasants felt betrayed by Luther, and many abandoned the efforts of the Reformation altogether and returned to Catholicism. While Luther withdrew his support of the peasant uprising, the peasants did find support. The Reformation was a huge movement leading to the popularization of Protestant Christianity. It spread to Christians across Europe, but how did it spread so far? The Protestant Reformation was a rebellion against Catholic beliefs by Christians in the 16th century. At the time, the Catholic Church held a heavy authority over its lay people. Authority rested in the Pope and the church officials. Martin Luther was a German monk who believed each person should have authority over his or her own religion. He became angry that church officials handed out indulgences, which was an official forgiveness of sins, for money without ensuring the purchaser was sincerely repentant. He became so angry, he wrote 95 theses concerning this practice and nailed them to the church door of the castle church in Wittenberg. Luther believed the church should hold no authority over its lay people, and each person was capable and responsible for determining his or her religious strength. He also believed nuns and monks shouldn't be held to their vows, nor should the clergy be celibate. Luther's beliefs became known as Lutheranism. This revolution sparked a growing interest in individual thought and reasoning. This type of thinking became very popular in Germany and soon began to spread to other areas. Luther may have sparked a revolution, but there were others involved in its spread. Johannes Reuchlin encouraged the study of Hebrew and Greek to allow people to read the Bible in its original languages. This furthered the idea that each person was capable and responsible for determining his or her religious strength. People no longer had to rely on the clergy to interpret the scripture. In Switzerland, Huldrych Zwingli, who held very similar views to Luther, helped spread the Reformation. In England, John Colet tried to reform the church from within by translating the Bible into English, a practice that was strictly forbidden at the time. The Reformation spread quickly in Denmark and Sweden, where Protestantism eventually became the official religion. In Switzerland, the ideas of Luther were modified slightly by a Frenchman named John Calvin. His ideas were known as Calvinism. Calvinism's major difference from Lutheranism was the belief that people were predestined to go to heaven or hell after death. Other countries also developed their own ideas regarding Protestantism. In Scotland, Protestants were known as Presbyterians. In France, Calvinists were known as Huguenots. In England, Anglicanism, Lutheranism, and Calvinism were all popular. the Reformation did not become as popular in southern countries like Spain, Italy, and Portugal, where Catholicism is still the most popular religion. Martin Luther was dissatisfied with the authority that clergy held over lay people in the Catholic Church. Luther's Protestant idea that clergy shouldn't hold more religious authority than lay people became very popular in Germany and spread quickly throughout Europe. Northern countries like England, Scotland, Switzerland, and France were receptive to the ideas, although further developed these ideas to form new types of Protestantism. The ideas did not take a strong hold in southern countries like Spain, Portugal, and Italy, where Catholicism is still dominant. In the 16th century, a German monk named Martin Luther became increasingly dissatisfied with the actions and beliefs of the Catholic Church. At this time, Catholicism was the dominant religion. Most national churches were Catholic and reported to the Pope in Rome. Catholic clergy issued indulgences to lay people as a pardon for sins. Indulgences could be bought by paying the clergy member. Luther believed this led to insincerity in the lay people and was an abuse of power. He believed the church held too much authority over its lay people, and that each person should rely on the Bible for guidance rather than clergy. Luther, angry with the corruption in the church, wrote 95 theses regarding indulgences and nailed them to the door of the castle church in Wittenberg. Luther's actions and thoughts spread through Germany and began a movement that nearly covered Europe. Christians, who would soon be called Protestants, began splitting from Catholicism in favor of having more authority over their religion, rather than surrendering it to the Catholic clergy. Many people in Switzerland were also dissatisfied with corruption in the church. The selling of indulgences led to wealth that contributed to demoralization in the clergy. Official duties were delegated to others who had not been educated. As the ideals of Luther spread, the unhappy lay people of Switzerland joined in the demand for reform and discipline. At the forefront of this movement was Huldrych Zwingli. Zwingli agreed with Luther that the Catholic Church emphasized the administration of sacraments, which were rituals that would affect God's grace on a person. However, while Luther said that church tradition was not overtly contrary to the Bible, Zwingli said that every ritual that was not mentioned specifically in the Bible should be abolished. This included 5 of the 7 sacraments currently practiced by Catholics. Zwingli upheld the sacraments of baptism and the Eucharist. Luther and Zwingli also disagreed on the interpretation of the Eucharist or communion. They both agreed the sacrament should be practiced and disagreed with the Catholic idea that the bread and wine turned into Jesus' blood and body during the ritual. Luther believed that Jesus was physically present in all things and, therefore, already present in the bread and wine used. Zwingli, on the other hand, believed this was practiced simply as a memorial, and that physical objects could not hold the presence of a holy being like Jesus. Zwingli and Luther did both agree that the sacrament of baptism was necessary. Zwingli believed baptism was needed in infancy and only needed once for salvation. This was in conflict with a group called the Anabaptists. Anabaptists believed children should not be baptized and allowed adults who had been baptized as children to be rebaptized. Zwingli believed the claims of the Anabaptists had no scriptural basis and that they were adding to the scripture. Zwingli held that baptism was a covenant with God rather than a promise to live without sin, as the Anabaptists believed. Zwingli also believed the church and state should govern together because all were under the rule of one God. He believed the government could help a person live honorably, but could not make a person righteous in God's eyes. This was why, according to Zwingli, the church is needed along with the government. Zwingli's views were popularly accepted by many in places like Zurich and Basel, but some places remained predominantly Catholic. The disagreement between these areas would eventually lead to civil war. Zwingli died on the battlefield in 1531. Another leader in the Reformation movement in Switzerland was a French jurist named John Calvin. He was banished from Paris because of his beliefs. He traveled to Geneva, where he met other Protestant leaders. Calvin was responsible for spreading another form of Protestantism called Calvinism. Calvin strongly believed in predestination, which is the idea that God has already determined the eternal fate of each person before birth. Calvin believed the actions people took had no weight on whether they would go to heaven or hell. This eliminated the need for Catholic practices such as confession and performing sacraments. Despite this belief, Calvin did support the act of infant baptism as a covenant with God. Calvin also supported the practice of the Eucharist. However, his beliefs were somewhere between those of Luther and Zwingli. Rather than Jesus' body and blood being physically present during the Eucharist or being completely absent, he believed Jesus was spiritually present in these elements, meaning when a person received the physical bread, that person was receiving the spiritual body of Christ. Calvinism became popular in Switzerland. Calvin created a strict system of discipline and enforced it heavily. Church discipline was maintained by the consistory, which was a council of preachers and lay people elected in each district. The consistory's power was limited to church-related punishment. For example, serious offenders could be excommunicated from the church. However, the council was able to suggest civil punishments to the city's government. The suggestions were often followed. The Protestant Reformation was born out of a growing distaste for corruption in the Catholic Church. Many Europeans joined the movement. In Switzerland, Zwingli became a huge advocate for the spread of Protestantism, although he disagreed with some of Luther's beliefs. As more Swiss people adopted Protestant practices, Calvin's ideas also became popular with many. During the 16th century, a revolution began in Christianity. A German monk named Martin Luther became increasingly unhappy with the corruption in the Catholic Church. Luther started a movement among Christians who believed authority should not belong to clergy, but to the lay people in their study of the Bible. Followers of the Reformation were known as Protestants. As the Reformation spread throughout Europe, it gained popularity in Switzerland. Thanks to the efforts of Huldrych Zwingli, Swiss people began to support the ideas of Protestantism. Following Zwingli, a Frenchman named John Calvin began a new form of Protestantism in Switzerland. Calvin believed in predestination, which means each person's eternal fate is already determined before birth. Although he disagreed that the practice of sacraments was necessary for salvation, he supported the practices of baptism and the Eucharist. Calvin believed people should be baptized as infants to form a covenant with God. Additionally, he thought people should practice the Eucharist to form a spiritual connection with Christ. Calvin firmly believed in moralistic behavior and favored strict discipline. He believed that the church and the state should govern separately, but the church should have a very organized and stern method of discipline. Under his influence, the church created a consistory, which was a group of pastors and lay people that controlled church discipline. In addition, the consistory often recommended punishment to secular court, which was often heated. Followers of Calvin's belief system were known as Calvinists. Protestants who were inspired by Calvinism in France were known as Huguenots. As the popularity of Protestantism grew in France, many French Catholics grew impatient with the lack of action against what they considered heresy by the Protestants. Heresy is the denial of a basic doctrine of Christianity. Catholic leaders began to feel threatened by the movements of the Protestants. Political religious groups, known as leagues, organized to confront the Huguenots. The Catholic League was a national group that intended to stamp out the spread of Protestantism in France. The group was led by the Duke of Guise, who also had intentions of taking over the French throne. Under Guise's leadership, the League intended to replace King Henry III, the King of France, who was a Protestant. War broke out between the Catholic League and the Huguenots in 1562 and continued until 1598. Political unrest between the Huguenots and the powerful Guise family led to the death of many Huguenots, marking the beginning of the Wars of Religion. In 1562, the Huguenots were defeated by Guise in the First Battle of the War. Guise was killed in this battle. a treaty was negotiated by Catherine de' Medici that allowed Huguenot nobles to worship freely, but peasants could only worship in one town within each district. During the wars, Catherine de' Medici was the Queen Mother and held power during the reign of her sons Francois II, Charles IX, and Henry III. The Huguenots were worried Catherine was planning a campaign against them with the Spaniards and attempted to capture King Charles IX. They failed, and though another attempt at peace was made, neither side trusted each other. The Huguenots faced a defeat in 1569, but began to gain ground with some Protestant nobles in France. After this massacre, an edict was issued that granted freedom of worship in France, except in Paris. However, Catholics convinced Henry III to repeal this decision, causing another uprising with the Huguenots. The power of the Huguenots in the Catholic League grew, leaving Henry III with less power. After Henry III was killed, he was succeeded by Henry IV, who was a Protestant. Henry IV fought in the ongoing struggle. He converted to Catholicism in 1593. The Catholic League began to dissolve in 1598 when Henry IV issued the Edict of Nantes. The edict allowed Huguenots to worship publicly and within the homes of nobility. More specifically, the edict was made of 4 basic texts, part of which was based on unsuccessful peace treaties from the wars. It also guaranteed safety from the Inquisition for Huguenots who were traveling outside of France. The edict also established that Catholicism was still to be considered the national religion of France. Therefore, Protestants were still required to pay taxes and tithes to the Church, and also recognize Catholic holidays. Although the edict did not grant total religious freedom, the partial freedom gained was enough to end the wars. The spread of the Protestant Reformation often led to fighting. The leader of the movement, Martin Luther, held very popular ideas that took away much of the Catholic Church's authority. Luther's ideas were adopted by Huldrych Zwingli. Both idealists influenced John Calvin. As the ideals of Calvinism grew in popularity in France, the country erupted into civil war. Calvinist Huguenots fought against the Catholic League for religious freedom and political control of the country. Power plays among royalty and French nobles became common and led to the massacre of many Protestants. The wars continued until religious toleration and partial freedom for the Huguenots was established by the Edict of Nantes, issued by Henry IV.
As the Protestant Reformation swept across Northern Europe, a very different sort of Reformation was taking place in England. Unlike the Reformations of the mainland, which were mostly theological in nature, England's Reformation was decidedly political. The debate in England was not about whether one was saved by Protestant faith or by Catholic sacrament. Instead, it was about who had the greater authority in England, the king or the Pope. This debate was not a new one for England. English monarchs have a long history of butting heads with the Pope. Many English kings saw the Roman Catholic Church as having entirely too much power in their country. Conversely, many popes saw the English crown as too eager to stick its fingers into matters of faith. 4 centuries earlier, during the investiture conflict of 1103, Henry I of England challenged the Pope over the right to appoint people to local church positions. A generation later, Henry II also tried to decrease the Pope's influence in England. In the Constitutions of Clarendon of 1164, Henry asserted that clergymen accused of civil crimes were subject to the civil law of the land rather than the ecumenical law of the Church. In this light, Henry VIII was simply resuming a centuries-old conflict between the King of England and the Pope in Rome. Though Henry VIII would eventually gain the power to appoint bishops or to hold criminal priests to account, his initial conflict with the Pope was much more personal. Henry was simply trying to provide an heir to his throne, and the Pope got in the way by refusing to annul Henry's marriage to the then Baron Catherine of Aragon. You can find a full description of this conflict in our lesson on the 6 wives of Henry VIII. For this lesson, you need only know that the conflict over annulment eventually led Henry to circumvent the Pope's authority and have his marriage to Catherine annulled by Parliament rather than by the Pope. The annulment was not the first challenge to the Pope's authority. It was preceded by many acts that gradually took powers that were traditionally associated with church authorities in Rome and transferred them to secular authorities in England. Henry was aided in his struggle with Rome by an English statesman named Thomas Cromwell. Thomas Cromwell was an active supporter of the Reformation and a harsh critic of the papacy. It was Cromwell who persuaded Henry to turn his battle over annulment into a full-scale legal break from Rome. With Henry's approval and Cromwell's goading, Parliament passed a series of laws undermining papal authority. In 1529, Henry began by finishing what his predecessor, Henry II, had started so long ago, ensuring that the clergy were subject to the common laws of England rather than the church laws of Rome. The next year, Henry had Parliament declare that it was illegal to appeal to any external power for resolution of a problem in England. They called this crime praemunire, and it basically ensured that no Englishman would be appealing to the Pope for aid. A couple years later, in 1532, Parliament published the Supplication against the Ordinaries. The Supplication was a treatise, not unlike Luther's 95 Theses, criticizing the Church's abuses. The Supplication mostly focused on the unjust prosecution of people accused of heresy, but it also condemned the Church's greed in demanding excessive court fees for these trials. The Supplication was quickly followed by the Submission of the Clergy, which stated that all church law was subject to review by the king and Parliament. When the English clergy balked at this request, Henry called them out, saying, "Well-beloved subjects, we thought that the clergy of our realm had been our subjects wholly, but now we have well perceived that they be but half our subjects, yea, and scarce our subjects. For all the prelates, at their consecration, make an oath to the Pope, clean contrary to the oath that they make to us, so that they seem to be his subjects and not ours." Chivied so by the king, the English clergy fell in line. Yet the act that cut the Church the deepest was the 1532 Act of Annates, which greatly reduced the amount of church income paid to Rome. This essentially reduced the money flowing from England to Rome from a torrent to a trickle. Parliament added salt to the wound with the 1533 Act in Restriction of Appeals, which stated once and for all that England did not need to appeal to Rome for matters involving church law. And since England did not need the Church to handle matters of church law, Parliament was free to formally annul Henry's marriage to Catherine with the First Succession Act of 1533. Enraged by Henry's attempt to undermine his authority, the Pope threatened Henry with excommunication in 1533. This excommunication threatened to cut Henry off from the sacraments of the Church, and thus deny him the possibility of ever going to heaven. Moreover, since Henry was a king, the excommunication also threatened the souls of his subjects. This put Henry in a difficult position. If he recognized the authority of the Church and his excommunication, his only recourse was to go crawling back to the Pope and beg for forgiveness. Yet if he broke from the Church, Henry feared he would have to risk the rebellion that had accompanied the Protestant Reformation across Europe. Henry was not about to bow to the Pope, and as we shall see, he had his own methods for repressing rebellion. The following year, 1534, Henry and Cromwell pushed a variety of new acts through Parliament, resulting in a total break from the Roman Catholic Church. With the Ecclesiastical Appointments Act, Parliament decreed that the king, not the Pope, would be responsible for appointing clergy to high positions in the Church. This, in effect, settled the investiture conflict of England that had so troubled Henry I some 4 centuries earlier. The official break with the Roman Catholic Church came shortly after, in the form of the First Act of Supremacy, in which Henry was recognized as the only supreme head of the Church in England. This removed any last vestiges of authority that Rome had in England. It was now the king who would determine church law. It was the king who would collect church income. And of course, it was the king who would grant annulments. Every English citizen was supposed to swear an oath affirming Henry's supremacy. And just in case someone didn't want to take that oath, Parliament passed the Treasons Act, which made refusal to take the oath of supremacy an act of treason, punishable by death. This provided legal grounds for Henry and Cromwell to purge Rome's supporters from the government and dispose of some of its more vocal critics. The 1534 Act of Supremacy established the Church of England, or the Anglican Church. Yet because this English Reformation had been more political than theological, and because Henry did not want a religious rebellion on his hands, the bulk of Catholic practices and doctrines remained unchanged. Henry had no problem with a system that conferred great wealth and authority upon its leader. He just wanted that leader to be him, not the Pope. Therefore, Anglicans still engaged in most of the same sacraments of Catholicism: baptism, the Eucharist, and confession. The only real difference was that the prestige and revenues that the Church gained from these sacraments now found their way to Henry instead of to the Pope. In this sense, Henry seems to have found a middle ground. On the one hand, Henry had replaced the distant and often arbitrary authority of Rome with the local and invested authority of the King of England. On the other hand, Henry had fallen short of the full-scale reformations taking place across the Channel, shattering the dreams of many reformers who had hoped for more, including his ally Thomas Cromwell. The following years would see the king pulled back and forth between the conservative tendencies of his orthodox subjects and the revolutionary designs of reformers. Henry flip-flopped on issues of faith regularly. On the conservative side, in 1539, Henry rejected the proposed Lutheran reforms of the Anglican Church, and instead supported Parliament's Act of the Six Articles, which upheld many Catholic practices and beliefs: transubstantiation, the right to deny wine to common people during communion, the celibacy of priests, the vows of chastity, the right to hold private masses, and the sacrament of confession. The Six Articles guaranteed that a Catholic sitting down at an Anglican church would find the ceremony much the same as it had been before. Yet, in that same year, Henry made a concession to the Reformers' side. He commissioned an English translation of the Bible, the so-called Great Bible, so that his subjects could read the book for themselves, a distinctly Protestant notion. This move greatly increased Henry's prestige as head of the Church of England, and soon all Anglican churches would be required to use these English Bibles. The only religious position on which Henry never flip-flopped was in stripping the wealth and property from religious institutions. We've already seen how he slowly but surely redirected church funds from the Roman papacy to the English monarchy. In 1536, Henry seized the property of many of the monasteries in England with the Dissolution of Minor Monasteries Act. As the monasteries were popular among the common people, this move inspired the largest local backlash of English Catholics against the throne. The next year, tens of thousands of peasants from the countryside marched on London to protest these reforms in what became known as the Pilgrimage of Grace. Henry dispersed the protesters brutally. He invited the leaders into London to negotiate, only to charge them with treason and have them executed. This put a lid on religious conflict in England for the remainder of Henry's reign, but these tensions continued to boil beneath the surface, and would soon explode after the king's passing. To summarize, though much has been made of Henry VIII's attempts to provide a male heir, and though this event might have instigated Henry's gradual separation from the Roman Catholic Church, the conflict between the English crown and the Roman papacy was not merely a matter of marriage. English kings had been struggling to free their nation from the overbearing power of the Pope for 400 years before Henry ever drew breath. Henry VIII succeeded where his predecessors had failed. He broke England free of papal control once and for all, and established the Anglican Church with the king at its head, not the Pope. This process did not take place overnight, nor was it accomplished by royal decree. Instead, Henry made this transition step by step, law by law, working through the Parliament with the aid of his chief minister, Thomas Cromwell. In 1529, he followed in Henry II's footsteps, holding that the clergy would be held to English law rather than church law. He reinstated the laws against premunire, stating that no English citizen could appeal to an external power for resolution of a problem in England. With these first acts done, Parliament grew bolder with several more acts. In 1532, they published the Supplication against the Ordinaries, a series of complaints against church abuses and greed. The same year, they passed the Submission of the Clergy, which stated that all church law was subject to approval by the king. That same year, they took a blow at Rome's income with the Act of the Anates, which severely limited the church's income from England. They followed that up with the Act in Restriction of Appeals, which stated that England did not need to appeal to Rome for matters involving church law. And because they did not need to appeal to Rome, Henry was finally able to have his marriage annulled by Parliament, despite the Pope's resistance. Eventually, the Church had enough, and the Pope excommunicated Henry, cutting him off from the Church and its sacraments. This only encouraged Henry to push further. In 1534, with the Ecclesiastical Appointments Act, Henry settled the investiture conflict started by his predecessor, Henry I, by asserting that the King of England, not the Pope, was responsible for appointing clergy to high positions of the Church of England. The final break from Rome came that same year, with the Act of Supremacy, which declared the independence of the Anglican Church and established the king at its head. And just in case any Englishmen had a problem with these changes, they passed the Treason Act, making it illegal to question the king's newfound religious authority. Though Henry had broken from Rome, the practices of the Anglican Church remained essentially the same as they had been under the Roman Catholic Church. Henry's problem with the Pope was political rather than theological. This did not keep English Protestants from taking every opportunity to make the Anglican Church more Protestant and less Catholic. Protestant pressure resulted in the creation of the first mass-produced English vernacular Bible, known as the Great Bible, in 1539. Yet England's more conservative elements pushed back, enshrining Catholic principles in the Act of the Six Articles. Throughout, Henry played both sides against one another, deftly balancing the Protestant potential for change with the conservative need for stability. The only thing on which Henry did not equivocate was the systematic redirection of power, wealth, and authority from the Church to the Crown, as evidenced by the Dissolution of Monasteries Act of 1536. These religious changes did not pass without complaint. Many Englishmen voiced their discontent, coming near to rebellion. Henry brutally smashed those movements, and thereby contained the religious warfare and chaos that threatened to devour northern Europe. Yet these issues were not resolved, only repressed. They would resurface violently after Henry's death.
When Charles de Bourbon was 15, he became a French duke. He became very wealthy and enjoyed spending his money. He also enjoyed serving in the French army. When Francois I, or Francis I in English, became king in 1515, he appointed Bourbon as the Constable of France, meaning he was the general of the national army. Francois and Bourbon wanted to expand French borders, but neither of them had enough money to fund the expedition. They began borrowing money, assuming they would be able to pay it back after conquering a rich Italian province called Lombardy. Bourbon also used some of his money to hire mercenaries from Germany to fight against the Swiss mercenaries currently fighting for Lombardy. Mercenaries are soldiers that are hired to fight rather than being a part of a national defense system. Mercenaries didn't fight for their nation of origin, but instead went where the money was. Mercenaries could fight against one country and then fight for them in the future, depending on who hired them. The French troops, along with the German mercenaries, led a successful campaign into the Italian province. When the forces returned, Bourbon asked the king for funds to pay off his debtors. The king, however, didn't have enough money to pay off his own debts. Bourbon waited 2 years and asked for money again. Although the king was agreeable, he was in no hurry to comply with Bourbon's request. Bourbon finally obtained financial help through his cousin, also named Charles, who was the Prince of Austria. Charles of Austria was elected Holy Roman Emperor in 1519. Francois was unhappy with this decision and wanted the title for himself. Francois wasn't sure he could trust Bourbon's loyalty, so he asked Bourbon to marry his mother. Bourbon refused, and Francois claimed ownership of all of Bourbon's property. Bourbon had to go to court to fight for his estate, but meanwhile, Francois continued to petition Bourbon with marriages to women in his family. Bourbon became irritated with Francois's behavior and fled to Spain, where his cousin Charles V was preparing to invade France. Bourbon joined the fight with his German mercenaries. Francois was captured, and Bourbon demanded Francois return his land and his money. Francois agreed, but when he was set free, he sold all of Bourbon's land to French aristocracy. Bourbon had to ask his cousin for more money, but Charles V was busy with rebellions against his empire. Charles V made Bourbon the Duke of Milan and provided him with an army of French and German troops. However, the mercenaries became angry when they didn't get paid for their service. Bourbon began selling his own possessions to pay them. He eventually allowed the troops to attack neighboring cities, to loot the cities and churches to help pay their salaries. Bourbon and his troops decided to attack the city of Rome. Rome was considered sacred by Catholics. Because of Rome's holy status, it had little in the area of defense. The city was thought to be safe, as few would dare attack a place held in such high regard. However, a movement had begun among Christians to rebel against the authority of the Church. This movement is known as the Protestant Reformation. Those who favored authority for lay people based on their own reading of the Bible were known as Protestants. Many of Bourbon's troops were Protestants and had no problem attacking the city. Bourbon attacked in May of 1527. During the attack, Bourbon was killed, but his troops defeated the city. The sack lasted a little over a week, but it is thought Rome was in chaos for months. The city was looted and many buildings and monuments destroyed. By the end of the summer, thousands of men, women, and children had either fled or were killed in the attack. Many soldiers, both Catholic and Protestant, as well as some locals, participated in the murder and looting. After Rome was attacked, the Pope allied with Florence, France, Milan, and Venice, forming the League of Cognac. The League hoped to limit the power of Charles V, although it's unclear whether Charles ever actually authorized the attack on Rome. However, the League failed to adequately protect the Pope or attack Charles V, so the Pope made peace with Charles. The sack of Rome also had an impact on the Renaissance culture Rome was known for at the time. During the Renaissance period, many people began to rediscover classical literature from ancient Greece and Rome. Artists began to show more complexity in their work while including a strong emphasis on classical traditions. After Rome was attacked, many artists and architects fled the city, hoping to find safety elsewhere. This event is generally seen to have marked the end of the High Renaissance in Rome. In the 16th century, political unrest was common throughout Europe. Although Bourbon initially supported his king, a lack of money led to him fleeing his country to favor his cousin, the Holy Roman Emperor. Bourbon was a strong military leader, but his choice to use mercenary troops had its drawbacks. They were not understanding of his situation when he didn't have the money to pay them. Unlike national troops, many soldiers didn't possess loyalty to their country, but fought only for wealth. The fierceness of the troops led to Bourbon's decision to attack a sacred city and ultimately caused his death. Bourbon attacked Rome, the capital of Catholicism. Many of Rome's citizenry were killed and many others fled. Rome's cathedrals, monuments, and people's homes were destroyed and looted. The city was left in disarray for months. As many of Rome's artists fled the city, the current Renaissance culture began to decline. Sixteenth-century Europe saw many changes. A revival of humanist thought led many to broaden their ways of thinking about the world. Humanism is a philosophy that supports reason and respect. Humanists encouraged education as this was the basis of reason. They also believed each person deserved an equal amount of respect and the freedom to choose their beliefs. Humanism was a popular movement, As humanism spread through Europe, many universities held humanist scholars. Humanists studied the works of the ancient Greek philosophers. One philosopher was known for his observations regarding the universe. This philosopher's name was Ptolemy. Ptolemy believed that the Earth was the center of the universe. He also believed other heavenly bodies like the moon, the planets, and the sun moved in perfect circles around the Earth. Because he believed the heavenly bodies moved in perfect circles, he accounted for any discrepancies in their movement with epicycles. An epicycle was a smaller circle where planets moved as they moved around the larger circle. The larger circle was called a different. Nicolaus Copernicus was a mathematician and a clergyman from Poland. When he went to college to study canon law, he lived with an astronomer. He would have also come into contact with humanist scholars as he studied. At this time, he was introduced to both astronomy and the study of ancient Greeks. Copernicus agreed with Ptolemy's idea of epicycles, but disagreed with some of Ptolemy's theory. He proposed that the sun was the center of the universe and that the planets revolved around it. This theory is called the heliocentric system. He also said that the Earth not only moved around the sun, but it also spun on an axis. Copernicus's theory appeared to some to conflict with the writings of the Christian Bible. They claim that the scripture states that the Earth cannot be moved. Copernicus published his theory in a book called De Revolutionibus. At this time, Europe was experiencing the Protestant Reformation. Protestants believed each person should hold authority to make decisions about religion based on the Bible. Catholics believed authority belonged to the clergy. However, both groups felt Copernicus's ideas went against Scripture. Many copies of his book went unsold. Tycho Brahe was a rich Danish man from a noble family. When he went to a university to study law, he also developed an interest in astronomy. Brahe was the last major astronomer to work without the use of a telescope. However, he worked hard to make sure he had the highest quality instruments. He basically enlarged and improved instruments that were already being used to help increase his accuracy. Brahe wanted to find a way to merge Ptolemy's theories with those of Copernicus. He proposed that the sun and the moon revolve around the Earth, allowing the Earth to remain the center of the universe. However, he also said that the other planets revolved around the sun. When Copernicus and Brahe attended universities to study, they were introduced to the study of the ancient Greek philosophers. Astronomy had been understood until this point in the 16th century, according to Ptolemy's theory that the Earth was the center of the universe. Copernicus suggested a new idea, that the sun was central to the orbiting planets. The idea was met with contempt from both Catholics and Protestants who believed his theory went against Scripture. Brahe attempted to bridge the two theories, saying the planets orbited the sun which, together with the moon, orbited Earth. These theories were some of the earliest to challenge ancient ideals and inspire the modern study of astronomy. Russia, like most countries, started as a collection of cities that developed into an empire. Early rulers of the empire expanded the area and established Greek Orthodoxy as the official religion. Divisions of power gave way to invaders like the Mongols. Moscow became a very powerful city and eventually challenged the Mongols' control. Eventually, the Mongols were defeated by Ivan the Great, the grandfather of Ivan the Terrible. Ivan the Terrible, as he is known in English, is actually named Ivan IV Vasilievich. He was the first Tsar of Russia. A Tsar was the supreme ruler of the Russian Empire. Ivan was actually only 3 years old when his father died in 1533, making him the Grand Prince of Moscow. His mother helped him rule until her death when Ivan was 8 years old. Ivan's appointment as Tsar was the beginning of a centralized Russian government. Ivan introduced a self-government system to rural parts of Russia and also created church and tax reforms. He wanted to resist the attacks of the Mongols and to increase Russia's borders and create a more centralized empire. In his attempt to expand, Ivan defeated an army in Kazan. After his victory, he commissioned the construction of St. Basil's Cathedral in Moscow. He also expanded his empire into Siberia. Siberia contained a lot of forestry and mountains and provided a vast amount of natural resources that had not previously been available to Russia. Although he saw some success in his campaigns, his methods caused disruption in the economy and Russian culture. He seized private land from his people and divided it up among his supporters. He also created a police force that was meant to stop any disputes. Ivan was already unpopular among his people, but after his wife died in 1560, his behavior became extreme. He was suspicious that she had been murdered by a boyar, a member of the Russian aristocracy. Ivan destroyed many of the major boyar families in the region. He was also prone to violent outbursts. During a fit of rage, he beat his daughter-in-law, causing a miscarriage. In another fit of violence, he killed his son and blinded the architect of St. Basil's Cathedral. Although Ivan was known for his erratic behavior, he possessed other qualities for which he was less known. He was a prominent theologian. He was also a very good public speaker. He was an avid reader and very well educated. Ivan's moniker has become the source of argument as well. The Russian word used to describe Ivan is Grozny. The word's meaning is closer to inspiring fear rather than to be cruel. The term might have been intended to label Ivan as formidable rather than cruel. Ivan expanded Russia's land holdings quickly. The expansion opened up trade routes to the east. During his reign, Ivan also fought for 24 years in the Livonian War in an attempt at further expansion. He also fought against the Crimeans, Turks, Mongols, and, as discussed earlier, Siberia. Ivan appointed governors to help rule his growing empire. This force, known as oprichniki, became unruly and acted with fierceness and violence and completely devoid of accountability. They murdered without justification. Peasants and nobles were killed. They also recruited many to fight in Ivan's battles. The oprichniki acted as if they were police, bureaucrats, soldiers, and priests. Most of them came from the lower class. Once recruited into the oprichnina, they were rewarded with wages and property. The oprichniki used methods of torture, whipping, rape, and mutilation. Russia was riddled with plague and famine. In the city of Novgorod, the death toll was in the thousands. Ivan feared the city was planning to offer its allegiance to Lithuania in hopes of help. He ordered his oprichniki to attack the city in 1570. Although the death toll is unknown, it is thought to have reached several thousand. Thousands of the townspeople were hanged, drowned, or exiled. The city was looted and its buildings were destroyed. The oprichniki were soon abolished after they failed to hold up against a regular army in the Russo-Crimean War in 1571. Ivan may have created other groups similar to the oprichnina, but none were as successful or powerful. By appointing himself as the Tsar of the entire empire, Ivan centralized Russia's government. He also initiated laws that would uphold the power of the government over that of the boyars. Despite Ivan's work to centralize government, his violent methods, along with famine, constant war, and illness, left Russia in disarray when Ivan died in 1584. Ivan the Terrible was intelligent, but prone to violent mood swings. He expanded his empire and opened trade routes with Europe. By doing so, he increased his wealth, centralized his government, and increased availability to natural resources. He was not popular among his people due to his ruthless nature. Although he was successful at his military campaigns, he spent much of his later life working to destroy boyar families. After killing one of his sons, he left Russia to be ruled after his death by his other son, who was a weak leader. After Ivan's death, Russia remained in disarray for years to come. The Protestant Reformation was a movement against some of the beliefs of the Catholic Church. The Reformation can mostly be attributed to Martin Luther, a German monk who believed each person should have authority over his religion rather than relying on clergy. One of Luther's biggest concerns was the giving of indulgences, official pardons for sins, for money. He wrote 95 theses regarding indulgences and nailed them to the Castle Church in Wittenberg. The movement exploded from its origins in Germany, spreading across Europe. It found popularity in places like England, Scotland, and France, while it was less popular in southern areas like Spain, Italy, and Portugal. Aside from the Protestants, there were also many people who upheld ideas of Catholicism but were still unhappy with political influence and abuse of power within the church. Religious orders focused on educating and helping the needy in their local areas. Some of the more well-known orders are the Franciscans, originally known as the Capuchins, and the Jesuits. Religious orders helped encourage reform without breaking from the Catholic Church. It's hard to imagine such a massive movement from the Protestants and Catholic reformers did not completely destroy the Catholic Church, but Catholicism managed to survive. From December 13, 1545 to December 4, 1563, an ecumenical council, councils where church officials are allowed to vote on decrees that are considered binding to all Christians, convened to address concerns of the Catholic Church. This council is known as the Council of Trent. The Council of Trent met to define the doctrines of the Catholic Church. The idea was to lessen corruption of clergy members and abuses of power and finances. The council determined that the Church's interpretation of the Bible was the final word, but that the Bible had equal authority with the Church. Rituals like indulgences, pilgrimages, and veneration of saints were upheld. Although the structure of the Church saw little change, a greater emphasis was placed on discipline and education in the clergy. The Council of Trent marked the beginning of the period known as the Counter-Reformation. The Council of Trent inspired a movement of reform and revival within the Catholic Church. Religious orders gained popularity and support from the Pope during this time. The Church worked to keep their organizational structure while preventing political and financial abuses. Catholicism's popularity grew in light of these changes. The forces of the Protestant Reformation and Catholic reformers created a lot of pressure on the Catholic Church in the 16th century. The answer was the Council of Trent, which made definitive judgments on issues presented by reformers and Protestants. The resulting reforms created a renewed interest in Catholicism and a growing support for the Church. In the 16th century, a German monk named Martin Luther became very dissatisfied with some of the actions and teachings of the Catholic Church. He started a movement that would explode in popularity and spread throughout Europe. This movement came to be known as the Protestant Reformation. Protestants believed the clergy should not hold authority over the lay people in regards to their religion, and that each person should be allowed to govern his own religious beliefs. Catholicism was the dominant religion before the Reformation. National churches all answered to the same person, the Pope. Clergy were responsible for interpreting the Bible and dictating the practices of its lay people. This authority often led to abuse of power and finances. As the Reformation grew to an uncontrollable size, Catholic reformers also called for modifications within the Catholic Church. The Council of Trent was held in 1545 to address these concerns and make definitive decrees regarding the Catholic stance. As the Reformation progressed, changes in power occurred. While the clergy began to lose authority, the local rulers and nobles collected it for themselves. Peasants became resentful and revolted, but their actions were condemned by Luther. Their attempts to gain freedom from oppression ended in stricter oppression and even death for some. The Reformation seemed to lessen the opportunity for peasants to challenge their place in the class structure. Middle-class members were more able to challenge the authority of the Church and took Luther's ideas of free thinking and grasped the opportunity to have more control over their religious practices. Women also gained the ability to divorce and remarry. Education was an important factor in the Reformation. After the Council of Trent, the Catholic Church allowed for more education for its clergy members. The importance of education for all children also became apparent. Luther believed people were capable of determining their religious beliefs by independent thinking, but education was the foundation of good independent thought. During this time, girls were also encouraged to pursue education. As Protestants had a more positive view of women, family life changed after the Reformation. The basis for religion became the family rather than the church. Education was imperative to ensure children would be able to read and interpret Scripture for themselves. Responsibility was on the parents to educate and discipline children to make certain they would become responsible citizens and strong Christians in their communities. The Reformation began as a result of the desire of some Christians to have more authority over their religion. Several changes occurred as a result. Political authority passed to princes and nobles, leading to further oppression of peasants. At the same time, authority also passed to families to govern the religion of their children. Education was encouraged among boys and girls alike to provide a basis for better understanding in religion. The 16th century was a time of major change for the Catholic Church. Before this time, Catholicism was the dominant religion, and most national churches reported to the Pope. A German monk named Martin Luther was dissatisfied with the level of authority the Catholic clergy held over its lay people. Luther felt especially unhappy that the Church issued indulgence for pay. Indulgence was the act of a clergy member pardoning a sin. Luther inspired many to begin thinking in new directions and denying the Catholic Church's influence over lay people. The movement spread from Germany throughout Europe. Those who followed this movement became known as Protestants. Protestants believed the ultimate authority could be found within the Bible, and it was each person's responsibility to learn and understand the Scripture for him or herself. Protestants rejected some of the Catholic doctrines. For example, Luther rejected the Catholic belief of transubstantiation. This is the belief that during the Eucharist, or communion practice, bread and wine transformed into the actual body and blood of Jesus. Luther believed Jesus existed in all things, so he was already present in the bread and wine. Another major leader in the Protestant movement, Huldrych Zwingli of Zurich, took this idea further, saying that Jesus was not physically present during this practice. Rather, he believed, this practice was simply a memorial. A radical group of reformers called Anabaptists disagreed that infant baptism was the only baptism needed. They allowed for adults who had been baptized as infants to be rebaptized as adults. Another group of reformers, known as Calvinists, believed that the law should be upheld according to the Church's beliefs. John Calvin, the leader of these Protestants, worked to join church and state under his powerful leadership. Aside from the arguments of the Protestants, the Catholic Church faced a movement for reform from within. Reformers sought to eliminate abuses of power and finances within the Church. They also hoped to inspire a renewed interest in Catholicism. This movement is known as the Counter-Reformation. In 1545, a council met to discuss these issues along with the arguments presented by the Protestants. This meeting was known as the Council of Trent. The results of the council were that the Church's interpretation of the Bible was final, but that the Bible had equal authority with the Church. Also, practices such as the veneration of saints and indulgences would continue to be practiced. Another decision made was regarding justification. Justification in Christianity occurs when the guilt of sin is removed. Protestants argued that justification could only be achieved through faith. Catholics at Trent reaffirmed that justification could only be achieved through baptism and a lifetime of doing God's will. The council resulted in a movement for more education among its officials and stricter discipline for the abuse of power. Reform was also found within religious orders. Orders like the Jesuits and Franciscans became popular during the time of the Counter-Reformation. These orders sought to inspire reform by offering help to their local sick and needy people. The Jesuits were a well-known order that were fierce in their movement for reform. They heard confessions of nobles and royals. They spread their beliefs with fierceness. The period of the Reformation and Counter-Reformation held many different ideas regarding the Christian religion. Protestants believed the Catholic Church held too much authority and rejected doctrines that took away religious authority from the individual. Some Protestants also disagreed with each other about their beliefs. As Protestantism spread throughout Europe, reformers within the Catholic Church argued for change. The Church responded by reaffirming its doctrines and sacraments while agreeing to provide more discipline and education to its clergy.
The mid to late 15th century is known to history as the Age of Exploration, the time in which Europeans expanded beyond the coastal waters of Old World Europe to the Americas in the Western Hemisphere, an area previously unknown to them. It was an era when Spanish and Portuguese ships led the way, but were soon followed by the French, the British, and the Dutch. Today, as we delve into this Age of Exploration, we'll discuss 3 reasons why Europe took to the seas. They are a Renaissance-inspired openness to new ideas and adventures, a religious motivation to spread Christianity, and a desire to increase wealth. Let's take a look at our first reason for exploration, the spirit of adventure. The Age of Exploration overlapped with the Renaissance, a time when people traded in the superstitions of medieval times for the excitement of experiencing and observing. With this change in mindset, people began wanting answers about the world beyond the green seas of darkness. No longer were they willing to believe the unknown was a place where monsters lived and the sun burned so hot that skin would boil. There was an increased openness to new ideas and ways of thinking. One Renaissance figure willing to take on significant risks to support his desire for exploration and expansion was Prince Henry of Portugal. Henry, known to history as Henry the Navigator, began the first school of oceanic navigation and also sponsored countless expeditions into the dark seas. Although Henry never actually joined any expeditions, he helped create maps used by later explorers, while also whetting the appetite of all Europe with the spirit of adventure. This brings us to our next reason for exploration, the religious motivation to spread Christianity. Just like during the Crusades, in which the Christian monarchs of Europe tried to reclaim the Holy Lands, they still desired to spread Christianity. When it comes to the desire to spread Christianity, the journals of Christopher Columbus speak for themselves. As he wrote to his financial backers, Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, "As Catholic Christians and princes who love and promote the holy Christian faith, and are enemies of infidels, idolatry, and all heresy, you have determined to send me to India. There I will see these new people, learn of their ways, and find the proper way to commit them to our holy faith." Kino of Italy was a Catholic priest who also expressed the desire to save native souls. He wrote, "Thousands will be gathered into the heart of our sweet most holy Mother Church." The role of religious motivation in European expansion was complex and evolved over time. In the best of circumstances, the European point of view toward indigenous populations at that time was one of paternalism and ethnocentric ignorance of non-European cultures. Land and profits were unquestionably the most powerful forces behind European expansion, and the Christian religion's mandate to proselytize, that is, to convert non-Christians, aided Europeans to pursue more land and greater wealth with an almost religious zeal. As much as a religious motivation or an emergent interest in exploration may have contributed to the initial efforts of European expansion, the desire for wealth and access to luxury resources played a much larger role. This can be seen clearly in Christopher Columbus's own words. "But in truth, should I meet with great quantities of gold or spices, I'll remain till I collect as much as possible, and for this purpose I am proceeding solely in the quest of them." Without a doubt, wealth was a huge objective in exploration of the New World. These efforts likely would not have got off the ground if there had not been a belief there was significant wealth to be obtained. In this age of European exploration, Western Europe was enthralled with the luxury goods of the Far East brought home by European soldiers returning from the Crusades. In their minds, the spices, which Europe used to cure meats, and the luxurious silk flowed like milk and honey in the lands of the East. However, geographic distance and the military failures of the Crusades had progressively made these goods both more difficult to access and increasingly expensive. Christopher Columbus was originally from Genoa in the area we know today as Italy. Similar to Venice, Genoa had been deeply involved in the trade bringing rare and high-demand goods to Europe, which were procured in the Middle East. Columbus theorized a previously unthinkable solution to Europe's growing geopolitical problem: sail west. Although initial explorations had already followed the coast of Africa in hopes of routing around the Middle East, this was both incredibly risky and not economically viable. Once Europe finally learned that Columbus had tripped upon a new world, or as the Europeans soon came to call it, the mundus novus, the desire for spices and luxury goods from Asia was surpassed by the desire for gold, new lands, and wealth in general. During the time of Columbus, nearly every nation was a kingdom, and its wealth was determined mainly by how much gold they had in their treasury. It was also a time when most European monarchs lacked the funds they needed to consolidate power, fund military operations, or pay for their legacy projects such as new palaces. Legends of easily accessible gold flooded every corner of Europe and caught the interest of political leaders across the continent. The Spanish explorers de Soto, who explored Florida, and Coronado, who explored the areas of New Mexico, were just a few who were motivated by legendary tales of cities full of gold. Although the cities remained a mirage, gold itself was found and quickly exported back to Europe. Some estimates purport over 7 million ounces were taken from the Americas between 1580 and 1596. In addition to gold, the Spanish found large quantities of silver. These mines and the desire for wealth by Europeans led to countless atrocities and forced labor of indigenous peoples. In time, the demand for laborers would also contribute to the need to import slaves from Africa. Gold and silver from the Western Hemisphere fueled many European ambitions. However, land and crops quickly took on importance as means for Europeans to increase their wealth. Nicolas Le Chalot, a Frenchman, came to the New World craving land for his homeland. However, France wasn't alone in its need for space and natural resources. Competition in Europe was fierce, while land was limited and declining in its agricultural productivity. Most of Europe joined the expansionist drive in the Americas, seizing land from indigenous peoples, growing crops, and exporting valuable resources from the Americas. The European expansion into the Western Hemisphere prompted a sizable number of exchanges, which impacted lives across the world into the present day. These exchanges have been known as the Grand Exchange or Columbian Exchange. In addition to spreading ideas and bringing about the era of European colonialism, there were major shifts in flora and fauna, technology and diseases. Tomatoes, potatoes, chili peppers, and other now ubiquitous food crops spread from the Americas to the rest of the world for the first time. These arrivals had a major beneficial effect on the health and nutrition of European peasants. As Europeans expanded, they brought horses, cows, and other large domesticated animals to the Americas. The use of large domesticated animals had not been previously available, with the exception of alpacas in a few regions. The exchanges also included diseases and technologies, which caused unprecedented social and political upheaval. European expansion introduced smallpox and other deadly diseases that decimated the existing societies. Many historians even argue that it was diseases that conquered the New World, rather than the Europeans themselves. It also understood that returning Europeans introduced syphilis to the Old World, a slow killer which went on to ravage every region of the world until the discovery of antibiotics. The Europeans also leveraged their knowledge of shipbuilding, gunpowder, and mounted cavalry to overwhelm and strike fear into local populations. However, military technologies alone did not enable European expansion in the Americas, as they were frequently dependent on strategic alliances with indigenous groups who were interested in challenging the established order. This was especially the case of the Spanish conquest of the Aztec Empire. As history looks back at the age of exploration, wealth and improved access to strategic resources acted as the primary motivation. However, it can't be denied that the desire to spread Christianity also played a supporting role. European explorers were also encouraged by the shift in mindset cultivated by the Renaissance and improvements in sailing technology. The age of European exploration and expansion changed the face of the globe. It opened up new trade routes, increased European wealth, and forever changed the Americas. The exchanges unleashed caused unprecedented upheaval and rapid changes in people's lives on nearly every continent. The arrival of Europeans in the Americas also led to countless atrocities and devastation to the existing societies. It was a complex time in history with a far-reaching impact that continues to be analyzed today. It is no surprise that it can be described both as an age of exploration and as an age of exploitation.
Perhaps the most significant development in the story of conquest and warfare is the use of gunpowder to propel a deadly object toward a chosen mark. Although history tells us it was the Chinese who developed this deadly weapon, the Europeans would jump on the technological bandwagon, using it to devastate the natives of the New World during the Age of Exploration. To begin our study of gunpowder and its effects on the New World, let's take a look at how Europe got its hands on it in the first place. Up until around the 13th century, China had a monopoly on gunpowder. However, with the onset of the Crusades, or Holy Wars fought by Christian Europe to reclaim the Holy Lands of the East, Europeans found themselves interacting more with the East and its technologies. With the Crusades, trade routes continued to develop between the Christian West and the East. These routes included the ancient silk trade routes of China. In fact, it's believed Marco Polo, the famous Venetian explorer, was one of the first Europeans to travel the Silk Road to China. These interactions brought gunpowder from the East to the West. Now that we know a bit about gunpowder and how it came to the West, let's see what the Europeans did with it. By the mid-14th century, simple gunpowder cannons were common in the English and French militaries. Both sides used these technologies against each other in the 100 Years' War, a devastating war fought over the right to the French throne. The Ottoman Turks also used gunpowder cannons to finally conquer Constantinople in the year 1453. These cannons destroyed the fortified cities under European control, rendering them defenseless against the cannon's blast. Now, imagine if they could do that to the technologically advanced buildings of Europe. Just think what they could do against the more primitive lands of the New World. After seeing the effects of the cannon, it didn't take long for gunpowder to find its way into portable guns. The first single shotguns coming onto the scene in the 1360s were really nothing more than miniature cannons, small enough to be handheld. Like cannons, the smoldering match cord was used to fire off a shot. Although their aim was rather precarious, this invention put guns into the hands of the individual. Since even the most unskilled person with a gun was still a threat, this created a whole new class of soldiers. Again, imagine what havoc this alone could wreak on the New World. Even the most skilled of natives could be intimidated, if not bested, by an unskilled European holding a gun. Another such firearm consisted of a foot-long metal tube attached to a pole about 6 feet in length. This was a rudimentary precursor to the barrel and stock of a rifle. For this one, the gunner had to use a glowing coal or some sort of hot metal to ignite the powder held in the tube. Of course, this could be very dangerous for the shooter, but even more dangerous for those who stood in his way. The advancement of gunpowder obviously didn't stop here. Realizing how powerful gunpowder was, refinements followed very quickly. In the 1400s, matchlock guns, the first mechanically firing guns, hit the scene. With this improvement, wicks were attached to a clamp that sprang into the gunpowder, causing ignition. Now enemies, especially those without guns, could be subdued with even more ease. By the early 1500s, wheel-lock guns were used. With these, wicks were replaced with a metal wheel lock that generated a spark for igniting the gunpowder. This one is probably fancier than most explorers used, and most likely a bit more advanced. However, rest assured, even the uglier, less advanced ones could still do some real damage. In a fight to the death, I'm guessing most would choose an old, ugly wheel-lock gun over a shiny new spear any day of the week. By the 1600s, the flintlock gun had improved upon the wheel-lock. In this version, the lid to the flash pan, or the place where the powder was held for firing, opened automatically and provided an igniting spark. Although this one is a bit younger than the 1600s, it can give us a general idea of how deadly these could be. Unfortunately, these guns were not used for sport. They weren't placed in cabinets and only brought out on the weekends to be shown off at local gun clubs. They were used to conquer, devastate, and destroy one's enemies. This brings us to guns in the New World. Arguably, the most well-known conquests of the New World were accomplished by the Spanish. Under siege by explorers waving the Spanish flag, the mighty Aztec and Incan empires fell. In Mexico, Hernán Cortés vanquished the Aztecs in the 1520s, while Francisco Pizarro conquered the Incans of Peru about a decade later. These conquistadors, meaning conquerors, who devastated these ancient empires, commanded relatively small forces. Cortés had around 600 men, while Pizarro initially had about 160. These victories, although greatly due to the fact that the Spanish carried diseases for which the natives had no immunity, were also due to gunpowder. For the Spanish, the weapon of choice when speaking of gunpowder was the arquebus, a matchlock gun invented in Spain during the 15th century. Unfortunately for the Aztecs and the Incans, disease coupled with guns was too much to handle. Stories very similar to this played out all over the New World as Europeans carried their diseases and their guns wherever they went. When Ponce de Leon searched Florida for the Fountain of Youth, he brought his guns. When Coronado reached New Mexico, he did so with his guns. When Cabral set foot in Brazil, he had his guns. When Henry Hudson came upon the river which now bears his name, you better believe he had his guns. As I said at the top of the lesson, perhaps the most significant development in the story of conquest and warfare is the use of gunpowder. This technology, which came from China, changed the face of the globe. Having used it against each other, Europeans were more than willing to turn it on the unsuspecting inhabitants of the New World. Before long, the native inhabitants would also take up these weapons. However, not in time to save the Aztecs, the Incans, and the other early victims of the age of exploration. Like the starter's gun at the Olympics or the checkered flag at the raceway, the voyages of Christopher Columbus signaled the start of the age of exploration. He and his Nina Pinta and Santa Maria began the race for the Americas, a contest in which Spain and Portugal ran neck and neck toward the first place prize. In today's lesson, we'll discuss these gold medal contestants while highlighting the famous explorers from both countries. Before we begin listing off explorers, let's review what Spain and Portugal hoped to gain through their explorations. First and foremost, European countries and monarchs were seeking wealth, while individual explorers were seeking fame and fortune. Along with these materialistic motives, Christian Europe desired to bring faith to the new lands. All of these motives are summed up in this great quote by Castillo, a 16th century explorer. When speaking of exploration, he exclaimed, "To serve God, to give light to those who were in darkness, and to grow rich, as all men desire to do." With that being said, let's start our roll call of explorers with the famous Columbus. Christopher Columbus, although Italian-born, sailed under the Spanish flag of Ferdinand and Isabella. He set sail seeking a faster trade route to India and China. Believing that the Earth's circumference was smaller than others estimated, he set out to reach the east by sailing west. Unfortunately for this maverick, two things went a bit awry. First, his calculation of the world's size was a bit too small. Second, an undiscovered ocean and continent lay in his path. Although his journeys never saw him reach India and China, he stumbled upon the Americas, lands rich with open space, new crops, and the chance for gold. By the end of his days at sea, Columbus claimed the lands of Cuba, Antigua, Hispaniola, and the Bahamas for Spain. Ironically, we still call these areas the West Indies, playing off Columbus's erroneous belief that he had reached the waters of India. When word got out that there were new lands to be had, the rest of the world joined the race. Not wanting to settle for silver, Portuguese ships headed west. In the year 1500, the Portuguese Pedro Álvares Cabral became the first European to reach Brazil. With this, Portugal began establishing a vast and profitable colony that would become larger than Portugal itself. Although competition was fierce, Spain kept up its quest for first place. In 1513, Spaniard Vasco Núñez de Balboa traveled beyond the Isthmus of Panama, becoming the first European to dip his toes in the Pacific Ocean. Not satisfied with just enjoying the waters, he claimed them and all the lands that touched them for his precious Spain. In 1519, the Portuguese Ferdinand Magellan began the journey that would take him through the Straits of Cape Horn to the Pacific Ocean and beyond. Upon reaching the Pacific, he and his crew continued west to the Philippines, where unfortunately Magellan died. However, his crew returned to Europe, being the first expedition to circumnavigate the globe, a win Magellan is still credited with to this very day. Unfortunately, the race for the Americas was also a deadly one. Around the year 1520, Hernán Cortés conquered the Aztec Empire of Mexico for Spain. Of course, this was a great win for Spain and its economy, but devastating to the native populations. In the 1530s, his fellow countryman, Francisco Pizarro, dealt the same fate to the Incas of Peru, scoring another win for Spain. With each territory conquered, Spain sent royal representatives to administrate the newly conquered lands. Cruelty ensued as the Spanish disregarded ancient cultures, forced conversions to Christianity, and gathered gold for the crown. With the great wealth amassed in the southern Americas, sights were set toward the north. In this region, it seems Spain took the lead. The 1500s saw Francisco Vázquez de Coronado explore into the areas of Arizona and New Mexico, claiming these lands for Spain. Cabeza de Vaca joined him by exploring Texas for Mother Spain, while the famous Spaniard Ponce de Leon searched Florida for the fabled Fountain of Youth. These explorations culminated in Spain establishing the first North American settlement. The credit for this feat goes to the Spaniard Pedro Menéndez de Avila, who founded St. Augustine, now in Florida, in the year 1565. In time, all of Europe would realize it was not gold that North America offered, but a land of moderate climate, rich vegetation, and very fertile ground. History doesn't really name a winner in the race for exploration. However, within a short time, Spain controlled most of the wealth from the colonial gold and silver mines, as well as a vast amount of land. As profits from the colonies flooded into the Iberian Peninsula of Spain and Portugal, this new wealth bled across borders into Northern Europe trade and the vast banking systems of Germany and Italy. With such wealth to be had, it's no wonder why Northern Europe quickly joined Spain and Portugal in the race for these new lands. As European colonies sprang up in the New World of the Americas, the coffers of Old World Europe grew and grew. With each new hint of gold, and with each new natural resource uncovered, the race for exploration intensified, forever changing the face of the globe. Treasure hunts and pirates still capture the imaginations of children and adults alike. Just take a look at the box office and you'll see this to be true. For some reason, no matter what our age, some of us never get enough of these long-haired villains. Lucky for those of us who like this stuff, it's the topic of today's lesson. Before we get to the dastardly deeds of these sea scoundrels, let's take a look at the time in which they terrorized the oceans. It was known as the Age of Exploration, a time in which Europe took to the seas looking for wealth and new lands. With the coming of the Age of Exploration, people began wanting answers about the worlds beyond the green seas of darkness. No longer were they willing to believe the unknown was a place where monsters lived and the sun burned so hot that skin would boil black. They were ready to test the waters. One Renaissance man willing to foot the bill for excursions into the unknown was Prince Henry of Portugal. Henry, known to our world as Henry the Navigator, began the first school of oceanic navigation and also sponsored countless expeditions into the dark seas. Although Henry never actually joined any expeditions, he helped to create maps used by later explorers, while also whetting the appetite of all of Europe with the spirit of exploration. Henry wasn't the only guy playing cartographer, the fancy word for mapmaker. When news reached Europe that the Italian navigator and cartographer Amerigo Vespucci had reported the West Indies were not part of Asia, but were in fact a new continent, all of Europe became a twitter. In the early 1500s, King Ferdinand promoted Vespucci to chief navigator of Spain and commissioned him to begin a school of navigation. In this position, Vespucci strove to improve standard navigation techniques. Being very good at his job, he even developed a fairly primitive but rather accurate method of determining longitude which advanced European cartography. While Vespucci was busy with his projects, others were taking his works to a new level. Sometime in the early 1500s, Ringman and Waldseemüller, two cartographers, produced a new map calling the New World America. On this map, Old World Europe was depicted as most people were accustomed to seeing it. However, the left side of the map now held a strange new continent with the word America after Amerigo Vespucci written across it. With maps beginning to flow freely, Europeans flocked to the seas, looking for wealth along the trade routes of the New World. In the early stages of exploration, Spain and Portugal would probably have to share the medal for first place. Shortly after Columbus's first voyages, trading vessels were racing across the seas. Using new and improved maps, these two empires developed a vigorous seaborne trade system. During this time, the bulk of Spain's wealth came from gold and silver mined from the Americas. However, the Americas also supplied important agricultural products which helped line the pockets of Spain. While Spain increased her trade with the Americas, she also grew her Oriental and Indian trading franchise. Oddly, in the first stages of this new seaborne commerce, most of Europe stayed out of Spain and Portugal's way, choosing to cross the Atlantic in the north. In fact, as early as the 1490s, John Cabot discovered the fish-filled waters off the coast of Newfoundland. However, fish aren't nearly as exciting as gold, and soon the rest of Europe wanted a piece of Spain's action. This brings us to piracy. Some of the first acts of piracy during this era were committed by the French against the Spanish in the waters off the Azores, a group of islands off the coast of Lisbon. During these raids, French privateers, which were basically government-sanctioned pirates, boarded and raided Spanish ships carrying wealth and treasure. Along with the French, the Dutch got involved with their own breed of privateers known to history as sea beggars. Although these Dutch pirates were a nuisance to Spain, they were nothing compared to the famous sea dogs of England, arguably the most skilled pirates of the age. In the mid-16th century, John Hawkins emerged as the de facto leader of the English sea dogs. Hawkins spent his time at sea raiding Spanish ships across the Caribbean, while also dabbling in the African slave trade. After a close call in which several of his fleet's ships were captured and destroyed, Hawkins pulled back a bit from his pirating, making way for his cousin, Sir Francis Drake, to take the reins as England's premier privateer. To the delight of England, Drake was excellent at his job. As a British explorer, slave trader, and privateer, Drake served his country well. So well, in fact, that the Spanish dubbed him El Draque, meaning the dragon, and King Philip II of Spain put a bounty on his head equal to the amount of $4 million. While the Spanish may have considered him public enemy number one, he was a hero to his fellow Englishmen, earning himself the position of knight. Adding to this prestige, Drake was not only a pirate, he was an excellent navigator. He became the second recorded European to circumnavigate the globe. This gives him his place in history right behind Magellan, whose fleet was the first to accomplish this task. To Hawkins and Drake we can also add Sir Martin Frobisher, an explorer, navigator, and British naval officer. While sailing to northwest Africa, he also added privateering to his resume, looting French ships for Mother England. He also grabbed fame by sailing to North America in search of the Northwest Passage, a legendary sea route across northern Canada connecting the Atlantic to the Pacific. Our last pirate, or to be politically correct, privateer, is Sir Walter Raleigh. History tells us Raleigh was a favorite of Queen Elizabeth. It also tells us he just happened to be handsome and debonair. This is the guy who reportedly lay down his coat so Elizabeth could walk over a puddle without getting her royal feet dirty. Due to Elizabeth's favor, Raleigh was a very wealthy man, given several political appointments. While not flirting with the Queen, he also did some sailing and exploring, establishing the first English colony in America on Roanoke Island. Unfortunately for Raleigh, Queen Elizabeth was the jealous sort. When it was discovered he may have a secret girlfriend, Elizabeth gave him the cold shoulder. Things got even worse for Raleigh when Elizabeth's successor, James I, took the throne. Unfortunately for Raleigh, James was not his biggest fan. This may have been putting it a bit mildly, as James had him executed in the year 1618. With this dramatic end, we come to the conclusion of our pirates. Although there were many others who terrorized the seas, the guys we've highlighted seem to get all the glory. To summarize our lesson, the age of exploration was an exciting time that changed the face of the globe. Mapmakers realized the Americas were not a part of Asia, but were in fact a whole new continent. As maps and navigation improved, maritime trade and commerce exploded. In the beginning of this new business, Spain and Portugal took the lead. However, countries like France, the Netherlands, and especially England also took to the seas, giving us fascinating tales of piracy. Yes, these guys were acting under the authority of an established government, so I guess I really should call them privateers. However, pirates just sounds so much more dangerous and exciting. When I was growing up, my family loved to play Monopoly. My dad was especially good at it. He'd wheel and deal with whomever he needed. One move he'd be your ally, trading a get-out-of-jail-free card for Ventnor Avenue. The next move he'd be conspiring with your sister to send your poor thimble straight to the poorhouse. When it came to the game, my normally great dad turned into a scoundrel, scheming, conniving, and cajoling to get his hands on Boardwalk and Park Place. Oddly, this is exactly how most of Europe acted during the 15th and 16th centuries. Spain, France, the Holy Roman Empire, and the Italian city-states all played a huge game of Monopoly, known to history as the Italian Wars. In this game of real estate conquest, Italy stood as Boardwalk and Park Place combined. The Italian Wars were a series of wars fought over the city-states of Italy. At the opening of the wars, some of the prominent Italian city-states, or Italy's sovereign cities and their surrounding territories, were Venice, Florence, Naples, Sicily, and the Papal State of Rome. With much of Europe involved, these wars waged from the late 15th to the mid-16th century. Although they started out with many players who all changed sides and traded alliances, they soon degraded into a power struggle between France and Spain. In order to make sense of these wars, historians divide them into several sections. Although confusing at best, we're going to discuss a few of the well-known stages in detail. They are the First and Second Italian Wars, Wars of the League of Cambrai and the Holy League, and the 4 Years' War. As we dive into each of these wars, we'll take a look at their main players and what they did to the political landscape of Italy. We'll also discuss how they weakened the office of the Pope, otherwise known as the papacy. The First Italian War began when the Duke of Milan allowed King Charles VIII of France to pass through his lands on his way to conquer Naples. This move caused Venice, the Papal State, the Holy Roman Empire, and Spain to rise up against France. For those of you wondering, the Holy Roman Empire pretty much encompassed the modern-day areas of Germany, Austria, Switzerland, the Czech Republic, and northern Italy. Even against all these enemies, France was initially successful. However, the game changed when the Spanish war hero Cordova rose to defend Naples. A few years later, France tried again in the Second Italian War. This time, the new French king, Louis XII, got crafty and asked Ferdinand I of Spain to join his side, with the promise that the two of them could divide Naples among each other. Working together, their campaign against Naples was a success. Not surprisingly, France and Spain couldn't agree on how to divide the plunder. Fortunately for Spain, they still had their hero Cordova. In a short time, Naples was under Spanish rule and France was left with only Milan. During the years following the Second Italian War, the Papal State of Rome, ruled by the Pope, decided to get in on the game. In a shrewd move, Pope Julius invited the Holy Roman Empire to attack Venice. When the Holy Roman Empire couldn't get the job done, the Pope turned to France and Spain. These players, along with the Holy Roman Empire, created the League of Cambrai. Knowing they were outnumbered, Venice made a deal with the Pope by surrendering some of their territory to the Papal State, which is exactly what the Pope had wanted all along. Shortly after this, the Pope got worried about France's holdings in Italy, namely Milan. In another shrewd move, he rallied Venice, yes, the area he had just trounced, Spain, Britain, and the Holy Roman Empire to take on France. Their alliance came to be known as the Holy League. For a short time, the Holy League had France on the run. However, France flipped the game by convincing Venice to switch sides. With the addition of Venice to their team, France was able to hold on to Milan. France being able to withstand the Holy League was a huge blow to the power of the papacy. First, the fight for land and power made many devout Christians simply disgusted with the power-hungry Pope. Making it worse, the loss and the willingness of Venice to play turncoat proved the Pope was no longer in command. Throughout all these conflicts, Spain and France kept a close eye on one another, each making sure the other wasn't getting too far ahead in the race for Italian and European dominance. When Charles V, King of Spain from the Habsburg dynasty, was selected to also be the new Holy Roman Emperor, France had had enough. Making matters even more infuriating for France, Charles V was also the King of Austria and the Netherlands. War soon ensued. Liking the idea of France suffering, England joined the Spanish team. The Pope also fought with Spain in what came to be known as the 4 Years' War. This is where things start to get very, very hairy. After several devastating losses, France turned the game completely upside down by stealing the Pope and England from Spain's side. France, England, and Rome then formed the League of Cognac to fight against Spain. When the Habsburg Charles V of Spain heard that he had been betrayed, he attacked and conquered the Papal State of Rome. This move devastated the power of the Papal State, causing the Pope himself to run for his life. Witnessing the devastation of Rome, France decided to back down, giving Spain's Habsburg dynasty predominance in Italy. This leads us to the last stage of the Italian Wars, the Habsburg-Valois War. Once again, France's ruling house, known as the Valois, tried to regain its holdings in Italy. Perhaps getting tired of being betrayed by fellow Europeans, France turned to the Ottoman Empire of modern-day Turkey for help. For this one, Spain and England fought together and were able to repel the French Ottoman forces. Although France made several attempts to unseat Spain from Italy, they were unsuccessful. When the Habsburg and Valois fighting finally ceased, most of Italy was firmly under the control of Habsburg Spain, thus ending the Italian Wars. With many twists and turns, the Italian Wars were a fight between much of Europe over the control of Italy. Like a convoluted game, European powers made and broke alliances at every turn. As Europe fought over Italy, perhaps the greatest loser was the papacy. Not only did Rome fall to Spain, the Pope was forced to flee for his life, proving once and for all that the office of the Pope had lost its political esteem. Although much of Europe was involved in the Italian Wars, the two biggest players were France and Spain, each of whom wanted to keep the other from winning the game of European dominance. Although France put up a great fight, in the end the Spanish flag waved over most of Italy. So here's a question. If someone calls you a Machiavellist, are they calling you A, kind, B, smart, C, adorable, or D, deceitful and cunning? If you chose D, you're right, which means you're either lucky or you already know a bit about today's topic, the man Niccolo Machiavelli and the lessons of the Italian Wars. If so, Good for you. If not, no worries, you're about to learn. Before we get to Machiavelli, let's do a quick sum up of the Italian Wars. The Italian Wars were a series of wars fought over the city-states of Italy. At the opening of the wars, some of the prominent Italian city-states, or Italy's sovereign cities and their surrounding territories, were Venice, Florence, Naples, Sicily, and the Papal State of Rome. With much of Europe involved, these wars waged from the late 15th to the mid-16th century. Although they started out with many players who all changed sides and traded alliances, they soon degraded into a power struggle between France and Spain. In order to fully understand the lessons of Machiavelli, it's important to be familiar with the Italian Wars. Although Machiavelli was a government official who played a role in the politics of Florence during part of the Italian Wars, he is most famous for his written masterpiece, The Prince. In it, he lays out a formula for how a ruler should act in order to keep control of his land. The intent of this famous work was to teach Lorenzo de' Medici and his family, the rulers of Florence, how to rule in order to make Florence free from outside domination. Sadly for Florence, Machiavelli's words came a bit too late, but his lessons still capture the imaginations of 21st century psychologists and political scientists. Since we don't have time to cover the whole work, we'll just focus on a few of its lessons, and we'll call them Master Machiavelli's Musings. Yes, I made that up. As we discuss these musings, it's important to realize Machiavelli had a rather unpopular view of politics. He lived in a time when people were just gaining freedom from the oppressive rule of the church, when most still held to the Platonic philosophy that rulers should be upright and of moral character. In contrast, Machiavelli claimed that leaders need to be selfish and self-protective in order to stay in power and keep their lands free from invasion. In other words, virtues like mercy and kindness only make a ruler weak and susceptible to invasion. Throughout today, we're going to be hearing some of the words of Machiavelli. Although we're going to stick true to the intent of his writings, keep in mind his works have been republished and retranslated for years upon years, so the wording probably isn't exact. With this in mind, let's get on to his musings. Musing number 1, expect the worst. Obviously, this one isn't going to make it onto any motivational posters, but Machiavelli thought it absolutely crucial. He wrote, "The Romans in these matters acted as all wise princes should, having regard not only for present ills, but to future ones as well, and preparing for the latter with all possible care. For if evils are anticipated, they can be easily remedied." Or to put it in words we can digest, he was simply saying any good ruler should be ready for the next shoe to drop. Although we can't be positive what Machiavelli was thinking, many historians surmise he came to this conclusion while watching Italy fail to properly prepare for the Italian Wars. To explain, at the onset of the wars, the Italian city-state Milan actually invited France to march through her land on her way to invading neighboring Naples. Milan did this hoping to strip Naples of power. What they didn't foresee was France deciding to stay and help themselves to all of Milan. In other words, they didn't expect the worst from France, and it proved to be disastrous. If Machiavelli had been in charge, perhaps they would have remained free. Musing number 2, the ends justify the means. For this one, Machiavelli didn't pull any punches as he wrote, "In actions of all men, and especially princes, where there is no court of appeal, the end is all that counts." Regardless of how you feel about this musing, you can see it play out in the actions of Pope Julius during the Italian Wars. Fearing the Venetians were getting a bit too powerful, Pope Julius invited the Holy Roman Emperor of Central Europe to invade Venice. When the Holy Roman Empire couldn't get the job done, the Pope turned to France for backup. Yes, that's correct. The Pope, the guy who was supposed to be the spiritual head of the church, called in warhounds against Venice. This made many devout Christians pretty ticked off, but in the end the Pope claimed a large part of Venice for the church. Case in point, the ends justified the means. For those of you who are appalled at this, don't worry. In the end, the Pope gets his. Musing number 3. It's better to be feared than loved. This one really makes me wonder what Machiavelli's parents must have been like. Listen to this. Here the question arises, whether it is better to be loved than feared or feared than loved. The answer is that it would be desirable to be both, but since this is difficult, it is much safer to be feared than loved if one must choose. For this musing, we'll highlight Spain as an example. At one point during the Italian Wars, Spain and the Pope, who controlled Rome, were fighting against France to keep them from gaining more of a foothold in Italy. In the midst of the fighting, the Pope switched sides and started fighting with France. When Spain heard of this betrayal, the Spanish king marched on Rome and completely devastated the city, causing the Pope to run for his life. Not only did this knock the Pope out of the picture, it sent a loud warning. Seeing the devastation of Rome, even the French were struck with fear, causing them to tuck their tails and run. This brings us to our last piece of Machiavellian advice for the day. Musing number 5. When all else fails, lie. Let me first say I am so thankful none of the politicians of today would ever follow this one. As Machiavelli said, a wise leader cannot and should not keep his word when keeping it is not to his advantage, or when the reasons that made him give it are no longer valid. Oh my goodness, can you imagine some political candidate saying this in a debate? I don't know about you, but I'd pay to see it. This whole lying business, although outwardly condemned, wasn't new to Italian politics. In fact, throughout the entire length of the Italian wars, rulers changed sides and alliances like a modern-day reality show. For instance, at one point in the wars, France and Spain actually joined forces against the city of Naples, both promising to split the spoils should they come out victorious. When the battle ceased and Naples was vanquished, Spain broke her word and gave France the boot, taking all of Naples as her own. All I can think to say is how very Machiavellian of them. As you can see, Machiavelli was a political scientist of sorts, willing to say things most only discussed in hushed tones behind closed doors. Although he wrote these works as a primer for the Medici of Florence, they have been cemented in the annals of history. Sadly for the Medici and the rest of Italy, most of the damage was done before Machiavelli's theories could be tested. By the mid-16th century, the Italian wars concluded, with much of Italy under Spanish domination. Although Machiavelli never got a chance to practice what he preached, his works still make their way into history classes across the globe.
If you knew how much work went into it, you wouldn't call it a genius.
These words are attributed to the famous Michelangelo, arguably one of the most famous, if not the most famous artists of all time. Michelangelo Buonarroti, known to many of us as simply Michelangelo, was born on March 1475 in a small Florentine village. His father was a government official with strong ties to the banking system of Florence. History doesn't tell us very much about his family, but we do know that he left his parents' home and moved to the home of a stonecutter. Some sources claim this was because Michelangelo's mother was too ill to care for him, while others claim it was Michelangelo's health that caused the move. Either way, the time spent with the stonecutter had a huge impact on young Michelangelo, the boy destined to become one of the most respected sculptors in history. As Michelangelo approached his teen years, his father had him moved back to Florence. Some accounts claim this was born of a desire to have Michelangelo follow in his footsteps, becoming a banker or a government official. However, Michelangelo had different ideas. By the time he was 13, Michelangelo was studying under the artist Ghirlandaio. During this time, Michelangelo learned sculpture, painting, and the art of fresco from the accomplished Ghirlandaio. Perhaps even more important, Ghirlandaio had ties to the wealthiest family in all of Florence, the Medici. The Medici were bankers and patrons to many artists of Florence. A patron is a person who gives financial or other support to a person, organization, cause, or activity. In simpler terms, it's a person who wants some piece of art created, so he foots the bill for the artist's supplies and living expenses while the artist works. As soon as the wealthy Medici got a glimpse of Michelangelo's talent, their loose connection grew into a full-blown bond. In the early 1490s, Michelangelo left the apprenticeship of Ghirlandaio and actually moved into the estate of Lorenzo de' Medici, a sculptor himself and the de facto ruler of Florence. While studying in the Medici gardens, Michelangelo met some of the world's most respected poets, scientists, and philosophers. Their views rubbed off on the young Michelangelo's work, mixing religion with myth. Two of his most famous works of this time are the Madonna of the Stairs, also known as the Madonna of the Steps, and the Battle of the Centaurs. While working on his craft, it seems Michelangelo spent little time working on his people skills. Known to history as a rather moody, arrogant fellow, it seems he began gaining this reputation rather early. According to tradition, Michelangelo and a fellow student of the arts got into a quarrel, and the artist punched Michelangelo in the nose, breaking it and causing it to be crooked for the rest of time. In 1492, Lorenzo de' Medici, Michelangelo's patron, died. After his death, the Medici fortune began to dwindle. This, along with the outspoken words of Florence's new ruler, Savonarola, a monk who radically opposed any sort of secular art and accused the Medici of heresy, caused Michelangelo to return to the home of his father. Upon his return, Michelangelo became enthralled with the human form, even studying cadavers to improve his craft. By 1496, Michelangelo found himself in Rome, where he received a commission, or the hiring and payment for the creation of a piece. The cardinal himself wanted the young Michelangelo to sculpt a huge statue of Bacchus, the ancient god of wine. Although it seems the cardinal wasn't fond of the finished product, this didn't stop Michelangelo. Just a short time later, he sculpted the Pietà, which still stands in St. Peter's Basilica of Rome. Of this magnificent sculpture, a fellow Renaissance artist wrote, "It is a miracle that a shapeless block of stone could have been carved away to make something so perfect that even nature could hardly have made it better, using real human flesh." After the death of the radical monk Savonarola, Michelangelo returned to Florence. With Florence in political upheaval, Michelangelo was commissioned to turn a damaged piece of marble into the biblical hero David. This masterpiece of the human form shows the naked David poised like a Greek god, with his eyes determined to protect his land. Many art historians believe this work, more than any other, portrays Michelangelo's devotion for the Republic of Florence and his desire to see it be set free. With his star rising, Michelangelo was invited back to Rome by the Pope himself. Pope Julius II, being rather up there in age, wanted Michelangelo to design an over-the-top tomb for him. From this project came the famous Moses, which is still in Rome today. However, before his tomb could be completed, the Pope turned his attention to a new project. In around 1508, Michelangelo was commissioned to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Arguably, this would become Michelangelo's most famous work. Ironically, Michelangelo considered himself a sculptor, not a painter, making him none too thrilled to receive this job. In true, moody artistic style, Michelangelo finally agreed to the job but refused to adhere to the Pope's vision. Instead, he created his own. By the time this awe-inspiring work was complete, it depicted the story of the creation of Adam, the downfall of Adam and Eve, and many other scenes encompassing over 300 figures. The fact that this was all done in fresco, meaning a painting is done rapidly in watercolor on wet plaster on a wall or ceiling so that the colors penetrate the plaster, makes this work even more impressive. Add to this that Michelangelo painted this high in the air while on his back, and the whole thing seems a bit supernatural. After the death of Pope Julius II in 1513, Pope Leo X of the infamous Medici family came to power. This pope, also enthralled with the talent of Michelangelo, charges him to design tombs for the Medici family. For this, Michelangelo headed back to Florence. However, Michelangelo and the rest of Florence were no longer willing to accept the Medici as their rulers. Not once to be messed with, the Medici took the city by force, inducing Michelangelo to leave his precious Florence forever. In the 1530s, a new pope, Pope Clement VII, called Michelangelo back to Rome to paint the altar wall of the Sistine Chapel. This would become the Last Judgment, a gruesome scene which depicts some going to heaven, but many, many others going to hell. Art historians believe this was Michelangelo thumbing his nose at the greed and immorality of the church of his day. To the horror of many, Michelangelo chose to depict these figures in the nude. This angered so many that another artist was commissioned to paint drapes over the naked bodies. In his later years, Michelangelo expanded his talents to include designing the new dome of St. Peter's Basilica. Although it was not completed before his death, its beauty stands as a reminder of his talent. Although Michelangelo was famous for his moods and his outbursts, he did have friendships that held his heart. Many believe he had an affinity for many of the male models whom he sculpted. However, the nature of these friendships has never been proven. Another relationship, which has been recorded by history, was his friendship with the noble widow Vittorio Colonna, a poet of the 16th century. Although many believe this was simply a friendship born out of a mutual faith and a love of poetry, the two of them wrote sonnet upon sonnet which they penned to one another. Legend holds that Michelangelo once expressed of this relationship something to the effect of, "My sole regret in life was that I did not kiss the widow's face in the same manner that I had her hand." Although time may have added a bit of romance to something that was mere friendship, their many interactions prove they were dear friends. In 1564, Michelangelo breathed his last. His body was taken back to his beloved Florence and buried in the Basilica of the Church of the Holy Cross. Appropriately, his final resting place is adorned with sculptures. Although so much more could be said about this man and his talent, I'll end my narrative here and let the works of Michelangelo speak for themselves. They, more than everything else, prove his genius. History has given us several characters whose names are synonymous with power, military conquest, and even brutality. Just to name a few, there's Attila the Hun, Genghis Khan, and the infamous Napoleon. Today's lesson, although about a group of people, introduces us to another example, the Spanish conquistador. To begin, the Spanish word conquistador means conqueror. In order to understand the conquistadors of Spain, we have to take a small step back into Spanish history. At the end of the 15th century, Spain was finally successful in ridding the Iberian Peninsula of Muslim rule. This victory came at the end of nearly 800 years of fighting and was named the Spanish Reconquista. Once the Reconquista was complete and there were no more infidels to fight, Catholic Spain needed somewhere else to purify. Soon, she set her sights on converting the inhabitants of the New World to her precious faith, and for this task, she sent many of the warriors of the Reconquista. Oddly, the explorers sent to do her bidding are not known to history as missionaries or even evangelists. Instead, history gives them the name conquistador or conqueror. This alone tells us a whole bunch about their dealings with the New World. As we discuss these dealings, we'll highlight Hernán Cortés and Francisco Pizarro, arguably the two most famous conquistadors of Spain. We'll also discuss the encomienda system, a doctrine of sorts that Spain enacted over the Americas they ravaged. Let's get the ball rolling with Hernán Cortés. Known in most history books as simply Cortés, this conquistador was born into a noble family. He was a charismatic leader who quickly climbed the ranks of the Spanish military. Upon the request of some higher-ups, Cortés was chosen to lead an expedition into Mexico. His mission was to establish a Spanish colony in mainland Mexico. Although only accompanied by 600 men, Cortés quickly conquered the area of Tabasco and founded the town of La Villa Rica de la Veracruz. Unlike many of his contemporaries, Cortés took great interest in the social customs and traditions of the locals he encountered. One such custom was the practice of polytheism, or the belief in many gods. According to Aztec tradition, one of these gods would one day return to the earth. Oddly, this god was to be of light skin, with light eyes, and red hair. In other words, they were looking for a god who looked European. Many historians believe this may be why the Aztec people were originally accepting of Cortés. They thought he was a god, and this really worked in Cortés's favor. On a side note, if Cortés was so interested in spreading Catholicism, don't you think he would have cleared up the whole mistaken identity deity thing? By 1519, Cortés attacked the city of Tenochtitlan, taking the Aztec leader Montezuma captive. All pretenses of evangelism and friendship vanished as each side traded victories. Although the conquistador and his men were greatly outnumbered, they had one secret weapon. They carried the advantage of germs and diseases, which the natives had no immunity towards. In the end, the Aztec people succumbed to Cortés, his men, and his diseases like measles and smallpox. In 1521, the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan was captured and destroyed. In its place, the Spaniards built Mexico City. As the Aztec capital was buried, so was their ancient culture and civilization. Similar to Cortés, Francisco Pizarro did his part to ravage and pillage for Spain. Unlike Cortés, Pizarro was not of noble birth, a fact that makes his success as a military leader very rare, if not also admirable. Despite his lack of formal training or a rich dad to pave his way, Pizarro is thought to be one of the most brilliant military strategists of his time, participating in expeditions all over South and Central America. Pizarro was the embodiment of everything conquistador. By the 1520s, he had received the title of governor and captain general. These positions of esteem gave him complete authority over the regions he explored and conquered for Spain. Although these titles brought real prestige, the thing which gained Pizarro his place in history was his journey into the area of Peru and the Incan Empire. Just like the Aztecs, the poor Incans mistook the invading Pizarro for a deity. Taking advantage of the Incans' trust, Pizarro captured the Incan ruler Atahualpa and held him for ransom. After the Incans coughed up the ransom, Pizarro executed rather than returned their ruler. I'm guessing, just guessing, Pizarro skipped over the "thou shalt not lie" part of the Bible in his morning reading that day. However, by the time the Incans came to their senses, things had gone from bad to worse. Along with a veritable smorgasbord of diseases, Pizarro also had firearms on his side. The conquistador also rallied the Incans' native enemies to join him in the fight. After rounds of battle, the Incan people finally succumbed to Pizarro. The conquistador's men, firearms, and diseases finally brought this ancient people to their knees in the year 1532. After going over Cortés and Pizarro's dealings with the native inhabitants of the New World, you're probably not going to be surprised when I tell you the survivors the conquistadors left behind didn't fare all that well. The Spaniards continued to exploit the native survivors, using them as abused workers in the service of the Spanish throne and their own pocketbooks. The general attitude of the conquistadors toward the natives was one of disdain. Seeing the native inhabitants as savage and pagan, the Spanish government enacted the encomienda system in the New World. Within this system, the Spanish crown gave a person, usually an explorer or a conquistador, natives to care for and almost own. Ironically, the encomienda system was not a grant of land, but a grant of people. However, the conquistadors also held themselves to the land. Theoretically, this whole thing was to protect the natives from other tribes and to teach them the Catholic faith. Since the basis of this system was formed from religious motives, its primary purpose was to indoctrinate these lost pagans into the Catholic faith of Mother Spain. However, we need to remember that men like Pizarro took total authority over the lands they conquered. Although the encomienda system did have its roots in religion, these men were across the sea from Spain, and they behaved however they pleased. By the time the system was in the hands of the conquistadors, it had degraded into nothing more than systematic oppression and exploitation. Under the encomienda system, the natives were required to pay tribute to the Spanish conquistadors, in turn for protection and, wait for it, religious instruction. As if losing their land and freedom wasn't enough, the natives were now stripped of their culture and religion. Adding insult to injury, they had to foot the bill for this abuse. Although the encomienda system was replaced by a set of new laws in the mid-16th century, the term still signifies the exploitation of the Americas. Even with the repeal of the encomienda system, the damage to the native populations was done. Through their dealings with the conquistadors, their ancient empires were destroyed, and their cultures were nearly erased. Their populations were devastated by war and imported disease, while their survivors were forced into back-breaking slavery. Cortés and Pizarro, although perhaps the most famous, were not the only conquistadors to ravage the New World. Although they are normally referred to as explorers, the name conquistador also fits the bill. There was Balboa, who is credited with being the first European to glimpse the Pacific, along with Coronado, who explored the area of New Mexico. To this, we can also add Juan Ponce de Leon, who sought the fabled Fountain of Youth, and Hernando de Soto, who was the first European to stand upon Florida. Regardless of their names and the savagery they visited on the Americas, the conquistadors played a huge role in the history of Spain and Europe, causing a huge turn in the pages of history. Within years of their arrival in the Americas, Spain was making enormous profits off their colonies, controlling most of the gold and silver of the New World. As money poured into the Iberian Peninsula, it bled into northern European trade and the banking systems of Germany and Italy. Wanting to grow their own coffers, countries like England and France soon set their ships to sail, looking to gain their own piece of the New World.
Greece had Alexander the Great, France had Napoleon, and the Ottoman Empire had Suleiman, the star of today's lesson. To the west, Suleiman is known as the Magnificent, a fierce conqueror for the Islamic religion. To the east, he is known as the Lawgiver, a brilliant ruler who brought the Ottoman Empire to its pinnacle of power and prosperity. To begin, the Islamic Ottoman Empire of the 16th and 17th centuries encompassed a massive area. Before the birth of Suleiman in 1495, the empire was ruled by his father, Selim I. Selim I, known as the Terrible, was responsible for great expansion, but was also a feared ruler with a ferocious temper and a propensity to execute those who got in his way. Except for having a rather ruthless father, little is known about the Suleiman's younger life. We do know that by the age of 16, he was already governing some cities in his father's empire. This prepared him to ascend to Sultan, or the Muslim sovereign, upon his father's death in 1520. With his ruthless father dead, Suleiman's new subjects wondered what his rule would hold. One dignitary stated of Suleiman, "He is 26 years of age, tall but wiry, and of a delicate complexion. His neck is a little too long, his face thin, and his nose aquiline. He has a shade of a mustache and a small beard. Nevertheless, he has a pleasant mien, though his skin tends to be a little paler. He is said to be a wise lord, fond of study, and all men hope for good from his rule. Lucky for the Ottomans, this dignitary's appraisal proved to be correct. While his father was only interested in war, Suleiman filled his palace with music and poetry. At the beginning of his reign, Suleiman ruled his people with kindness. He freed hundreds of slaves, even making one of them his most trusted advisor. He showered military officers with gifts and erected schools. In turn for these acts of kindness, he demanded complete loyalty from his subjects. Although kind to his people, Suleiman also had his father's conquering blood coursing through his veins. Upon his ascension, Suleiman set out to improve his military. To his weapons pile, he added hundreds of cannons. He also expanded his army of Janissaries, the elite Turkish warriors, who were oddly former war captives and Christian youths pressed into service. Of course, all of these soldiers were forcibly converted to Islam and trained under the strictest discipline. Suleiman also improved his navy, resulting in control over the Mediterranean, where his sailors raided and terrorized passing ships. He also had fleets of warships built, which yielded an impressive navy. With this navy, the Turks controlled the Mediterranean, raiding and terrorizing passing ships. With his military and navy finely tuned, Suleiman led his forces in a campaign to destroy the Ottomans' Christian enemies at the edge of the empire. Due to his skilled forces, the Ottomans captured the Christian city of Belgrade in less than 30 days. This win not only gave Suleiman access to the important Danube River, it also spread fear of the name Suleiman across all of Christian Europe. Although the chance to invade further into Europe was at his fingertips, Suleiman turned his attention toward the island of Rhodes, located in the Mediterranean. Rhodes was the home base of the Knights Hospitaller, a group of Christian knights who swore to protect the Holy Lands. However, in protecting the Holy Lands, they attacked Ottoman trading ships, which led to Suleiman launching an attack against the Knights in 1522. The Knights fought hard for months, but with over 400 ships, a land force of over 100,000 men, and more cannons than any battle had ever seen, Suleiman was determined to capture the island of Rhodes. After about 5 months of being trounced, the Knights gave in, and Suleiman allowed the survivors to depart. With Rhodes now under Ottoman control, Suleiman's sights turned back to Hungary and Eastern Europe. War again waged against the Hungarians. In the 1520s, Suleiman defeated and killed the Hungarian Louis II at the Battle of Mohacs. With the death of Louis II, the Hungarians' will to fight was gone, giving the Ottoman Empire control of Eastern Europe. However, this control would soon be tested when remaining Hungarians decided Ferdinand of the Habsburg dynasty, the ruler of Austria, should be the new Hungarian king. With the support of his brother, Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor, and the guy in charge of Spain and much of Central Europe, Ferdinand regained control of Hungary. In 1529, Suleiman returned to the battlefield and soon retook Hungary. Perhaps wanting to teach his opponents not to mess with him, Suleiman was not content with only Hungary. With thousands of men, Suleiman moved to conquer Vienna, Austria. Unfortunately for Suleiman, his eyes were a bit too big for his forces, and he was defeated by the Austrians. Not wanting to give up, and not accustomed to losing, Suleiman tried again in the year 1532. Much to the shock of Suleiman, he was again handed his hat by the Austrians. With these victories over Suleiman, the Habsburgs of Austria tried to regain control of Hungary. Battles waged during most of the 1540s, but Suleiman held strong. Within a few years, the Habsburgs were forced to give up their Hungarian dreams. Although the battle over Hungary had ended, the hatred between the Habsburgs and the Ottomans continued well into the 20th century. With Hungary firmly in his grasp and his empire at peace, Suleiman turned his attention homeward. Within his lands, he built mosques and schools. He improved the infrastructure of his empire through roads and an aqueduct system that surpassed even that of Rome's. Suleiman was not only a warrior, he was a statesman and a lover of the arts. During his rule, he instituted legislation relating to Ottoman culture, taxation, education, and criminal justice. The laws, known as the Kanuns, would rule the empire long after Suleiman's death. He would also usher in the golden age of the Ottoman Empire, a time in which art, poetry, literature, and architecture flourished. Through the success of his many conquests, Suleiman was revered by his people. Also, the spoils of his victories made the Ottoman Empire prosper. Not to mention, they made Suleiman one of the richest men of all time. With over 300 women in his harem, legend holds that Suleiman ate from solid plates of gold and refused to wear the same clothes more than once. In the 1560s, the aging Suleiman took to battle once more against Europe. In an ironic end, the illustrious Suleiman died in a battlefield tent in 1566. His son, Selim II, became the next sultan. Unlike his father, Selim II was an incompetent ruler with no interest in political affairs. He was so bad that history knows him as Selim the Drunkard. Sadly for the Ottoman people, the succeeding sultans were not much better. This eventually led to the decline of the Ottoman Empire. Throughout his lifetime, Suleiman the Magnificent conquered many lands and led his people to prosperity. He built a strong navy and led his elite Janissary forces to many victories. His military prowess gave the Ottoman Empire preeminence in Eastern Europe, folding Hungary into its borders while limiting the power of the Habsburg dynasty. These victories cemented the power of the Ottoman Empire and grew the power of Islam.
In 1789, France was a mess. Years of expensive wars, bad harvests, class tensions, irresponsible and luxurious nobles, unemployment, food shortages, overpopulation, financial crises, and civil unrest were taking their toll. Combine all of that with Enlightenment ideas like the right to rebel, natural rights for all men, freedom of thought, and power to the people, and a recipe for revolution quickly emerged. The triggering event for such a revolution occurred in May of 1789, when King Louis XVI called an assembly of the Estates General. The king was almost bankrupt, and he could only receive more money by meeting with the three estates, the nobles, the clergy, and the third estate, or commoners. The members of the third estate, however, were fed up with the conditions in France. They wanted change, and they wanted it right away. The assembly gave them the perfect opportunity to push for reform, and before long, the French Revolution began. The revolution commenced with a so-called moderate phase, at least by comparison with what would happen later. The members of the Third Estate had created so much ruckus that they had been barred from the assembly, but they were not ready to give up. Instead, they met on the tennis court at Versailles on June 20th, 1789, took an oath not to disband, until they got a new constitution, and eventually formed themselves into the National Constituent Assembly. Meanwhile, public unrest was growing in Paris, and it overflowed when a mob stormed the Bastille prison on July 14. Paris descended into panic as the Bastille's commander and the city's mayor were beheaded. The defiant National Constituent Assembly used this unrest to their advantage and obtained its new constitution, as well as limitations on the monarchy and the Declaration of the Rights of Man, which proclaimed freedom, natural rights, and government by the people. The assembly, however, still could not solve the country's economy problems, and conditions continued to deteriorate. Suspicions rose on all sides, especially against the nobility. The king became a prisoner in his own nation, violent uprisings rocked the countryside, and France entered into a war with Austria and Prussia. An elected legislative assembly took control of the government in 1791, but didn't do any better than its predecessor. The situation was about to explode. On August 10, 1792, the Legislative Assembly fell to mob violence, and soon the new National Convention took its place. The convention was far more radical than the assembly, and on September 21st it abolished the monarchy and declared France a republic. To emphasize that the monarchy was really defunct, the convention executed Louis XVI in January of 1793. Radical leaders like Maximilien de Robespierre and Georges Danton rose to take power. Under their control, France entered a period of radical secularism. The convention closed Christian churches, set up a new calendar, and opened temples to the goddess of reason. In March of 1793, the Reign of Terror began when the dictatorial Committee of Public Safety, which had more control over France than the convention, started executing so-called traitors. In other words, anyone who disagreed with the new regime. Over the next 10 months, thousands of people fell to the guillotine. Finally, in the midst of the chaos, the leaders turned on each other. Factions arose everyone. No one was safe. Danton, with his slightly more moderate views, fell victim first. Even the author of terror, Robespierre himself, was executed in July of 1794. It was then that people began to wake up and react against the radicals and their reign of terror. Frenchmen called for order and security and for another new constitution, which they finally received August of 1795. This new constitution created the Directory, a 5-man executive board of dictators. The terror abated a bit, but the Directory proved to be weak and unpopular. Uprisings and attempted coups broke out everywhere, and the army had its hands full trying to control them, as well as fight a strenuous war against Austria, Great Britain, Russia, and Turkey. The Directory had to rely completely on the military to keep order, but that backfired. On November 9, 1799, a popular young officer named Napoleon Bonaparte carried out a successful coup d'etat, which overthrew the Directory and landed Napoleon in the new executive position of consul. France was about to leave its revolution behind and enter into a new era. France was in rough shape in 1789. King Louis XVI desperately needed money, so he was forced to call the Estates General in May. The disgruntled Third Estate of Commoners loudly shouted for a new constitution and formed the National Constituent Assembly. After the storming of the Bastille on July 14, the Assembly got its constitution with a limited monarchy and the Declaration of the Rights of Man. The Assembly, however, could not control the situation and was replaced by the Legislative Assembly in 1791. This group did no better, and the National Convention took the reins of the government in 1792. The revolution entered a radical phase, which was marked by the declaration of France as a republic, the execution of Louis XVI, radical secularism, and the reign of terror led by the Committee of Public Safety, including Maximilien Robespierre and Georges Danton. Thousands of people fell to the guillotine. Eventually, Frenchmen reacted against the radical nature of the revolution and called for order. Another new constitution formed the 5-man Directory in 1795, but it proved to be weak and unpopular and had to rely on the military for support. Popular officer Napoleon Bonaparte overthrew the Directory in 1799 and became consul. France was ready to leave its revolution behind and enter a new era. After his defeat in April of 1814, deposed French Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte lived in exile on the island of Elba off the west coast of Italy. Napoleon was restless. He didn't like what was going on in France. The new king, Louis XVIII, was a bit of a bumbler and rather arrogant, and the French people didn't like him very much. Napoleon chafed at his confinement, longing to return to his throne and restore France to glory. He began to make some plans. At the end of February in 1815, Napoleon put his plans into action. He left Elba and arrived in France on March 1st. It didn't take long for the French army to rally behind their old commander. They were not fond of the new king. In fact, when confronted by a group of soldiers sent out to capture him, Napoleon proudly challenged them, saying, "Soldiers, if there is one among you who wants to kill his general, his emperor, here I am." The men responded, "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" With the army's assistance, Napoleon reached Paris on March 20th and resumed his reign as Emperor of France. Louis XVIII fled to Belgium. The rest of Europe shuddered at Napoleon's return, knowing that it would upset the balance of power they were trying so hard to establish. Great Britain, Prussia, Russia, and Austria formed the Seventh Coalition to stop Napoleon and remove him from power. British troops under Sir Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington, and Prussian troops under General Gebhard von Blücher soon entered Belgium and prepared for a fight. Napoleon was monitoring the situation closely, and he decided that the best way to defeat his enemies would be to employ the old method of divide and conquer. He would trounce the British and Prussians separately before they had a chance to unite their forces. The Emperor's plan seemed successful, at least at first. French troops marched into Belgium and forced a Prussian retreat at Ligny on June 16, 1815, effectively preventing Blücher from meeting up with Wellington. Napoleon then turned his attention to the British, and the stage was set for a showdown at the Battle of Waterloo. Napoleon had about 72,000 men to Wellington's 68,000 soldiers. On June 18, the two armies faced each other across the battlefield, but the morning passed without any fighting. Napoleon hesitated to begin his attack because the wet ground prevented his artillery from moving into a solid position. His delay helped his enemy, for Prussian reinforcements were already on their way. At about 11:30 a.m., Napoleon gave the order to begin an artillery barrage. By this time, Wellington's troops were snugly burrowed behind a ridge right in front of their battle line. The French fire didn't affect them much at all. Then the French infantry charged. Wellington met them with a countercharge, and the French staggered back in confusion. By this time, the first ranks of the Prussian army were beginning to arrive. Napoleon knew he had to take drastic measures, so he sent in the French cavalry under Marshal Michel Ney. The horsemen charged the British line again and again, but Wellington's men held fast and nearly destroyed the entire French cavalry. Prussian soldiers began to emerge from the smoke covering the battlefield. Napoleon had one last chance to win the battle. He deployed his famous Imperial Guard, the toughest soldiers in the French army. They were the brave men who never retreated. Enemies cowered before them. If anyone could save the day, they were the ones. Wellington watched them approach. He waited until they closed in and then ordered his troops to fire. About 400 Frenchmen fell, and the famous Guard drew back in panic. The British general had also noticed that the Prussians were approaching. Finally, when they were close enough to support his army, he gave the order for a final charge. British troops swept down upon the French, and the Prussians joined in. The French line broke, and soldiers scattered in all directions. Napoleon turned and fled the battlefield, while his soldiers dashed away with the Prussians in hot pursuit. Napoleon was finished, and he knew it. About 25,000 of his men were dead or wounded, and another 9,000 had been taken captive. Even though his enemies had lost about 23,000 men of their own, they were still strong enough to seize their victory. On June 22nd, the defeated Napoleon once again abdicated his throne. This time the British sent him to the Isle of St. Helena in the South Atlantic, thousands of miles away from France. He would never return. Napoleon died 6 years later on May 5, 1821. Waterloo has since become a term used to describe a crushing defeat, and indeed, at this battle, Napoleon Bonaparte had finally met his downfall. On March 1, 1815, Napoleon Bonaparte returned to France from his exile on the island of Elba. He chased King Louis XVIII out of the country, and with the army's support, resumed his title of emperor. Great Britain, Prussia, Russia, and Austria formed the Seventh Coalition to stop Napoleon and remove him from power. British troops led by Sir Arthur Wellesley, the Duke of Wellington, and Prussian troops under General Gebhard von Blücher soon entered Belgium and prepared for a fight. Following the Emperor's plan to divide and conquer, Napoleon's army forced the Prussians to retreat at Ligny on June 16, 1815, and then turned to face the British in the Battle of Waterloo. On the morning of June 18, the two armies formed their battle lines, but Napoleon did not begin his attack until midday. The delay gave the British time to prepare their defenses and allowed the Prussians time to make their way to the battlefield. The British held off a French artillery barrage, infantry charge, and cavalry attack. Napoleon finally sent in his top-notch Imperial Guard, but even they fell back in panic. By this time, the Prussians had joined the battle, and the French army scattered in defeat. Napoleon fled the battlefield and abdicated his throne on June 22nd. The British shipped the former emperor off to St. Helena, where he died on May 5, 1821.
In the middle of the 19th century, a group of socialist reformers known as the Communist League convened in London. Seeing the impoverished working class created by the Industrial Revolution, these reformers called for change. In order to summarize their beliefs, they charged two German philosophers with special interests in the economy, Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, to write a mission statement of sorts on their behalf. Little did they know they were witnessing the birth of one of the most famous political ideologies of all time, Marxism and its Communist Manifesto. Before we get into the specifics of these very famous men and their manifesto, it's important to understand the time in which they lived. As philosophers living in the 19th century, both Marx and Engels were opposed to the abuses of their industrialized society. To them, the Industrial Revolution was to blame for the oppression of the working class poor who lived in slums and faced dangerous working conditions. Making matters worse, while the poor suffered, the wealthy thrived. Marx and Engels felt this exploitation of the poor was the basis for all social and political conflict. The only way to end this conflict was through social class revolution and the abolishment of private property. This belief, which has come to be known as Marxism, would be touted by Marx and Engels' followers for years to come. Even more important, it would become the foundation for communism. Therefore, when studying the 1848 Communist Manifesto, we're really exploring the hallmarks of communism, a political ideology based in the teachings of Marx, calling for collective ownership of property with wages based on skill and need rather than the accumulation of personal wealth. Now, on to the meat of the manifesto. As previously stated, the Communist Manifesto explains the hallmarks of communism. In it, Engels and Marx shared the belief that at the basis of all history and social conflict is the struggle between classes. The wealthier class, known as the bourgeoisie, were those who owned the means of production. In other words, they were the ones who profited from free trade and private property ownership. To help us remember, we'll call them the bourgeoisie businessmen. To Marx and Engels, the bourgeoisie made their money on the backs of the wage-earning poorer class known as the proletariat, or to use some alliteration, those who were property poor. In order to end this travesty of social justice, where the rich got richer while the poor got poorer, the Communist Manifesto declared that it is inevitable that the working class proletariat will rise up in revolution against the property-owning bourgeoisie. However, unlike most revolutions where the rebels win and take over the wealth and political power of those ousted, the Communist Manifesto also declared that the victorious proletariat should abstain from this temptation. Instead, they must use their new power to abolish, not keep, all private property. This would completely level the playing field, therefore ridding society of the evils of social class. Only in doing this would conflict end and society stabilize. After all, if no one could claim they own the means of production or business, there'd be no division between owner and worker. Differences would disappear, and the spoils of industry could be divided equally among the people. In the middle of the 19th century, a group of socialist reformers known as the Communist League convened in London to discuss the social inequality of the Industrial Revolution. In order to capture their beliefs, they charged Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels to document them. What came from this was one of the most famous political ideologies and documents of all time, Marxism and the Communist Manifesto. In short, the Communist Manifesto called for the working class proletariat to rise up against the wealthy of their day in revolution. These wealthy, known as the bourgeoisie, owned and ran the industries and businesses of society. Due to this, the poor only got poorer while the wealthy thrived indefinitely. In order to end this cycle, Marx and Engels declared that once revolution was won, the proletariat should seize the assets of the bourgeoisie. Rather than keeping these assets, they should abolish all private property ownership. Then and only then will the evils of social class distinction be destroyed.
Historians have labeled the years from 1870 to 1914 as the period of the Second Industrial Revolution. While the First Industrial Revolution caused the growth of industries such as coal, iron, railroads, and textiles, the Second Industrial Revolution witnessed the expansion of electricity, petroleum, and steel. Many of the changes that occurred during this period had to do with new products simply replacing old ones. For instance, during this time, steel began to replace iron. Steel was being utilized for construction projects, industrial machines, railroads, ships, and many other items. Steel production made it possible for rail lines to be built at competitive costs, which further spread transportation. It is hard to imagine a time when electricity was not a common luxury. However, the beginning of the Second Industrial Revolution was just such a time. Before the introduction of public electricity, candles and gas lamps were used to light homes and factories. Many activities were simply done in the daytime. The use of electricity fundamentally changed the way people worked and lived. The first efficient commercial electrical generators were used in the 1870s, and in 1881, Great Britain was the very first country to install a public power station. Beginning in 1910, it was possible to power a residential area from one single station. The introduction of public electricity led to many inventions. In 1876, Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. Thomas Edison and Joseph Swan finally perfected the design of the light bulb in 1879. Contrary to popular myth, Edison did not invent the light bulb. In fact, less efficient light bulbs had been around decades earlier. So why is Edison given credit for this invention? Well, his design was the first one that was practical for home use. Edison's light bulb was economical and safe, and it stayed on for an impressive 13.5 hours. Edison also provided another innovation that we take for granted today, the use of a standard light bulb base that fit into any socket. Electricity was used for transportation as well. In 1879, the first electric railroad appeared in Berlin, Germany. As early as 1880, electric streetcars began to replace horse-drawn carriages in major European cities. In 1901, Guglielmo Marconi sent radio waves across the Atlantic Ocean for the first time. Among the most influential and far-reaching innovations of the Second Industrial Revolution was the internal combustion engine. First introduced in 1878, it was powered by gas and air, which made it impractical for widespread public use. However, once liquid fuels such as petroleum were introduced, the possibilities were improved. This engine led to the development of automobiles and airplanes. Without the internal combustion engine, none of the following inventions would have been possible. In a technological leap forward, German inventor Carl Benz patented the first automobile in 1886. This was the first automobile designed to run on its own power. This model became the first automobile sold to the public in 1888. In that same year, Gottlieb Daimler invented a lightweight automobile engine. Another pioneer, Henry Ford, made his mark by manufacturing his first automobile in 1896. He perfected the assembly line by making it efficient and cost-effective. His model made it possible to make the Model T affordable to the average working American. Produced from 1908 to 1927, this car was the first to be produced on an assembly line with interchangeable parts. Before mass production, automobiles were handcrafted by individuals. This process was both time-consuming and expensive. But with Ford's process, the price of a Model T in 1920 was a mere $260. Advances in air technology during this time led to the Zeppelin in 1900. Pioneered by German Count Ferdinand von Zeppelin, this airship was used to fly commercial customers and as a combat tool in World War I. Later in 1903, Orville and Wilbur Wright made their famous first flight in a fixed-wing plane in Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. The aircraft industry grew during World War I, and the very first passenger air service was established by 1919. The Second Industrial Revolution was a period when advances in steel production, electricity, and petroleum caused a series of innovations that changed society. With the production of cost-effective steel, railroads were expanded and more industrial machines were built. During this time, electricity was finally made available to the general public. In 1876, Alexander Graham Bell revolutionized communication with the telephone. Thomas Edison and Joseph Swan made the first truly efficient light bulb in 1879. This led to the use of electric trains and streetcars. Another advance in communication occurred in 1901 when Marconi sent radio waves across the Atlantic Ocean for the first time. The internal combustion engine spurred advances in automobile and air technology. In 1886, Carl Benz patented the first automobile. In 1896, Henry Ford made his first automobile. Advances in air technology began with the Zeppelin in 1900 and the first fixed-wing flight by the Wright brothers in 1903. The first commercial air passenger service finally appeared in 1919. This period led to changes in technology that continued to influence society until the present. The electric, automobile, and airplane industries continued to improve until they resembled the technology of today.
Have you ever participated in or witnessed a game changer? You know, that one moment or move that changes everything. Maybe it's the capturing of a queen in a game of chess, or an interception that is run back for a touchdown in football. That one action changes the entire game. The American Revolution and the French Revolution were game changers. Although largely unrelated, they both took place at the end of the 18th century, and they both sent powerful messages to the rest of the civilized world. See, for centuries, the people of Europe had grown accustomed to monarchical rule, and those in New World colonies felt there was little they could do but go along with the European imperialist agenda. To them, submission made sense. After all, for centuries, political power was held tightly in the hands of the few. The American Revolution, which lasted from the 1760s to 1783, and the French Revolution from 1789 to 1799, however, inspired various people groups throughout the world to believe that they had the power to throw off the shackles of foreign rule and establish self-rule. Central America was no exception. Central America, of course, is the region in North America between Mexico and South America. Central America is made up of the countries of Belize, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Panama. Before Europeans arrived in the New World, Central America was inhabited by various Mesoamerican tribes, such as the Aztec, Maya, and Olmec. By the mid-16th century, Mesoamerican tribes were in decline, and they easily fell subject to Spanish colonial rule. The colony of New Spain extended throughout Mexico and Central America. At the height of its power, it even extended into what is now the northern Midwest of the United States. What is now Central America was then known as the Kingdom of Guatemala. But the colony of New Spain ceased to exist by the 1820s, as we will find out in just a few moments. Inspired by Enlightenment thinking and the successful American and French revolutions, many ethnic groups in New Spain began dreaming of independence from Spanish rule. Adding to the instability throughout New Spain was the removal of Spanish King Ferdinand VII during the Peninsular War. The long and short of it is that Spanish influence was declining. Little by little, pockets of resistance began popping up. The Mexican War of Independence began on September 16, 1810, when a Catholic priest named Miguel Hidalgo y Castilla proclaimed the Grito de Dolores, which was basically a call to revolt against Spanish rule. Mexico achieved independence from Spain in 1821 after 11 years of war. The Declaration of Independence of the Mexican Empire was ratified September 28, 1821. Independence movements were also gaining momentum south of Mexico. In El Salvador, a revolt broke out in 1811. This rebellion is often referred to as the first shout for the independence of Central America. It was led by José Matías Delgado, who urged liberal and disgruntled Creoles to break away from Spain. Although the revolt was soon suppressed, it helped spread the independence movement. In September 1821, as the Mexican War for Independence was winding down, a special council representing Central American groups met in Guatemala and declared independence from Spain. But they did not want to become part of the Mexican Empire either. They wanted complete independence. Central American independence from Spain officially took effect on September 15, 1821. Today, this date is still celebrated as Central American Independence Day. Independence was short-lived, however. In early 1822, the region was annexed by the newly created Mexican Empire. A year later, when Mexico became a republic, it granted self-determination to the region of Central America. In 1823, a new nation was created, the Federal Republic of Central America, also called the United Provinces of Central America. It consisted of the present-day states of Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica. The nation of Central America was plagued by internal divisions, and in 1838 Nicaragua left the Union. Throughout the next year or two, the country dissolved, leaving behind the group of independent countries we know today. Throughout the 19th century, there were various attempts to reunify the states into one country, but none of them proved to be successful. Let's review. The American and French revolutions helped inspire the people of Central America to revolt against Spanish colonial rule. New Spain was the name of the Spanish colony covering what is now Mexico and Central America. It even extended into the United States. In 1810, the Mexican War of Independence began when Catholic priest Miguel Hidalgo y Castilla proclaimed the Grito de Dolores, which was a call to open revolt. A revolt also broke out among Creole groups in El Salvador in 1811. This is often called the first shout for the independence of Central America. On September 15, 1821, Central America officially gained independence from Spain. It did not last long, however, because the region was absorbed into the Mexican Empire the following year. In 1823, the Federal Republic of Central America was created, uniting Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica into a single nation. It broke up between 1838 and 1840, leaving in its place the countries we have today.
Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who lived from 1712 to 1778, was one of the most influential philosophers during the Enlightenment in 18th century Europe. His treatises and novels inspired the leaders of the French Revolution, the Romantic generation, and many other famous philosophers. Rousseau did many odd jobs until he wrote his first major philosophical work, Discourse on the Arts and Sciences, in 1750. He wrote the text as a response to an essay contest at the nearby Academy of Dijon. In this work, Rousseau argued that the progression of the sciences and arts had caused the corruption of virtue and morality. It was widely read and considered very controversial, but nevertheless he won first prize in the contest for it. This discourse won him much fame and recognition. In 1753, the Academy of Dijon had another essay contest. Rousseau again entered a philosophical work, this time called the Discourse on the Origin of Inequality Among Men. This work was also widely read and considered controversial. However, he did not win the contest because the judges thought it was too long. In this work, Rousseau argued that human beings are basically good by nature, but were corrupted by complex events that resulted in the present-day society. After these two discourses, Rousseau moved from place to place, due both to people not agreeing with his ideas and his dramatic social life, in which he had extramarital affairs with many women. He wrote a book of fiction called Julie, or The New Heloise, in 1761. This was one of the best-selling books of the century. It was about a love triangle between some of the characters, but also showed off his philosophical tendencies about humanity and nature. The book greatly influenced the late 18th century Romantic Naturalism movement. In 1762, he published his next two major philosophical treatises, The Social Contract and Emile. The Social Contract is a political philosophical work. It outlines how a government can exist in a way that protects the equality and character of its citizens. The first chapter begins with one of Rousseau's most famous quotes, "Man was born free, and everywhere he is in chains." In Rousseau's opinion, this problem can be fixed by making a social contract in which the citizens gave up some of their rights to the government in exchange for the government giving the citizens equality and freedom. Rousseau believed that this delicate balance between state authority and the rights of the individual citizen could be achieved. In his work, Emile, Rousseau focused on his philosophical opinions on education. Rousseau believed that an education gave citizens the opportunity to learn how to be good, even though they lived in a corrupt society. These views on education helped inspire the national education system in France during the French Revolution. These three books caused much controversy. Paris authorities condemned the books, and Rousseau was forced to flee from France and live in Switzerland. While there, in 1764, he wrote his autobiography, called The Confessions. Rousseau became very paranoid about people who wanted to see him harmed, and found it important to justify his life and his works. This obsession is seen in his last books, The Confessions, The Reveries of the Solitary Walker, and Rousseau, Judge of Jean-Jacques. He moved from location to location, and finally ended up secretly living back in France, where he passed away in 1778. One of the main ideas of Rousseau is his belief that human beings are good by nature, but are made corrupt by society. Nearly all of his works focus on this belief. He believed that all creatures have an instinct towards self-preservation, including humans, but that humans also have compassion, which makes them unique and naturally good. Another of his main ideas revolved around his concept of the social contract. Rousseau truly believed that a balance between individual liberty and government authority was not only possible, but also the preferred government for a nation. Rousseau greatly influenced later philosophers and political theorists, including the famous philosopher named Immanuel Kant and his opinions on ethics. Rousseau also had a huge influence philosophically on the European Romantic movement. Unlike some thinkers, Rousseau combined idealistic and realistic elements of life in a way that sparked the Romantic movement. He also influenced political thought. Most importantly, Rousseau's political theories helped influence the leaders of the French Revolution. He also strongly influenced famous thinkers such as Karl Marx, Henry David Thoreau, and Ralph Waldo Emerson. He was also a source of inspiration for liberal theories, communism, civic republicanism, and participatory democracy. Rousseau's philosophical and political beliefs influenced many people and movements in history. He made people think strongly about the nature of humankind and the balances between governmental authority and citizen freedom. He helped shape the Romantic movement, the French Revolution, individuals such as Immanuel Kant and Karl Marx, as well as entire governments on their theories on democracy, republicanism, communism, and many more. He is easily one of the most influential philosophers from the Enlightenment period.
A lot of people confuse the scientific revolution with the Enlightenment. While the two overlap in many respects, they are technically not one in the same. The scientific revolution took place earlier than the Enlightenment. While there are no clearly defined dates, the scientific revolution lasted throughout the 16th and 17th centuries and was characterized by the emergence of modern science. The scientific revolution resulted in science becoming a distinct discipline, separate from philosophy or theology. This revolution was characterized by numerous advances in the fields of physics, mathematics, astronomy, and biology. It also helped undermine the influence of the Catholic Church. Galileo, Copernicus, and Isaac Newton were leading figures of the scientific revolution. The Enlightenment, on the other hand, extended beyond the field of science and was a much broader intellectual movement. It lasted from the late 17th to early 19th century and emphasized themes like reason, individualism, and skepticism. In many respects, the Enlightenment was anti-clerical. Deism was a major product of the Enlightenment. Deism is the belief that God allows the universe to operate according to natural law, with no supernatural interference. Tolerance, religious liberty, limited government, and human rights are other key themes associated with the Enlightenment. The scientific revolution helped lead to the Enlightenment. Because the two are so closely related, we will include the major themes of the scientific revolution in this lesson. Many important astronomical advances were made during the scientific revolution. Let's highlight a few of them. The shift from a geocentric view of the universe to a heliocentric view of the universe is one of the most important advances of the scientific revolution. Of course, geocentric means Earth-centered, and heliocentric means Sun-centered. Throughout ancient times and even the Middle Ages, it was widely held that the Earth was at the center of the universe. This long-standing view was based on the work of ancient Greek scholar Ptolemy. By the 16th century, the geocentric view was increasingly coming under attack. Nicholas Copernicus formulated the modern heliocentric view, which he set forth in his 1543 work on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. Copernicus' view revolutionized the field of astronomy. Interestingly, the heliocentric view was met with resistance by the Catholic Church because this new view was believed to contradict the orthodox doctrines of the day. Galileo Galilei was another important figure of the scientific revolution. In addition to being a staunch supporter of Copernican heliocentrism, Galileo helped pioneer the development of the telescope. Because he did not ascribe to geocentrism, he was condemned by the Catholic Church as a heretic and spent the last years of his life under house arrest. German astronomer Johann Kepler is another key figure. Kepler specialized in planetary motion and is remembered for formulating what is now commonly called Kepler's laws of planetary motion. Isaac Newton is arguably the most important figure of the scientific revolution. In his monumentally important work, Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, Newton formulated the laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. Newton was a giant of his field, and his discoveries form the basis of modern science today. Many scientists of the 16th and 17th century concerned themselves with what they called mechanical philosophy. Mechanical philosophy dealt with issues of matter and motion, and in many ways was a fancy word for physics. Some scientists in the field even proposed primitive variations of atomic theory. René Descartes was a notable pioneer in mechanical philosophy. A major innovation of the scientific revolution was the improved scientific method. The scientific method, of course, is a technique for testing hypotheses and arriving at fact. Now, primitive forms of deductive scientific reasoning have been around since ancient times. The modern scientific method, however, as we know, is a direct product of the scientific revolution. Men like Francis Bacon and René Descartes were instrumental in developing the modern scientific method. Advances were also made in anatomy, mathematics, and other fields. Andreas Vesalius, often considered the father of human anatomy, published On the Structure of the Human Body in 1543. This was a tremendous improvement from previous anatomy texts and had a major influence on the discipline. Other well-known scientists include William Gilbert, who pioneered work in magnetism and electricity, and the mathematician Blaise Pascal, who invented the mechanical calculator and made significant contributions to the area of mathematical probability. Let's review. The scientific revolution is the name we use to describe important scientific breakthroughs that took place throughout the 16th and 17th century. The scientific revolution is closely associated with the Enlightenment, an intellectual movement lasting from the late 17th to 19th century. Nicholas Copernicus became an early leader of the scientific revolution with his formulation of the modern heliocentric or sun-centered view of the universe. Galileo Galilei was another important figure. He pioneered the development of the telescope and was condemned as a heretic for supporting Copernicus' heliocentric view. Isaac Newton is one of the most important figures of the scientific revolution. He formulated the laws of motion and the law of universal gravitation. The modern scientific method, a technique used to test hypotheses and arrive at fact, emerged during the 16th and 17th century with contributions from men like Francis Bacon and René Descartes.
What is the Enlightenment? This question has produced numerous and varied answers in the nearly 2.5 centuries since the German philosopher Immanuel Kant first posed it in 1784. According to Kant, the age of the Enlightenment, which lasted from roughly the late 17th to the 18th centuries, was humanity's growth into intellectual maturity. Kant and others claimed that through scientific inquiry and an emphasis on reasoned discussion, mankind was finally able to think for itself rather than appealing to the authority of the Church, Greek philosophers, or other sources of supposedly revealed truth. This maturity, as Kant termed it, fostered the growth of all sorts of radical ideas. Very few scientific and artistic disciplines were left untouched by the Enlightenment thinkers and their new ideas. Politics, philosophy, epistemology, art, industry, the sciences, all were affected by the ideas from this movement. The Enlightenment was propagated largely by several developments during late medieval and early modern Europe. Many of the ideas and philosophical theories that gained popularity during the Enlightenment emerged from attempts to answer the philosophical questions posed by the scientific achievement and discovery of the previous century. Several primary church teachings about the nature of the universe and man's place in it were fundamentally questioned by discoveries from this period. These included the Copernican model of the universe, Newtonian physics, and religious deism. These ideas, used together, viewed the universe as being governed by natural, measurable laws. This wasn't exactly in line with the Church's ideas concerning existence. The previous century's emphasis on reason created a philosophical basis upon which many Enlightenment thinkers built. A lot of 17th century philosophers, like Thomas Hobbes and John Locke, preferred to start from scratch, basing their philosophies upon personal, observable phenomena rather than accepting the authority of another source. Skepticism of accepted knowledge was taken to its theoretical limit by the French philosopher René Descartes, when he went so far as to question his very existence. You know, the guy who said, "I think, therefore I am." The reliance on one's own logic and reasoning has led some historians to call these preceding 17th century philosophical developments the Age of Reason. Two thinkers whose contributions to the period have been briefly mentioned were John Locke and Isaac Newton. Locke's political philosophy and Newton's scientific achievements in the late 17th and early 18th centuries were pivotal developments that allowed for the growth of the Enlightenment. Locke's political philosophy stemmed from his central belief that humanity was innately good and industrious. He believed that if given the proper tools and power, humans would form a society which would be good for all and improve the community's well-being. As such, societies could be trusted to decide which form of government was right and just. If a society was ruled unfairly or arbitrarily by an inept monarch, the people were justified in rebelling against the king or queen. Locke's ideas were a complete 180 in how monarchies were viewed. The king still held the power, but that power originated in society, and the monarchy only held that power by the consent of those he ruled. This important distinction became known as social contract theory, and many 18th century writers based their political philosophy on this idea. While Locke laid the foundation for a lot of 18th century political philosophy, Isaac Newton's theories of gravitation did the same for modern science. These ideas were featured in the Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, published in 1687. This forever changed science and showed that the universe was governed by natural, quantifiable laws. From Newton's laws, the philosophers understood that the universe was rational, comprehensible, and ordered. These were ideas that fit well into deism, that is, the belief that God created the universe but does not take an active hand in its events. These new beliefs and the new learning and research they spawned flourished throughout the Enlightenment. Two Frenchmen, Denis Diderot and Jean-Laurent d'Alembert, are primarily responsible for the spread. They undertook an enormous project attempting to document industrial innovation, discoveries in natural science, and all knowledge in general. This project resulted in a wildly successful book, the Encyclopédie, first published in the 1750s. The Encyclopédie not only attempted to gather as much knowledge about the world as possible, but also tried to organize knowledge into working groups that corresponded to human abilities. For example, Diderot claimed memory was the chief human ability used in the discipline of history, while man's imagination was reserved for poetry. The Encyclopédie was incredibly successful largely due to its instructional usefulness. One of Diderot's main objectives was to make a mechanical industry understandable to any literate person, and the enormous number of etchings and diagrams that accompanied the explanations. The understanding of the natural world fostered by Diderot and d'Alembert was equaled in the political sphere by the works of Jean-Louis de Secondat, the Baron de Montesquieu. Montesquieu's 1748 work, The Spirit of Laws, sought not only to recognize and explain the existing laws and governments of Western Europe, but also understand the very basis for law's existence. Montesquieu's abhorrence of despotism and governmental corruption caused him to create the philosophical justification for a common feature of modern Western government, the separation of powers and the checks and balances system. These were meant to keep one branch of government from getting more powerful than another. The Enlightenment perhaps found its greatest manifestation in two mid-17th century philosophers, the Scotsman David Hume and the Frenchman Voltaire. Voltaire's unbending skepticism and wit, and his opposition to fanatics and metaphysicists, make his own personal philosophy hard to pinpoint. It's probably what makes him the quintessential Enlightenment philosopher. That said, Voltaire believed strongly in personal liberties versus the power of the state, as well as the virtues of empirical science. Perhaps Voltaire's greatest legacy to philosophy and science was properly separating the two disciplines by explaining that abstract philosophical thought was pointless when it directly contradicted empirical data. Voltaire considered metaphysical explanations of the universe that relied on independent reasoning rather than empirical conclusions to be his biggest enemy. He hated this so much that he featured the idea heavily in his satirical 1759 novel, Candide. David Hume was essentially Voltaire's philosophical adversary. While Hume believed in the importance of empiricism, he denied the existence of any knowledge that didn't place the human experience at the center of reality. He argued that a person's personal experiences are as close as one can hope to get to the true reality of existence. Hume consistently took this extreme skepticism and human perception-centered empiricism to its theoretical limit, at one point claiming that objects themselves did not exist. The only thing that existed was the bundle of properties that humans could perceive. In other words, according to Hume, a new baseball is hard, white, and leathery, but the baseball itself doesn't exist. Try not to let your head explode thinking about this. The philosophical and political ideas discussed during the Enlightenment didn't have much direct impact upon society when they were first presented. However, ideas concerning personal freedom, social contract theory, and the rule of dictatorship culminated in two major events in the late 18th century. In their own ways, both the American Revolution and the French Revolution championed the liberal and democratic ideals posited by the philosophers and the new natural philosophy that grew out of the Enlightenment. The men discussed in this lesson represent just a small but influential portion of the movement known as the Enlightenment. Other thinkers such as Adam Smith, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Moses Mendelssohn, and many, many more contributed to the period's explosion in learning about the natural world, humanity, and the very basis of knowledge itself. Many of these thinkers and their ideas, from Locke to Voltaire, remain important parts of Western society and its ideals and philosophy today.
The term Holy League can refer to many different groups that were in existence fairly close together, considering the time frame. The time period we are considering for this lesson is the 16th century. A Holy League can describe any allied group involving the papacy or a religious dispute. Leagues generally had their own name to help specify their purpose. For example, the League of Venice was a Holy League organized in 1495, including Pope Alexander VI, Emperor Maximilian, Ferdinand of Aragon, and some Italian city-states like Milan and Venice. This league's purpose was to expel King Charles VIII, King of France, from Naples. Holy Leagues can also be named by their years of existence. For example, the Holy League of 1510 to 1513 was established by Pope Julius II and included Emperor Maximilian, Ferdinand of Aragon, Henry VIII of England, the papacy, and Swiss soldiers. The Swiss soldiers had once been paid mercenaries, but were then under their own command. This league's purpose was to gain control over France's influence in Italy. Although France was dominant in the fight against the League initially, its influence was soon stamped out completely. The League split after no agreement could be met regarding any further actions. Another league in the 16th century was the Santa Junta of 1520 to 1521. This league was created by a group of 13 Castilian towns. The league was formed as part of the revolt of the Comuneros, who were opposed to the policies set by the new King of Spain, Charles V. The League sought to fight against his heavy taxation of Castile towns to fund his campaigns. The League was easily defeated due to a lack of strong leadership and consistent direction. Our main focus in this lesson is the battle between Holy Leagues and the Ottomans. Christians started crusading, fighting a holy war, as early as 1096 under the encouragement of Pope Urban. Pope Urban and many of his successors were determined to regain control of the Holy Land in Jerusalem from the Muslims. Battle ensued between Christians and those with control over the Holy Land. Many battles involved Ottoman Turks. The Holy League of 1538 to 1540 was formed as an alliance between the papacy, Venice, and Charles V. Charles V was the ruler of the Habsburg Empire. The League formed in the early months of 1538 with the hopes of destroying Ottoman control in the Mediterranean Sea and Near East. The Ottomans had been growing in power since the 14th century. Venice and Charles V had been involved in other battles with the Ottomans during the 1530s. Charles had regained control over Tunis and won a huge naval battle over Barbarossa. Venice was fighting to keep its trade routes safe from attack. However, they were not successful in creating roads into the Turkish threat. France had been involved in both financial and military agreements with the Ottomans, which were mostly agreed upon secretly. Charles intended to create a crusade to overtake control of Constantinople. Charles and Venice were at odds and didn't totally trust each other. Pope Paul III had to get involved under the pretext of a maritime fleet to convince them to become allies. This was the beginning of the Holy League. The maritime fleet met at Corfu in the spring of 1538. The alliance hadn't really eradicated any of the resentment between Venice and Charles. When a battle took place in Prevesa in 1538, the reluctance of Charles's troop to let Venice be victorious led to an advantage for the Ottomans, who proceeded to overpower the fleet. Infighting continued between Charles and Venice, leading Venice to abandon the League to challenge the Ottomans without any other allies. Charles attempted to fight as well in 1541, but inclement weather damaged the fleet before it could even arrive at its destination. The Ottomans remained in control of the Mediterranean Sea. Turkish and Islamic control continued to grow over the following years. The Ottoman Empire remained strong despite battles with their protectorates. In the early 1570s, Islamic troops defeated Cyprus, which was under the control of Venice and a strong Christian area. Islam forces also attacked Tunis, which was an important Christian territory in the middle of the North African coast. This created a narrow passage into the western Mediterranean area. This was reason enough to drive allies to join together. A Holy League again formed in 1571. The group included members of the papacy, some of the small Italian city-states, Spain, and Venice. Pope Pius V was the creator of this alliance. The League hoped, again, to gain control over the Mediterranean area, which was under the influence of not only the Ottomans, but also pirates. Spain provided almost half of the resources. For their contribution, they were allowed to name the force's commander, Don John. In October of 1571, he led the Holy League to a considerable naval victory over the Turks at Lepanto. Over 100 enemy Turkish galleys were destroyed, while John's forces lost only 12. Pope Pius was central to the alliance, and his death in 1572 caused a delay in agreeing upon further action. Venice hoped to regain control of Cyprus, while Spain preferred to focus on western areas. Venice again left the League in March of 1573 and attempted to make peace with the Turks. Spain remained under the command of Don John but experienced little victory. In the 16th century, fighting was a common occurrence. It was only natural that forces would band together under a common goal. When an alliance centered on a religious dispute or involved the papacy, it became known as a Holy League. Two Holy Leagues formed in the 16th century, hoping to minimize Turkish control in the Mediterranean area. The first league formed in 1538 between the papacy, Charles V, and Venice, and experienced success in a military campaign in the sea. Bitterness between Charles V and Venice led to the breakup of the league in 1540. The second league formed in 1571 and included the papacy, Venice, and Spain. This alliance again experienced victory but fell apart after the death of its creator, Pope Pius V. Many people have heard about the battles between the Christians and the Turks. Have you ever wondered who the Turks were? The Ottoman Empire is also known as the Turkish Empire and was founded by Turkish tribes around 1299. The empire expanded and gained a lot of power after it took control of Constantinople in 1453. It continued to rise to power under the leadership of Suleiman the Magnificent. Fighting in Europe was commonplace by the 16th century. Countries were expanding and fighting for control of new and sometimes old landholdings. The Pope battled with the Holy Roman Emperor for control of the Christian nation. In 1096, the First Crusade began in an attempt to gain control of the Holy Land in Jerusalem. Since that time, many Christians fought under the command of the Pope or the Holy Roman Emperor. In the 16th century, the Holy Roman Empire, which included much of the area now known as Germany, was under the control of the Habsburg monarchy. The Long War, or 15 Years' War, occurred from about 1591 to around 1606. This is one of the numerous wars between the Habsburg monarchy and the Ottoman Empire. The war began when the Kingdom of Hungary was defeated by the Ottoman Empire. The groups involved in this war were the countries that made up the Habsburg monarchy: Transylvania, Wallachia, Romania, Moldavia, and the Ottoman Empire. The Habsburg monarchy included Austria, Hungary, Croatia, and Bohemia. Eventually, Ferrara, Tuscany, Mantua, and the papacy also became involved in the war. After several clashes starting in 1591, the war began in July of 1593. At this time, the Ottoman army launched a military campaign against the Habsburg monarchy. In 1595, a Christian alliance of European powers was created by Pope Clement VIII against the Turks, and a treaty of alliance was signed in Prague by the Holy Roman Emperor Rudolph II and the Prince of Transylvania. Later, Arn Voda of Moldavia and Michael the Brave of Wallachia joined the alliance. The Ottoman Empire hoped to seize Vienna. The Habsburg monarchy wanted to liberate the central territories of the Kingdom of Hungary that were currently being occupied by the Ottoman Empire. Gaining control over areas along the Danube River and the fortresses located there was central to control. The war was mainly fought in Royal Hungary, in what is now Western Hungary and southern Slovakia, Transdanubia, and the Ottoman Empire, now known as Bulgaria, Serbia, and southern Romania. Countries fought for control of their land and to prevent expansion of others into their territories. In the east, Michael the Brave of Wallachia started a campaign against the Turks in 1594. He took control of several castles near the lower Danube. At the same time, Moldavian allies defeated the Turks in parts of Moldova. Michael sustained his attacks deep within the Ottoman Empire, taking control of several forts and even reaching as far as Adrianople. Eventually, his forces came very close to Constantinople. The war continued at the Battle of Kalugarini in 1595. This event was considered one of the most important battles between the Ottomans and the Wallachians. Although the Wallachians won the battle, Michael's lack of resources forced him to soon flee with his troops and wait for help from Transylvania or Austria. The Battle of Mezokarastes took place on the territory of Hungary in October 24 through 26, 1596. This was considered a turning point in the war. The combined Habsburg-Transylvanian forces of approximately 45 to 50,000 troops was defeated by the Ottoman army after Christians, thinking the battle was over, started looting the Turkish camp. Despite their victory, the Turks realized for the first time the ability of Western weapons over the Ottoman weapons. The battle was a very important military encounter in Central Europe between a Christian army and Ottoman Turkish army. It established that even a large Christian army was unable to win a major battle against the Turks. Christians were unable to win their strategic objectives. Soon, the war became reduced to small battles and capturing and recapturing of forces by opposing forces. The war between Wallachia and the Ottomans ended in late 1599 when Michael was unable to continue fighting due to lack of support from his allies. The last phase of the war occurred when the Prince of Transylvania, Stephen Bocskai, rebelled against the Habsburg ruler. The uprising was supported by the Hungarian nobility of Royal Hungary and by the Ottomans. The goal of the uprising was to receive a guarantee of freedom from the Habsburg monarchy, as well as to create peace between the Habsburgs and the Ottomans. The war was destructive in both Hungary and in Transylvania, without any hope for a good outcome for the Christians. The Peace of Sint-Walterok was the treaty that marked the end of the long war. This event occurred on November 11, 1606. On the one hand, the Peace of Sint-Walterok confirmed the Ottomans' failure to gain control over any other Habsburg territories. However, it also stabilized conditions between the Habsburg and Ottomans. Finally, the treaty also delayed the liberation of Hungary for half of a century. The long war began after the Ottomans launched a military campaign against the Habsburg Empire. The Ottomans were hoping to gain control of Vienna, while the Habsburgs hoped to gain freedom for the Hungarian territories. Initially, the Ottomans lost control of several of their strongholds to Christian forces. However, the Ottoman Turks eventually regained control when Prince Michael was unable to gain support from his allies. The war reached a turning point when the Ottomans defeated a huge army made up of Habsburg troops and Transylvanian forces. Later, Transylvania rebelled against the Habsburgs with the support of the Ottomans. Peace was finally formed with a treaty, the Peace of Sint-Walterok. Have you ever wondered how Europeans came to settle in areas across the Atlantic Ocean? In the 15th century, Europeans learned how to best sail across the ocean with a good understanding of its currents and wind patterns. They also invented new tools, like astronomical tools, to allow them to use stars for navigation. Eventually, they also developed sails to use for more efficient movement and no longer relied on the strength of rowers. To understand the colonial movement in Europe, this lesson will explore Portugal, Spain, France, and England in succession. The first country that attempted to reach outward was Portugal. This country was small and had just become independent around 1139. It had very few clashes within its borders and could focus on growth. Portugal set its sights on the west coast of Africa. Although Portugal was the pioneer in growth, Spain can be credited with discovering America. Christopher Columbus, sailing for Spain, discovered the New World. However, he had based his navigation on a miscalculation of the Earth's circumference, believing Japan to be less than half its actual distance from his point of origin. He believed he had reached an area in Asia instead. Of course, intentional or not, Columbus's actions changed the world forever. As travelers began to increase in number, people in Europe, Africa, and the Americas naturally began to learn about each other's culture and share products. People shared new kinds of food and livestock like horses, sheep, goats, and cattle. Native Americans taught Europeans about new farming techniques and produce. Europeans learned to harvest tobacco, corn, beans, nuts, tomatoes, and potatoes. In return, Native Americans learned about wheat, oat, rice, and grapes and melons. However, along with these new products came new diseases. The exchange of goods, techniques, and disease among Europeans, Africans, and Native Americans is known as the Columbian Exchange. The land in new areas was affected as well. Farming led to deforestation and land clearance. New livestock consumed masses of native plants. The diseases that spread among natives, however, were devastating and led to the death of millions. Colonization could occur in three different ways. Empires of conquest sought to take over the natives of a new area by using them as slaves. Spain saw natives as a source of free labor. France, however, believed the natives provided an opportunity for trade and partnership. France's efforts in the new areas were based more on a system of commerce than conquest. They found success by creating a fur trade market. Other countries, like England, attempted to simply remove natives from new areas and replace them with their own people. English and Scottish people used this system of settlement to colonize the Americas. Spain and Portugal were dominant in the Americas for a long time. However, many countries began to expand after 1600. France continued to base its expansion mostly on commerce with the Native Americans. They also developed a peaceful relationship with them. France, however, had a considerably smaller amount of people settling in the new areas. Most of the French settlers were men who came to trade or were Jesuit priests. Eventually, English settlers came to dominate North America. Colonial economies during the 17th century were varied based on their location. In the South, the economy was based mostly on crop production. In northern colonies, the economy was more diverse and included more trade. It was during this time that the reliance on white indentured servants shifted to African slave labor. By 1700, the labor force in the South was growing to include more slaves. In Virginia and Maryland, most income came from isolated farms and tobacco plantations. In North and South Carolina, larger plantations generated income by producing rice, coffee, cotton, and sugar. Unlike the large plantations of the South, northern colonies contained smaller farms and more urbanized areas. Urban cities allowed for fishing, crafts, and trade across the Atlantic. One reason many English people came to settle in the Americas was to escape religious persecution. One group of people, known as Puritans, because they were Protestants who supported purity in worship and doctrine, came in masses to settle in the new land. Many settled in northern colonies of America, leading to its moniker of New England. Another group, known as Quakers, who believed in personal religious experiences with the deity and stressed conversion, settled mainly in areas like Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. Maryland became a refuge for Roman Catholics. Many other religious groups followed suit and fled to the new area in search of freedom. Masses of people continued to migrate from England to the Americas. This led to changes in the population in the 1700s, both in the Americas and in Britain. England hoped to gain more control over colonies in America with the passing of imperial laws over its territories. When colonists did not comply with some of the strict policies, Britain acted unofficially with salutary neglect. They allowed colonists to trade more freely with less restrictions so Britain could focus more on European politics. This allowed colonists to flourish in trading and commerce. However, in the later part of the 17th century, Britain began to fight with France and Spain for power. Colonists took advantage of this by challenging England for freedom. European colonization began with the expansion of Portugal and Spain into new areas after the development of nautical navigation. Other countries saw the potential for new trade routes and land. As settlers came to the New World, there was an exchange of goods, livestock, farming methods, and deadly diseases. Production of goods in the South led to an increase in slave labor. The population of colonists continued to grow with those seeking freedom from religious persecution. As colonists met with economic success, They sought to break away from European control and found their own system of government.
Every great shift in human thinking has its founding prophet, a man ahead of his time, a true visionary who imagined a different way of looking at the world. Buddhism has the Buddha, Christianity has Jesus, Islam has Muhammad, science has Sir Francis Bacon. When Francis Bacon was born in 1561, the Bible was considered the ultimate authority. People thought the earth was at the center of the universe, and science was so intertwined with religion that the greatest minds of the time were arguing about how many angels could dance on a pinhead. By the time Bacon died in 1626, a new sort of authority had taken root in Europe: scientific proof. Galileo had established scientific proof that the earth orbited the sun, and the first divisions between religion and science had begun to appear, as the greatest minds of the time struggled to reconcile scientific proof with religious faith. Such sweeping changes in a single lifetime should give us some notion of how rapidly the world was transforming at the turn of the 17th century. To credit Bacon alone with these changes would be to overlook the efforts of his many contemporaries and successors. Bacon was not the cause of this transformation. In fact, Bacon made few scientific discoveries of any real note. Instead, Bacon was the prophet of this new age. He wrote its laws and provided its inspiration. Bacon's vision allowed him to see this new scientific way of looking at the world before it ever existed. Yet Bacon's true genius lies in the methods he provided to make this vision possible. Bacon realized that his fellow Europeans were never going to learn anything new so long as they kept looking for answers in the Bible or in the works of classical philosophers. No matter how deeply they thought about these concepts, no matter how many compelling arguments they might invent, the scholars of Europe essentially had been treading the same ground for centuries. Bacon proposed a new way to unlock the secrets of nature: the scientific experiment. Nature is chaotic, with many factors influencing everything we perceive. The simple fall of a leaf from a tree involves laws of gravity pulling the leaf down, laws of meteorology governing the wind, and laws of aerodynamics governing how the leaf responds to that wind. In nature, these laws are all mixed up, so we don't know which laws govern what. Moreover, the sheer irregularity of nature makes it almost impossible to measure. No two leaves are alike, and even if they were, they would not fall in the same way, due to the countless other factors influencing them: the wind, their position, their height, all of these things. How can we possibly hope to learn anything from nature when nature is so disorderly? Bacon's solution was simple, yet profound. To learn about nature, we have to pull nature out of her comfort zone. We have to put nature in a place where we control as many of the factors as possible, and make her perform the same activity again and again and again. Only then can we begin to eliminate the factors that confuse our attempts to understand nature. So what was Bacon talking about? Well, let us return to our example of the falling leaf. Let us say we are trying to determine the laws that affect how leaves fall. As we saw above, a wide variety of factors influence how each leaf falls: wind, air resistance, and gravity. Moreover, since no two leaves are exactly the same, and each leaf falls from a different point, we could watch 1,000 leaves fall and be no closer to our answers. Imagine trying to learn anything from this chaos. You'd have to weigh and measure each leaf. You'd have to run around with a tape measure, figuring out which twig each leaf fell from. You'd have to record where the wind was coming from and how fast, at every moment. You'd have to measure the density of the air beneath each individual leaf. In short, learning anything from the random falling of leaves from a tree is all but impossible. So, the first way we might apply Bacon's theory would be to drop the same leaf from the same height over and over again, thereby controlling at least some of these factors. Now instead of worrying about how all leaves fall, we're just trying to discover how this leaf falls. Yet, we'd still keep getting a wide variety of behaviors from our dropped leaf, since the wind would sometimes be blowing and sometimes it wouldn't. If we moved our experiment indoors, we could eliminate another factor, the impact of the wind. Yet even with this improvement, our leaf is still not always falling in exactly the same way, although we're getting closer. The simple laws of gravity are still confused by the resistance of the air. So let's remove the factor of the air. Let's put our leaf in a bell jar and remove the air. And wouldn't you know it, the leaf falls the same way, at the same rate, every time. If we repeat this process enough and measure it closely, we could determine that the falling leaf accelerates at a rate of 9.8 meters per second. And if we expanded this and tried it with other objects, we would discover that in a vacuum, everything from leaves to feathers to basketballs to jelly beans fall at an accelerating rate of 9.8 meters per second. And just like that, we've discovered a law of gravity. Now, Bacon did not discover this law. Isaac Newton did a few decades later. However, Newton made this discovery by following Bacon's approach. Take the things we see in nature out of the chaos of nature and tinker with them in an environment that we control. That is the essence of the scientific method. Bacon's foundational work in this field has earned him the title Father of Experimental Science. So we've seen how Bacon served as a prophet of this new scientific age. We've seen how his experimental method laid the foundations for modern science. These contributions alone would be enough to write Bacon's name large in the pages of history. Yet Bacon did more than predict the scientific revolution, and his contributions were not limited to the scientific method. Arguably, Bacon's greatest contribution to the world of science was his incredible optimism and enthusiasm. Bacon didn't just predict and codify science, he sold it to the world. Bacon thought that science would fix all of mankind's problems. He envisioned an age of constant invention, where every day brought new technologies to make man's life better and easier. With science, we could feed the hungry, clothe the naked, and heal the sick. By understanding nature, we could transcend her limits and forge a new world, a better world for everyone. Bacon voiced his scientific ideals in many treatises and books. One of my favorites is his story of New Atlantis. In this story, Bacon paints a vision of a utopian society based on scientific principles. The people of New Atlantis do not hoard gold or other material goods. Everyone has everything they need, provided by the advances of science. Instead, they trade these earthly goods around the world in exchange for the greatest of all treasures, knowledge. Today, Bacon's vision may seem like dewy-eyed naivete. Anyone who has seen battlefields torn asunder by scientifically perfected killing machines knows that science, like any other tool, is only as good or evil as the hand that wields it. But 400 years ago, Bacon's enthusiastic optimism inspired generations of thinkers to make his vision a reality. In many ways, the Enlightenment, the scientific revolution, and the Industrial Revolution are all examples of humanity trying to fulfill Bacon's lofty dream of the future. Their efforts built the world we know today. To review, Sir Francis Bacon lived from 1561 to 1626. In those 65 years, the way in which Europeans understood the world began to change dramatically, as religious belief slowly lost ground to scientific fact as the ultimate authority in Europe. Francis Bacon was the prophet of this movement. He saw this change coming before anyone else did. Bacon was also one of the founders of this movement. He laid the groundwork for the scientific revolution by establishing the scientific method of experimentation. Finally, Bacon was the evangelist of science. Bacon's optimistic vision of the promise of science inspired future generations of thinkers to make Bacon's dream a reality.
In the 1500s, Europe was experiencing tremendous changes. A resurgence in classical education, which is education based on writings by ancient philosophers and scientists, led to a trend in questioning established norms. The Protestant Reformation led to masses of people questioning the doctrines and power of the Catholic Church. Meanwhile, explorers were discovering new lands across the Atlantic. The more changes occurred, the more important it became for those in power to expand their reach and cling to their authority. Politics became imperative in the lives of those who craved influence. We'll see how the subject of this lesson, Cardinal Richelieu, helped the French monarchy to hold tightly to its authority in this tumultuous time. Armand Jean Duplessis, who would become Cardinal Richelieu, was born in 1585. He was a dominant figure in French history. He is considered to be one of the greatest politicians in 17th century France. Richelieu was the third son of the Lord of Richelieu. He received his education in Paris, France, at the Collège de Navarre. After attending college, he attended a military school. He then studied theology at the Collège de Calvi. Richelieu's family had planned for him to take over the family bishopric at Luçon and Poitou. A bishopric is a governing council over a congregation. He was ordained as a priest and a bishop in 1607. At the time, he was only 21 years old. Richelieu was a very ambitious man. In the wake of the changes sweeping Europe, he saw the opportunity to become a powerful man. By the time he was 28, he already had a good reputation within his diocese, or church district. He was skilled at speaking in public. He also strongly supported Roman Catholicism. Richelieu was also public about his support for Spain. Currently, Marie de Medici was acting as ruler in France for her young son, Louis XIII. De Medici was impressed with Richelieu's reputation and made him the official chaplain to Anne of Austria. Anne was betrothed to de Medici's son, King Louis. Richelieu's reputation soon earned him an appointment of Secretary of State for War and Foreign Affairs. Richelieu had been strongly supported by a popular Italian politician named Concino Concini. Concini was killed in 1617. Then, when Louis was declared old enough to rule, his mother excluded him from political affairs to keep her own influential status. Louis, now old enough to act as king without his mother as regent, ordered his mother's exile. Richelieu joined her. Without his two biggest supporters, Richelieu faced a possible end to his career. De Medici rebelled against her son after being exiled. She trusted few people to aid her in communicating with Louis during these times. Richelieu became her most trusted mediator. He helped communication between Louis and his mother become strong enough for them to reconcile. In 1621, she was allowed to return to her royal court with Richelieu's help. De Medici praised Richelieu's skills as a politician. Europe was in the midst of the 30 Years' War, a battle that began early as a fight between Catholics and Protestants, but grew into power plays for European countries and rulers. Louis knew France was becoming more involved in the war and needed someone to advise him on foreign policy. With the encouragement of his mother, he appointed Richelieu a spot on the Royal Council in the spring of 1624. Later that year, he made him chief minister. Richelieu's most notable achievement was his victory over the Huguenots. It is here that he won a major victory for centralized political power in France. The Protestant Reformation movement had spread throughout Europe and created many new religious sects. One of these groups was called Calvinists and followed the teachings of John Calvin. Calvinists believed the Bible held all the information needed for salvation, rather than relying on Catholic Church officials for guidance. Calvinists in France were called Huguenots. Richelieu loathed Huguenots. However, he initially tolerated their existence in France as long as they were loyal to the French king. Richelieu supported absolutism, that all powers should be vested in one person, the French king. As the Huguenots grew stronger, they rebelled against the king. Richelieu saw the need to stamp out their presence in France. By the time Richelieu reached his chief minister status, the Huguenots had 8 groups in the southern part of the country and an army of troops. The sect was so large, they had established an internal system of administration. This further angered Richelieu, who was loyal to the French royalty. In the interest of gaining more esteem in Europe, he believed France needed to have very little conflict within its borders. Stability was key to France's power. He saw the Huguenots as a threat to this stability. Richelieu knew the Huguenots could attack if France's monarchy was distracted by foreign affairs, affording them a strong advantage. After Richelieu's appointment, France became more involved in the 30 Years' War. The Huguenots took this opportunity to try to expand their power. In 1625, Huguenots took control of the islands of Ré and Oléron. These islands were the defense for a seaport at La Rochelle. This area is where the Huguenots held their capital. Richelieu responded by sending royal troops to control the Huguenots. In February 1626, he signed a peace treaty with the Huguenots called the Treaty of La Rochelle. England had been involved in the negotiations, which also made Richelieu unhappy. England was a largely Protestant nation at the time, and Richelieu may have believed they were strongly in favor of the Protestant Huguenots. In 1627, the Huguenots revolted again with the help of England. Richelieu sent troops to fight the Huguenots again. After driving English troops out of the Huguenot area, he ordered the harbor at La Rochelle be blocked off to prevent Huguenots from obtaining supplies by land. Richelieu waited with his troops for the Huguenots to be starved out of their capital. In 1628, Louis led an attack that defeated what was left of the Huguenots in La Rochelle. In 1629, the Huguenot military organization was broken up while their strongholds were destroyed under the Edict of Grace. The treaty ordered that the Huguenot military organization be disbanded and Roman Catholicism should be practiced where Calvinism had been dominant. Cardinal Richelieu was an important figure in 17th century France. He began as a priest from a little-known noble family, but his skills in speaking and politics gave him a solid reputation that reached King Louis XIII's mother, Marie de Medici. As Richelieu found support with de Medici, his negotiating skills gained him favor with Louis. Louis utilized Richelieu's political skills in determining his involvement in the 30 Years' War. Richelieu recognized France's involvement in the war left an opportunity for the Protestant Huguenots to seize power from the French monarchy. He attacked them mercilessly and defeated them by starvation. Richelieu was relentless in destroying Huguenot power because they were a major threat to the stability of the French monarchy. By focusing on decreasing their power, Richelieu centralized the king's rule over France. Although his tactics may seem vicious, the Edict of Grace that destroyed the remnants of the Huguenots could be considered a kind alternative to a criminal punishment the Huguenots did not face.
At the dawn of the 17th century, the Roman Catholic Church was in crisis. The Protestant Reformation was sweeping across Europe. The Catholic Church was losing entire countries to this heresy, and now it seemed like the universe itself was falling apart. The Church had spent centuries believing that the earth was at the center of the universe. The sun, moon, planets, and stars orbited the earth, embedded in concentric spheres, each one larger than the last, like a celestial Russian doll. Then, in 1543, this fellow Copernicus came up with the wild notion that the sun, not the earth, was at the center of the universe, a concept that came to be known as heliocentrism. The Church tried to stomp out this idea in any way they could. Yet despite their best efforts, heliocentrism was becoming ever more popular. Fools like Johannes Kepler or Tycho Brahe were even expanding upon it, and the Church could do nothing to stop them. Gone were the good old days when the Church could burn people alive for saying things they disagreed with. As a Protestant living in a Protestant country, Kepler and his ilk were forever out of the Church's reach. Unable to silence these mad theories, the Church's only comfort was that no one could actually prove them. Unfortunately for the Church, a fellow named Galileo just happened to be in the business of proving things. Unfortunately for Galileo, unlike his fellow scientists safe in the Protestant North, Galileo lived right under the nose of the Pope himself. Now, what do I mean when I say that Galileo was in the business of proving things? Well, let me give you an example. Imagine you're holding a feather in one hand and an apple in another. You let them both go. Which one will hit the ground first? The apple, of course. From this, you might draw the conclusion that heavy things, like the apple, fall faster than light things, like the feather. This was how most people, with the exception of a few philosophers, thought gravity worked for thousands of years. Galileo rejected this common-sense notion. Our observation of the feather and apple cannot be counted as proof, he would say, because there are too many factors involved. The feather isn't just lighter than the apple, it also has a different shape. If we want to see how something's weight affects how fast it falls, we need to remove all the other factors and just look at the weight. According to legend, that's exactly what Galileo did. He made two balls, completely identical, except that one was made of lead and the other was made of cork. He then dropped those balls from the top of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Despite the fact that the lead ball was much heavier than the cork ball, they both hit the ground at exactly the same time. This story, if it is true, is one of the first recorded scientific experiments in history. So, what differentiates Galileo's experiment from our observation of the feather and apple? Well, first of all, Galileo was able to separate one factor from another. Instead of saying that apples and feathers fall at different speeds because of their weight, Galileo thought that they fell at different speeds because of their shape. Second, instead of just stating his theory and supporting it with reasoning, Galileo decided to test his hypothesis by conducting an experiment. And finally, his experiment showed that Galileo understood the limitations of human observation. If we simply drop two objects a few feet, our limited senses might not be able to detect if one object fell before the other. They may seem to hit the ground at the same time because the difference is too small for us to notice. However, if we drop our objects from the top of a tall tower, we can spread out the phenomenon and give our senses a chance to notice even small differences. This was a whole new way of looking at the world. Galileo's method demanded more than observation and explanation. It required an examination of the factors involved and, most importantly, proof. In this sense, Galileo joins the ranks of Francis Bacon and René Descartes as fathers of the scientific method. Galileo applied this new scientific method to the matter of heliocentrism. He would prove, once and for all, that the Earth orbited around the Sun, not the other way around. Yet to do so, he was going to have to build a new tool, something much more challenging than balls of lead and cork. Galileo needed a telescope. Luckily for him, in 1608, a series of Dutch craftsmen had invented the telescope. A year later, in 1609, news of the telescope reached Galileo. The day after he'd heard about the Dutch telescope, Galileo had already built one of his own. The first telescopes were quite weak, only capable of magnifying something to 3 or 4 times its normal size. Galileo gradually improved his technique until he had constructed a telescope 33 times more powerful than the naked eye, thereby overcoming the limitations of human observation. Taking this new tool in hand, Galileo turned it towards the heavens, and the things he saw proved once and for all that the heliocentric theory was right and the old geocentric theory was wrong. One of the first things Galileo discovered were the moons of Jupiter. If the geocentric theory was right, then all heavenly bodies should orbit the Earth. But here were 4 heavenly bodies that orbited another heavenly body. Another thing Galileo noticed was that the planet Venus seemed to go through phases, just like the moon. These phase changes could only be explained if Venus orbited the Sun, not the Earth. These findings alone were enough to refute the geocentric model of the universe, but Galileo did not stop there. He also learned that the moon, rather than being the perfect celestial orb that everyone assumed, was in fact pocked with craters and mountains. He discovered that the Milky Way was made of hundreds of millions of stars packed closely together, This told Galileo that the universe was much bigger than people had assumed. The next year, in 1610, Galileo published his findings in a short treatise called The Starry Messenger. This was the first scientific paper ever published. Galileo's discoveries made him an instant celebrity. Everyone wanted to have a look at the heavens through Galileo's new telescope. Galileo's support for the heliocentric model of the universe didn't even get him into that much trouble, at least at first. However, a few years later, in 1614, the Church decided to take a more hardline approach on heliocentrism. Galileo found himself under suspicion by the Inquisition, and the very notion of heliocentrism was on trial. Galileo made his way to Rome to defend his name and heliocentrism. In the end, Galileo was cleared of suspicion, but he was ordered to keep his mouth shut about this heliocentric stuff. Galileo obediently kept his head down for the better part of a decade. However, when the old pope died in 1623, and was replaced by a new, friendlier pope, Galileo saw the opportunity he'd been waiting for, to publish a new book on heliocentrism. It took Galileo 2 years of pleading to gain permission to publish his book. Some accounts claim that the Pope himself demanded that Galileo include geocentric arguments in his book, as well as heliocentric arguments, much as people today argue for creationism to be taught alongside evolution. Galileo was clearly insulted by the request, for when he published his dialogue concerning the two chief world systems, he put the geocentric arguments, the words of the Pope himself, into the mouth of a character he named Simplicio, meaning simpleton. This was too much for the Pope. Galileo was put on trial for heresy. The Church had warned Galileo to lay off the heliocentric talk, and now here he was, defending the heliocentric model and calling the Pope a simpleton for disagreeing. Galileo was sentenced to house arrest, where he would spend the rest of his life. To review, Galileo's impact on Western civilization cannot be overstated. He was one of the fathers of the scientific method, and his experiments were among the first recorded scientific experiments in history. Though Galileo made great strides in other fields, such as falling bodies and even sound frequencies, his greatest impact was in the field of astronomy. Galileo's improvements on the telescope allowed him to see things like the moons of Jupiter and the phases of Venus, which contradicted the established geocentric model of the universe. These findings persuaded Galileo to stand up for the alternative heliocentric model, despite the fact that the heliocentric model was considered heresy by the Church. The Church ordered Galileo to stop supporting heliocentrism. When he did not, they placed him under house arrest for the rest of his life.
Who was René Descartes, and why is he so important? Many credit this man as the father of modern philosophy. He was famous in France as a scientist, philosopher, and mathematician. He developed new ideas about knowledge and certainty. He also introduced new views regarding how the mind and body are related. At the time in which Descartes wrote, the early 17th century, philosophers were often skeptics who questioned the nature of knowledge and the sciences. Can we really know anything for certain, they wondered? At the same time, a conflict between Europe's churches and new methods of study brought out by the Renaissance was boiling over. The free-thinking ideas that led to the Renaissance often pitted science and religion against each other, even leading some major thinkers of the day, like the astronomer Copernicus, to be condemned by the Church. Descartes had ways to tackle the problems of both certainty and of religion versus science. His influence on philosophy has remained popular for over 300 years. Descartes went to school at the Jesuit College of La Flèche between 1606 and 1614. However, he felt that his education was mostly useless, and that only what he learned about mathematics gave him any certain knowledge. Several of his contemporaries shared the same opinion about education. In 1618, he went to Germany with the Dutch army and had several dreams that he felt were telling him he would discover a new method of science. He began to cultivate his dream by engaging in discussions of problems in physics and mathematics with other noted philosophers and scientists. As Descartes developed his ideas, He became popular with his peers. Well, most of them. During this time, Descartes had a well-known confrontation with a chemist named Chandos. Chandos said that science was based on probability. Descartes argued that only certainty could be a foundation for scientific knowledge, and said he had created a means of finding this certainty. Descartes' answer to Chandos was found in a book he published in 1641, entitled Meditationes de Prima Philosophia, or Meditations on First Philosophy, that was mostly metaphysical and established a new basis for the sciences. Earlier in the lesson, we discussed the ideas of science and knowledge versus religion and skepticism. How does Descartes tackle these questions? Descartes starts by saying that science should come from the mind rather than senses because senses were not trustworthy. Along these lines, he presents 3 arguments meant to encourage humanity to question their senses. The first is the deceiving God argument, which states that if God is all-powerful and all-knowing, then he has the power to give false perceptions. This idea is that things you perceive to be true could very well be some type of deception or illusion placed on you by whichever God you follow. Of course, many people, including Descartes himself, did not agree with the idea of a deceitful God. This led to a variation on the argument, the evil demon argument, where an evil demon is responsible for deceiving people instead. As with God in the first argument, because of the evil demon, people could not trust that what they perceived was true. Descartes' third argument is called the dream argument and refers to the fact that people have no way of knowing whether or not they are dreaming at any given time. Therefore, perceptions could be false because they stem from a dream state. After all, we perceive things in a dream as real, but they're not. So how do we tell what is real? You likely have heard Descartes' famous phrase, "I think, therefore I am." This is Descartes' establishment of certainty. From his 3 arguments of doubt, Descartes goes on to explain that in order for a person to be deceived, that person must first exist. So, certainty comes from the fact that the person is thinking, regardless of whether the thought of the person is true or false. Since a person thinks with his or her mind, and that mind bestows certainty, we can trust our mind much more than we can trust our senses. From that, you might be wondering how Descartes was able to prove that anything outside of his own mind exists. Well, that's where God comes back in. Simplified, Descartes' argument for the existence of God states that man could not have the idea of something so perfect as God in his or her own mind unless there was an actual cause of it, a real God. If God is real, it follows that everything we perceive in his world is also real. Since, Descartes' argument aside, a perfect being would not be a deceiver. So basically, Descartes breaks down the concept of knowledge to just his mind only to build everything back up again. The world is as we see it because God made it that way. However, we still have a basis for certainty in the sciences and mathematics, because our own mind and the things we can reason from it are just as real as God. In this way, Descartes is able to appease both scholars and the church while still challenging those like Chandos who insist that no scientific pursuits could be known with certainty. René Descartes was a French scientist and philosopher who created new avenues of thought concerning the body and the mind. He felt the current methods of education and science could not be trusted and set out to challenge society to question established truths. He used 3 arguments of doubt to get people to question their perceptions, then pointed out, for one to be deceived at all, he or she must certainly have a mind that exists. From this, Descartes then brings in the idea of a perfect God, which humankind could not have thought of were it not real. Descartes thus took significant steps to settling the conflict between religion, philosophy, and the sciences that raged in his day, and his thoughts have been influential for centuries.
November the 5th is Bonfire Night in England. During this celebration, fireworks fill the sky, and children burn life-size paper dolls fashioned in the shape of a man. Although this sounds like an odd combination of a college pep rally and the 4th of July, the roots of Bonfire Night are firmly planted in English history, specifically in the Gunpowder Treason. The Gunpowder Treason was a plot by a small band of disenfranchised English Catholics to murder King James and his entire Parliament. Before we uncover the details of this story, we need to understand what brought these English to consider such an act of treason. The unhappiness of these Catholic Englishmen was a result of years of religious oppression, beginning decades earlier in the reign of King Henry VIII. During the 1530s, Henry VIII's desire to divorce his first wife in order to marry his second put him at odds with the Church. When the Pope refused to allow the divorce, Henry VIII split from the Roman Catholic Church and declared himself head of the new Church of England. After the death of Henry VIII, the split from the Catholic Church was upheld. Apart from a brief yet violent return to Catholicism led by Henry's Catholic daughter, Mary I, the Protestant faith held its place as the official religion of England. This was solidified under the rule of Henry VIII's other daughter, Elizabeth I. Elizabeth, perhaps more than any other monarch, had great reason to distrust Catholics. To explain, Elizabeth was Henry VIII's daughter through his second wife, Anne Boleyn, whom he married after divorcing his first wife. In the eyes of many Catholics, his divorce and remarriage were completely invalid. Since these Catholics refused to recognize the marriage, they considered Elizabeth illegitimate and unworthy to wear the crown. Knowing these Catholics were a threat to her throne, Elizabeth embarked on a course of repression and persecution toward her Catholic subjects. In 1559, she passed the Act of Uniformity, which made attendance at Protestant services mandatory. Catholics were forced to abandon their loyalty to the Pope and declare their allegiance to the Crown of England. Those who didn't were subject to fines, persecution, and even death. Facing such threats, many Catholics outwardly turned to Protestantism, but secretly held to their Catholic faith. Although Elizabeth was successful in keeping Catholic revolt at bay, religious tensions simmered and festered just below the surface of her very long reign. After the death of Elizabeth in 1603, James VI of Scotland was next in line for the English throne. To him, Elizabeth passed a legacy of religious unrest. When he took the English throne as James I, the country was ripe for religious rebellion. However, his ascension gave hope to the Catholics of England. Although James was a Protestant, his mother was the very Catholic Mary, Queen of Scots. Making matters even more hopeful for the Catholics, not only was his mom Catholic, she had been executed by the Protestant Elizabeth I. If anyone had reason to be sympathetic to the Catholic cause, it would be James I. Sadly for the Catholics, this was not to be the case. James clung to Protestantism and the policies of his predecessor, Elizabeth. With this, religious tension bubbled to the surface, and the Gunpowder Treason was born. In 1604, a small group of frustrated Catholics met to hatch a plan of rebellion. Led by Robert Catesby, they conspired to strike the very head of England, King James and his Parliament. By killing the Protestant rulers of England, the conspirators hoped to return Catholicism to the helm. In a plot that's become like legend to England's children, these angry men began by renting a vault in the ground floor of Westminster Palace. In a move that gave the treason its name, they filled the vault with barrel upon barrel of gunpowder. To get the biggest bang for their buck, pun completely intended, they chose November 5th, the official opening of Parliament, as the day to light the proverbial and literal fuse to avenge years of Catholic persecution. All would have gone according to plan had not one of the conspirators lost his stomach for the planned violence. In October 1605, a member of Parliament received an anonymous letter warning him not to attend the opening meeting. Although it's never been proven, many historians believe the turncoat was most likely a close relative of one of the would-be victims of Parliament. Alarmed by such an odd plea, the recipient of the letter brought it to the attention of the royalty. In a smart move, King James decided to wait to act until the eve of Parliament's opening. He believed this would give him the best chance to catch the conspirators. On November 4th, the king's men swung into action. With precision and purpose, Westminster Palace was turned upside down. When the search led to the basement, the vault of gunpowder was not the only thing uncovered. The search also found Guy Fawkes, the conspirator believed to be in charge of the gunpowder, with matches and torchwood in his hands. Not once to take plots of treason lightly, the Crown arrested Fawkes and subsequently had him tortured. Although many accounts report he held strong for days, he eventually cracked and supplied the names of his fellow conspirators. What ensued was a nationwide search for the remaining schemers. They were found in Staffordshire, England. Like their plan, their end was drama-filled. Several died in a full-blown shootout with royal forces. Those who survived were rounded up and put on trial in January 1606. Not surprisingly, all of them were found guilty of high treason and were sentenced to horrific deaths. They were to be hanged almost to the point of death and then disemboweled. Finally, their bodies were to be chopped into several pieces. When the gruesome executions were complete, King James had bonfires lit throughout London in celebration. These bonfires became a tradition known as Bonfire Night, which continues to this very day. Each November the 5th, Englanders gather to remember the gunpowder treason and to celebrate the safety of their king. As part of the festivities, children make paper replicas of Guy Fawkes and then burn them in effigy amidst the bonfires and fireworks. All the while, the crowd rings out England's popular rhyme, "Remember, remember the 5th of November, gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason why gunpowder treason should ever be forgot." Although the gunpowder treason was planned and attempted in the beginning of the 17th century, the tensions that caused it had been brewing for decades among the Catholics of England. These tensions began when Henry VIII split from the Roman Catholic Church and declared himself the head of the new Protestant Church of England. They continued as his daughter Elizabeth I oppressed and persecuted the Catholics within her realm. Although Elizabeth was able to control her kingdom and keep her crown securely intact for many years, Catholic resentment continued to grow. When James I succeeded Elizabeth to the throne, the Catholic Englanders held hope that he would lift her persecutions from their shoulders. When he did not, the gunpowder treason was born. In an attempt to assassinate both James I and his Parliament, less than 20 resentful Catholics filled Westminster Palace with gunpowder and waited for the opening day of Parliament. Due to one of them having a change of heart, the plot was foiled and all the conspirators met their death. Although the gunpowder treason failed, it was a symbol of the religious turmoil of 16th and 17th century England. Ironically, November 5th, the fateful day the conspirators had chosen, is now a day of English celebration. For centuries, England held to the divine right of kings, the belief that kings are given the right to rule by God. Therefore, kings are accountable to God alone. These days, England has definitely softened on this concept. When you take into account that 2 billion viewers watched the fairy tale wedding of Prince William and his Kate Middleton, and you soon realize people on both sides of the Atlantic still think these royals are something special. To put it mildly, the English crown has given us some remarkable characters, not the least of whom would be King Charles I. Although he currently doesn't get as much press as this Charles, or the wife-killing Henry VIII, he is a central figure in England's history. Not only did he lead England to its 17th century civil war, he was executed for doing it. Yes, you heard that right. A king of England was actually executed by his people. For those of us who grew up playing baseball rather than cricket, the reign of King Charles is probably not familiar. In order to explain how his bad decisions caused the Civil War, I thought we'd use the old 3 strikes you're out metaphor. In this scenario, the English Parliament will be our umpires, while King Charles will be our batter. His strikes will come in the areas of religion, money, and politics. With all this being said, let's play ball. Charles's first swing and miss came in the form of religion. In the mid-16th century, King Henry VIII split with the Roman Catholic Church and declared himself the head of the Church of England. Although there were a few attempts to bring the country back to Catholicism, Protestantism remained the religion of the state. Of course, this was a huge bone of contention with English Catholics, who were marginalized and even persecuted in the name of Protestantism. This strife led to mistrust as each side suspected the other of foul play. With this background in mind, it's not surprising the Protestant Parliament was outraged when Charles chose a Catholic princess as his bride. Their concerns were obvious. If such a marriage occurred, would the next king or queen be raised a Catholic? Even worse, his bride was from France. Would the marriage give Catholic France a foothold in England? Thumbing his nose at these concerns, Charles married his Catholic girl. Adding to this, he began persecuting the fundamental English Protestants known as Puritans. With this drastic move, the Protestants of England called Strike One. Strike Two occurred when Charles decided to play foul with the Treasury of England. First, he used the Star Chamber, or an English court of law in which the upper class was tried, to raise money for his own purse. During his reign, the Star Chamber inflicted heavy fines on those brought before it. Charles also used the court to bribe the wealthy to buy noble titles. If they refused, they too were fined. Second, he forced all of England to pay ship money. Ship money, which was a tax used for the upkeep of the English navy, was historically only paid by coastal towns. However, Charles decided everyone should pay this tax, since everyone benefited from the navy. Although he may have had a point, this unilateral decision infuriated the powerful men of the nation. With this, Strike Two was called. Strikes 1 and 2 were pretty big deals. However, Strike 3 was one for the record books. It occurred in 1629, when Charles actually refused to let Parliament meet. Not only did he refuse them once, Charles kept Parliament from meeting for over a decade. This came to be known as the 11 Years' Tyranny, or Charles I's personal rule. This didn't end until 1640, when Charles got into a tangle with Scotland and needed Parliament's money to fund the war. Of course, Parliament wasn't just going to hand him his money. They were going to make him grovel. Before agreeing to fork over the dough, Parliament wanted Charles' chief advisor, Sir Thomas Wentworth, the one he listened to instead of them, executed. They also revoked the king's power to dissolve Parliament, while also making it illegal for him to impose his own taxes. With his chief advisor dead and his money dwindling, Charles' hatred for Parliament grew. In 1642, he marched on Parliament with about 300 soldiers. His goal was to arrest a few of his biggest critics. Unfortunately for Charles, he had misread the loyalty of his fan base. Although many didn't agree with Parliament, the people still considered this body to be the representatives of the people. If Charles was free to arrest these powerful men of Parliament for criticizing him, how would the common men of England be safe from his whims? With this, Strike 3 rang out all over London. Within days of trying to arrest his opponents, King Charles realized his error and fled from London to Oxford. In Oxford, he worked to raise an army large enough to conquer Parliament once and for all. Instead of reviewing or recanting the strike call, Parliament refused to back down. With this, civil war began in 1642. As the people of England began choosing sides, teams seemed to fall along geographical lines. Those from the north and southwest favored Charles, while those in London and the southeast joined the Parliament side. With the country so divided, it's surprising to note the war actually saw very few major battles. In the first years of the war, the royalist forces, those loyal to the king, had the upper hand. However, the tides turned when the parliamentary forces made a military alliance with the Scots. Things got even brighter for them when Oliver Cromwell came on the scene. Cromwell, an educated member of the upper class, restructured the parliamentary forces. Under his leadership, a soldier's placement in the military was based on his ability and not his status in society. In other words, the guys with the most skill made the starting lineup. This became known as the New Model Army. With this restructuring, the parliamentary forces became a force to be reckoned with. At the 1645 Battle of Naseby, this new model army won the day. Not only did they win, they left the battlefield with most of the king's men either dead or imprisoned. Making this defeat even more of a trouncing, they also captured the king's stock of guns and ammunition. Without weapons and with very few men, it became obvious that Charles was captain of the losing team. Being unwilling to officially throw in the towel to Parliament, Charles fled to Scotland. Unfortunately for the bedraggled king, the Scots weren't his biggest fans. Not only did they refuse to help him, they turned him over to the English Parliament. This is where you'd expect Charles to give up the game. Ironically, he did the exact opposite. Even though he was in the custody of his enemies, he still worked to rally followers to his cause. Since Charles was completely unwilling to relent, a few radical members of Parliament decided peace could never be made while he remained alive. With this, they called in a devastating play. In a shocking, game-changing move, King Charles I was tried and convicted of high treason against England, the country that had for generations held to the divine right of kings. In the year 1649, King Charles I, of royal blood, was beheaded by his very own subjects. For generation upon generation, England held to the divine right of kings, which held kings to be chosen by God and therefore accountable to God alone. However, when King Charles I pressed his luck with Parliament, his divine rights as king took a backseat to the English system of law. Acting as an umpire in a game of baseball, the Parliament called 3 strikes against Charles. The first one came when he married a Catholic princess and began persecuting English Protestants. The second was called when he began abusing the treasury of England. The third and final strike came when Charles dissolved Parliament for over a decade. As Parliament screamed, "You're out!" King Charles refused to go quietly. Instead, he amassed troops to take on Parliament. With this, the English Civil War began. For a time, it looked as though Charles just might win the day. However, when Oliver Cromwell took over command of the parliamentary forces, it became obvious Charles was captain of the losing team. When Charles refused to admit his defeat, radicals within the English Parliament convicted and then actually executed their king for high treason. And this was the end of the ballgame for King Charles, his civil war, and his divine rights as king. As a kid, I remember my parents going out of town and leaving us with this one particular babysitter, Miss Mary. Now, I couldn't stand Miss Mary. She was an old fuddy-duddy who'd come into the house with her own set of rules, acting like she was my mom. Like me, English history had its very own Miss Mary. His name was Oliver Cromwell, the force who brought rule and order to England after their Civil War. However, while Miss Mary's rules were nothing more than a childhood annoyance, Oliver Cromwell's laws spelled enslavement and death for many within England's realm. However, before we get to this, we need to understand a bit about the English Civil War. The English Civil War began in the 1640s. It was a fight between King Charles I and the English Parliament. Although there were many mitigating factors, the long and short of it was neither party could stand the other. Charles was tired of Parliament thinking they had the right to tell him what to do. Parliament was tired of Charles taxing his people, fraternizing with Catholics, and using the English court system as his very own hall monitor. When Charles actually locked Parliament out and refused to let them meet, it didn't take long for anger to escalate. When he tried to actually arrest members of Parliament, people realized his power had become out of control. This realization led to a civil war, which divided England. Those in London and the southeast favored the parliamentary forces, while those in the north and southwest were royalist, or simply loyal to the king. In the first years of the war, the royalists had the upper hand. Without a firm leader to institute order, the parliamentary forces were headed for defeat. Enter Oliver Cromwell, an educated Puritan of the upper class. One of Oliver's first orders of business was to restructure the parliamentary forces. Under his leadership, a soldier's placement in the military was based on his ability and not his status in society. In other words, the guys with the most skill made Cromwell's starting lineup. This became known as the New Model Army. With this restructuring, the parliamentary forces became a force to be reckoned with. When the New Model Army met King Charles at the 1645 Battle of Naseby, Cromwell's men won the day. Not only did they win, they left the battlefield with most of the king's men either dead or imprisoned. Making this defeat even more of a trouncing, they also captured the king's stock of guns and ammunition. Without weapons and only a very few men, it became obvious King Charles was no match for Cromwell and his forces. Being unwilling to officially surrender to parliamentary forces, Charles fled to Scotland. Unfortunately for the bedraggled king, the Scots were more inclined to take the side of Cromwell and his forces. Not only did they refuse to help King Charles, they turned him over to the English Parliament. Since Charles had obviously lost, you'd expect him to play nice. Ironically, he did the exact opposite. Even though he was in the custody of his enemies, he still worked to rally followers to his cause. Since Charles was completely unwilling to relent, Cromwell pulled out the big guns. He and several other members of Parliament called for Charles to be put on trial for high treason. Realizing Charles would never give up, Cromwell felt England would never heal while Charles remained alive. In a shocking historical move, he rallied support for the execution of the king. In the year 1649, King Charles I of royal blood was beheaded for high treason. After the death of King Charles, his son Charles II tried to gain the crown. However, Cromwell's forces made short work of him. After defeating Charles II's forces, Cromwell turned his order-making eyes toward Parliament. This time, he'd use his religious beliefs to shape the country. In 1653, Cromwell dissolved Parliament and became Lord Protector of England. In other words, he was the guy in charge. Since he was a Puritan, or an extremely fundamental English Calvinist, he used his strict Puritan beliefs to make England a theocracy, or a system of government in which a person rules in the name of God. To keep control of his theocracy, Cromwell divided England up into 11 areas. Over each area, he placed trusted soldiers from his new model army. Their job was to enforce his new laws. Cromwell believed women and girls should dress in a modest manner. Under his rule, makeup and brightly colored dresses were banned. He also felt hard work was necessary for salvation of the soul. Therefore, entertainment, like many movie theaters, were closed and most sports were banned. Since Sunday was an especially holy day, boys caught playing sports on this day would be whipped, while women caught doing needless work would find themselves in the stocks. When it came to holidays, Cromwell thought most were nothing more than pagan parties. Christmas was a real sore spot. Since most people celebrated Christmas with yummy food and parties, Cromwell felt they were ignoring the birth of Christ. To remedy this, he sent soldiers to confiscate any foods being merrily cooked or any decorations being happily displayed. This sounds a bit familiar. Up to this point, it seems like Cromwell's rules as Lord Protector were definitely boring but not horribly vicious. Since he allowed for religious toleration within most of England, it seems like he may have just been a religious guy who went a bit overboard. However, his strict social rules were just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them was a festering hatred for the Catholic faith, which came to light in his dealings with Catholic Ireland. Seeing Catholics as potential traitors to his Protestant realm, Cromwell persecuted them. This was especially true of Irish Catholics, whom he ruthlessly slaughtered. Not content with merely killing the adults, Cromwell had many Catholics, even children, rounded up and sent to the West Indies as slaves. Ironically, such actions made Cromwell almost more of a threat to liberty than King Charles had been, the very same man Cromwell had executed for treason against his people. This hypocrisy was not lost on the population. Although he continued to rule as Lord Protector until his death, Cromwell was a hated man. The people may have obeyed his rules, but he did not have their hearts or their allegiance. In 1658, Oliver Cromwell, Lord Protector of the realm, died. Upon his death he was buried in Westminster Abbey, the final resting place of England's kings and queens. After Cromwell's death, his son Richard took over the position as Lord Protector. Although this passage from father to son made them look like kings passing down a crown, Richard lacked the skills of his father. In the year 1660, Charles II returned to England and regained power, not as Lord Protector, but as king. Upon regaining the throne, one of Charles II's first orders of business was to exhume the remains of Oliver Cromwell from Westminster Abbey. Not content with simply removing Cromwell's body from the Cemetery of Kings, Charles II had it put on trial as a traitor, then hung from the gallows. Oliver Cromwell gained control of England after the defeat and execution of King Charles I. Although he was not of royal blood, he ruled the realm as Lord Protector, and transformed England from a monarchy to a theocracy. In this new theocracy he dissolved Parliament and enacted his own set of laws. These laws were based on his puritanical beliefs. They ranged from women dressing modestly to no merry celebrations at Christmas. Unfortunately, his laws did not stop there. As Lord Protector, Cromwell persecuted and slaughtered the Irish Catholics within the realm. Such atrocities made him a hated man. Upon his death, his son took his place as Lord Protector, but power soon returned to Charles II, the rightful heir to the throne. In a move full of symbolism and revenge, Charles II had the body of Cromwell removed from Westminster Abbey, reminding all history to come that Cromwell was not and never would be a king. Growing up in the United States school system, I don't remember being taught much about Europe after the explorers hit the scene. In fact, as soon as good old Chris Columbus and his cronies made shore, Europe almost ceased to exist in our textbooks. When European countries were mentioned, they were usually typecast as the bad guys. Textbooks went from Europeans exploring to England playing the villain in the American Revolution. After that, Europe got little to no mention until the World Wars. In treating Europe like this, our textbooks completely skipped one of the defining periods of the modern world, known as the Commercial Revolution. For those of you who have no idea what this is, I'm guessing your history classes were a lot like mine. Never fear! Today's lesson will catch us up to speed on 16th century Europe during the Commercial Revolution. Now, since it'd be impolite to mention any of our teachers' names, I'll simply invite you to join me as we fill in the gaps left by Mr. Smith, Ms. Jones, Mr. John Deere, and Ms. Jane Doe. For starters, the Commercial Revolution was a period of European economic expansion which began in the 16th century. The catalyst for this expansion was Europe's discovery and colonization of the Americas. As trade routes grew between the New World colonies and Old World Europe, the European continent was transformed. Although there were many factors that led to this, today we're going to highlight mercantilism, banking, and joint stock companies. If we all had textbooks, this is where I tell you to turn to Chapter 1 entitled Mercantilism. Mercantilism is an economic system used to unify and increase the power and monetary wealth of a country by strict government regulation of trade and foreign trading monopolies. Under this system, colonies existed merely for the benefit of their mother country. Like a young girl forced to fork over her babysitting money to her parents, all wealth accumulated by a colony went to its European parent. Also under mercantilism, colonies were only allowed to import from or export to the European country that governed them. For instance, if Jamestown, governed by England, wanted to import wool from the Dutch, they could not. Even if the Dutch price was substantially cheaper, Jamestown was stuck buying wool from England. Further hamstringing the Jamestown colonists, all the goods produced by the colony went to England. England then sold the goods to other countries at a substantial markup, which the crown, not the colonists, kept. In other words, the colonies did the work while England reaped the profit. Again, it's like a poor kid squeezing fresh lemons for 8 hours, only to have her parents commandeer the lemonade stand. For those of us growing up in the American school system, this ill treatment of the colonists is a familiar tale. However, we weren't told how the system of mercantilism transformed Europe. First, the commercial revolution changed Europe from a local economy to a global one. Before the revolution, most goods were produced for family use or to be sold within local towns and villages. Other than a few traveling merchants, there really was no way to peddle goods to a larger population. However, once trade routes blossomed between European countries and their colonies, a whole new market opened up. Realizing there was money to be made, people began producing goods to be sold outside of their small communities. In other words, the incentive for profit replaced simply producing goods for survival. These new markets and their high demand for goods led to large businesses replacing individual production of goods. As money poured in from this new global trade, Europe continued to transform. The commercial revolution also caused a population explosion. Simply put, as wealth flooded the continent, it allowed for larger families. In turn, these larger families created a workforce to sustain and grow Europe's new global economy. Of course, as these new markets opened up, European business owners needed a way to deal with all their money. This brings us to the formation of banks and joint stock companies. The commercial revolution created the need for more banks within Europe. These banks provided money lending services to parties interested in getting in on the blossoming trade. They also began issuing bills of exchange. These worked like our modern-day checking accounts. Rather than lugging around piles of gold, banks allowed merchants to deposit their earnings and receive a bill of exchange. Merchants could then turn these documents in when they needed to withdraw their gold. Not only was this more convenient, it was much safer than carrying gold along trade routes. Along with banks, the commercial revolution saw the creation of joint stock companies. A joint stock company is a business owned by shareholders. Each shareholder owns a part of the company determined by the amount of their initial investment. Since most individual Europeans didn't have the capital needed to launch large trade ventures, joint stock companies were used to raise capital for larger projects. This also made starting a business less risky. An excellent example of this was England's East India Company, a joint stock company that monopolized England's trade with the East Indies. Yes, the investors had to share their profits, but they also got to spread out their losses. With money flowing and new companies being formed, it seems like the commercial revolution was about the greatest thing ever to happen to Europe. Although it did have many positive effects, it also had some negatives. One of these negatives came in the form of inflation. Inflation is an increase in prices accompanied by a fall in the purchasing value of money. Like we've all heard our grandpas say, money just doesn't go as far as it used to. As goods were traded in greater quantities, monies flowed into the European economy. Since more money was available, industries and merchants began asking higher prices for their goods. In short, inflation soon occurred. For the wealthy merchant class, inflation was a bump in the road. For the poor, it was insurmountable. As inflation took hold, the production levels within Europe became static. With this, salaries were lowered, but the cost of living kept rising. Those who could no longer afford to survive on their own lands or rented lands were forced into the cities to find work. Of course, these jobs paid very little, and the gap between the very poor and the very rich widened. Yes, the commercial revolution brought great wealth to Europe, but it was not spread evenly among the peoples of the continent. With this, we come to the end of our pretend textbook. For those of you who grew up in history classes like mine, I hope it gave you a better picture of Europe and the commercial revolution. Before we say goodbye to its pages, let's do a quick review. The commercial revolution was a period of European economic expansion which began in the 16th century. The catalyst for this expansion was Europe's discovery and colonization of the Americas. As trade routes grew between the New World colonies and Old World Europe, the European continent was transformed through mercantilism, banking, and joint stock companies. Under mercantilism, the colonies existed solely for the good of their mother country. As the colonies produced goods, they were only allowed to import to or export from their governing European countries. This setup saw great wealth pour into Europe. This newfound wealth created the need for more banks within Europe. During this time, banks began issuing bills of exchange, which were similar to our modern-day checking accounts. In addition, this newfound wealth led to the creation of many joint stock companies, or companies owned by stockholders instead of individual entities. Although the commercial revolution brought great wealth to Europe, this wealth was not spread evenly among the continent's people. As more money entered the economy, inflation crippled the poorer classes of Europe.
Okay, the war to end all wars had many lasting effects on the whole world, including setting up the world for the next World War. But we will be brief while talking about the causes of World War I. The common way to do this briefly is to look at what led to the Great War as the acronym MAIN, M-A-I-N. So we will talk about the main causes of the war, and then the event that really lit the fuse, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand. MAIN stands for militarism, alliances, imperialism, and nationalism. This isn't my favorite order to deal with these in, but we will use it through the lesson to help give you a hand remembering the acronym and its meaning. Militarism is exactly what it sounds like. The beginning of the 20th century was a time of great military buildup. Germany was experiencing the greatest military growth, and its navy was beginning to rival that of Britain. This led to both nations trying to outdo the other in an arms race. This huge military buildup came at a time that war was still glorified. In many ways, nations saw war as a necessity to prove their might. This attitude is even seen in some of the uniforms worn at the beginning of the war. Check out these guys. Their outfits make them look glorious while marching into battle, but it also makes them great targets. Alliances, in theory, are a great thing. However, the many alliances found just prior to the war emboldened nations to be bolder than they should have been, and then, when their actions caused open conflict, their allies were dragged into it. Think of it like this. Russia is playing on the teeter-totter. Little Germany, who doesn't like Russia, comes over and shoves him off of the teeter-totter. The thing is, Russia's little friend France, who doesn't even like to fight, now is honor-bound to step in and help Russia out. But you see, Europe in the beginning of the 20th century was a big playground. Britain even had a friend named Japan from a completely different playground. Everyone had a lot of friends, I mean allies. All of these alliances helped move the world to war. Imperialism is when a nation works to expand its power and influence. The two primary methods of imperialism are military conquest and political diplomacy. It isn't a far stretch to see that the powerful nations of the world scrambling to build their influence through any means necessary could lead to war. Prior to World War I, the nations of Europe were working for dominance in Africa and Asia, and the competition for the markets and materials these regions could offer was fierce. Next, nationalism. Nationalism is basically an overabundance of patriotism, and nationalism was a big part of the build-up to the war. On the one hand, nationalism fed into and was fed by imperialism. All of the nations of Europe wanted to show how awesome they were. More directly, the Slavic people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, they desire no longer to be a part of Austria-Hungary. The Austrian-Hungarian Empire was a huge group made up of many different ethnic and language groups. The nationalistic desires of one of these groups leads to the direct catalyst for the war. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand is what really set off the war. The Archduke was the crowned prince of Austria-Hungary, and he and his wife were shot by a Serbian nationalist named Gavrilo Princip. In response, Austria-Hungary declared war on Serbia. This caused Serbia's ally, Russia, to ready for a fight. In response to this, Germany declared war on Russia. By the time all of the dominoes fell, World War I is in full swing. So, in summary, the main causes of World War I were militarism, alliances, imperialism, and nationalism. The catalyst that then started the war was the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand.
In this lesson, we're going to look at the build-up to the United States entering World War I. We will see how the U.S. attempted to stay neutral, but the build-up of sympathy toward Britain and outrage toward Germany made staying neutral almost impossible. The sinking of British ships carrying American passengers, such as the RMS Lusitania, pushed the U.S. to the brink of war. Then, finally, the Zimmermann Note pushed the U.S. to declaring war in April of 1917. What is neutrality? Non-participation in a dispute or war. It is when you choose to not pick sides. It is an official fence-sitting position. This is where the U.S. wanted to stay from the start of World War I. The reasons for neutrality? First was the U.S. isolation from Europe. Take a look at the map. Europe is way over here, and the U.S. way over here. The United States was physically isolated from Europe, and things in the U.S. were all good. Industry was growing and financially things were going well. There didn't seem to be an upside to getting involved. Next, there was the plain and simple fact of the national heritage of people in the U.S. The ethnic diversity in the United States meant that picking sides was difficult. When your grandma came to America from Germany, spoke German, and taught you to respect your roots, it was difficult to get behind entering a war against Germany. President Woodrow Wilson felt strongly about maintaining America's neutrality and used the platform of keeping America out of the war while running for his second term. So why did the United States get involved? There isn't one simple answer. It was always obvious that maintaining neutrality would be difficult. To start, there were a lot of sympathies for England. The U.S. may have had a revolution and other early conflicts with Britain, but over 100 years later, all the common bonds existed and still exist today. The U.S. and Britain share a language, which has a huge effect on a perceived cultural connection. They also have similar governmental and legal structures. Of course, I share a language with a lot of people I wouldn't take a bullet for, so clearly there must be more. There was also outrage toward Germany. Remember that common language the U.S. shares with England? Well, that meant Americans can read the English stories about the war. The English portrayed the Germans as the big bad evil bullies, and that was the point of view Americans saw. As much as people like to believe that wars back in the day were all righteous, and that unlike today they had meaning beyond money, it cannot be overlooked that the U.S. had financial reasons to support the Allies in World War I. At the beginning of the war, America had a little more trade with the Allies. By the time the U.S. entered the war, they had a much more vested financial interest in supporting the Allied powers. They had loaned the Allies billions, and Germany had been loaned merely $27 million. German U-boats, or undersea boats, what we call submarines, were a big issue. Subs were not a brand new thing. Submarines were actually used in the American Revolutionary and Civil Wars, but the Germans found a new way to use them. They were sinking British ocean liners. What they were doing was against all the rules of warfare of the day. Technically, if they wanted to sink civilian vessels, they were supposed to rescue all the people. Good luck fitting 1,000 passengers on a German U-boat. One of the big issues to the United States was that these big British passenger ships held American passengers. The most notable of these ships is the Lusitania. Around 1,200 people lost their lives, 128 of them were American, and a rallying cry for the U.S. to enter the war was, "Remember the Lusitania." The RMS Lusitania was not the final straw. The final piece that ensured the U.S. would enter the war is referred to as the Zimmermann Note. The Central Powers knew it was only a matter of time before the U.S. joined the war, and they knew America would be fighting for the Allies. So Germany sent a telegram to the German embassy in Mexico. They wanted to convince Mexico to declare war and attack America. If the U.S. was distracted fighting their southern border, Germany figured they would be too busy to get involved. The promise was that after all was done, Mexico would get back its former territory in the American Southwest. As you can imagine, U.S. citizens and officials were not very happy to discover that Germany was trying to get Mexico to attack the United States and take a portion of the country. This was the last piece that led to the U.S. officially declaring war in April of 1917. In summary, the U.S. had a lot of reasons to stay neutral and wanted to stay neutral. American sympathies naturally aligned with the British. The sinking of British ships carrying American passengers really drew American outrage. "Remember the Lusitania" became a rallying cry. The Zimmermann Note, in which Germany asked Mexico to declare war and attack the U.S., was the final straw, and the U.S. declared war in April of 1917.
Now, up until just before the U.S. declared war on April 6, 1917, the U.S. had desperately tried to stay neutral, but ties to Britain, propaganda, sinking of ships by German U-boats, and a German attempt in the Zimmermann Note to get Mexico to declare war on the U.S. pushed the U.S. to getting involved. In this lesson, we will look at how the U.S. got the troops and funds for the war, the impact at home, and American involvement in combat and bringing the war to an end. Okay, so U.S. ties to Britain, both culturally and practically for trade reasons, had set the stage for justification for U.S. entry into the war. When Germany refuses to stop sinking U.S. ships and tries to get Mexico to attack the States, President Woodrow Wilson goes before Congress and requests a declaration of war. But now, how does the nation wage this war? President Wilson actually opposed a draft, but at the point the U.S. declared war, there were fewer than 400,000 troops in the U.S. Army and National Guard together. They were no way prepared for a major war. So, Congress passed the Selective Service Act on May 18, 1917. The act required men between the ages of 21 and 30 to register for the draft. In time, the age range was expanded to 18 to 45. Over 2.8 million were drafted through the war. That summer, the new recruits, those drafted and enlisted, reported for training. The military was far from ready for them. The barracks had not been built, so soldiers had to sleep in tents. So few supplies had arrived that the soldiers had to train with sticks instead of rifles, and barrels instead of horses. It wasn't only the troops that had to be raised, it was also the funds. Most of the revenue raised was from taxes, but there was also a huge amount of push for war bonds. War bonds are used by countries to raise money for war. Essentially, they are loan notes taken out by the government from the people. In World War I, the U.S. dubbed them Liberty Bonds. Many celebrities, including the likes of Charlie Chaplin, made appearances at huge public rallies selling bonds. The Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts actually had a large campaign to sell bonds. Their slogan was, "Every Scout to save a soldier." Not every method of funding the war was so direct. Victory Gardens were another campaign meant to help financially. These gardens could lessen the stress the war was having on the food supply. But Victory Gardens did more than just leave more food for the soldiers. They were also a great morale booster. It gave everyday Americans, even those of little means, a way to do their patriotic duty. Simply by growing your own vegetables, a family could be fighting the war at home. So at home, U.S. citizens were buying bonds, raising their own vegetables, and the military was trying to train up all of these new soldiers. But what part did the U.S. actually play in the war? Well, President Wilson put General John J. Pershing in charge of the American Expeditionary Forces. He gave Pershing a direct order that the forces of the United States are a separate and distinct component of the combined forces, the identity of which must be preserved. This meant that the U.S. soldiers didn't just get thrown in as replacements with the British military, which is actually what the Allied commanders had wanted. What they wanted or not, the effect was unquestionable. The American presence built morale for the Allies, and did back up their dwindling forces. For German forces, America's entrance into the war had a very negative effect on morale. Now it seemed like the Allies had an endless supply of backup. By November 9th, the Kaiser of Germany was forced to abdicate, and on the 11th, Germany signed an armistice, an agreement made by opposing sides in a war to stop fighting for a certain time, a truce. Remember, an armistice does not end a war. Only a treaty formally ends a war. On June 28, 1919, the Treaty of Versailles was signed, formally ending the war between Germany and the Allies. In the treaty, Germany had to assume guilt for all loss in the war, and Germany had to disarm, pay reparations, and they were forced to give up a great deal of territory. So, in summary, the U.S. struggled to stay neutral and finally entered the war in April of 1917. To raise troops, Congress passed the Selective Service Act, formally instituting the draft. The American military was not prepared for the onslaught of new recruits. Money for the war was raised through taxes and Liberty Bonds, but also people did their part by planting Victory Gardens. The American Expeditionary Force was separate from the Allied forces, but still gave the needed manpower to build Allied morale and break the German forces. The Treaty of Versailles officially ended the war with Germany.
The armistice that ended World War I went into effect at 11 a.m. on November 11, 1918. After 4.5 years, the war was finally over, but the results remained. Devastation was everywhere. People's homes and lands were destroyed. Large areas of France had been reduced to rubble. Cities like Flanders and Ypres in Belgium were nearly wiped off the map. The war's human toll was even more devastating. Millions of soldiers for the Allied powers of Great Britain, France, and the United States were killed, wounded, or missing. The Central Powers of Germany, Austria-Hungary, Turkey, and Bulgaria lost even more men. Countless civilians also lost their lives or loved ones. Now, in 1918, the Allied powers emerged victorious, and they were ready to make Germany pay. The Paris Peace Conference opened on January 18, 1919, with the goal of developing a treaty that would punish Germany and meet the goals of the various Allied powers. Negotiating the treaty, which would be known as the Treaty of Versailles, was a long and complex process. At first, the Council of Ten, consisting of the heads of state and foreign ministers of 10 Allied powers, tried to hammer out a deal. The Council soon proved to be too large, and its members had too many conflicting opinions. By March, the treaty negotiations were being handled by the Big Four, namely the United States, Great Britain, France, and Italy. Italy soon dropped out of the process when its representative became angry that his demands for more territory were rejected. Only the Big Three were left: the United States, led by President Woodrow Wilson, Great Britain,
led by Prime Minister David Lloyd George, and France, led by Prime Minister Georges Clemenceau. Each of these men had a different view of what peace should look like and how Germany should be treated. Wilson was interested in building a world trade network, avoiding war in the future, proposing his 14 points for a better world, and avoiding harsh treatment of Germany. George was also looking ahead to potential world trade, but he wanted Germany to pay reparations. Clemenceau, whose country suffered some of the worst damage during the war, desired large-scale reparations from Germany and a demilitarized zone between France and Germany in case of future German aggression. After months of debate and lots of hard work, the Big Three created a treaty with the following provisions. German responsibility. According to the treaty's War Guilt Clause, Germany had to claim total responsibility for starting the war. Reparations. Germany was required to pay damages for wartime destruction. The treaty does not specify a sum, but rather gives the Allied powers a blank check, allowing them to decide on an amount later on. Territory. Parts of German territory were transferred to France, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Belgium, and Denmark. Germany also lost control of its overseas colonies. Military restrictions. The German military was restricted to 100,000 soldiers. The Germans were not allowed to have tanks, armed aircraft, or poison gas. They could not import or export weapons. The German Navy was also limited to 15,000 men and a few ships. Occupation of Rhineland. Rhineland in southern Germany would be occupied by Allied troops for 15 years. Finally, the League of Nations. The treaty created the League of Nations as an international organization to maintain world peace in the future by mediating disputes between nations. It would also tackle other global issues like drug trafficking, world health, and labor. The Allied powers were tired of war, and they wanted to avoid it completely in the future. They hoped the League of Nations would be strong enough to help them do so. Germany was not allowed to take part in the treaty's development. Its delegation left the Paris Peace Conference early on, knowing that their concerns and goals would never be taken into consideration. When German officials learned the terms of the treaty, they were horrified. The War Guilt Clause was especially distasteful, for it brought dishonor upon their country. German Foreign Minister Ulrich Graf von Brockdorff-Rantzau best expressed the German view when he said, "We know the full brunt of hate that confronts us here. You demand from us to confess that we were the only guilty party of war. Such a confession in my mouth would be a lie." Even though the Germans hated the Diktat, as they called the treaty, there was very little they could do to change it. Chancellor Philipp Scheidemann resigned rather than sign it, and President Friedrich Ebert looked to the military for a solution. He asked the commanders if Germany could defend itself against a renewed Allied attack. The answer was a resounding no. There was nothing left to do but sign the treaty. The Treaty of Versailles was signed on June 28, 1919, in the Hall of Mirrors at the Palace of Versailles near Paris. Delegates from 27 countries signed the treaty. Germany, very hesitantly and very unwillingly, signed it first. In summary, the Treaty of Versailles left the world with shaky peace. The Paris Peace Conference was over. The Treaty of Versailles, with its provisions of reparations, lost territory, military restriction, Rhineland's occupation, and the League of Nations, was signed, sealed, and delivered. The treaty's major players, the Big Three, Woodrow Wilson, David Lloyd George, and Georges Clemenceau, had gone home. But all was not well. The Germans greatly resented their wounded honor, and they didn't appreciate the financial hardships caused by the prescribed reparations, which amounted to millions of dollars. The German economy faltered and its people suffered. The stage was set for a new leader, someone charismatic, someone who could make Germany feel proud again, someone who knew all the right things to say, someone like Adolf Hitler.